What should one do when they unexpectedly find themselves as the false daughter in a tale of true and false heiresses? What can be done? One may as well embrace the chaos and indulge in madness. Participating in a variety show, Zhizhi encounters the true heiress, Ning Yue. Subsequently, everyone realizes that Zhizhi is markedly different from the person they once knew. She has lost her sanity. When faced with setbacks, while others strive to persevere, she chooses instead to recline in acceptance, even encouraging others to join her in her lethargy. When someone provokes her by claiming that Ning Yue's footbath water is more fragrant than her cooking, she promptly seizes Ning Yue's footbath water that very evening and pours it into the provocateur's cup. The next day, as that indiscreet individual sips from their cup, she intentionally remarks on it, causing everyone to watch as the person retches uncontrollably. With wide eyes, Zhizhi reports to Ning Yue, "Look, he despises your footbath water. Everything he said yesterday was a deception." The crowd responds with disbelief. When confronted by rowdy children, while others soothe them in gentle tones, she wails alongside them, transforming into one of the children in order to console them. The audience in the live stream watches in astonishment as each scene unfolds. Do you not find Zhizhi's life exceedingly delightful? She does as she pleases and revels in her madness. Who claims that the life of a false heiress is unbearable? Is it not rather exhilarating? Rather than exhausting oneself internally, it is far more entertaining to drive others to madness. Let everyone take note. By the conclusion of the program, Ning Yue personally escorts Zhizhi back, stating, "Forget it. You might as well come home with me. At this rate, I fear you will be harmed by others out there." Zhizhi, what just happened? Am I returning to the affluent life? Chapter 1. The false heiress is cast out. Now that Yue has returned, having endured hardships for so many years, seeing you may cause her some unease. Therefore, you shall reside outside for a while. You are also our daughter, though not by blood. Nevertheless, we have raised you as our own. Feel free to use the funds in this card, and I will deposit living expenses monthly. The villa you reside in, along with your apartment, are now under your name. Rest assured, once Yue stabilizes emotionally, we will welcome you back. Zhizhi gazes at her adoptive parents with a look of compliance. Once a carefree university student, she has now become the false heiress in a tale of true and false heiresses, and the true heiress is being reclaimed. Her adoptive parents, aiming for family harmony, have chosen to send her away, but they have not mistreated her. After all, the years of opulence have not been a mere illusion. The funds in this card are indeed real, and this house is undoubtedly genuine. Mom and Dad, I understand completely. My sister has suffered for many years, and it is only right that you care for her now. Do not worry, I will live well outside. Zhizhi harbors no resentment. Why would she? With a home, savings, and a monthly allowance of hundreds of thousands, what is there to resent? Ning and Ning's parents, witnessing Zhizhi's understanding, display much more pleasant expressions. They adopted Zhizhi only after their biological daughter inadvertently went missing. They are well aware of Zhizhi's background. After losing her parents, she was sent to an orphanage and has no other relatives. Her clean slate is why they chose to adopt her. Having raised her for 20 years, they have developed some affection, yet compared to their biological daughter, no one can rival her position in their hearts. They believe they have treated their adopted daughter fairly. If she can come to terms with her situation, that would be ideal. However, should she fail to comprehend and covet what she should not, they would not hesitate to reclaim all that they have given her, allowing her to revert to an ordinary life. Once her adoptive parents depart, Zhizhi collapses onto the sofa, remaining motionless. In truth, she has not been in this world for long, but upon learning of her identity, she quickly chose to embrace passivity. The false heiress is a malicious supporting character. However, she is not. Why should she engage in self-destructive behavior that provokes others? Ning Yue is the genuine heiress, while she merely occupies a position that does not belong to her. She cannot fathom the audacity of the original character in the story. Regardless, she refuses to embody the role of the malicious supporting character. Life is too splendid for that. Naturally, she shall indulge in her whims. Her adoptive parents harbor some affection for her as their adopted daughter. As long as she does not provoke their biological daughter or engage in illegal activities, her safety and lavish lifestyle should be assured. Just as she continues to snack and watch television in her aimless existence, a phone call interrupts her. How long do you plan to wallow in despair? Your sister has been found. You have been raised by the Ning family for 20 years. Surely that bond is genuine. Is it necessary to be so self-destructive? Listening to the voice on the other end, filled with exasperation, Zhizhi is left perplexed. What is being said? When did she ever wallow in despair? The caller continues, "You need to pull yourself together. The variety show you were cast in is about to begin recording. Prepare yourself. Variety show? Suddenly, Yanzi recalls the original character's profession. She is an unremarkable little celebrity. The person on the phone is her manager, Pei Ku, nicknamed Pei Pants. While she may not be famous, she possesses a certain recognition in the industry, especially as the eldest daughter of the Ning family, leading many to jest that she is merely playing at being a wealthy heiress. Everyone is aware that she is an adopted daughter, yet until the biological daughter was found, her position remained secure. Now that the biological daughter has returned, her status has become somewhat awkward. With the identity of the eldest daughter of the Ning family stripped away, she has not closely monitored the online discourse and likely faces considerable ridicule from netizens. Typically, in tales of true and false heiresses, when the true heiress is the protagonist, the false heiress is derided. Conversely, when the false heiress takes center stage, the true heiress is scorned. Unfortunately, she is indeed the first type. So, do you think I can withdraw from the entertainment industry now? After pondering for quite some time, Zhizhi arrived at this conclusion. Staying in the entertainment circle to be ridiculed was far less appealing than exiting early. She currently possesses a house, savings, and even a monthly allowance, so why should she toil tirelessly? The person on the other end of the line fell silent for 3 seconds before finally roaring, "Don't even think about it." Zhizhi hastily moved her phone away, her ears nearly deafened by the outburst. Calm down, no need to be so agitated." The person on the other end breathed heavily and said, "No matter what, you absolutely must participate in this variety show. The contract has already been signed, and if you don't go, you'll incur a penalty fee of several million." Zhizhi immediately sat up straight and replied earnestly, "How could I possibly not attend? I was merely joking with you. Rest assured, I will prepare thoroughly and will no longer be despondent." There would be no way to pry any money from her. After receiving her response, the person on the other end of the line let out a sigh of relief, though a hint of skepticism lingered. "I must warn you, don't create any trouble and rein in that former spoiled demeanor of yours. There will be a mysterious guest this time, someone I am yet to identify, so please do not offend them." Zhizhi popped a chip into her mouth and confidently patted her chest, saying, "Don't worry, am I the type to offend others easily? If others do not provoke me, I shall not provoke them." However, if someone insists on confronting her, she is certainly not a pushover. She would go mad if need be and embrace a carefree attitude, as long as she did not offend Ning Yue. Everything else could be negotiated. Meanwhile, the Ning family was joyfully welcoming their biological daughter. Yeah, we have always kept your room for you. No one has ever occupied it." Ning father spoke to his daughter with an air of helplessness. Ning mother also bore a tense expression. "Yes, yeah, no one can replace your position in our hearts. Your current status is that of the Ning family's young lady, and from now on, no one shall dare to bully you." Observing her biological parents in such a state, Ning Yue's expression was somewhat aloof, yet a glimmer of warmth flashed in her eyes. "I understand, Mom and Dad. You don't need to be so anxious around me. We are family, aren't we?" Hearing their daughter say this, Ning father and mother beamed with joy. Yes, we are family." However, Ning Yue had one more question for them. "Mom and Dad, didn't you adopt a foster daughter? Why haven't I seen her?" Chapter 2. The face keenly upon hearing Ning Yue's words, a subtle stiffness crept across the faces of her parents. "She has temporarily moved out. You need not concern yourself with her." Observing the expressions of her mother and father, Ning Yue chose to refrain from further comment. Over the years, her life outside had been relatively pleasant. Although she had lost her way, she was fortunate enough to be taken in by a kind family. However, her adoptive parents tragically passed away during her high school years, leaving her to navigate life on her own. She attended university on a full scholarship, exempt from tuition fees, and managed to support herself through part-time work, comfortably sustaining her living expenses. Shortly after graduation, she was brought back, thus she had not endured significant hardship. As for her sister, she felt little emotional connection. The girl was adopted by her parents and had filled the role of daughter in their lives for many years, for which Ning Yue held a degree of gratitude. Beyond that, her feelings were rather muted. Yu, now that you've returned, it's essential for everyone to be aware of your identity. There's a variety show you might consider participating in. It's funded by a friend of your father's, so rest assured, you can express yourself freely." Despite Ning Yue's return, the outside world remained oblivious to her appearance. Her father had initially contemplated organizing a welcoming event, but Ning Yue refused, deeming it overly ostentatious. Noticing her father's slight anxiety, she nodded. Participating in a variety show seemed a small sacrifice if it could bring joy to her parents. Upon learning about the variety show, Zhizhi immediately set out for shopping. Living independently necessitated a degree of comfort, and she had heard that the show was akin to a lifestyle program, with each episode featuring a different locale. In the sweltering summer, mosquito repellent and sunscreen were essential, especially since the first destination was purportedly a beach. When Pei-ku arrived, Zhizhi was in the midst of trying on her face bikini. Hearing the doorbell, she rushed to open the door. Pei-ku was taken aback by the sight of her. The face bikini enveloped her visage, leaving only her eyes and mouth exposed. He gasped, "Zhizhi, what on earth are you doing? Do you not realize that scaring someone could be fatal? Thankfully, it's daytime. Had it been night, I might have had to prepare for a funeral." To have such an artist was indeed a stroke of misfortune. There were no scandals or rumors, yet this young lady had a penchant for defying conventions. Previously known for her temper, her personality had undergone a remarkable transformation. While her temper had improved, she now exhibited a lackadaisical attitude. Avoiding work whenever possible and resorting to manipulation, leaving him with no choice but to entice her with money. Noticing the pallor on her manager's face, Zhizhi gently touched her face bikini and replied, "This is not some prank. You asked me to prepare well, and this is precisely what I am doing for the show." Pei-ku exclaimed, "Are you seriously suggesting that this is appropriate for the program? Who in their right mind would wear such a thing? Sister, you are a female celebrity. How could you don something so hideous?" He placed a hand over his heart, taking deep breaths to calm himself. "Zhizhi, do you know who you are? You are a star. Do you wish to sabotage your career in the entertainment industry? Others dress exquisitely for variety shows, and here you are, masquerading as a bandit. If that thing were black, you could easily be mistaken for a robber." Zhizhi, observing the spittle flying from Pei-ku's mouth, felt a sense of relief that she was wearing the face bikini. "Oh, you really ought to reconsider your perspective," she urged.
Pei-ku, exasperated, retorted.
"How am I supposed to shift my perspective? Enlighten me. If you can convince me, I might allow you to wear that monstrosity." Upon hearing this, Zhizhi's enthusiasm surged as she produced an entire set of sun protection gear to elaborate. "Look, the UV rays at the beach are intense. If they expose their skin daily, they will surely tan within days. However, with this gear, it's a different story. Admittedly, it may be unattractive, but once indoors, I can remove it and reveal my fair complexion. Surely, the entire show won't be filmed outdoors. Once we transition inside, it will be my domain."
Pei-ku, surprisingly,
found himself somewhat swayed by her reasoning. Observing the slight easing of tension on his face, Zhizhi pressed on. "Furthermore, this does not impede others. I am simply minding my own business. I believe I signed a 5-year contract, and this happens to be my 5th year. I've already resolved that once it expires, I will withdraw from the industry." Pei-ku gasped, "Wait, are you serious? I thought you were joking about quitting yesterday." Zhizhi turned her head, looking earnestly at him. "I'm quite serious. I've realized that the entertainment industry is not suited for me. With my impending exit, why should I stifle my true self? If people online criticize me, let them. I haven't committed any heinous acts, merely dressed as an Ultraman." Pei-ku was taken aback. "You possess a surprising degree of self-awareness regarding your image." Indeed, her face bikini resembled that of Ultraman, and she had even purchased a pair of salted egg yolk goggles to complete the ensemble, transforming into a living Ultraman. "You've truly made up your mind, haven't you?" Zhizhi nodded solemnly, affirming her decision. This duplicitous world was not for her, and she resolved to embrace her authentic self. Seeing her earnest demeanor, Pei-ku chose not to argue further. He had managed Zhizhi for 5 years and understood that her character was ill-suited for the entertainment sphere, regardless of her previous or current disposition. Although the true heiress had returned, the Ning family would likely be generous towards their adopted daughter, ensuring that Zhizhi's future was secured, at least more favorably than his own ordinary existence. "Prepare well," he advised. "The variety show is live, and every action will be recorded. There's been considerable controversy surrounding you online, and you are aware of the reasons. Initially, I intended for you to portray a positive image during the show, but given your current stance, I have no further counsel." Zhizhi, donning her salted egg yolk goggles, performed a respectful Ultraman salute. "Thank you for your efforts over the years." Pei-ku had anticipated feeling touched, yet he found it impossible to muster any sentiment. An Ultraman bowing to him. Had it been his childhood, he would have boasted about it to anyone who would listen. Chapter 3. sleeping like a corpse. The day of the program's commencement arrived swiftly. Upon receiving the notification, Zhizhi promptly gathered her belongings and set off. As Pei Ku escorted her, he continued to impart advice. Even if you plan to withdraw from the industry, maintaining social connections is crucial. Do not isolate yourself, nor allow others to isolate you. Do you understand? With her frog-shaped eye mask obscuring her vision, Zhizhi nodded absently. Although Pei Ku was male, he had a motherly quality in his earnest admonitions, perhaps a male mom. Zhizhi mused that perhaps she was indeed fated to lack parental bonds. In the real world, her parents had divorced, both unwilling to keep her, resulting in her solitary upbringing. In this world, the situation was even more tragic. Her biological parents had passed, and while her adoptive parents held a modicum of affection for her, it was negligible at best. When Ning's parents are in high spirits, they may show a modicum of kindness towards their adopted daughter. However, during their moments of displeasure, they completely disregard her. Whenever she displays a hint of petulance, they invariably opt to resolve the situation with monetary means. Consequently, the original character's disposition is considerably warped, as she has never experienced genuine parental love. This is why, upon the arrival of the true heiress, she is engulfed in trepidation, for she witnesses the transformation in her parents' affections. I heard Zhizhi is also participating in this variety show, right? Shouldn't he be seeking solace in solitude at this time, rather than daring to appear on a show? To the commenter above, your perspective is rather narrow. She is no longer the eldest daughter of the Ning family, so naturally, she must seize the opportunity to earn money. If she doesn't capitalize on her current popularity, who will remember her once the buzz fades? All guests are to convene at the airport's waiting lounge, where the live broadcast has already commenced, eagerly anticipating who will be the first to arrive. The chat room is abuzz, predominantly mocking Zhizhi. In truth, Zhizhi has committed no heinous act. However, when it concerns the matter of the genuine and counterfeit heiresses, many people, even if unaware of the truth, tend to lean towards bias. Upon entering, Zhizhi initially thought she had made a mistake. Wasn't it supposed to be 8 o'clock? Why is there not a soul in sight? She opened the door, saw the emptiness, closed it, and reopened it. Her expression one of profound confusion. Haha, does she think her method of opening the door is incorrect? She even reopened it. Why does she only have one suitcase? Isn't it customary for stars to travel with several? Her calm demeanor is undoubtedly a facade, a false heiress occupying another's place, utterly devoid of shame. Unbeknownst to Zhizhi, the comments in the chat room reflect her predicament. She is merely perplexed as to why no one else is present. Wasn't it supposed to be 8 o'clock? Surely, the director's team wouldn't allow her to arrive late. As the first guest to arrive, upon seeing Zhizhi wheeling her suitcase and preparing to leave, the director's team felt compelled to intervene. This girl is quite audacious, ready to depart without acknowledging the crew. Realizing she was indeed the first to arrive brought her some relief. Observing the desolate room, she suddenly retrieved a folding stool from her luggage and comfortably settled down. The director's team thought, the arrangement here is rather lacking. A few more chairs should have been provided lest the early arrivals sit on the floor. This setup is utterly unreasonable. Zhizhi, oblivious to the critiques, produced a bag of sunflower seeds from somewhere and, perched on her little stool, began to snack with her legs crossed. I can't shake the feeling she is on vacation. Didn't rumors say she was heartbroken and expelled from the Ning family? She certainly doesn't appear to be in distress now. It's all an act. What else could it be? Zhizhi remains indifferent to the opinions of others. After finishing her seeds and noticing the continued absence of guests, she pulled out a pillow from her suitcase. The director's team pondered, should we remind her to introduce herself? After all, what is the point of having her here, if she does nothing? It's unusual to encounter an artist who doesn't wish to showcase themselves on a variety show. Yet here she is, arriving with her own chair, seeds, and pillow, seemingly expecting to sleep. The director shouted through a megaphone, please, guest, introduce yourself. Startled, Zhizhi looked up, do I really need to introduce myself? This person must think they're a superstar, believing themselves to be a household name. Growing up in a wealthy environment hasn't concealed her air of impoverished pretentiousness. It's no wonder she gives off a vibe of a small-minded person experiencing success. It turns out she isn't even a true heiress. To the commenter above, that's a bit excessive. Are you suggesting that anyone without wealth is merely pretentious? Why is there a quarrel brewing? She hasn't said anything offensive. She merely seems unfamiliar with the process. How did this devolve into a discussion about status? As the comments in the chat room escalated, The staff relayed them to the director, who was taken aback by the uproar caused by a single remark. Zhizhi began her self-introduction. Hello everyone, I am Zhizhi, a relatively unknown small celebrity and the subject of a recent online controversy. Her candid introduction garnered a favorable response from many, who claimed Zhizhi had a bad temper and was difficult to get along with. She seems quite amiable. You're praising her too soon. Could you be one of her paid supporters? A hired hand. Many online remarks likened Zhizhi to a mountain chicken, asserting that even if she perched upon a branch, she would never transform into a phoenix. Such comments were rather severe and bore an undertone of insult. Upon concluding her introduction, Zhizhi donned a sleep mask and, with a swift motion, transformed her pillow into a blanket. Soon, soft snores filled the air, likely due to an uncomfortable sleeping position. The audience remarked, "This lady's quality of sleep is rather extraordinary." All eyes were fixed on her slumber, witnessing her slide off the stool and land flat on the ground. Even in such a state, she remained undisturbed, perhaps feeling cold, as she cocooned herself in the blanket, lying perfectly straight. Those unaware might have assumed a corpse lay before them. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel a chill. How did she manage to sleep like that? I feel as though I'm watching a live stream from a morgue. My mother walked by and asked why I was staring at a corpse. I found myself at a loss for words. Haha, you're killing me? It really does resemble a corpse. Chapter 4. I apologize for the disturbance. The second guest to arrive is unexpectedly Ning Yue, who, upon opening the door, is greeted by the sight of the corpse in the center. Ning Yue exclaims, "What kind of prank is this? Isn't this supposed to be a casual travel-themed variety show?" The director's team, feeling helpless, had to clarify to avoid misunderstandings. The person on the floor is the first guest, Zhizhi. Zhizhi? That's her sister? Ning Yue approached the figure on the floor, realizing only upon seeing the blanket's movement that this was indeed a living person. What on earth happened? Is this your idea of a prank? The director's team responded. Even if we were to prank, it wouldn't be like this. We are a legitimate variety show. Haha. The second guest is already questioning her reality. Zhizhi truly is a character. Wow. This must be the real heiress. The show actually brought both the genuine and the counterfeit heiresses together. Impressive. Does the production team not fear a confrontation between the two sisters? The dynamic of genuine and counterfeit heiresses is simply riveting. The real heiress exudes an elegance that others lack, proving that some cannot transition from a mountain chicken to a phoenix. The chat room is in an uproar, with viewers amazed that the production team managed to gather the most talked about heiresses. However, they revel in such dramatic scenarios, as they are a rare spectacle to witness. The third guest is a rising idol singer in the entertainment industry named Zhizhi, young but possessing a considerable fanbase. As she entered, the room was abuzz with excitement, with the crowd fervently chanting a name that filled the screen. Upon her arrival, Zhizhi's gaze fell upon an indistinct object in the center, prompting her to cast a quizzical look towards Ning Yue. Although Ning Yue was somewhat reluctant to explain, it was difficult to maintain an air of indifference in front of the camera. The object on the floor was none other than her sister, Zhizhi. While there was little affection between them, the legitimacy of their identities was undeniable. Zhizhi inquired, "What has happened to your sister? She looks as though she's lifeless." "It's quite unsettling," Ning Yue retorted. "How would I know?" Neither of them was particularly outgoing, and after exchanging pleasantries, the atmosphere grew notably chilly. The only sound breaking the silence was the faint snoring of Zhizhi, likely due to her awkward position. In this stillness, her snores echoed peculiarly, creating an almost comical scene in contrast to the two individuals seated beside her. After Zhizhi's suggestion, the production team promptly arranged 6 chairs, 3 on each side, encircling her. Originally, they intended to line the chairs up, but with Zhizhi sprawled in the center, they had no choice but to position them around her. The current tableau featured Ning Yue on Zhizhi's left and Zhizhi on her right, both fixated on the figure in the middle. For some inexplicable reason, this scene suddenly took on a somber tone, as though something was missing, a plaque or an altar. Ha ha ha. This oddly resembles a wake. The environment is predominantly white, and with Zhizhi lying in the center, the production team seems to have unwittingly created a setting for guests to pay their respects. Bystanders found the situation amusing, yet Zhizhi's admirers were in an uproar. Is Zhizhi deliberately trying to attract Zhizhi's attention? Does she believe that such antics will catch her eye? How distasteful.
Jokey.
Do not gaze upon Zhizhi. It will tarnish your vision. The online chatter erupted, while the scene remained eerily silent. Chuchi longed to converse with the esteemed heiress, yet feared inciting her disdain. Casting a glance at the slumped figure on the ground, a flicker of revulsion crossed her eyes. If only she were not lying there. The atmosphere would not be so awkward. Indeed, the falsehood of it all was repugnant. As the two sat in discomfort, the third and fourth guests finally arrived, igniting another wave of excitement. Lu Zhihao, Lu Zhihao, Lu Qiqi. To think Lu Qiqi has also joined. How remarkable that the production team managed to gather such a constellation of stars. Initially, the duo entered with smiles, but their expressions faltered upon witnessing the scene before them. My apologies, we've come to the wrong place, they exclaimed, swiftly shutting the door behind them. How could one hold a funeral at an airport?
How was this body brought in?
The production team scrambled to respond. Ning Yue and Chu Qi were momentarily taken aback, urging, "What are you waiting for? Quickly call them back." As the director regained his composure, he instructed the staff to retrieve the guests, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Ha ha ha. I genuinely did not wish to laugh, yet I cannot contain myself. Did anyone capture Lu Zhihao and Lu Qiqi's expressions? They could easily become a meme. The duo appeared utterly perplexed. Ha ha ha. The director is in disarray. Now he has to call people back. I once believed variety shows were scripted, but now I am convinced otherwise. The director is utterly flustered. When Lu Zhihao and Lu Qiqi returned, their faces reflected sheer confusion. Upon learning the circumstances, their expressions turned complex as they regarded the figure on the ground. They were aware of Zhizhi, who, while not a household name, had previously commanded respect due to her affluent background. Yet, witnessing her in such a state was shocking. They had hoped to engage in light conversation, but the atmosphere was decidedly unfit for such exchanges, prompting them to find their respective corners. As more individuals arrived, the sense of awake intensified. Perhaps exhausted from her slumber, Zhizhi shifted positions, startling Lu Qiqi. Goodness! While I knew she was alive, that sudden movement was quite alarming. Oblivious to the multitude observing her, Zhizhi continued to sleep soundly, cocooned in her blanket. Having risen too early, she had stayed up late the night before organizing her things, making her slumber inevitable. Where did such peculiar individuals come from? Why had no one informed her of Zhizhi's demeanor? The director was genuinely perturbed, having envisioned a dramatic showdown between the heiresses. Instead, the atmosphere was palpably awkward. Why were they all silent? Their silence rendered the gathering utterly lifeless. Were they merely props in this spectacle? Surely, they could contribute a semblance of entertainment. The director's concerns for viewership were mounting. A staff member quietly informed him, "Director, the live audience has surpassed 1 million. The director exclaimed, "What did you say?" Chapter 5. Do you still believe in light? Were the viewers truly drawn to the bizarre? Was there an audience for such a spectacle? By the time the final guest arrived, the director was in a state of shock, fully anticipating the reaction of the newcomer upon encountering the scene before him. What kind of misfortune had he encountered? This was merely a standard variety show. Why must he endure such trials? When Qi Qing'an entered and beheld the tableau, he too was momentarily taken aback.
Qingdi.
Qingdi is actually participating in a variety show. The other guests were equally stunned. Qi Qing'an's stature rendered him an unlikely participant in such a program. The 6 guests included Ning Yue, a wealthy heiress who had come to garner recognition, while the others, apart from Zhizhi, were there to solidify their fan base. Qi Qing'an occupied the upper echelons of the industry and was a capital unto himself, making his participation in such a show seem unnecessary. "Greetings, I am Qi Qing'an, a guest on this program," he stated, his brow furrowing at the sight of the trio before him. Suddenly, Zhizhi sat up from the floor, causing Ning Yue, seated beside her, to jump in surprise. "What is all this noise?" Zhizhi yawned, her eyes fluttering open, and found herself locking gazes with Ning Yue. What a shock. How could Ning Yue be here? Had her manager failed to mention that Ning Yue would also be in attendance? Could it be that Ning Yue was the mysterious guest? Observing Zhizhi's wide-eyed expression of astonishment, Ning Yue inexplicably felt that this nominal sister appeared somewhat lacking in intelligence. "Shall I help you up?" To convey her friendliness, Ning Yue managed to force a smile. "Is she threatening me?" That smile carries a hint of menace. Zhizhi gulped, suddenly sensing that her wealth and home were at risk. "No, thank you. I can get up by myself." In an instant, Zhizhi sprang to her feet. The scene could be likened to 2 distinct tableaus. On one side, fans were fervently idolizing, while on the other, the 2 sisters exchanged intense glares. What are they doing? Are they crossing eyes? Aren't these two the genuine and the counterfeit heiresses? Why is there no fierce confrontation as I imagined? They actually seem to have a decent rapport. What rapport? Did you not see the sparks flying in their eyes? This is clearly a case of sworn enemies meeting. Perhaps they are just too preoccupied with the cameras to engage in a physical altercation. I wonder if Zhizhi feels uneasy in front of the true heiress. If it were me, I would have longed to find a crevice to hide in. Why the interest? Ning Yue is indeed the biological daughter. But Zhizhi is also an adopted daughter, properly taken in, not a case of mistaken identity. Even if she were, what does it matter? She is innocent. Hehe. Zhizhi's fans are beginning to defend her again. Zhizhi took a couple of steps back, retreating to what she deemed a safe distance from Ning Yue. Hello. Sister, I am Zhizhi. An introduction was essential, even if she did not intend to cultivate a relationship with the true heiress. She certainly did not wish to commence hostilities. Why you? Ning Yue stammered, gazing at the surprisingly obedient Zhizhi, who looked nothing like the girl who had been sprawled on the ground moments ago. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, who could have imagined that just 2 minutes prior, this girl was napping on the floor? All right, now that all the guests are here, we must prepare to depart. Please open your suitcases. There are some items we need to collect. Their destination was an island, since it was a lifestyle variety show. It was only fitting for these pampered starlets to experience the rigors of life. As everyone opened their suitcases, Ning Yue's contained only skincare products and clothing. After confirming there were no issues, the production team collected her phone. All phones must be submitted. No cash should be left on your person, and if you have wallets, please hand those over as well. Rest assured, we will return them to you after the episode concludes. Lu Qiqi hurriedly interjected, not a single penny can be kept. How are we supposed to manage on the island? The director smiled mysteriously. Do not worry, you will not go hungry. There will be ways to earn money when the time comes. Standing beside Qi Qing'an, Zhizhi marveled at the top-tier celebrity beside her, thinking indeed. He possesses the quintessential beauty of the entertainment industry. Even from such close proximity, she could find no flaw in his appearance. His skin was so flawless that even she, a woman, felt a twinge of envy. Though her own skin was not inferior, it was astonishing for a man to possess such exquisite complexion. It seemed utterly unfair. Qi Qing'an sensed the little girl beside him stealing glances at him, while others looked at him with admiration or sought to curry favor. This girl seemed to gaze upon him with envy. Zhizhi's actions were captured clearly by the cameras, causing an uproar in the live broadcast room. Does Zhizhi have no shame? Staring at a man like that. If she dares to come any closer to my husband, I swear I will tear her apart. Qi Qing'an, you must not pay attention to this scheming girl. In the live broadcast room, the comments from Qi Qing'an's fans turned particularly harsh. So much so that even bystanders could not bear to watch. What is wrong with you fans? Is it such a crime to admire someone good-looking? Qi Qing'an, hasn't he said anything? Why are you all making such a fuss? Though I am not fond of Zhizhi, this is truly excessive. She merely glanced at Qi Qing'an a couple of times. If he were in front of me, I bet my eyes would be glued to him as well. You brainless fans, even zombies wouldn't want your brains. The comments in the live broadcast room left those present perplexed. Soon, the director made his way to Zhizhi. She swiftly opened her suitcase, and the contents left everyone speechless. Qi Qing'an's gaze fell upon the conspicuously bright Ultraman helmet in her suitcase, and he shot Zhizhi a look filled with complexity. Who would have thought this little girl harbored such a peculiar hobby? She appeared to be merely 22 years old, and still believed in such things. Truly, she had a youthful spirit. Chapter 6, Mutation. The director picked up the helmet, his expression a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment. May I inquire what this is? Zhizhi replied with unyielding calm. It's a face kini. Surely you all know what this is? It's an essential item for a beach outing. Many aunties adore it. The crowd collectively sighed. We know it's a face kini, but we want to know why you brought such a thing. Aunties may love it, but you are not an aunt. You are a star. Ning Yue, standing nearby, covered her forehead in exasperation, pondering how this sister differed from the one described by their parents, who painted Zhizhi as willful and headstrong. From her perspective, Zhizhi did not appear at all willful. Rather, she seemed carefree and innocently oblivious. Are you saying you intend to wear this at the beach? The director's expression had grown increasingly difficult to interpret. He had selected guests who were all stunningly attractive, and while Zhizhi may not have been a household name in the entertainment industry, she was renowned for her beauty. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to act or sing. Despite her temper, her status as a rich heiress did not guarantee success. The fact that she had managed to reach this point was largely due to her striking visage. Though she remained relatively obscure, audiences were at least aware of her presence. While she may not possess any particular talents, her beauty alone attracted admiration, even if it did not yield a legion of dedicated fans. Noticing the director's complicated expression, Zhizhi took the face kini from his hands and playfully donned it over her head. Well, since I brought it, I might as well use it. Otherwise, what was the point of bringing it? Faced with the sight of her wearing the Ultraman helmet, the director took a deep breath. Fine, if you wish to wear it. Go ahead. However, you should take it off for now, and wear it when the time calls for it. Qi Qing'an and the others were utterly stunned. They had never expected Zhizhi to put it on so readily. Honestly, it was truly an eyesore. Ha ha ha, my mom bought one of these for the beach. And it was indeed quite useful. I played there for 3 days and got significantly darker, while she remained untouched. Zhizhi must be here for comedic relief. She feels out of place compared to the other guests. Merely a clown seeking attention. Knowing she lacks fame and now has no status, she resorts to such gimmicks to steal the spotlight. Truly disgusting. If you find it disgusting, then don't watch. Seriously, is it so hard to enjoy a variety show? What has Zhizhi done to deserve your scorn? As the director departed, Zhizhi subtly moved her feet, stifling a chuckle within. She had anticipated this moment and had prepared in advance, discreetly stashing several hundred yuan in cash within her socks, now nestled beneath her feet, ready to alleviate any sudden financial exigencies. During boarding, Zhizhi found herself seated next to Ning Yue. Chu Qi had initially hoped to sit beside Ning Yue, as forging a connection with a wealthy heiress could yield benefits. However, Ning Yue ignored him entirely and settled next to Zhizhi instead. Chu Qi's furtive glances at Ning Yue did not go unnoticed, and both Lu Qiqi and Lu Zihao were aware of his intentions. Among the 6 individuals present, Qi Qing'an and Ning Yue were the ones whose favor they sought, and if they could ingratiate themselves with them, the resources of the entertainment industry would be at their disposal. Zhizhi, I heard from my parents that you've moved out. Ning Yue initiated the conversation. Zhiji's heart raced. Is she beginning to target me? Her understanding of Ning Yue was limited. From the descriptions in the book, she appeared to be a decisive and formidable individual, benevolent towards her allies yet ruthless towards her adversaries. Zhizhi was uncertain whether she was regarded as a friend or foe in Ning Yue's eyes, yet if forced to categorize, she suspected she might lean towards the latter. Yes, I've reached an age where I desire independence, so I decided to move out, Zhizhi responded cautiously. While she could be more forthright in front of others, she felt compelled to exercise restraint around Ning Yue. It was best to avoid antagonizing her, even if she did not seek to curry favor. Ise, Ning Yue noted, indicating her understanding, and the conversation lapsed into silence. So, you have nothing else to say? You merely came over to inquire about my reasons for moving out? The viewers in the live stream were equally bewildered, initially expecting a sisterly spat, only to witness a mere exchange of inquiries. Their relationship seems quite good. The elder sister is concerned about her younger sibling, and it's Zhizhi who chose to move out, not being forced out. Who knows if she was actually kicked out? Perhaps she's just saving face. Otherwise, why would she have waited until now to move out? She is only 22 this year. She likely wasn't even of age a year or 2 ago. Was she expected to move out while still in college? I think the netizens are overthinking it. Why are they so concerned about others' family matters? They should focus on their own parents instead of stirring up trouble in someone else's life. The flight encountered turbulence, and Zhizhi found herself growing drowsy, yet she fought to keep her eyes open. She had remembered everything except her neck pillow. Should she succumb to sleep, it was highly probable she would lean against Ning Yue's shoulder. She had to persevere. There was no way she could allow herself to rest upon Ning Yue. Noticing Zhiji's struggle to stay awake, Ning Yue remarked, if you wish to sleep, then sleep. Why force yourself? Your lovely face is contorting in ways that are almost grotesque. Qi Qing'an and Chu Qi, seated opposite them, also observed Zhiji's battle against slumber. However, her inability to keep her eyes open made it appear as though she were rolling them in exasperation. Look at her, Qi Qing'an commented, glancing over at the pair. Chu Qi followed his gaze, harboring no fondness for Zhiji.
To him,
people who offered no benefit were unworthy of his regard. Were she a more reputable star, he might have considered creating a buzz around a potential romantic pairing. But Zhiji offered no such allure. She was, in his eyes, utterly worthless. Ning Yue remained vigilant over Zhiji, fearing that her absent-mindedness might lead to an embarrassing fall. Yet, from Chu Chi's perspective, it seemed Ning Yue merely looked disdainfully at Zhizhi. Chapter 7. A casual exchange. The audience in the live stream was fervently capturing screenshots. This is the first time I've seen a female celebrity look so disheveled while sleeping. Didn't she think to bring a neck pillow? I fear for her delicate neck. Look at how everyone is staring at her, especially Ning Yue. That expression is utterly hilarious. What a shameless woman. She should leave. Let us place bets. Will she fall over? I think she will. The director, at a loss for words, observed the crew's stifling laughter, some furiously snapping screenshots. This would surely make for excellent meme material. Ultimately, Zhizhi could no longer maintain her balance and collapsed onto Ning Yue's shoulder with a soft thud. Ning Yue felt the weight of it. Her shoulder tingled momentarily, wondering what kind of trouble Zhizhi's face might be in now. With her fall, everyone exhaled in relief. Qi Qing'an's eyes sparkled with amusement. It seemed this episode might not be as dull as anticipated. Observing Zhizhi collapse against Ning Yue, Chu Qi sensed an opportunity to showcase himself. Some participants in this show were nothing but a nuisance, and he found it perplexing why such individuals even bothered to join, only to inconvenience others. As soon as he voiced his thoughts, the atmosphere turned palpably awkward. Lu Qiqi and Lu Zihao exchanged glances, opting to remain uninvolved. Their acquaintance with Zhizhi was merely superficial, and they had no dealings with Chu Qi. While they too sought to please Ning Yue, it was evidently not the appropriate moment. With Chu Qi stirring the pot, the live stream erupted in chaos. Chu Qi is right. I don't understand why Zhizhi is here. She has been nothing but self-serving, showing no respect for the opportunity given to her. Chu Qi seems to have an eye on Ning Yue. Could he be defending her? Chu Qi has claimed he is devoted to music and wouldn't he care about some woman's grievances. Don't stir trouble here. Exactly. Chu Qi has shown no interest in dating. He has never even been in a relationship. With numerous fans rallying behind Chu Qi, they aligned with his sentiments, deeming Ning Yue too affluent to offend, thus casting all blame onto Zhizhi. From the very start, it's been Zhizhi's fault. I disliked her from the moment she arrived. She is merely a clown, while everyone else conducts themselves properly in the show. I can't fathom why these fans are so fervent. Chu Qi is utterly eclipsed by Qi Qing'an, who is far more handsome. Even Lu Zihao outshines him. While Chu Qi's looks only succeed under the right angles, otherwise, he is quite unappealing. After inciting the crowd, Chu Qi turned his attention to Ning Yue, expecting her approval, yet she offered him not a single glance. To Ning Yue, he was merely an inconsequential figure. Qi Qing'an observed Chu Qi, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes. Some individuals always sought to take shortcuts. If they directed their energies toward their work instead, perhaps they wouldn't find themselves in such a predicament. Noticing the indifference surrounding him, Chu Qi's expression soured, and he nearly abandoned his facade of composure. To be honest, his appearance is rather unappealing. Originally, he debuted as an idol, often showcasing his facial features with elaborate stage makeup. However, in this variety show, it is impossible for him to wear such heavy makeup. Consequently, among all present, he truly stands out as the least attractive. Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi are both trained actors, and their looks are beyond reproach. Zhizhi has always been regarded as merely a pretty face since her debut, and there is no need to mention her further. Qi Qing'an is renowned for his exceptional talent and striking appearance, while Ning Yue embodies the ethereal beauty of a serene goddess. Thus, amidst this group, he indeed appears to be the most unattractive. Zhizhi comfortably rested her head on Ning Yue's shoulder, blissfully unaware that drool was trickling down as she slept on her side. Ning Yue, initially lost in her own thoughts, suddenly felt a dampness on her shoulder. Zhizhi, you've drooled on me, she exclaimed, glancing at the sizable wet patch on her shoulder, utterly speechless. Awakening from her slumber, Zhizhi groggily opened her eyes, instinctively rubbing her mouth against Ning Yue's shoulder. Ning Yue's expression turned incredulous. Qi Qing'an, witnessing this peculiar scene, raised an eyebrow.
Huh?
What did you just say? Zhizhi, still in a daze, looked at Ning Yue as if she had heard her call out his name, but the specifics eluded her. At this point, even Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi, seated behind, were at a loss for words. If she were their younger sister, they would have long since reprimanded her. Her behavior was inexplicably irritating. Ning Yue took a deep breath, retrieved a pack of tissues from her bag, and tossed it at Zhizhi. Quick, wipe your mouth. You're drooling all over the place, and this is a show. You're embarrassing yourself. Ning Yue, Having matured early and always being the model child, had never felt so humiliated. Observing the large wet spot on her right shoulder, she couldn't help but feel disgusted. Zhizhi finally realized her faux pas, glancing at Ning Yue's damp shoulder, and awkwardly smiled as she dabbed at it with a tissue. "I'm so sorry. I must have dozed off a bit too soundly. I really tried my best to stay awake." Hearing her words, Qi Qing'an suddenly recalled her earlier struggle to remain alert and couldn't help but chuckle. Upon hearing the laughter, Zhizhi looked over. Puzzled as to why he found her amusing, she had genuinely tried to stay awake, albeit unsuccessfully. Haha, Qi Qing'an is laughing. Zhizhi's almost comical expression was truly laugh-inducing. If it were nighttime, it might even be frightening. Such rare laughter from Qi Qing'an. Zhizhi is indeed something extraordinary. I suddenly sense a hint of chemistry between them. It seems Qi Qing'an has been most attentive to Zhizhi throughout.
No.
How could Qi Qing'an possibly be interested in Zhizhi, a mere fake-heiress? The director, observing the various comments flooding the live stream, internally mused that while the developments had diverged from his expectations, the ensuing excitement was undeniably palpable. Just moments ago, Zhizhi's antics had even trended on social media, marking the first instance of their show capturing the public's attention. Chapter 8. Alright, just close your mouth for now. Upon seeing Qi garner attention from everyone, a flicker of jealousy crossed her eyes. Zhizhi, your relationship with your sister must be quite good, considering you've been leaning on her this whole time. Qi's tone dripped with sarcasm, leaving an uncomfortable feeling in the air. Zhizhi quickly detected the underlying tension. Oh, someone is looking for trouble. She suddenly flashed a brilliant smile, one that captivated everyone present. Qi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, I believe you recall that I have a wonderful sister. If you call me sister, I might reluctantly accept you as my dear brother. Qi burst into laughter. Wow, this is escalating quickly. Zhizhi is incredibly bold. Most fans of idol singers are predominantly female and fiercely protective, often apprehensive about confronting them. Yet, Zhizhi appeared unfazed by the potential backlash from Qi's fans. Hearing her brother being ridiculed ignited a furious response from Qi's supporters. Zhizhi, leave. You have no respect. Qi merely asked a question. Was it necessary to respond so harshly? Who does she think she is, trying to be Qi's sister? She was unremarkable when she was the eldest daughter of the Ning family, and now that she has been cast out, she has the audacity to act superior. Such a disgrace. Clearly, she is just trying to attract Qi's attention. The online backlash against Zhizhi escalated, propelling her to the trending list. Many netizens were bewildered by the situation and, upon investigation, discovered the unfolding drama. However, most bystanders remained level-headed, recognizing that Qi had instigated the conflict. The issue lay not with the sisters sleeping side by side, but rather with Qi's condescending tone. This is clearly Qi's fault. The sisters resting together is of no concern to him. His tone was unnecessarily sarcastic. Exactly. He has been covertly watching Ning Yue the entire time, clearly attempting to undermine their sisterly bond in hopes of capturing Ning Yue's attention. Those delusional fans think their brother is pure-hearted. In this entertainment industry, purity is a myth, and he has constructed an image that is utterly shameless. Qi's face contorted with rage upon hearing Zhizhi's words, making her appear even less attractive. Zhizhi, observing the peculiar expression on her face, continued, I understand your intentions. As long as you don't provoke me, we can all coexist harmoniously. But if you persist, I might just summon the Calabash brothers to deal with you. The crowd erupted in laughter. Summoning the Calabash brothers to handle him. This is too funny. Even Ning Yue couldn't suppress a smile. The two gentlemen present exchanged glances, wondering if they resembled her description. However, upon closer inspection, Qi's facial structure was indeed peculiar. While it might not have been apparent on stage, scrutinizing her features revealed numerous signs of cosmetic surgery, even lacking defined jawlines. Qi discreetly jotted notes on her phone, planning to use these insults in the future. This was a brilliant way to criticize without resorting to vulgarity. Observing Qi's excitement as she took notes, Zhihao was left speechless. What was there to note? It was merely insults. Yet, the idea of employing such phrases intrigued him, and he contemplated making a note himself, as it required minimal effort. Good one. I need to record these insults in my notebook. Given her words, Qi indeed bore a resemblance to the Calabash brothers' character. Qi's fans. Come and witness your brother. Your snake-faced brother is simply too beautiful. Qi, had garnered a significant number of detractors online, having utilized many female stars and portraying himself as the victim, resulting in the ire of numerous fans. Zhizhi had finally provided an outlet for their frustrations. Director: Zhizhi is truly a talent. Look at this, WeVE trended again. As long as she asks around, our show will never lack for attention. The staff seemed to perceive the allure of bonuses beckoning them, their expressions radiating sheer delight. Previously, participating in variety shows felt exhausting, yet now, witnessing the live action was undeniably exhilarating. The director leaned in to glance at a trending topic. Zhizhi summons the Calabash brothers to recruit Chu-Chi. Observing this headline, he sighed, reflecting on the chaos that had unfolded even before the first official recording commenced. While he felt a sense of joy, after all, popularity translates into profit, he also experienced a pang of anxiety, primarily due to the unpredictable nature of Zhizhi. One could never anticipate her next move or utterance. Just when one might think she had settled into normalcy, she could spring a surprise at any moment. Chu-Chi's face flushed with anger as he remarked that her speech was merely veiled metaphors. What was wrong with Zhizhi, laying everything bare for all to see? Did she intend to abandon the entertainment industry? A good man does not engage in disputes with women, he thought, turning away and closing his eyes. Zhizhi rolled her eyes at him, retorting that if he couldn't argue, he shouldn't resort to such platitudes, which only served to insult all men. Chi-Chung and Lu Zihao exchanged glances, sensing they too had been subtly referenced. As the plane descended, the sun shone brightly upon a vacation paradise, a destination favored by many for relaxation. The director had certainly spared no expense. Upon disembarking, the production team dispatched a bus to collect them. Faced with the dilapidated minibus before them, it was as if a flock of crows had darkened the sky, bringing with it an ominous portent. Chi-Chung and Ning Yue remained relatively composed, while others displayed signs of discomfort. Zhizhi earnestly addressed the director. Are you certain this vehicle won't fall apart en route? I would rather not find myself grasping a wheel in desperation. The image of everyone clutching wheels was humorously vivid, especially since the minibus had precisely 6 wheels. No need for distribution. Zhizhi was about to continue when Ning Yue swiftly covered her mouth, urging her to be quiet. Initially indifferent to her younger sister, concern for her well-being had now taken root. It was a wonder how their parents had managed to raise her to this age without incident. Zhizhi was taken aback by the unexpected silencing. The two sisters inadvertently birthed yet another meme, with the caption echoing Ning Yue's earlier admonition. Chapter 9. A direct slap in the face. This vehicle had been specially sourced by the director, who had evidently put considerable effort into finding such a rickety conveyance. In a moment, we will board this bus to a coastal village where you will reside for a week. During this week, you must be self-sufficient. You may earn money by foraging for seafood along the shore, which can be sold to the production team for cash. Of course, other methods of income generation are also permissible. The specific activities will be communicated to you later, with each day offering a unique experience, the director announced, a mischievous glint in his eye suggesting that the upcoming week would be anything but easy. Zhizhi wiggled her toes, exclaiming, "Ah, so my hidden savings will indeed come in handy." As they unloaded their luggage, Chi-Chung assisted Zhizhi in placing her suitcase on the bus. "Thanks, handsome," she said cheerily, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. Chi-Chung was momentarily taken aback by her gesture, then responded with a smile, "No need to thank me, beautiful." The audience erupted in excitement, reveling in the perfect pairing of handsome man and beautiful woman. Fans quickly established a dedicated thread, coining the couple's name as the Orange Juice Couple, derived from a blend of their names. Meanwhile, Chu-Chi busied himself with helping Ning Yue with her luggage, his demeanor overly attentive towards the young lady. Initially, Lu Zihao had intended to showcase his own charm but was halted by Lu Chi-Chi, who implored, "Could you help me lift this?" As she handed him her suitcase, discreetly signaling him to refrain from intervening. He had hoped to forge a deeper connection, but the atmosphere now felt murky. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided against approaching. Both he and Lu Chi-Chi were actors, longtime classmates and true friends. Having gained fame from a shared project, their fans were well aware of their camaraderie, fostering a harmonious relationship. Observers noted how the duo seemed to enjoy the unfolding drama from the sidelines, relishing their spectator status. Presently, Chu-Chi showcased himself before Ning Yue, resembling a peacock in full display. "Allow me to assist with your suitcase. How can a girl handle such a heavy load?" he proclaimed, exerting himself to lift the suitcase, which, to his dismay, remained immovable. The smile on his face faltered as he realized the suitcase was exceedingly heavy. Undeterred, he strained once more, finally managing to lift it, yet struggled to place it, his shaky demeanor eliciting concern from onlookers. Ning Yue, apprehensive about her cosmetics and skincare products within, decided to intervene. "Perhaps I should handle it myself," she suggested, observing his struggle. Chu-Chi sidestepped her hand, forcing a smile as he insisted, "It's not heavy." The onlookers exchanged glances. Incredulous. "Sir, perhaps you should manage your expressions when making such claims. Your face is clearly contorted. And, if it's truly light, why is the suitcase trembling in your grasp?" Unable to endure the spectacle any longer, Zhizhi swiftly seized the suitcase, exclaiming, "Let me handle this." In less than 3 seconds, she effortlessly placed it atop the bus. Afterward, she scrutinized Chu-Chi from head to toe, her silence conveying a palpable sense of disdain. Chi-chung and coughed discreetly, surprised by her strength, while also noting Chu-Chi's ineptitude in failing to lift even a girl-less suitcase. The suitcase was not substantial. How heavy could it possibly be? Ning Yue regarded Zhizhi with a smile. "I didn't realize you were so strong. You must exercise regularly." Zhizhi flexed her arm, showcasing her bicep. "I don't work out much. Perhaps it's just natural strength." Chu-Chi's expression darkened ominously. Zhizhi was indeed intentionally undermining him. Online discussions erupted regarding this incident. Some netizens criticized Chu-Chi for his apparent lack of strength, failing to surpass a woman's capabilities. Others defended him, suggesting the suitcase's contents were simply too heavy. Yet such explanations fell flat, as Zhizhi had effortlessly lifted the suitcase with ease. Isn't Chu-Chi often seen lifting weights? Surely that suitcase cannot weigh more than his iron weights. Could it be that he only goes to the gym for the sake of taking photographs? Indeed, a girl's suitcase cannot be measured by ordinary standards, yet this girl, Zhizhi, is undeniably strong and unafraid of offending Chu-Chi. She is merely looking for trouble, whether or not Chu-Chi provoked her. She seeks to create a scene herself. How could he not have provoked her? It was her sister, who went out to stir things up, and rounding it off. Isn't that just her too? Indeed. Did you not see Ning Yue's expression just now? She boldly declared her intention to come herself, yet he still dodged her hand. If that suitcase were to crash down, it wouldn't matter if he got hurt, but what of the innocent bystanders? I detest such men, utterly lacking in self-awareness. If you cannot lift it, then admit it. If it is too heavy, then let us lift it together. Yet they insist on showcasing their prowess, as if they think themselves so dashing. The last time I took the high-speed train, I encountered such a man. I appreciated his desire to assist, yet I knew my suitcase was heavy. I suggested we lift it together, but he stubbornly insisted on doing it alone, only for my suitcase to come crashing down, shattering all the bottles within and rendering my clothes unwearable, resulting in a loss of several thousand. I had no place to weep. Many girls have had similar experiences, faced with men who believe themselves charming while they attempt to show off in front of them. Though they claim to be helping, they can cause more harm than good. Even if the suitcase does not injure anyone, what of the damaged contents inside? Chapter 10, Retirement at 23. Zhizhi paid no heed to Chu-Chi's countenance. What was there to concern herself about? It was merely the act of moving a suitcase. Seated on the vehicle, Zhizhi began to feel drowsy once more, as Ning Yue had already laid down a tissue on her shoulder. The right shoulder had just gotten wet, and this time, the left shoulder must remain dry. Ha ha ha. Look at the young lady's actions and expressions. She has even laid a tissue on her shoulder, fearing that Zhizhi might drool again. To be honest, from the beginning until now, I have perceived a good relationship between these two sisters. Why are they portrayed online as being at odds? It's quite simple. People online love to exaggerate. They seize upon the slightest incident and blow it out of proportion. One is a biological daughter, and the other is an adopted daughter. They are akin to biological sisters. I truly cannot comprehend those who insist on distinguishing between genuine and false bonds. Exactly. Zhizhi has never concealed her status as an adopted daughter. Since her debut, everyone has known she is the adopted daughter of the Ning family. She has not deliberately hidden her identity. In truth, the original owner had wished to conceal it. Yet Ning father and Ning mother consistently maintained that she was merely the adopted daughter. Even when discussing her identity outside, they referred to her solely as such. The journey on the vehicle lasted a mere 2 hours, yet it was exceedingly bumpy. Zhizhi had intended to sleep, but was jolted awake. Those in the know understood this was a minibus. Those unaware might think we were on a pirate ship. The director truly is a talent. I wonder where he found such a dilapidated vehicle. I believe it is best to take the back roads. I fear this vehicle might fall apart on the highway. Director's group. If you remain silent, no one will consider you mute. The others were amused by Zhiji's jest, and Qi Qing'an remarked, in truth, the production team has taken this into consideration. The route we have taken has indeed been along back roads, likely out of fear that the vehicle might fall apart. Lu Zihao added, indeed, it would not be a trivial matter if it fell apart on the highway. We are participating in a lifestyle variety show, not an extreme adventure program. Each of them chimed in, causing the director's expression to shift dramatically. He indeed had such concerns. While this vehicle was not yet in a state of disrepair and could still travel on highways, they needed to ensure the safety of the guests, regardless of the situation. They could not afford any mishaps, which is why they opted for the village's back roads. Even if the vehicle encountered issues, it would likely not lead to significant trouble. After enduring 2 hours of jarring bumps, they finally arrived at the quaint fishing village. Gazing at the azure sky and cerulean sea before her, Zhizhi sighed, once I retire, I shall travel every day, staying here today and there tomorrow. Lu Qi inquired curiously, when do you plan to retire? Zhizhi replied, my intention is to retire at 23, but I cannot predict if any unforeseen circumstances will arise. I hope that none will. Retire at 23. You are only 22 now. Everyone stared at her in shock, including Qi Qing'an. He had thought this little girl would continue to make waves in the entertainment industry after the program, and he had intended to lend her a helping hand. After all, such an amusing person is rare, and her gaze is so pure. She speaks candidly and is refreshingly straightforward. Although Qi Qing'an is only 26, his mindset is already quite mature. Many fans refer to him as an old cadre. After years in the industry, he has maintained a spotless reputation, with no scandals whatsoever and a clean personal life. When not acting or promoting, he simply disappears, evading even the paparazzi. Seeing the astonished gazes of those around her, Zhizhi straightforwardly stated, in truth, the money I have now is sufficient for an ordinary person to live a lifetime. Moreover, my parents provide me with an allowance each month, and I own a house. With wealth and savings, why should I not retire? After saying this, she looked towards Ning Yue. Previously, I might have worried about the family business, but now I need not concern myself at all. I simply need to focus on enjoyment. For with my sister managing the family affairs, all is well. Ning Yue retorted, why do I feel as though I am merely doing your bidding? Don't be ridiculous. It is impossible for me to handle all the family matters alone. If you want to go out and have fun, that door is firmly shut. Zhizhi replied, I am merely an adopted daughter, and since childhood, I have only known how to play. I am not skilled in anything else. Ning Yue insisted, you can learn. An adopted daughter is still a daughter, and you are on the same household register as us.
Oh, I had completely forgotten about that.
Her household registration still remained with the Ning family. Zhizhi had never changed her name after being taken in. Her biological parents had given her the name Zhizhi, and the Ning family had no intention of renaming her. The first reason was to ensure she would not forget her biological parents, and the second was simply a matter of practicality. As they observed the two sisters begin to bicker, the director quickly interjected, we are about to allocate the living arrangements, so please refrain from arguing. You can settle your family matters when you return home. Who claimed that these two sisters had a poor relationship? He saw that it was quite the opposite. This was supposedly a lifestyle variety show, yet with 3 men and 3 women, it leaned somewhat towards a dating show. Otherwise, why gather 3 men and 3 women if not to form 3 pairs? There are 3 rooms here, each distinguished by a different colored ball, 6 in total. Those who draw the same color will stay together, regardless of gender. The director's intention was to mix and match couples, allowing for same-gender pairings as well. Everyone quickly drew their balls, and upon seeing the blue ball in her hand, Zhizhi glanced at the blue ball in Qi Qing'an's hand and sighed. Noticing her expression, Qi Qing'an chuckled. What is it? Are you sighing because you wish to stay with your sister? Hearing these words, Ning Yue turned her gaze as well. Although she and her sister had traveled together, sharing a living space felt far too intimate. They had never cohabitated before. Upon returning home, Zhizhi had moved out. Zhizhi shook her head, expressing indifference about whom she lived with, but lamented her concerns regarding the house. This blue dwelling corresponded to a thatched cottage, and she had never slept in such a place before. She had heard that it often rained by the sea, and she pondered how one might rest if rain were to fall at night. Among the 3 houses, One was a dreamlike princess's chamber, another a charming wooden abode. And the one they had chosen was the thatched cottage, which seemed an unfortunate twist of fate. Chapter 11. What a fine poem. Isn't it just a thatched cottage?
Why are you so troubled by it?
Your partner is Qi Qing'an. This sister must be quite straightforward. Qi Qing'an actually initiated a conversation with her. Yet her worries revolve around the potential for leaks in the house. The online audience was genuinely impressed by Yan Zhiji's thought process. After all, Qi Qing'an was a top-tier male idol with no scandals. Living with him, who could complain, even if it meant residing in a thatched cottage or beside the road? Qi Qing'an, upon hearing Yan Zhiji's words, glanced at the photo of their house, which indeed appeared rather rudimentary, especially when compared to the others.
No worries.
We can reinforce the house when the time comes, and it might not even rain, he reassured her. Yan Zhiji shook her head, her tone laden with meaning. You simply do not understand the weather by the sea. She had meticulously checked the forecast before arriving, knowing that one moment the sun might shine brightly, and the next, stormy winds could arise. Ning Yue and Chu Qi were assigned to a group together. Upon seeing Yan Zhiji's dilapidated thatched cottage, Ning Yue frowned, questioning how anyone could possibly reside in such a place. However, as this arrangement was dictated by the production team, she chose to remain silent. After all, participating in someone else's program required adherence to their rules. All right, everyone, please go ahead and drop off your luggage, the director announced. The production team was particularly satisfied with the arrangements for each group, as they were all unexpectedly delightful. Yan Zhiji sighed, lamenting her bad luck in selecting the blue ball among the three colors, cursing her own hand in the process. She lightly slapped her left hand and murmured to herself, her voice too soft to be captured. Yet Qi Qing'an heard her clearly. Why did you choose blue? Wouldn't another color have been better? It was Qi Qing'an's first encounter with someone who scolded their own hand, and he found her quite amusing. Come on, let me help you with your suitcase, he offered, taking the initiative to grab Yan Zhiji's bag. She did not refuse, but politely thanked him. Each participant had their own camera, and now 6 live streaming rooms had been opened, with Qi Qing'an's room boasting the largest audience. Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi were old friends and engaged in lively conversation throughout the journey. Conversely, the other 2 groups were painfully awkward. Ning Yue, typically aloof with unfamiliar individuals, found herself enduring Chu Qi's incessant chatter about trivial matters. Ning Yue, I think you have a great image. Why not give the entertainment industry a try? If Yan Zhiji can do it, so can you. Are you tired? Let me handle the room later. You should rest. Listening to these bothersome remarks, Ning Yue furrowed her brow but ultimately chose silence. She could discern that Chu Qi harbored some discontent towards Yan Zhiji, as her words subtly targeted her. Ning Yue was aware that Yan Zhiji had likely offended many in the entertainment circle, but her research indicated that she merely had the temper of a spoiled heiress and had never actively sought to antagonize others, her worst offense being her occasional bad mood. Moreover, she and Chu Qi had no connection whatsoever. They had never even shared the same stage. Viewers in the live stream also picked up on the strange dynamic, except for Chu Qi's admirers, who believed their idol to be quite considerate. Isn't Chu Qi a bit misguided? Ning Yue is clearly irritated, yet he continues to prattle on. Doesn't he know how to read the room? With his obsequious demeanor, does he really think someone like her would take interest in him? What are you saying? Our brother is just showing concern for the girls. Yes, merely commenting because he noticed Ning Yue seemed tired. And if neither of them spoke, it would be awkward. Is that so? But I don't find it awkward at all. Look at Yan Zhiji and Qi Qing'an. They aren't talking, yet their atmosphere is hilariously entertaining. Indeed, Yan Zhiji and Qi Qing'an journeyed in silence, as if they were mute. As Yan Zhiji sighed while walking, Qi Qing'an mistakenly assumed her distress was about the house. Observing Qi Qing'an's occasional glances towards Yan Zhiji, the viewers were nearly in stitches. It was the first time they had seen him so affected by someone else's expression. Typically, people were the ones gauging his mood. Yet here he was, seemingly attuned to hers. Their house was the farthest from the others, and gazing at the thatched cottage before them. With the wind stirring the straw on the roof, Yan Zhiji suddenly recalled a line of poetry. In August, the autumn wind rages, sweeping away the thatch atop my house. She recited the lines with palpable emotion, perhaps reflecting her genuine feelings at that moment. After finishing her poetic lament, Yan Zhiji turned to Qi Qing'an. I've expressed my sentiments. Do you have any reflections to share? Qi Qing'an replied, Is this part of a new task from the production team? Must we lament upon reaching our house? He then gave a thumbs up to Yan Zhiji, earnestly commenting, What a fine poem. The director's team chuckled at their interaction, amused by Qi Qing'an's enthusiastic support. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Look at Qi Qing'an's expression throughout. It's as if he is asking, "What is happening? What should I be doing?" Ultimately, he could only give her a thumbs up. Indeed, he looks utterly perplexed, yet he can't let Zhizhi feel awkward, so he resorts to a thumbs up. Ha ha ha, don't you find the chemistry between them amusing? One is a straightforward, quirky beauty, and the other a serious, aloof heartthrob, two seemingly incompatible individuals. Yet their dynamic is undeniably entertaining. Zhizhi was also charmed by Qi Qing'an's demeanor. It appeared that this esteemed actor was rather easygoing, albeit a tad too earnest, which could be seen as a virtue. Upon entering the thatched cottage, they were both taken aback by the environment. The interior was a mess of mud and sand, adorned with what looked like antique pots and pans, prompting Zhizhi to retract the foot she had just stepped in with. Where did the director find such a plethora of antiques? Are we meant to recreate archaeological artifacts in here? Strangely enough, if they were to lie down in this space wearing traditional attire, the ambience would fit perfectly. Qi Qing'an sighed and rolled up his sleeves. Let's self-tidy this place up a bit, otherwise there won't even be a spot to stand. Chapter 12. The Little Yellow Duck Raincoat. Zhizhi opened her suitcase and, under Qi Qing'an's puzzled gaze, pulled out 2 sets of plastic clothing. Observing the little yellow duck raincoats, Qi Qing'an was utterly baffled by her intentions. I'll wear this while cleaning. The mud here is relentless, and it's hard to wash off if it stains my clothes. As she donned the attire, Qi Qing'an watched, astounded by this unexpected transformation. Gazing at another set of plastic attire, Qi Qing'an felt a deep-seated reluctance within. Although he generally remained indifferent toward most things, he still held a certain regard for his own image. While donning an ordinary plastic outfit might not pose an issue, the sight of this little yellow duck was something he found truly hard to accept. Observing Qi Qing'an frozen in place, Zhizhi decided not to press him further. After all, she had already presented the outfit. If he wished to wear it, he could, and if not, she would not impose. She slipped on the yellow duck hat and began tidying up. Qi Qing'an stood still for a while, ultimately sighing and putting it on. Thus, the duo, one large and one small, resembling 2 little ducks, commenced their busy tasks. The outfit was somewhat oversized, and, from the perspective of the drone above, they truly appeared as 2 ducks in motion. Haha, I adore this outfit. It's quite practical for cleaning, as it prevents dust from clinging. I must check the price immediately. I just looked it up on a certain shopping platform, and it's quite affordable. Only a few dozen bucks for the same yellow duck style. Then hurry and purchase it. This is a Qi Qing'an exclusive. Honestly, I never expected Qi Qing'an to wear it alongside her. They say silliness can be contagious. It's only the first day. And I'm starting to worry about Qi Qing'an's image moving forward. You all continue chatting here. I'm off to shower. The little yellow ducks are almost sold out. The seller of the yellow duck plastic raincoat was utterly bewildered by the sudden surge in orders. Was the platform malfunctioning? Why were there so many purchases for the yellow duck raincoat all at once? In no time, it was sold out. The sales of this raincoat had generally been poor, typically purchased by parents for their children. The raincoats came in small, medium, and large sizes, with the small size selling slightly better. The larger and medium sizes had hardly any buyers. Adults found the design too childish, preferring transparent options over such cartoonish styles.
Now,
all sizes of the yellow duck were completely sold out, while other designs like the little frog and flowers sold a few, but not nearly as well as the yellow duck. Many people commented on his page, urging him to produce more yellow duck raincoats. From the comments, he learned about the trend sparked by the variety show. Unbeknownst to them, Zhizhi and Qi Qing'an had ignited a wave of raincoat fervor. The two worked quite efficiently, tidying up the space within half an hour, primarily due to its small size, which made the task more manageable. Qi Qing'an gazed at the little duck before him, puzzled, and inquired, "Why would you bring such an outfit in your suitcase?" Zhizhi raised her eyebrows with a sense of pride, replying, "This is what I call foresight. The seaside often experiences rain and wind. Carrying an umbrella can easily lead to it being blown away. A raincoat is much more convenient, and it can also be worn while cleaning, truly multifunctional." Qi Qing'an couldn't help but chuckle at her smug demeanor. Indeed, it was a versatile piece. One might say it was a case of being prepared for unforeseen circumstances. "Perhaps during this week, I may need your assistance, as I only brought an umbrella." Zhizhi waved her hand dismissively, cheerfully saying, "No problem. I'll gift you this raincoat. Fortunately, I bought 2 large sizes, Otherwise, you wouldn't fit into one. Standing at 168 meters, she barely reached his shoulder, as he stood at least 188 meters tall. With broad shoulders, a narrow waist, long legs, and a striking face, he truly was a paragon of human perfection. Suddenly, Zhizhi recalled the male lead, who had yet to make an appearance, presumably named Gu Ming. She pondered who was more handsome and superior, Gu Ming or Qi Qing'an. The thatched cottage comprised 2 rooms. Zhizhi occupied the inner room, while Qi Qing'an resided in the outer room, with cooking done in the outdoor shed. Observing the disheveled appearance of the two, the director approached with a sly smile. You two have worked hard. Lunch is ready. Here is the task card. You can choose your dining destination based on the tasks. Upon receiving the task card, Zhizhi was taken aback by the complexity of the destination. The card featured a map, filled with twists and turns, causing her to feel a headache. Despite her many strengths, she had one glaring flaw. She was directionally challenged, often needing to spin around in place just to ascertain her location, and even then, she might not navigate correctly thereafter. Turning to Qi Qing'an beside her, Zhizhi earnestly asked, "Are you good with directions?" Qi Qing'an nodded, prompting her to promptly hand him the task card. "Since it's your task, you should read the map. I'm not great with directions, and I fear I might lead you astray." Qi Qing'an had no objections, and the two tidied up briefly before setting off. The other 2 groups were also en route. However, the atmosphere in the group of Ning Yue and Chu Qi was rather tense. During their cleaning efforts, Chu Qi consistently sought to showcase himself, competing with Ning Yue for every task, all the while pretending it was for her benefit. Ning Yue had high standards for cleanliness. While she could tolerate a simple living space, it absolutely could not be dirty. The level of cleanliness Chu Qi achieved fell far short of her standards. Yet he remained blissfully unaware, convinced he was performing admirably. Finally, Ning Yue could no longer tolerate it and stated, "I truly appreciate your willingness to help with the cleaning, but it's really not necessary. I have high standards for cleanliness and prefer to clean myself." After saying this, she wiped the table that Chu Qi had just cleaned, and the dust on the paper was glaringly evident. Chu Qi's face darkened at her words, yet he didn't want to show his displeasure on camera. So he merely suppressed his frustration. In the live broadcast room, Chu Qi's fans expressed their sympathy for him. So, after just being found, she's already throwing a fit like a spoiled princess? Chu Qi is merely looking after the girl. His kindness is not an obligation. Was it really necessary for her to say that? Just because she has a little status, she is starting to act like a diva. I felt some sympathy for her, but now I have none left. Yet, some defended Ning Yue. I don't believe Ning Yue did anything wrong. She never asked for help, and it was Chu Qi who was self-initiating. Exactly. Wanting to appear capable but lacking the skill to clean properly. If I were Ning Yue, I'd be speechless too. Chapter 13. Following the navigation never goes wrong. Ning Yue paid no heed to Chu Qi, nor did she care about his thoughts. She meticulously cleaned the room from top to bottom, her movements skillful. "I've tidied up your side as well. You can just take out your things," Ning Yue stated, not distinguishing between their tasks. Since they were cleaning, they might as well do it together. Dividing the work seemed too cumbersome. Chu Qi observed the immaculate room alongside his own bed, his expression brightening considerably. Ning Yue was simply that kind of person. Her actions were not directed at him, and he had already concocted a justification in his mind. Among the 3 groups, only Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi's livestream was harmonious, as they had been friends for many years, and their fans were aware of their playful dynamic. Now, everyone had received their task cards, and were preparing to find a place for lunch. Zhizhi followed Qi Qing'an as they turned in circles, having walked for nearly 10 minutes without arriving at their destination. Observing Qi Qing'an's serious expression, Zhizhi inquired, "Is our dining location really this far? Why have we been walking for so long without reaching it?" Qi Qing'an, his hand holding the map becoming slightly clammy, awkwardly replied, "I'm not entirely sure. I'm following the map." The viewers in the live stream were equally perplexed. Ultimately, the camera focused on the map. The directing team even created a short video marking their location and the dining spot, revealing they were heading in the completely opposite direction. Is Qi Qing'an also directionally challenged? Seeing him so confident, I assumed he had a good sense of direction, but unexpectedly, he completely led someone astray. This duo of directionally challenged individuals is truly remarkable. Both possess intelligent faces, yet why do their actions appear so foolish? The directing team was left speechless. They had marked the route exceptionally clearly, allowing them to reach their destination in under 5 minutes by simply following the signs. Observing the two straying further away, the director covered his face in frustration and exclaimed, "Hurry and bring them back. If they keep wandering, they'll exit the village." Upon witnessing the production team retrieve the two, the audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Their expressions were particularly amusing, with Zhizhi looking exasperated and Qi Qing'an appearing utterly innocent. Gazing at his handsome face, Zhizhi ultimately sighed, realizing she couldn't stay mad at someone who looked so charming. "You didn't mention you were lost. I thought you were familiar with the map." Qi Qing'an, scratching his nose, replied somewhat sheepishly, "But you said you were lost too." "I thought I would manage just fine. I've never gone wrong following the GPS while driving." Zhizhi was left speechless.
Ha ha ha.
That's a compelling excuse. I could also find a reason to refute my boyfriend's claim that I'm directionally challenged. At least I've never gone wrong following the GPS while driving. Oh no. Qi Qing'an is increasingly aligning himself with Zhizhi. What happened to my aloof idol? Zhizhi, observing Qi Qing'an's earnest response, patiently explained, "The GPS in the car is quite different from this map. The GPS provides voice instructions, clearly indicating when to turn left or right, while this map lacks such guidance. I suddenly feel like we were paired together solely for our inability to navigate." Comforting her, Qi Qing'an replied, "It's not that dire. This is a travel variety show, after all. The production team will guide us. We shouldn't have to navigate on our own." His certainty only heightened Zhizhi's unease. "You really shouldn't say that. The more you insist, the more I feel there will be a navigation task later." The production team chuckled, "Hee, just wait. We have something in store for you." By the time they arrived, the other two groups had nearly finished their meals. The first meal prepared was box lunches, which, surprisingly, were quite tasty, featuring seafood rice. Zhizhi savored her meal heartily. Having been famished after a long morning, Qi cast a disdainful glance at her and remarked, "At least try to maintain some decorum. You are a female celebrity after all. Isn't this an eyesore?" Upon hearing this, Zhizhi retorted, "What I eat, and how is none of your concern. We are at the seaside. If it bothers you, just don't look." You are utterly unreasonable," he continued, "having grown up in a wealthy family. How can you lack any grace? Your mannerisms and speech are so crude. It's no wonder you were cast out." Qi Qing'an calmly interjected, "Mind your own business. It's best to refrain from meddling in others' affairs." Qi's face turned as if a pallet had been overturned. Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi were merely spectators, their eyes sparkling with excitement. This is a paid show of drama. If there are similar programs in the future, we must come back. Qi truly has a problem. From start to finish, he has targeted Zhizhi. What has she done to deserve his disdain? It's obvious, he is trying to curry favor with the real heiress. These two are not genuine. He diminishes the faux heiress to please the true one, but it seems the true heiress isn't too impressed. Even with Qi acting this way, his fans remain steadfastly loyal. I wonder what those women are thinking. Your brother is so blatantly trying to please another woman, yet you still defend him. Truly broad-minded. Why is Qi Qing'an defending Zhizhi? Could he be interested in her? And if he is, what of it? She is attractive and has a delightful personality. With both a beautiful exterior and an intriguing soul, is it not normal for someone to be drawn to her? Nonsense. How could Qi Qing'an possibly like Zhizhi? She must be deliberately enticing him. She is undoubtedly a vixen. The staff watched the online debates unfold, nearly bursting with laughter. Let them argue. The more they quarrel, the more popular our show becomes. Qi felt utterly stifled during the meal, as no one sided with him. Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi were merely there for entertainment, while Ning Yue remained aloof, saying nothing. Moreover, when did Zhizhi and Qi Qing'an grow so close? Hadn't they just recently been paired together? How had they become so familiar in such a short time? Chapter 14. Ultraman to the rescue. The production team ignored their conflicts, hoping for even more discord, believing that more conflict would generate more buzz, and more buzz would lead to a successful show. However, the primary concern now was to take a break. It was time for a midday rest, and new tasks awaited them afterward. Dear guests, you may return to your quarters for a rest. A task card will be distributed at 3 o'clock, with new challenges awaiting you. Finally able to rest, Zhizhi yawned. After a satisfying meal, drowsiness set in, especially since she hadn't slept well that morning, leading her to truly feel exhausted. However, one issue remained. Do you remember the way back? Zhizhi asked Qi Qing'an earnestly. He responded with a blank expression. Sighing, she suggested, "Shall we just sleep here?" The other two groups had already left, leaving them behind, dazed. Since they were not leaving, the production team could not take a break either. And as the two were lost, the director and staff decided to send someone to guide them back. Teacher Yen, Teacher Chi, let me take you back. Upon hearing this, the two sprang to their feet in unison, their expressions mirroring one another. Thank you so much. Zhizhi suddenly felt the production team demonstrated a bit of humanity, not leaving them to sleep outside.
Huffed.
Who are they trying to make laugh? Neither of them knows the way. In the end, they still need the production team to guide them back. I can't even imagine what would happen if they truly ended up together. How would they manage to go out? You're overthinking it. Even if Mars collided with Earth, these two would never be together. Setting aside issues of status, they wouldn't even clear that hurdle. Exactly. Chi Chang'an is not just an award-winning actor, he is also a scion of a wealthy family, the sole heir of the Chi family. He only entered the entertainment industry for fun. Once he has had his fill, he will return to inherit the family business. As for Zhizhi, her status was barely acceptable when the true heiress was absent, but now that the Chi family is back, the disparity is even more pronounced. The online debates spiraled into discussions about their respective statuses, with many expressing curiosity about Chi Chang'an's family background. They even trended on social media. Chi Chang'an, the wealthy heir, will return to inherit the family business after his fun. With someone leading the way, they returned to their accommodations in under 5 minutes. Navigating through the labyrinthine paths was indeed quite bothersome. Zhizhi could hardly recall the number of turns they had taken. The distance may not have been extensive, yet the complexity of the route was undeniable, with so many bends to maneuver. Inside the thatched cottage, cameras were set up, thus there was no cameraman tailing them, as he would only accompany them during outdoor shoots. It was time to rest early, for the afternoon's tasks remained a mystery, and with the clock striking 1:30, they had merely an hour and a half to recuperate. Chi Chang'an glanced at his watch. If they had not lost their way, they would have arrived by 12:30 for lunch, finishing their meal within 10 minutes, and returned before 1 o'clock. However, they found themselves dawdling until 1:30. Zhizhi yawned and waved her hand, urging everyone to rest, exclaiming how utterly fatigued she felt, and advised him to retire early as well. Watching Zhizhi retreat to her room and close the door, Chi Chang'an covered the camera and began to change into a sleeping attire. During this napping period, the number of viewers in the live stream gradually dwindled. After all, there was little to behold while one slumbered, and everyone usually shielded the camera with cloth during sleep. Oh, but there was one exception. After washing up and changing into fresh clothes, Zhizhi flung herself onto the bed, oblivious to whether the camera was still on. She had merely rinsed herself in the restroom and donned a new pair of white socks, which were somewhat thin, revealing the color of the money beneath. In the sweltering summer, her socks were indeed on the thinner side, especially being white. What pattern does her sock have? Why does the bottom appear red? Could it be that her foot is bleeding? Surely not. It's likely not an injury if she were hurt. Do you think she could sleep so soundly? It must just be the color of the socks. The audience merely speculated about the socks, without questioning their contents. The main point was that Zhizhi was exceedingly meticulous. She arranged her money neatly, ensuring even if it lay beneath her feet, it remained orderly. Moreover, her feet were symmetrical. She had hidden a total of 600 yuan, with 300 on each side. At 3 o'clock, Zhizhi was roused from her slumber by a knock on the door. Zhizhi, it's time to get up. We must depart, Chi Chang'an announced. Already packed and donned in a fresh outfit, Zhizhi groggily clambered out of bed and opened the door. Chi Chang'an had not anticipated her swift response. He intended to knock again but ended up tapping her forehead instead, producing a dull sound. Chi Chang'an. Zhizhi. Rubbing her forehead, she remarked, "Don't knock, I'm awake." Chi Chang'an chuckled at her, noting how familiar the voice sounded, and urged her to change quickly, as the director's team was ready to transport them. Presumably, the director's team was wary of their notorious lack of direction, with their propensity for getting lost. The afternoon's activities would likely be futile. Are we heading to the beach this afternoon? Chi Chang'an nodded, affirming, yes, so be sure to apply sunscreen generously, otherwise you might get sunburned. The afternoon sun would be intense. Even he had prepared ample sun protection, initially planning to wear a short-sleeve shirt. But after stepping outside for a moment, he promptly returned to don a long-sleeve shirt instead. The sun was indeed scorching. All right, wait for me a moment. I'll prepare right away. After closing the door, Zhizhi immediately rummaged through her suitcase. The viewers in the live stream suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Do you remember the item Zhizhi brought? The Ultraman? She just asked if we're going to the beach. I suddenly have a bad feeling about this. She's already digging through her suitcase. Once she retrieved the Ultraman-themed facial mask, Zhizhi slathered herself with a thick layer of sunscreen, donned the mask over her head, and pulled out her salted egg yolk sunglasses. Observing this unrecognizable figure, the audience was left speechless. Chapter 15. The Cunning Laughter. Qi Qing'an waited at the door, and when Zhizhi opened it, he was met with the sight of her. Gazing at the Ultraman mask, Qi Qing'an felt an unprecedented sense of disbelief. You. Qi Qing'an opened his mouth, yet ultimately said nothing. Zhizhi adjusted her headgear and declared, "Let us go. The sun is blazing. Do you want to borrow one of my masks?" She had brought several, both cartoonish and realistic, and rather coincidentally, the realistic one bore Qi Qing'an's likeness. As she pondered, Zhizhi dashed back inside, saying, "Wait for me. I'll be right back." Qi Qing'an attempted to refuse, but she swiftly silenced him. Although he typically did not place much emphasis on appearances, he truly did not need that.
Moments later, Zhizhi emerged.
Wielding a mask featuring Qi Qing'an's face, and casually handed him a pair of sunglasses. "Here you go. I thought the person depicted on this mask was quite handsome. I didn't expect it to be. What a coincidence." Staring at the mask in his hands, Qi Qing'an. The expression on Qi Qing'an's face left both the director's team and the audience in stitches. I've never seen this expression on Qi Qing'an before. Zhizhi is truly a talent. Qi Qing'an's inner monologue. "Do you see me wanting to speak? Didn't you notice my look of utter disbelief? I just want to know if Qi Qing'an will wear this mask. If he does, his fans might just explode." As a fan of Qi Qing'an, I assure you we want to explode and are genuinely grateful to Zhizhi for allowing us to see a different side of him. Hurry up and put it on. I'm ready to screenshot. Noticing Qi Qing'an's immobility, Zhizhi sensed his discomfort. "If you don't want to wear it, that's fine, but it might be beneficial since the sun is so strong outside. Exposing your skin directly could lead to sunburn. We still have a week here. And this is only day one." Glancing at the mask in her hands and then at the blazing sun outside, Qi Qing'an chose self-preservation over vanity. Shortly thereafter, the two of them, akin to legendary figures, appeared on the beach. One, a curvaceous beauty, unmistakably stunning, yet adorned with the Ultraman mask. The other, broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted, and long-legged. A strikingly handsome figure, yet wearing a distorted mask of Qi Qing'an's face.
See?
Isn't it more comfortable with this on? I specifically selected a material that feels cool against the skin. Zhizhi was quite pleased with her choice. Qi Qing'an let out a slight sigh. Well, at least he had someone to share the embarrassment with. What was there to be picky about at this point? The members of the Qi family watching in the live stream were utterly dumbfounded. Mrs. Qi gazed at her son, stripped of any semblance of dignity, and cast a dubious glance at her husband. "Is this truly my son? Are you certain he hasn't been possessed?" Mr. Qi, hearing his wife's words, was left speechless. Perhaps she should read fewer novels. However, they had genuinely never seen their son like this. He had always been particular about everything since childhood. Acting had improved him somewhat, but only when he was in character. This variety show was something they had pressured him into participating in, primarily because Mrs. Qi was quite fond of Zhizhi's visage. If the two of them were to unite, how exquisite their offspring would undoubtedly be. As for the concerns circulating online regarding Zhizhi's character, if her demeanor were truly unsatisfactory, it is certain that her son would not be interested. Hence, it is inconsequential. Should he find her appealing, it would imply that her character is indeed commendable, rendering the online chatter mere fabrications. Nevertheless, it appears that the son is quite pleased with this young lady, and the harmonious aura they exude together is inexplicably delightful. When Lu Zihao and Ning Yue arrived at the scene, they were at a loss for words upon witnessing the two. Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi struggled to suppress their laughter, their faces flushed with mirth. Utterly astonished that the esteemed Qingdi would engage in such playful antics alongside Zhizhi, Ning Yue regarded the Ultraman-themed girl with a hint of exasperation. "Did you truly bring that along? Aren't celebrities supposed to value their on-camera appearances? You haven't even shown your face." It was the first time Ning Yue had expressed such concern for Zhizhi with an extended conversation. Zhizhi adjusted her egg yolk-colored glasses nonchalantly and replied, "Why should I care? If they want to film, let them. If not, so be it. Besides, don't we all have our own streaming channels? Those who appreciate me will watch me there, and I have no intention of forcing anyone who doesn't." The most crucial aspect is that after participating in this show, she could retire from the limelight. When the production team announced the task, They couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of this duo resembling legendary heroes. Even the way they read the task was laced with amusement. Next, we will engage in a sandbag game. One team will defend while the other two teams will attack. The team that survives the longest will emerge victorious, earning 3 points, while the second team will receive 1 point. And the team with the shortest survival time will earn no points. These points can be exchanged for dinner and various items needed later. So, let us all give it our utmost effort. Let's go. The sandbag game is on. This is her forte. Zhizhi excitedly pulled Qi Qing'an into a stretching routine, emphasizing the necessity of warming up before exertion to avoid injuries. Qi Qing'an nodded, his expression concealed by his mask. The other two teams mimicked their movements, while Chu Qi cast a shadowy glance at Zhizhi. The first team comprised Lu Qiqi and Lu Zihao, with the other two teams positioned on either side to attack. Zhizhi chuckled mischievously, her laughter carrying an inexplicably cunning tone. Lu Zihao, gazing at his childhood idol, emitted a sly chuckle, his expression profoundly complex.
Zhizhi.
You're wearing an Ultraman mask. Could you not undermine its heroic image? Ultraman stands for justice and would never emit such devious laughter. His words elicited laughter from everyone. Even Qi Qing'an turned to Zhizhi, who earnestly declared, "Rest assured, I shall uphold Ultraman's image with utmost care." However, her assurance only deepened their skepticism. The veracity of her words seemed dubious, and they grew increasingly concerned for Ultraman's reputation. Chapter 16. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. The audience echoed their lamentations. My childhood idol. My Ultraman. Zhizhi is bent on destroying my childhood. I can hardly fathom what she might do or say using my idol's visage. She is intent on obliterating the light of my youth. When my brother saw Ultraman, he was overjoyed, but upon hearing that laugh, his face fell instantly. I fear the light within him has been extinguished. Ha ha ha, Zhizhi single-handedly made everyone lose faith in the light. How impressive. The sandbag competition commenced, and Zhizhi displayed gentleness towards the girls, yet her approach to the boys was undeniably fierce and precise. As soon as the sandbags were in her possession, her focus turned entirely to Lu Zihao. She struck rapidly, sending one sandbag after another his way. In this competition, the format was not a back-and-forth exchange, but rather a deluge of sandbags aimed at the two defenders, with 4 players tasked to target them.
Hey.
Zhizhi. I don't recall wronging you. Why are you fixated on attacking me? Lu Zihao narrowly dodged a sandbag, his expression still marked by shock. The other 3 players approached leisurely, while Zhizhi unleashed a barrage akin to a machine gun, swift and relentless. Well, I can't bring myself to strike a girl. Surely, you can't expect me to attack a lady, she calmly stated. Lu Zihao retorted, but you're a girl too. What's wrong with hitting her? Zhizhi innocently replied. Precisely because I am a girl, I must protect the other girls. Once you are out, I shall leisurely deal with her. The others chimed in. So your protection merely prolongs her demise. Is that it? In a swift moment, Zhizhi seized an opportunity and hurled a sandbag with all her might. The scene abruptly fell silent as the sandbag struck Lu Zihao in a most sensitive area. Zhizhi gasped. Qi Qing'an was taken aback. The others were left speechless. Your aim is quite precise. Lu Zihao knelt on the ground, covering his face with his hands, utterly unwilling to rise. The pain was negligible, but the humiliation was overwhelming. Seeing him remain on the ground, Zhizhi hurried over, concerned. Are you alright? I truly did not intend to hit you there. Her throw had been casual, entirely unintentional. Everyone gathered around, including members of the production team. If he were genuinely injured there, it would be a significant issue. Surrounded by the crowd, Lu Zihao muttered, I'm fine. Just immensely embarrassed. Gazing at Zhizhi, adorned with an Ultraman mask, his expression twisted further. You have utterly shattered my idol in my heart. Zhizhi could only respond with silence. In the streaming room, viewers were left dumbfounded by the dramatic turn of events. Lu Zihao's fans erupted in outrage. Zhizhi did that on purpose. Does she even understand the concept of restraint? Get her out of this show. She's truly repugnant. If something were to happen to Lu Zihao, she would ruin his life. The comments section was flooded with vitriol, and even the production team found it hard to bear. No one had anticipated such an occurrence. They had calculated the weight and force of the sandbags to ensure they were harmless, leaving no marks whatsoever. Their commitment to safety was paramount, wary of any potential mishaps. The director felt responsible and urged the moderation of comments, acknowledging their culpability in allowing this game to unfold. After a moment, Lu Zihao stood up, his face marked by pain, aware that the incident would worry his fans and reflect poorly on Zhizhi. He earnestly addressed the camera, "Please don't be concerned. I am perfectly fine and not injured. The trajectory of the sandbags is unpredictable, so kindly do not place blame on Zhizhi. It's just a game. Let's not take it to heart." Lu Zihao's explanation indeed restored some rationality among the audience. Indeed, this game is uncontrollable, and the production team must have considered the inherent dangers involved. The sandbags are quite small and should not inflict significant harm. Zhizhi appears rather slender and likely lacks considerable strength. I too found the recent outbursts of criticism excessively fervent. If one chooses to participate in this program, one must be prepared to engage fully. Why come if one cannot bear the consequences? While those harsh remarks certainly diminished Lu Zihua's favorability, he remains a commendable individual. Zhizhi graciously bowed to the camera, acknowledging her mistakes and carelessness. Ning Yue frowned as she observed it all. Why must a game escalate to such extremes, necessitating a public apology? The unpredictability of the game was inherent. Being struck by a sandbag is quite a normal occurrence. Suddenly, Lu Zihua felt the piercing gaze of the young lady directed at him. Oh no! Had he inadvertently offended her? Her fans would surely lash out at Zhizhi, and she was likely defending her sister's honor. With Lu Zihua eliminated, Lu Qiqi did not linger long either. They had managed to endure for a mere 5 minutes. Reflecting on this brief duration, both sighed, with Lu Zihua feeling particularly disheartened. Being despised by the young lady over those precious 5 minutes was truly disheartening. The second group consisted of Ning Yue and her team. Regardless of what transpired, it should be viewed as part of the game, and one must be prepared to accept the consequences. Ning Yue addressed the camera, stating that she hoped it would not escalate beyond the realm of entertainment. For a game is just that, a game. Her words effectively curtailed Chu Qi's intentions of using the sandbag game to torment fans and incite them against Zhizhi. The young lady is correct. If one cannot handle the game, one ought not to play. How painful can a sandbag truly be? It seemed as though the young lady was defending her sister. The fervor of Lu Zihua's fans was indeed frightening.
Look.
Lu Zihua and Zhizhi are trending. Their game was accompanied by a video clip circulating online. In it, Zhizhi, with a swift motion, flung a sandbag that struck Lu Zihua in the lower body, leaving him in a state of disbelief as he knelt on the ground, unsure of whether to cover himself or not. The comedic effect was palpable, though it may have been quite embarrassing for those involved. That sandbag does not appear particularly large, so Lu Zihua's brother should be fine. The physical impact may be minimal, but the psychological ramifications could be significant, especially since his childhood idol dealt him such a blow.
Puffed.
His childhood idol? The reputation of Ultraman is now at stake. This incident was rapidly gaining traction online, yet within the confines of the show, they remained blissfully unaware of the comments circulating. Zhizhi and Qi Qing'an exhibited an extraordinary synergy. Since Qi Qing'an's aim with the pillow was lacking, he took on the role of handing Zhizhi the sandbags, while she unleashed her prowess with such speed that her hands appeared to leave after images. Lu Zihua and Lu Qiqi stood by, utterly astonished. Lu Qiqi tugged at Lu Zihua's sleeve and whispered, "I feel like this game doesn't really require us at all." Lu Zihua nodded in agreement. Indeed. It seemed Zhizhi alone was sufficient to dominate everyone. Ning Yue was eliminated rather early, leaving only Chu Qi to struggle valiantly. As he dodged, his face contorted in a mix of frustration and desperation, for Zhizhi seemed to predict his every move, wherever he attempted to evade. The sandbag was always a second ahead, forcing him to constantly adjust his actions. The sight of Chu Qi writhing in the circle was nearly comical, leaving the staff in fits of laughter. This idol had likely never experienced such a moment of humiliation. Zhizhi was indeed a remarkable talent. Watching Chu Qi's exaggerated movements, Lu Qiqi longed to play some music, lamenting the absence of her phone. Zhizhi, growing weary, demonstrated the agility typical of a singer-dancer. As her movements began to slow, Chu Qi, mistaking this for weakness, gleefully declared, "Give up. You lack the strength to hit me now." No sooner had he spoken than a sandbag struck him squarely on the head. All eyes turned to Qi Qing'an, who brushed the sand from his hands and calmly remarked, "I am partnered with Zhizhi. If she is fatigued, I still have strength." Zhizhi gave him a thumbs up, impressed. The image of her giving a thumbs up soon became a popular meme, captioned as the idol's praise. After all, who could forget that Ultraman was a childhood idol for many? I suddenly feel as though Qi Qing'an is somewhat of a dark horse. How did he manage to hit Chu-Chi when his aim had been so poor previously? You call that a dark horse? Qi Qing'an merely seized an opportunity. Everyone was in motion and Chu-Chi was stationary. Such a large target would be hard to miss. While you ponder over Qi Qing'an's potential dark horse status, I am more concerned about Chu-Chi. Was anyone recording his earlier antics? They were utterly absurd. He must still remember that he is an idol. Those movements were so bizarre, paired with his twisted and distressed expression, I cannot even begin to describe it. I can only hope his fans are faring better. As it turned out, Chu-Chi's fans were not doing well at all. A significant portion of his fanbase comprised admirers of his looks and performance. Yet within just a day of participating in the show, many had deserted him. After all, in this program, his attractiveness offered him no advantage. The allure created by heavy makeup was entirely lost in this setting. Who attends a variety show wearing stage makeup? Meanwhile, the departure of his female fans stemmed from the very dance he performed. A man who could twist and turn more seductively than they could severely undermine the image they held of him. In their eyes, he was a heroic figure, strong and devoted, unthinkable to possess such a demeanor, especially when coupled with that distraught expression. While one could argue that female fans were typically loyal, their loyalty could be quite fickle. One never knew when they might leave. Let them go. Chu-Chi's image in my mind has completely shattered. He used to dote on Ning Yue, and I might have found an excuse for him, but now his looks have faltered, and that heroic image has crumbled. I genuinely do not know how to support him any longer. In comparison to others, he does seem less attractive. How did I ever think he was so handsome on stage? On the very first day of participating in the variety show, he had already lost tens of thousands of fans. Truly remarkable. Chu-Chi's manager was on the verge of a breakdown. They had entered this variety show to solidify and expand their fanbase, only to witness such a mass exodus. Quickly, we need damage control. Remove the trending topics. Chu-Chi's seductive persona had become utterly irrelevant. The trending topic soon claimed the top spot, and upon viewing the video, Chu-Chi's manager nearly fainted from disbelief. What in the world is happening? Due to the absence of a mobile phone, Chu-Chi's agent is unable to reach him, resulting in a helpless observation of his gradual self-destruction on the variety show. This program is bound by a contract, leaving no room for breach. Thus, they must endure. Hoping Chu-Chi realizes the necessity to alter his public persona. When Chu-Chi is eliminated, the staff calculates their performance duration, 5.5 minutes. A few seconds longer than Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi. You all need to step up your game. Lu Qiqi specifically approaches Zhizhi to engage in conversation. She genuinely adores Zhizhi, who exudes authenticity and ease, seemingly unbothered by the opinions of others, a rare gem in the entertainment industry. Observing Lu Qiqi's display of goodwill, Zhizhi reciprocates with a smile, reassuring her, "Fear not, unleash your full potential." As Lu Qiqi gazes at the Ultraman's gleaming white teeth, she quips, "Could you refrain from smiling while wearing that headpiece? Your expression is entirely obscured, and all I can see are your 2 rows of teeth peeking through the mouth opening." Astute netizens have already captured screenshots of Ultraman's toothy grin, a sight not often witnessed. Since donning the headpiece, Qi Qing'an has been cautious with his expressions, fearing the exposure of his teeth. However, Zhizhi remains unperturbed. She lacks a public image to uphold and has no intention of returning to the entertainment realm. After all, devoid of talent or acting prowess, she finds her presence here rather uncomfortable, akin to the original persona she embodies. At the commencement of the game, Qi Qing'an diligently protects Zhizhi, wary of her being struck by a sandbag. Zhizhi, however, is brimming with competitive spirit, agilely dodging and weaving. Addressing the towering figure shielding her, she states, "Could you please maintain a bit more distance? Your presence is significantly hindering my performance." Qi Qing'an concedes, realizing that this individual is unlike the average person. He steps aside to avoid impeding her abilities. Once Qi Qing'an withdraws, Zhizhi becomes even more audacious. While Chu-Chi evades the sandbags with flamboyance, Zhizhi embodies the essence of a competent agent, executing swift movements that nearly resemble acrobatics. Witnessing her dexterity, Ning Yue's eyes glimmer with admiration. Lu Qiqi and Lu Zihao gaze at her in awe, exclaiming, "So impressive. Zhizhi, your recent maneuvers were spectacular." Encouraged by their applause, Zhizhi amplifies her performance, infusing it with a hint of flamboyance, as if to draw attention deliberately. Observing her agile movements, Qi Qing'an silently concedes the space to her, opting to exit the game, believing his presence severely restricts her potential. Lu Zihao, glancing at the brooding Qingdi beside him, can't suppress a chuckle. Even masked, Qingdi's despondency is evident, a unique display of being so utterly dismissed. Some netizens have edited Zhiji's lively and flamboyant movements into a parody video, juxtaposing them with Chu Chi's ostentatious style, accentuating the contrast between them. I can't shake the feeling that Qi Qing'an intentionally withdrew. He seems to carry an air of resignation and grievance. Did you not hear Zhizhi mention that Qi Qing'an's presence was severely impacting her performance? Eventually, she maneuvered him to the corner. Had he not exited the game, it's likely she would have leapt onto him. The difference in Qi Qing'an's demeanor around Zhizhi is astonishing. In less than a day, the chilliness around him has nearly dissipated. What do you all think of him now? The handsome lost soul. Who would have guessed he was directionally challenged? Qi Qing'an's manager, upon seeing the online comments, can only feel exasperated. After years of meticulously concealing the secret, it has been laid bare. Fortunately, the feedback is predominantly positive. Zhizhi, single-handedly facing 4 opponents, manages to last an impressive 10 minutes. Chu Qi is on the verge of frustration, his hands nearly sparking with rage as he fails to strike her. When the director approaches to announce the results, Chu Qi discreetly glares at Zhizhi. Ning Yue, noticing Chu Chi's reaction, furrows her brow. This man cannot handle defeat and continues to seek her attention, which is increasingly bothersome. Congratulations to the third group for their victory. You shall receive 3 points, while the second group earns 1 point, and the duo of Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi walks away with nothing. Upon hearing of her triumph, Zhizhi beams with delight. Observing the grinning Ultraman, the staff hastily averts their eyes, fearing their amusement might escape. As the evening draws near, the participants are informed that dinner is their own responsibility, whether through scavenging or self-preparation. Zhizhi raises her hand. Didn't you say that points could be exchanged for meals? Could those 3 points procure a dinner? The staff chuckles, explaining that while points can indeed be exchanged for meals, a single dinner requires 5 points, leaving them short. Zhiji's smile fades. What is the point of this game if her efforts yield no reward? Though Qi Qing'an cannot see Zhiji's expression, he senses her sudden despondence. Fear not. We can forage for seafood by the shore, cooking it ourselves or selling it. There are always solutions to our difficulties. The director's team seems intent on toying with them, eager to witness the struggles of these stars striving for sustenance. Zhizhi nods. In pursuit of food. She must persist. Perhaps we should devise a plan together. Cooking dinner as a group would be better than in pairs, suggests Lu Zihao, a proposal that garners unanimous agreement, even prompting Chu Qi to cast aside his prejudices. After all, compared to the gnawing hunger, everything else pales in significance. Can you all sing or dance? Zhizhi inquires, pondering whether they might perform for profit. All eyes turn to Chu Qi, who, as an idol and singer, is well versed in both. Chu Qi steps back. Why are you all looking at me? Surely I can't be the only one making an effort.
Of course not.
We shall all contribute. Those who can sing will sing, those who can dance will dance, and those with other skills will apply them. The money we earn will fund our dining out. The consensus is clear. They will strive together and dine together. Very well. Let us return and change our clothes. We shall gather at the village entrance later. Zhizhi wears a mischievous smile. Though concealed by her mask, others remain unaware. She has secretly stashed several hundred yuan beneath her footboard. Even if she refrains from working, she can still afford a meal. Nevertheless, she resolves that this money is not to be touched unless absolutely necessary. Upon returning to their accommodations, Zhizhi promptly removes her mask, as does Qi Qing'an. Both are drenched in sweat. These headpieces are hardly breathable. Gazing at Qi Qing'an, whose hair clings to his face, she is momentarily captivated. Goodness, this man is a veritable male dodgy. Simply exquisite. At that moment, the live stream is abuzz with excitement. The way his hair clings to his face is simply tantalizing. Truly deserving of being my husband. To the commenter above, awaken from your dreams. Allow me to jolt you back to reality. I'm not one to hold back. How dare you covet my husband? Such audacity. Chapter 19 Apologies. I have become accustomed to petting dogs. Gazing at the enchanting visage of Ning Yue showcasing her skills, Zhizhi enviously remarked. How on earth did you come by such a face? Even I, as a woman, find myself envious of your flawless skin. Zhizhi's expression, rife with envy and admiration, elicited a chuckle from Qi Qing'an. You are also quite lovely, he replied earnestly. Though I did not know you before, I've heard tales of your beauty. It was no mere flattery. One could only attribute such success to Zhiji's captivating appearance. Zhizhi waved her hand dismissively, stating, "I am but a mere vase. Beyond my looks, I possess little else. Others should not aspire to emulate me." She maintained a commendable level of self-awareness. Qi Qing'an smiled, genuinely appreciating her clarity and authenticity. When the two emerged after changing their outfits, they resembled yet another stunning couple. Zhizhi, this time, opted not to wear a facial mask, as it would be somewhat impractical for venturing outdoors. However, she ensured to envelop herself entirely, donning a large-brimmed hat equipped with a face shield, leaving only her eyes visible. Qi Qing'an was momentarily taken aback by her transformation. "Are you concerned about being recognized by fans?" Zhizhi shook her head. "I possess a modicum of awareness regarding my fame. While it is plausible for someone to recognize you, I believe only my detractors would identify me." Qi Qing'an had no retort. In truth, she ought not to hold herself in such low regard. Many would surely admire her. Zhizhi, however, remained steadfast, saying nonchalantly, "Those who admire me are merely superficial fans. You understand the type, right? They have countless favorites, and I am but one fish in their vast pond. Upon encountering me, they might only feel a sense of familiarity, but would never truly recognize me." Although her words carried a tinge of melancholy, they rang true. If the original owner had indeed possessed such a multitude of fans, she would not have been subjected to such harsh criticism over trivial matters. Within a mere day of live streaming, there had already been several waves of disparagement directed towards Zhizhi. Regardless of the circumstances, the public's immediate reaction was not to inquire about the reasons, but to cast blame upon her. Qi Qing'an felt a pang of sympathy. This young woman did not deserve such treatment. "I think you are quite remarkable. Your character is commendable. You should continue to embrace that," Qi Qing'an said, gently ruffling Zhiji's hair, causing both to freeze momentarily at the unexpected contact.
Goodness.
Is Qi Qing'an feeling sympathetic towards Zhizhi? Ridiculous. It was merely a gesture of comfort. Yet, Zhizhi does seem to have a rather tragic story. She appears to possess no substantial flaws, aside from perhaps being a tad too genuine. That seems to be the case. If one were to investigate her so-called flaws, they would find only a fiery temper. And even then, she refrains from lashing out at others. Some claim she expresses her anger by breaking her own belongings, but never directs her ire towards anyone else.
Well,
I too react similarly when angry. It is quite natural for anyone. However, since she is a celebrity, her shortcomings are magnified. Upon reflection, Zhiji's situation is indeed unfortunate. Her adoption was not by her own choosing. She was merely an infant at the time. Even when the true heiress returned, there were no significant conflicts between them, merely baseless rumors propagated by netizens. Manager Pei, upon witnessing the online commentary, was taken aback by the sudden influx of praise for Zhizhi. Did she just manage to charm a wave of fans? This girl is quite the natural. Zhizhi, caught off guard by Qi Qing'an's affectionate gesture, realized it was her first experience of such tender affection. However, she found the manner somewhat peculiar. You resemble someone petting a dog. How could one stroke her head as if she were a pet?" Qi Qing'an's hand froze, before awkwardly withdrawing. "My apologies. I have a dog at home, and have grown accustomed to such gestures." Zhizhi replied, "Well, that's a rather peculiar habit." Ultimately, she decided not to dwell on it, considering his concern for her well-being. "I was wondering why Qi Qing'an's touch felt so familiar. It seems I stroke my own dog in just the same way."
Huh.
Look at Zhiji's expression. Although only her eyes are visible, one can sense her incredulity. Noticing Qi Qing'an's lack of preparation, Zhiji generously offered him another hat. "Here, wear this. The sun is quite harsh, and we wouldn't want you to get sunburned. Plus, if anyone recognizes you, this will help shield your face." Qi Qing'an graciously accepted.
Thank you.
As they ventured out, they resembled two stealthy assassins. Onlookers might easily mistake them for cosplayers. When Ning Yue and the others spotted them, their expressions mirrored one another, filled with bemusement. "Are you two engaged in cosplay? You ought to wield a stick to enhance the appearance." While others were eager to showcase their faces on variety shows, these two had only revealed themselves briefly upon arrival and had since concealed their identities after lunch. Zhiji adjusted her hat and remarked, "The sun is simply too intense. I fear for sunburn. You should be mindful as well. I noticed your neck is quite red." Ning Yue noted, "We ought to take care of it when we return tonight. Had I known, I would have prepared more physical sun protection items. Sunscreen hardly suffices." Yan Zhizhi proudly lifted her chin. That is what foresight looks like. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Ning Yue's eyes, and the camera captured the moment. The rumors of discord between the two sisters were gradually dissipating. Had they truly been at odds, such harmony would be unattainable. Numerous shots depicted Yan Zhizhi playfully leading the way, with Ning Yue trailing behind, wearing a smile. Moreover, whenever anyone targeted Yan Zhizhi, Ning Yue would swiftly come to her defense. If they were not amicable, it would suggest that genuine camaraderie was an impossibility in the world. Let us proceed separately. We shall reconvene here at 5:30 to collect our funds for dinner. We must indulge in seafood by the seaside. The midday feast was delectable. Yet I feel I have not had my fill. The three groups remained divided, with Yan Zhizhi guiding Qi Qing'an to a tea house. Chapter 20 Performing for Profit. Qi Qing'an was perplexed by her intentions. Did she wish to partake in tea? However, they were currently devoid of funds. Zhizhi, do you wish to drink tea here? Yan Zhizhi merely shook her head. I did not come for tea. I am here to perform. Observing an elderly gentleman playing the arrow within, a smile graced Yan Zhizhi's face. I have discovered a way to earn money. Is there anything I can do to assist? Qi Qing'an felt confident in his various skills. Surely, he could brew tea, as both his grandfather and father enjoyed it. No need for you to do anything. Just follow my lead, and rest assured, I will ensure you are well taken care of, Yan Zhizhi proclaimed with unwavering confidence.
Yet.
Qi Qing'an could not shake the sense of unease as he observed her self-assured demeanor. 5 minutes later, Yan Zhizhi began to play the arrow with heartfelt emotion, while Qi Qing'an squatted before her, holding a bowl to collect contributions from passers-by. Perhaps I should brew some tea instead, he suggested. Observing Yan Zhizhi, engrossed in her music, Qi Qing'an hesitantly spoke. I believe you can manage here alone. There is no need for me to guard the bowl. I could venture to the tea house and brew tea for profit. After all, 2 individuals earning is preferable to 1. Yan Zhizhi regarded him earnestly, replying, This task of guarding the bowl is of utmost importance. The wind is fierce here. What if the money gets swept away? I understand you feel a bit embarrassed. But consider this, your face is currently concealed, and no one knows who you are. Though her words held truth, Qi Qing'an felt a peculiar discomfort within. How about this? Think of it as a performance, an embodiment of a character. With a sigh, Qi Qing'an resigned himself to the situation, viewing it as an opportunity to accumulate experience for his role, having previously encountered various jobs for character development. Suddenly, a 10-yuan bill was tossed into the bowl. Qi Qing'an exclaimed, This task is indeed feasible. While I cannot see Qi Qing'an's expression, I can sense his helplessness. Yan Zhizhi is truly a remarkable talent. It seems she alone can manage to have Qi Qing'an perform. To be frank, I perceive Yan Zhizhi as an artist, while Qi Qing'an appears more like a beggar. His posture, crouched by the bowl, is genuinely amusing. What do you mean by begging? This is experience accumulation. The benefactors, a couple, genuinely appreciated Yan Zhizhi's arrow performance. May I request a piece? The girl asked, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Yan Zhizhi. Of course. What piece would you like to hear? Yan Zhizhi responded gently, her voice soft and tender. I would like to request confession for my boyfriend, the girl stated shyly, casting a glance at the boy beside her. The boy looked at her with affection, and their bond appeared exceptionally strong. Using the arrow for a confession. Was this not a prelude to a breakup? Qi Qing'an's expression, hidden beneath his cover, became notably complex. He observed Yan Zhizhi, eager to ascertain whether she would accept this request. Absolutely. I shall ensure your satisfaction. It is merely an arrow rendition of confession, a piece of cake. Yan Zhizhi adjusted the pitch and began to play, intentionally altering the melody to better suit the arrow, infusing it with a vibrant romanticism. Had she adhered to the original tune, it would have transformed into Farewell. As the sound of the arrow flowed forth, Qi Qing'an finally exhaled in relief, grateful that it had not faltered. After completing the piece, a crowd had gathered around them, and the young couple appeared thoroughly satisfied. Your playing is truly exquisite. Typically, arrow music carries a melancholic undertone, yet your rendition felt remarkably romantic. Thank you for the praise. Yan Zhizhi's eyes sparkled like crescent moons, her joy evident even without a clear view of her face. Following the opening, more and more individuals began to request songs. Watching the bowl fill with coins, Qi Qing'an felt somewhat flustered. One at a time, please.
No pushing.
He reluctantly stood to maintain order, his tall stature imposing. You two seem to share a lovely relationship. Your husband is quite tall, probably around 190. Upon hearing this, Yan Zhizhi and Qi Qing'an exchanged an awkward glance. This was difficult to explain, after all. No one recognized them, rendering any clarification futile. TSK, 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 they have tacitly acknowledged it. Fans can rejoice. In truth, they do exude a slight couple's vibe. Zhizhi seems to be nurturing her petite husband. Qi Qing'an's fans gradually began to accept this dynamic. What choice did they have? Qi Qing'an and Zhizhi truly appeared to get along well. They were not the frenzied type of fans. Many were simply admirers of Qi Qing'an's acting. Aside from a few overly zealous fans, the majority remained quite rational. I am quite grateful to Zhizhi. Although Qi Qing'an has been obscured throughout, she has allowed us to witness a different side of him. Indeed, had it not been for Zhizhi, Qi Qing'an might have been brewing tea for others. How splendid it is now, no need to move, just guard the bowl and speak. Are you truly fans of Qi Qing'an? Are you not merely anti-fans? Qi Qing'an's manager observed him, losing money while guarding a bowl, and quietly sighed. Perhaps it was best to let things unfold as they may. Fortunately, online reviews were quite favorable. Many now perceived him as more down-to-earth. Previously, he had been regarded as too ethereal, which limited his role opportunities significantly. In 2 hours, they earned 368 yuan, paying 100 to the elderly gentleman for the Eru rental, leaving them with 268. Staring at the scattered bills in his hand, Qi Qing'an felt a bit dazed. Have we truly made over 200? Zhizhi calculated the local prices, concluding that 200 yuan was sufficient for their dinner. Even if the others did not earn, they were set. Indeed, possessing a skill is essential. Zhizhi felt particularly fortunate to have some expertise. Otherwise, they would have truly been relegated to laborious tasks. The two of them had been the earliest to gather at the village entrance, naturally guided by the staff. Their demeanor was markedly different from the other two groups. As soon as they stepped outside, they both turned to face the camera, prompting staff to approach and escort them. Chapter 21. The Ineffectual. Each time viewers witnessed their antics, the comments section erupted with laughter. The director's team felt helpless, yet they could not ignore the situation. What if these two genuinely lost their way? Isn't it already 5:30? Why haven't they arrived yet? Zhizhi inquired of the staff, realizing it was already 5:40. Could something have happened to them? Meanwhile, with the other two groups, could you perhaps steady your movements? If you drop another plate, our entire afternoon's work will be for naught. Lu Qiqi expressed her exasperation toward Lu Zihao. Lu Zihao looked quite aggrieved. It was not his intention. After all, the plate had been too slippery, and he had lost his grip. The boss, observing their quarrel, hurried over to intervene. No fighting, please. A harmonious atmosphere brings prosperity. These two little troublemakers were truly something else, bickering away while attempting to work. Nonetheless, many customers found their antics delightful, watching with rapt attention while eating, their expressions betraying their amusement. The boss felt a mix of worry and joy. While these two had done little work, he had to shoulder nearly all the tasks while intermittently breaking up their arguments. However, he was pleased that their quarrels attracted numerous customers, making for a splendid day of business. These two are indeed a pair of delightful adversaries. Patrons are now more engrossed in watching them than in eating. The boss's expression is genuinely humorous. He has hired two little troublemakers who not only fail to assist but also require his attention to mediate their disputes. Although it is a bit exhausting, the influx of customers is undeniable. Just look at how full the restaurant is. I won't talk to you anymore. Hurry up and finish your work. We need to leave after washing the dishes, Lu Qiqi said, rolling her eyes at Lu Zihao. Lu Zihao huffed defiantly, both refusing to yield to the other. Meanwhile, the situation between Ning Yue and Chu Qi was rather awkward. Ning Yue had previously worked part-time and was skilled at painting. She had taken a job painting on fans for others. Chu Qi, standing idly by, found himself utterly unable to assist, yet felt compelled to keep himself occupied. So he began to wander about aimlessly. It is a well-known fact that pacing around while painting can lead to mishaps, and in a moment of inattention, Chu Qi inadvertently knocked over a bucket of paint. Dozens of fans were ruined, and the studio was left in disarray. What on earth are you doing? The boss exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. I hired you to work, not to wreak havoc. Initially impressed by the young girl's artistry, he now lamented the state of affairs. Ning Yue shot a displeased glance at Chu Qi before apologizing profusely to the boss. I sincerely apologize. We did not intend for this to happen. Please, calculate the damages at your convenience. We are filming a program, and once it concludes, I will ensure you are compensated. Truly, I am very sorry. Chu Qi's expression darkened considerably. He had never before been subjected to such indignation. It's just a fan, it's not that expensive. Is it really necessary to berate someone like this? The boss shows no regard for decency. Poor Chu-Chi looks so pitiful. He didn't mean to cause this. Must they treat him so harshly? It's merely a small amount. Our fans could easily cover it. Don't be disheartened, Chu-Chi. We all know this wasn't intentional. His diehard fans, unwavering in their support, absurdly shifted the blame onto the victim, despite the fact that it was Chu-Chi who had made the error. Bystanders could only shake their heads in disbelief. I say, Chu-Chi's fans must be somewhat delusional. The boss, out of pity, allowed them to work here, and they still managed to create this mess while blaming him. Moreover, the boss was primarily interested in Ning Yue's talent, while Chu-Chi merely wandered aimlessly. Indeed, Ning Yue is the one suffering the consequences. If I had a partner like him, it would truly drive me mad. Not only does he contribute nothing, but he also complicates matters. Ning Yue continued to negotiate with the boss, who ultimately agreed to postpone resolving the issue until after their program. However, the boss remained skeptical of their intentions. In a bid to reassure him, Ning Yue divulged their accommodations and even provided her personal phone number. The boss, though understandably frustrated by the losses incurred, given that the fans were handcrafted and the spillage had caused extensive damage within the studio, was not an unreasonable man. Calculating the total damages, it became apparent that their group not only failed to profit but had instead incurred significant losses. Chu-Chi, feeling somewhat cowed, recognized that he ought to be the one to cover the expenses, as it was his blunder that had led to this predicament, and Ning Yue bore no responsibility whatsoever. Yet, when the topic of compensation arose, he stood silently by, allowing Ning Yue to handle the negotiations entirely. A grown man hiding behind a woman was an unfortunate sight, particularly given that he had instigated the chaos. Even the production crew began to question his character, though they refrained from voicing their opinions openly, opting instead to discuss it privately. However, the audience was not so restrained. They voiced their criticisms unabashedly. Why should Ning Yue be held accountable? This mess was caused by Chu-Chi. A grown man hiding behind a woman is truly shameless. Chu-Chi's fans, come take a look at your pathetic idol. This loss is significant for an ordinary family, and considering the handcrafted nature of the fans and the state of the studio, the financial burden is considerable. Typically, such sums would be trivial for a celebrity, yet Chu-Chi's attitude is profoundly disappointing. Ning Yue, what a stroke of misfortune. As they exited, Ning Yue was utterly disinclined to acknowledge Chu-Chi. He tentatively spoke up, I truly apologize for what happened. I will cover the expenses once the program concludes. Ning Yue shot him a cold glance before turning away. This was not merely a matter of compensation, it was one of accountability. This man exhibited no sense of responsibility. And, despite their lack of a personal connection, they were now partners. Furthermore, given that he had caused the entire situation, it was unfathomable why someone like him would have garnered such a following. With his pride stung, Chu-Chi felt embarrassed as he walked away in silence, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken words. Chapter 22. Self-delusion. Upon reaching the village entrance, Zhizhi and the others had been waiting for nearly half an hour. Fortunately, the sky was gradually darkening. Otherwise, they would have surely succumbed to the heat. Weren't we supposed to meet at 5:30? Why are you all so late? Lu Qiqi shot a disdainful glance at Lu Zihao, stating it's his fault. He is always picking fights with me, and even broke 2 plates while working. Originally, we were each set to earn 100 yuan today, but now we have to deduct the cost of the broken plates. Together, we barely made 150 this afternoon. She handed her change to Zhizhi, who promptly passed it to Qi Chungan. You can keep the money. Give it to him. He manages the finances. I prefer to handle my own earnings. I have no interest in calculating expenses and income from this program. It's too tedious. Qi Chungan diligently began sorting through the tasks at hand. Ning Yue, her expression cold, remarked, we didn't make any money. We encountered a minor setback. She cast a glance at Chu-Chi, and Zhizhi followed her gaze. Could it be that this man has stirred up trouble again? From the moment they joined the program, Chu-Chi had consistently been a source of annoyance for her, despite their unfamiliarity. If there's nothing wrong, it's fine. I'll earn over 200 yuan with Qi Chungan, and with the additional 100, we can certainly enjoy a nice meal. The prices here are quite reasonable, especially since this is a seaside village with affordable, delicious seafood. The group casually sought out a small restaurant for their meal, which featured home-style dishes that Zhizhi enjoyed. Yet some individuals were determined to find fault. This restaurant doesn't look particularly clean. Eating here can't be very good, Chu-Chi remarked with evident disdain. Since rising to fame, he had not dined in such establishments and believed them to be unsanitary, with grease stubbornly clinging to the tables and an unseen kitchen, leaving him uncertain about how the food was prepared. Upon hearing his words, an uncomfortable silence enveloped the table, everyone staring at him in disbelief. Zhizhi let out an exasperated laugh and said, "If you don't want to eat, you don't have to. No one is forcing you to dine here. Can you refrain from being such a downer while others are trying to enjoy their meal?" Her blunt critique was unfiltered, yet no one disputed her comments. Ning Yue picked up a piece of dried fish and added, "The meal you're currently eating is the result of our two groups' hard work. They say you shouldn't bite the hand that feeds you. If you don't want to eat, then simply don't." Qi Cheng'an even went so far as to collect his bowl and chopsticks, showing no regard for his feelings. Lu Qiqi and Lu Zihao continued to eat in silence, occasionally glancing over, thoroughly enjoying the unfolding drama. Such a program. They should definitely participate in more of these in the future. Witnessing this chaos is immensely satisfying. Chu Qi, seeing that no one was on his side, stormed out in a fit of anger. It had begun to rain outside, and Lu Zihao, noticing him rushing out alone, felt a twinge of concern. Outside, the rain fell softly. Surely, it posed no issue for him to venture out alone. Zhizhi took a sip of the fish soup, sighed contentedly, and remarked, "What could possibly go wrong with a grown man stepping out? He is not like Qi Cheng'an, unlike the illustrious Qingdi, who would undoubtedly cause concern with his lack of direction." Qi Cheng'an paused mid-action, his chopsticks suspended in mid-air, hoping the conversation would steer clear of him. All he desired was a tranquil meal. He was already aware of his lack of navigational skills and did not require incessant reminders. After all, throughout his life he had always been chauffeured, necessitating merely the mention of a destination. Post-debut, his itineraries were meticulously arranged by his manager. Even when driving himself, he had the benefit of navigation that was exceptionally clear. Thus, he had seldom been required to rely on his own sense of direction, fostering an unwarranted confidence in his abilities. Who could have anticipated that a single television appearance would unveil all of this? Their meal lasted half an hour. With the exception of Chu Qi, everyone was thoroughly satiated, with leftovers packed for later. After all, their residence was equipped with a stove, allowing them to reheat the food when hunger struck again. "Sister, take this back with you. If that person gets hungry, let him warm it up himself." Zhizhi handed the takeout box to Ning Yue, who received it without objection, as the others were already full. Indeed, how could one skip a meal? Although the evening holds no engagements, tomorrow morning stretches ahead with ample time. Ning Yue expressed her gratitude while glancing at the takeout box. In truth, Chu Qi regretted his earlier actions. Why had he stubbornly starved himself out of spite? His recent behavior likely left a poor impression on the audience. His assumption proved correct, as viewers' perceptions of him soured, reflected in a sharp decline in the number of viewers in his live stream. Is there something wrong with Chu Qi? It's one thing to eat plain rice, but to sulk as well. Does he really think himself so remarkable? Among all the guests, he has it the easiest. Ning Yue, partnered with him, must feel she has drawn the short straw. Chu Qi's fans have all but vanished. Previously, his mere appearance would fill the screen with adulation. How could they not disappear? In their eyes, Chu Qi was an innocent, uncomplicated boy, and now that persona has crumbled, it would be a miracle if they didn't turn against him. Chu Qi returned alone, and upon Ning Yue's arrival at their lodging, she found him seated, awaiting her presence. "Ning Yue, I sincerely apologize for earlier. I was merely upset by my own shortcomings, not out of disdain." Chu Qi attempted to excuse his earlier sulk, though his reasoning seemed rather flimsy. Ning Yue handed him the takeout box. "This is the food left for you by everyone. If you're hungry, you can heat it up." With that, she retreated to her room, the atmosphere between them undeniably awkward. However, as Chu Qi gazed at the food, hope began to blossom within him. Surely, Ning Yue harbored some interest in him. Otherwise, why would she have left food for him? He conveniently overlooked her mention of everyone. Upon returning, Zhizhi and Qi Cheng'an engaged in a conversation regarding the shower arrangements. "You go ahead. I'll tidy up my things first," Zhizhi suggested, indicating that Qi Cheng'an should take his turn while she organized her suitcase. Qi Cheng'an nodded, casually grabbing his clothes and heading to the bathroom. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the audience, they noticed something amiss. Chapter 23. After all, if one is to exit the industry, why subject oneself to discomfort? Did Qi Cheng'an just grab the wrong outfit? I couldn't have imagined that. You did not miss C. He picked up the wrong short sleeve. Qi Qing'an had unintentionally revealed everything to the viewers. He had taken a pair of loose shorts that obscured his underwear, yet mistakenly grabbed a face mask instead of a shirt. The production team relished this turn of events. If Qi Qing'an were to emerge shirtless, it would undoubtedly create a media frenzy. Having debuted as a teenager, he had maintained a modest public image for years. If he were to reveal any skin on this show, it would likely set social media ablaze. As Zhizhi organized her belongings, she ensured her undergarments were discreetly arranged, ready for the cameras. Her sleepwear was particularly modest and sportily styled, exuding an air of propriety. Qi Qing'an, eager to finish before Zhizhi showered, hastened his actions, only to realize upon finishing that something was amiss. Sighing at the mistakenly grabbed face mask, he lamented how his haste had led to this blunder. There was no way he could emerge unclothed, so he reluctantly called out for Zhizhi. After a prolonged moment of psychological preparation, he finally summoned her.
Zhizhi.
Are you out there? Having just finished organizing, Zhizhi heard him calling. I'm outside. What do you need? She wondered if he had forgotten something essential for a shower. Upon stepping out, she soon spotted the short sleeve on the chair. Could you please hand me my short sleeve? I picked up the wrong item. Zhizhi retrieved the shirt, suggesting, open the door a crack, and I'll pass it to you. Complying, Qi Qing'an opened the bathroom door slightly, extending a hand glistening with droplets. Gazing at his hand, Zhizhi swallowed hard. Truly, he was a sight to behold, even from just a hand. Judging by his physique, he must possess abs, though she couldn't discern if they were six-pack or eight-pack. Here you go, she said, shaking off her distracting thoughts and placing the shirt into his hand. Thank you. Qi Qing'an sighed with relief upon receiving the shirt. Emerging from the bathroom, his face flushed from the steam, he looked exceptionally enticing. Zhizhi felt her throat dry. How could she not be affected? This man was utterly captivating. The audience, scrutinizing every detail, noted Zhizhi's reaction. Quick, look at Zhizhi's expression. Qi Qing'an truly embodies the allure of a heartthrob. He is simply irresistible. Not just Zhizhi, but I would certainly be unable to resist throwing myself at him. So, Zhizhi's resolve seems commendable. CP fans, quickly screenshot this. Start writing those fanfictions. The fervor among their shippers ignited, with countless fanfictions flooding the internet. Make haste to shower. The hot water here is rather scalding. Be cautious. Zhizhi nodded, surprisingly silent. She was uncertain of what to say, so it seemed best to remain quiet. While showering, her thoughts drifted back to Qi Qing'an, especially recalling that he had also bathed in this very space. Her cheeks flushed with warmth. What was she thinking? He was not someone she could fantasize about. Focus on completing this variety show and then retire. With ample wealth, would she truly struggle to find a handsome man? Shaking her head, she slapped her face lightly to regain composure. Upon exiting, she found Qi Qing'an had prepared 2 glasses of orange juice. With no activities planned for the evening, they enjoyed a rare moment of freedom, albeit with cameras rolling, as their show featured 24-hour live streaming. Participating in this program required considerable courage, exposing their lives entirely to the audience's gaze. Some individuals possess a rather irritable temperament. Feigning such a disposition for an hour or 2 may be manageable, yet maintaining it for an entire week is beyond the capabilities of most. Come, have some orange juice, Qi Qing'an offered, extending an orange as Zhizhi emerged. He perceived the young girl as appearing particularly soft and delicate post-bath, akin to a glutinous rice dumpling. Zhizhi's complexion, already fair, radiated a rosy glow after her bath, resembling a luscious peach. My heavens! Is this truly a state of skin that one can possess? I can even discern the fine fuzz upon her skin.
Indeed.
She is a woman who navigates the entertainment industry by virtue of her beauty. Her position is a testament to her stunning visage. I ventured into other live streams and noted that Ning Yue and the others have all significantly tanned, while these 2 remain unchanged in complexion. It seems that the facial bikini is indeed a worthy investment. What does appearance matter? I desire only fair skin. Many viewers planning seaside excursions began procuring facial bikinis post-haste. A curious phenomenon soon emerged. Regardless of age or gender, beachgoers were obscured by an array of bizarre masks. A trend that had previously been the domain of middle-aged women, now embraced by all. You must be weary today. I haven't been much of assistance, Qi Qing'an acknowledged, fully aware of his lack of contribution, as it had been Zhizhi who had borne the brunt of their endeavors. The phrase "not much assistance" was one she found unappealing. Who says you haven't helped? You brought me joy. Qi Qing'an responded with confusion. Upon noticing his puzzled gaze, Zhizhi candidly remarked, "The sight of your face alone brings me happiness. Everyone says that seeing someone beautiful uplifts one's spirits, and I am no exception. If my partner were someone less appealing like Chu Qi, my performance today would surely falter." Qi Qing'an thought, while her statement held an inexplicable semblance of truth. It also sounded somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, Zhizhi's critique of Chu Qi might adversely affect her own standing. Chu Qi had amassed a considerable fanbase, and her remarks could provoke discontent among them. Qi Qing'an's caution was evident, though most understood his implication regarding the fervor of Chu Qi's admirers. Zhizhi drained her orange juice and nonchalantly stated, "Why should I care about their satisfaction? It was Chu Qi who sought me out unprovoked. I never initiated any conflict. Previously, I was a stranger to him. I trust his fans are not entirely blind. They witnessed his performance today, and if they still support him, that is truly enlightening." Zhizhi had no intention of concealing her temperament. She had no desire to remain in the entertainment industry, so why should she compromise herself? Their conversation sparked a minor uproar in the livestream, as it became evident they held Chu Qi in little regard, openly discussing him before the camera. This prompted several trending topics concerning Chu Qi to surface. The sentiments of Chu Qi's fans were particularly complex. In their hearts, he had always been that earnest young man striving for his dreams, yet now he seemed transformed. They recognized his attempts to ingratiate himself with Ning Yue at the expense of Zhizhi. While he endeavored to mask this reality, he had overestimated his acting prowess. What talent could an idol possess? His emotions were starkly evident upon his visage. "I suddenly lack the will to persist. Chu Qi is no longer the same person. The boy who once fought for his dreams has vanished. Perhaps he has always been thus, but you simply failed to notice before. It seems that within every family, Chu Qi is the one who bears the heaviest burden. While everyone else engages sincerely, he continues to feign. Having reached his current stature, what more does he seek?" Chu Qi had become a prominent figure in the industry, boasting millions of fans, with every event capable of trending. He squandered his advantageous position, leaving his manager on the brink of despair. Chu Qi's phone had been confiscated by the production team, rendering him unreachable. As night fell, the lights in the live stream dimmed, revealing little more than a pair of shorts on the bed. Sleep held little entertainment value, prompting many viewers to retire for the night. However, in the dead of night, the live stream was abruptly stirred. Someone has risen from the bed. Oh my, is she practicing Tai Chi in bed? Zhizhi, in a slumbering haze, sat up and stood, reenacting the day's events with energetic leaps and playful dodges, as though reliving the moments in a dream. Viewers were astounded. Is she sleepwalking? She seems to be recreating every action from today.
Goodness.
When she suddenly sprang up, it nearly startled me to death. I was in the midst of revising a proposal and had the live stream on for background noise when she abruptly jolted up, nearly causing me to drop my laptop. Fortunately, there was no one else sleeping beside her, otherwise they might have been terrified. As viewers debated in the comments, the figure on the bed vanished. Where did she go? She was just here. We can only see a shadow. Once the lights are off, we cannot discern anything. If she has disappeared, we wouldn't even notice. The production team awoke, now paying attention to the live stream. Why were they awake at such an hour? Suddenly, a face loomed before the camera, appearing pale and ghostly in the dim light. Oh my, you scared me to death. Zhizhi. My heart nearly leapt from my chest. She must be doing this on purpose, disappearing and then reappearing so suddenly. It likely isn't intentional. Her eyes are still closed.
Indeed.
Zhizhi's eyes remained shut as she wandered about the room, occasionally emitting laughter. The viewers were filled with a sense of dread, as were the production staff. He, let us play together. She suddenly grinned at the camera, her eyes still closed, giving her smile an eerie quality. I'm turning this off. What is happening in the dead of night?
Goodness.
This is more thrilling than a horror movie. Surely she isn't possessed. Let us play together. That's truly terrifying. Don't you think her voice resembles that of a child? It doesn't sound like Zhizhi's usual tone. It's sharper and more innocent, yet carries an unsettling naivety. Stop analyzing. The more you analyze, the more frightened I become. I'm home alone. Oh, dear. I'm about to cry. Isn't this supposed to be a variety show and not a horror show? Protective barges. Quick, flood the screen with comments to cover her. In the scene, Zhizhi paced around her room for a few moments before suddenly bursting into laughter, followed by a peculiar smacking sound as though she were indulging in some delectable treat. Subsequently, everyone witnessed her opening the door and stepping outside. Isn't it true that just beyond her room lies Qiqing'an's? Qiqing'an run. Qiqing'an, hurry and flee. The barrage of comments urging Qiqing'an to escape flooded the entire screen, prompting many viewers to switch over to his livestream. At this hour of the night, silence enveloped the surroundings, yet Zhizhi's livestream had swiftly ascended the trending topics. Comments like, "Let us join Zhizhi stream," and "Has she been possessed by a ghost?" filled the chat. Numerous night owls, upon spotting this trending topic, curiously clicked to investigate, only to be nearly frightened out of their wits. Is this truly a lifestyle variety show? This is far more terrifying than a horror film, one exclaimed. Perhaps Zhizhi should consider acting in horror movies instead. Meanwhile, Qiqing'an lay soundly asleep, his form merely a silhouette beneath the bedding. Zhizhi began to wander nearby, initially maintaining a considerable distance, but gradually inching closer and closer. The viewers in the livestream could hardly bear to watch, with Qiqing'an's fans wishing they could leap into the frame to rouse him. After circling several times, Zhizhi stood directly before Qiqing'an's bed, remaining utterly still. Why has she stopped moving? Her stillness is far more unsettling than any motion. Imagining myself as Qiqing'an. If someone were to stand at my bedside like that in the middle of the night, I might well lose my soul from fright. Qiqing'an, perhaps it's best if you don't wake up. I fear you might be scared to death. Who would have thought that merely guarding a live stream would lead to such a chilling scene? Fortunately, Zhizhi did not act malevolently. She merely stood beside him. Qiqing'an, sensing an odd feeling in his slumber, groggily opened his eyes and, upon seeing someone standing beside him, felt his heart skip a beat.
Zhizhi?
Zhizhi remained silent. As Qiqing'an flicked on the light, the audience in the livestream breathed a collective sigh of relief. The illumination provided them with a sense of security. Zhizhi stood with her eyes closed. Observing her state, Qiqing'an realized she must be sleepwalking, a trivial matter indeed. "Zhizhi, shall I take you back to bed?" he gently suggested, taking her hand. Obediently, she followed him. The harmonious scene evoked a shift in the viewers' perceptions, as if they had transitioned from a horror channel to a romance channel. What just transpired? One moment I was terrified, and the next, it feels somewhat sweet. Qiqing'an's tone was so tender just now. It's as if he feared waking Zhizhi would disturb her. But I've heard that waking someone while they sleepwalk can cause their soul to be lost. Quickly, head to Zhizhi's stream. Qiqing'an has lifted her onto the bed. Qiqing'an carefully placed Zhizhi on the bed, tucked her in, and lingered for a moment, ensuring she remained undisturbed before returning to his own slumber. Chapter 25. Assisting you in recalling cringe-inducing moments. This was Qiqing'an's first encounter with sleepwalking, and he found it rather intriguing. He felt no fear. Rather, he found it somewhat amusing. Nevertheless, he resolved to remind her of this peculiar occurrence the following day. After all, he had heard that she lived alone. Should she sleepwalk while at home, it could pose a danger. Come dawn, many sought to witness Zhizhi, eager to comprehend the abilities of the individual who had trended overnight. Did anyone capture video footage from yesterday? Let us see the highlights. Indeed. We all went to bed and missed the spectacle. I heard it was particularly thrilling. Does the live stream have a playback feature? It seems we can only view the first episode after it concludes. For those who recorded, please share your videos. It's better to enjoy together than alone. Goodness. I nearly died of fright last night. I ended up retreating to my mother's room to sleep, trembling at 28 years old. Is it really that exaggerated? Perhaps she was merely acting for your entertainment. Upon reading this comment, a netizen promptly shared the recorded video from the previous night. Soon, the chat fell silent as the viewers heard Zhizhi's voice exclaiming, "Let us play together," causing goosebumps to rise on everyone's skin. Was this truly not a case of possession? How could a human produce such an eerie sound? It distinctly resembled that of a young girl. Just as fear gripped the audience, Zhizhi began to stretch languidly in bed. She groggily sat up, her hair disheveled, and her eyes still closed. Why do I feel so sore all over? I must have overexerted myself yesterday. She muttered to herself, her words captured by the recording devices in the room. The audience in the live stream remarked, "Indeed, dear lady, your physical exertion yesterday was quite substantial. Not only did you remain active during the day, but the night was equally eventful." Qiqing'an had long since risen, Their gathering time was at 8 o'clock, so it was still early. After returning home the previous day, they had used the remaining funds to purchase some vegetables and a bit of rice. Thus, he prepared a simple congee for breakfast before knocking on Zhiji's door. "Zhizhi, are you awake?"
Breakfast is ready.
Hearing Qi Qing'an's voice, Zhizhi sleepily responded. Upon hearing the drowsy sound emanating from her room, Qi Qing'an chuckled softly and shook his head. The viewers in the live stream suddenly sensed something amiss. Why do I feel that Qi Qing'an exudes a husbandly aura? Their interaction felt akin to a husband awakening his wife with breakfast, and his smile was particularly affectionate. To be honest, I find myself wanting to become a fan of their pairing. They are simply too delightful together. No, let us not get ahead of ourselves. Our Zhizhi is far too illustrious for an actor of his stature. Let us hope she remains singularly beautiful. Zhizhi is the name of Zhiji's fans, who, although few in number, surged by tens of thousands after the previous day's live stream. While many were drawn by her looks or personality, they nonetheless constituted a fan base. Pei Ku, upon witnessing this, sighed heavily. Previously, he had struggled to grow his audience, yet now, with Zhiji contemplating withdrawal from the limelight, what good would a larger following do? Unbeknownst to Zhiji, who could not see the comments, she remained unaffected. The number of fans was of no concern to her, as her sole focus was completing the variety show. Meanwhile, the Ning household was enveloped in quietude. Zhiji's parents had spent the entire day watching the live stream, initially concerned for Ning Yue, fearing she might be bullied on the show. However, they were taken aback to discover that Zhiji had also participated. They had assumed the sisters would clash, yet it appeared they were getting along rather well. However, they were astounded by the drastic change in Zhiji's demeanor, which had become quite forthright. They also caught up on the previous night's live stream. When they witnessed Zhiji's sleepwalking episode, both parents fell into a stunned silence. Has Zhiji ever sleepwalked before? I don't recall her having that issue, Ning mother pondered. She wasn't entirely certain, recalling that her adopted daughter had always been a sound sleeper. Could it be that we inadvertently pressured her too much lately? We never intended to cast her aside. We merely wished to give you some time to adjust. They had no intention of entirely relinquishing their adopted daughter. After all, she was a child they had nurtured with their own hands. Even the care of a small kitten or puppy can evoke a certain fondness, let alone that of a daughter. However, when juxtaposed with their biological daughter, they admittedly favored their own flesh and blood slightly more. Ning's heart felt a twinge of discomfort. Perhaps she should retrieve Zhiji after the show concluded, especially considering how well the sisters seemed to interact during the program. Yes, it would be a good idea to bring her back once the show is over. As Zhiji brushed her teeth, she unexpectedly sneezed, spraying a frothy mist onto the mirror before her. She couldn't shake the feeling that someone was speaking about her. She had no relatives in this world, and scarcely any friends. Could it be that Pei, her manager, was murmuring her name? But that seemed unlikely. She was on the verge of terminating her contract, and Pei should be preoccupied with new talents by now. After hastily finishing her morning routine, Zhiji emerged, invigorated. On the table lay a breakfast spread of congee and side dishes, appearing quite lavish. "Qingdi, I never expected you could cook," she exclaimed, having assumed that aside from his looks, he possessed no other talents. Qi Qing'an smiled and responded, "What impression do you have of me? I do possess basic life skills, aside from my poor sense of direction." The mention of his navigational struggles prompted laughter from both of them. After finishing breakfast around 7:30, Qi Qing'an resolved to discuss the events of the previous night with her. Upon hearing that she had sleepwalked, Zhiji was adamant in her disbelief. "How could I possibly sleepwalk? My sleep quality is excellent. I have never experienced sleepwalking in my life." Observing her stubbornness, Qi Qing'an let out a soft sigh. Indeed, there was no evidence to support her denial. However, the production team had been considerate, providing her with a phone that contained a recording of last night's live stream. "Teacher Yan, you indeed sleepwalked last night, and it caused significant psychological distress to the viewers." As she watched the video of herself acting erratically in the dead of night, she fell into contemplation. Was that truly her?
Chapter 26, 123 Woodman.
Qi Qing'an seemed to discern her thoughts, assuring her, "There's no need for doubt. That was indeed you. You even approached me while I was sleeping, and I had to carry you back. Have you ever sleepwalked before? Sleepwalking can be a serious matter, and understanding its cause is crucial. It can be perilous for someone to wander about in such a state." Zhiji pondered, sensing something was amiss. "I don't know if I've ever sleepwalked. I have no memories of it. But strange things happen in my home. Objects inexplicably shift. Initially, I thought I might be mistaken. In reality, she had rationalized it by attributing it to her parallel self moving things around. The others gasped, "Your heart must be made of steel. Don't you ever question yourself? You should at least consult a doctor." Watching Zhiji's bewildered expression, Qiqing sighed, "After the first episode concludes, you should see a psychologist. If you'd like, I can help you get in touch with an excellent one." Zhizhi accepted his kindness graciously. "Thank you." Sleepwalking was indeed not to be underestimated. While she had only roamed within the confines of her home before, what if she wandered outside in the future? She was quite aware of her appearance, and should an unfortunate event occur, regret would come too late. The incident of sleepwalking did not significantly affect Zhizhi, but the audience was undoubtedly startled by her antics. At 8 o'clock, the production team escorted them to a spacious villa. As it was an indoor activity, neither of them wore face masks. When everyone had arrived, Zhizhi and Qiqing stood out prominently, their complexions remarkably fair. The contraption from yesterday had indeed proven useful. The other four had tanned considerably, while they remained remarkably pale. Zhizhi beamed at the result. "I told you. That thing might look ugly, but it has its merits. Look at us. We are the fairest of them all." Qiqing chuckled helplessly. "You might want to tone down your exuberance when saying that. Speaking so loudly could attract the ire of those who might hold a grudge." Ning Yue, observing the fair-skinned Zhizhi, began to contemplate purchasing a face mask herself, recalling how her skin had felt burned after last night's shower. Sunscreen offered little protection. Physical barriers seemed far more effective. The 6 of them were arranged in a row. "I refuse to sit next to you too. It will make me look too dark."
Luzihao adamantly protested.
Lu Qiqi shared his sentiments, for as an actress reliant on her looks and skills, she preferred not to be compared unfavorably. The stark contrast was an eternal reminder of her black history. Chu-Chi also opted to keep her distance, leading to Ning Yue ultimately sitting beside Zhizhi. She wasn't particularly concerned about her skin tone, as she was not in the industry, where looks mattered. Noticing Ning Yue's slightly darker complexion, Zhizhi leaned in and whispered, "Sister, I have an extra face mask. Would you like it?" Ning Yue was taken aback by her approach. "Yes, thank you." Zhizhi smiled. After a day spent together, she found her older sister to be quite amiable, albeit with a slightly aloof demeanor. As the 4 of them sat in a row, the contrast in skin tones became even more pronounced. Lu Zihao's radiant smile showcased his bright white teeth. "Haha. This resembles a princess and prince with their 4 little black companions. Though it's a bit harsh, I must admit you're right." Another chimed in. "I shouldn't have mocked Zhizhi yesterday. What if the mask is ugly? Fairness is the true virtue. Next time I go to the beach, I must buy that face mask. Finding a beautiful one will be my last resort." The production team couldn't help but chuckle at their banter as they approached to announce the day's activities, trying to suppress their smiles. "Dear guests, today's task is to remain indoors. Do you see the food over there?" Everyone followed his gaze to discover an array of dishes laid out on the floor. Due to the high temperature, outdoor activities were unsuitable, so all activities today would be conducted indoors. The morning's game would involve winning food, which would be utilized for lunch. The first game was 123 Wooden Man, where the first to pass would be declared the winner. Please prepare yourselves. This was a collaborative game, with the production staff acting as the tag players. Zhizhi and Qiqing exchanged glances, instinctively beginning to stretch their bodies. Why do I feel like their approach is entirely different from the others? While everyone else is strategizing, they're just warming up. Well, warming up isn't wrong. No matter how many strategies you devise, you still need to pass quickly. If you don't stretch and end up cramping, that would be quite the ordeal. Safety first, Qiqing remarked, observing Zhiji's determined expression, concerned that she might take the outcome too seriously and harm herself. Zhizhi waved her hand, earnestly stating, "Safety first, but winning is also crucial. I refuse to eat unpalatable food." She had spotted carrots among the dishes, the bane of every child's existence. What if the other delicious items were snatched away? Qiqing, noticing the resolve etched on her face, opened his mouth to speak but ultimately decided against it. "Are you all ready? The competition is about to commence." "Ready." Just as everyone was poised to charge forward, the production team decided to stir the pot again. Male contestants are instructed to carry their female counterparts on their backs. Either by piggybacking or cradling them is permissible. The rules of this game of red light, green light differ markedly from what you are accustomed to. What is this? We must carry them while walking. The director behind the camera chuckled mischievously. The essence of the show thrives on creating a bit of chaos, and as for any potential backlash, controversy only fuels interest. Besides, it is merely a game. Should fans take it too seriously, they could easily counter such criticisms. Indeed, fans have erupted in outrage, although the supporters of Lu Zihua and Lu Qiqi remained relatively calm. While Qi Qing'an's fans were in a frenzy. Is the production team being deliberately provocative? Did Yan Zhizhi collude with them? This is clearly a ploy to exploit Qi Qing'an. This forced coupling is utterly revolting. Chapter 27. Yan Zhizhi, take flight. Qi Qing'an's parents were brimming with excitement, having noticed their son's peculiar fondness for this young lady. They were well aware of their own temperaments. While they appeared gentle and refined, they were quite cold-hearted at their core. Their son, indifferent to matters that did not concern him, would remain unperturbed even if someone perished before him, merely calling for an ambulance without a second thought. They had long recognized this flaw in his character, his emotional detachment. However, since joining the show, they observed his emotional responses gradually intensifying, particularly in the presence of the girl named Yan Zhizhi. Qi Qing'an gazed at Yan Zhizhi, uncertain whether she would permit him to carry her. Ning Yue regarded the frail figure of Chu Qi with skepticism. Could he truly manage to carry her without dropping her? Lu Zihua and Lu Qiqi formed a seamless duo. With Qiqi's petite frame, Lu Zihua carried her effortlessly. You carry me. I'll trouble you later. Yan Zhizhi mused. As it was her first time being carried by a man, and a decidedly handsome one at that, Chu Qi began to showcase his boyfriend prowess, gently assuring Ning Yue. Do not worry, I will protect you well. Ning Yue replied, Why do I feel somewhat uneasy? All three pairs lined up at the starting line. As Yan Zhizhi nestled against Qi Qing'an's back, she appeared remarkably delicate, and their striking looks complemented each other perfectly. Many fans began capturing screenshots. The chemistry between them was palpable, even without any enhancements. The ambience was simply exquisite. The game commenced. At the sound of the starting signal, all three pairs surged forward. 1, 2, 3, red light. When the staff turned around, they beheld three pairs frozen in place. Not a single person stirred, their expressions impeccably composed. The staff turned back, counting 1, 2, 3. As he counted, everyone took a substantial step forward. Qi Qing'an held Yan Zhizhi securely on his back, and she felt an unusual sense of safety in his embrace. Red light. The contestants advanced again, but their expressions were no longer as serene. While calling out red light, Lu Zihua nearly stumbled, barely regaining his balance, and Lu Qiqi, struggling to maintain her footing, clutched Lu Zihua's hair, causing him to wince in pain. The staff, unable to contain their laughter at the scene, deliberately delayed turning around. As long as they did not turn, the contestants could not move. Lu Qiqi was on the verge of slipping off, and Lu Zihua felt as if his scalp might be yanked off. Finally, the staff turned around, and the game resumed. From that point onward, the contestants advanced cautiously, step by step. The three pairs were tightly matched, yet there remained a disparity in stamina. Qi Qing'an's expression remained unchanged throughout, steadily carrying Yan Zhizhi, while Chu Qi, though appearing composed, was betraying himself with beads of sweat on his forehead and twitching facial muscles. Lu Zihua and Lu Qiqi, eager to finish swiftly, moved quickly, leading to several near mishaps, but they managed to pull back just in time. The staff would intentionally prolong the suspense, watching closely to see if anyone would move after calling red light. Ning Yue could feel the person beneath her trembling slightly. Her weight was hardly burdensome, at just 92 pounds. She observed how steady Qi Qing'an was, not a hint of sweat on him. Qi Qing'an, just throw me off later. If I touch him, we win. Yan Zhizhi was determined to etch the word win into her heart, even suggesting such a daring maneuver. Qi Qing'an replied, You want me to toss a lady off? That would surely ruin my reputation. No, throwing you off is far too dangerous. We will proceed properly. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Qing'an dismissed her suggestion. What kind of man would toss a girl aside? Yan Zhizhi, glancing at the other two pairs, anxiously remarked. But that's the only way to ensure victory. They're both too tightly matched. Soon enough, everyone may crowd closer, and it's uncertain who will win. Just throw me off. Look, the ground is covered in foam mats. Even if I fall, it's no problem. Unbeknownst to her, she began to adopt a somewhat cutesy tone. Qi Qing'an's lips curled into a slight smile. All right, but you must prioritize your safety. Their voices were too soft to be captured by the audio equipment, yet the subtle curve of Qi Qing'an's mouth was evident. I can't shake the feeling that these two aren't merely playing a game. It feels more like they're in a romantic drama. I also sense that their group's atmosphere is distinct from the other two. They seem to be filming a beautifully poetic scene, while the others could provide an entire set of reaction memes. I wonder if they're strategizing. What will they do next? As the audience waited in anticipation, the next scene dazzled them. Qi Qing'an swiftly pulled Zhizhi close and, before the staff could finish calling red light, he launched her forward. Zhizhi collided with the staff member's shoulder and rolled onto the ground. Wait, did I just see that correctly? Qi Qing'an actually threw Zhizhi. So, they were indeed strategizing instead of flirting, right? And look at Qi Qing'an's sweet smile. I have a feeling of disbelief. What on earth are they doing? Can't they just play the game normally? Why must they be so dramatic? Everyone, I just captured the moment Zhizhi took flight. What a spectacle. The other two pairs were left bewildered. What had just transpired? They witnessed something was past them, and suddenly, Zhizhi had reached the finish line.
We won, right?
She exclaimed, rising swiftly from the ground, her face alight with joy. The director, flustered, interjected, No. Both participants must cross together to count. Zhizhi countered.
Why not?
You never specified that both had to finish together. Chapter 28, The Showdown. They had cleverly exploited a loophole in the production team's rules, leaving the crew speechless. If blame were to be assigned, it would solely rest on their shoulders for not articulating the game rules thoroughly, allowing the contestants to seize this opportunity. However, none could have anticipated that they would employ such a tactic. Qi Qing'an, unfazed by the potential criticism of lacking gentlemanly conduct, brazenly cast a young lady aside. Zhizhi. This girl exhibited remarkable audacity, seemingly impervious to the risk of injury. After successfully deceiving the production team, the two joyfully exchanged a high five and proceeded to select their ingredients with delight. The other two teams had to take their time, but due to the preceding duo's maneuver, the production crew forbade such antics from the rest, mandating that pairs must complete the tasks together. Had we known, we could have done the same. Albeit somewhat amusingly, and perhaps a tad embarrassing, we could have emerged victorious. Lu Qiqi now harbored profound regrets, pondering why they had not devised this method earlier. It was all because they had been too honest. Their team was permitted to select 6 ingredients, with Zhizhi choosing 3: beef, dried bean curd, and small yellow croaker, while Qi Qing'an opted for mushrooms, chicken, and cucumber. The early selectors could begin preparing their ingredients, with the available seasonings being free for use and not counted among the ingredients. Can you cook? If not, let me handle it. My culinary skills are quite commendable, Zhizhi earnestly remarked to Qi Qing'an. After all, the male protagonist appeared to be someone not accustomed to the culinary arts. Perhaps he could manage porridge in the morning. But cooking these dishes seemed beyond him. Qi Qing'an, oblivious to how he was perceived by her, wondered if he truly appeared so inept. I can cook. I'll prepare a mushroom stew and a cucumber salad for you. If you prefer not to cook, I can handle yours as well. He felt compelled to prove himself before this young lady, demonstrating that he was far from the stereotype of someone inept at even the simplest tasks. He was merely directionally challenged. Zhizhi selected dishes she wished to prepare as well. No need, I'll manage the dishes I chose. I plan to make stir-fried celery with beef, dry mixed bean curd, and deep-fried small yellow croaker. Both were quite proficient in the kitchen, so while they engaged in playful banter, they had already begun preparing their ingredients. Each stood at their respective stations, resembling competitors rather than teammates. I thought they would collaborate, yet they seemed to have turned it into a competition, utterly speechless, yet entirely expected. In typical shows, a male and female guest cooking together would create a visually pleasing and heartwarming scene, but these two were breaking the mold. This was no ordinary program. It could be deemed a rather unconventional one. Look how their movements have quickened. While cooking, they occasionally glance at one another, gauging each other's progress. There's truly no need for such intense competitiveness. The audience observed their antics in disbelief. Logically, cooking together should have been a charming tableau. Yet all they witnessed was a display of rivalry. The production team had likely envisioned a different scenario, hoping to capture moments of romantic chemistry while cooking, never anticipating the competitive spirit that unfolded. These two must have some quirks. The atmosphere has shifted dramatically. Can't they be a tad more adaptable? Am I not being clear enough? Could their thought processes not be just a bit more coherent? The director's team was on the verge of exasperation, as they sought to cultivate a romantic pairing, yet each group seemed intent on causing chaos. Initially, they believed this pair would be relatively manageable, but their good moments had quickly devolved into this spectacle. Some mischievous netizens even recorded their antics, pairing it with a theme music from Chinese Cooking Master. devoid of any romantic undertones, instead highlighting how tense the two appeared, fearful of being outdone by the other. After the other two groups completed their game, they selected a few ingredients, yet they stood clueless as to how to proceed. Lu Qiqi and Lu Zihao exchanged glances, both utterly inept at cooking. Chu-Chi also lacked culinary skills, while Ning Yue could cook due to her prior experiences. Ning Yue had already busied herself in the kitchen, with Chu-Chi assisting her. Their teamwork was quite harmonious, as Chu-Chi was aware her cooking abilities were limited, merely helping with washing the vegetables. Why did you pick abalone? Can you even cook abalone? Lu Zihao, having chosen abalone, elicited a look of disdain from Lu Qiqi. Of course I can. Besides, abalone can simply be grilled. Today we shall have barbecue. He had also selected enoki mushrooms and cabbage. While they couldn't cook, they could certainly manage a barbecue. As long as the food was cooked, the taste was another matter entirely. By noon, the dishes prepared by Qi Qing'an and Yan Zhizhi were fully completed. Beholding the vibrant and aromatic 5 dishes, even the production team swallowed hard. How are their culinary skills so impressive? They hardly look like the type to cook, yet their results are astounding. Lu Qiqi, gazing at her charred mess, glanced enviously at the delicious dishes across the way, feeling utterly defeated. Surely we're not relegated to eating this burnt offering for lunch. I truly cannot stomach it. Lu Zihao also felt a wave of despair. Watching others barbecue seemed simple, yet undertaking the task himself proved incredibly challenging. Their only edible option was the abalone, while all other dishes had been reduced to charcoal. These two fools are truly remarkable. You must brush oil on the grill before barbecuing. It's no wonder everything turned to charcoal. I initially thought Yan Zhizhi would falter, but look who is struggling now. What shall you eat for lunch? Those charred remains are certainly inedible. Just moments ago, when Lu Zihao attempted to handle the cabbage, I heard a loud crack. It's quite a feat to reduce cabbage to such a state. Although Lu Zihao's dishes weren't entirely burnt, they were all carbonized. A testament that without a certain level of skill, one could not produce a proper barbecue. Yan Zhizhi, noticing their culinary creations, conferred with Qi Qing'an and then called the others to join them for a meal. We have prepared quite a feast. Why don't you join us? Just leave those items there. They look completely unappetizing and would surely cause stomach issues. Upon hearing Yan Zhizhi's invitation, the two bumbling fools were profoundly touched. Our saviors. You are truly our rescuers. Their morning meal had been dismal, consisting of merely 2 boiled eggs and an excessively watery porridge, as they had no idea how much rice to use. After the exertions of the game, they were famished. Observing the exaggerated expressions of the two, Qi Qing'an pulled Yan Zhizhi back a step. Please contain your expressions. It's just a meal. Their reactions were overly dramatic. It was merely a meal, after all. Ning Yue's dishes were also ready, featuring home-style fare that looked quite appetizing. Chu-Chi eagerly presented the dishes: stir-fried green beans with meat, steamed fish, braised pork ribs, and cold vermicelli. Chu-Chi had intended to boast about her culinary prowess, but as she stood to do so, she accidentally bumped into the table, sending the entire spread crashing to the floor. Everyone.
Ning Yue.
Ning Yue felt too exasperated to even be angry. This person was utterly useless. A hindrance from head to toe, consistently creating more trouble than assistance. Chu-Chi's expression froze as she beheld her ruined masterpiece. I am so sorry, it was unintentional. Yanji knew all too well that Ning Yue had prepared all these dishes by herself. If her painstaking efforts were to be so rudely upended, she would likely erupt on the spot. Ning Yue's temperament was indeed commendable. Despite the circumstances, she remained surprisingly composed, or perhaps her anger merely lay beneath the surface. Goodness. Is Chu-Chi genuinely intent on sabotaging us? Put myself in her shoes. If I poured all my effort into cooking, only to have it overturned like that, I might well be tempted to commit murder. The young lady is truly pitiful. Since being with him, it's been nothing but toil for her. What will they eat later? Yanji and the others should be allowed to join them, right? Chu-Chi is, without a doubt, more hindrance than help. Let us all eat together, Qi Qing'an thought, feeling no inclination to speak further. Chu-Chi had a history of mischief, leaving Ning Yue unfortunate to be paired with him. Currently, they had 5 dishes for 6 people. Fortunately, the portions were quite generous. They transferred the dishes to a large table. Yet no one dared to let Chu-Chi serve any food. Yanji, this small yellow croaker is absolutely delicious. After taking a bite, Lu Qiqi was astounded, never expecting Yanji's culinary skills to be so exceptional. However, wasn't he, Yanji, a wealthy heiress for 20 years? Does the elite education of a wealthy family truly encompass culinary arts? Ning Yue could also cook. Could it be that this was indeed part of an elite education? Yanji, I genuinely didn't expect your and Qingdi's culinary skills to be so remarkable. They could easily rival those of professional chefs. Lu Zihao was particularly supportive, though it wasn't mere flattery. The dishes were genuinely delectable. Chu Qi felt uneasy, especially when he heard everyone praising Yanji. He picked up a piece of the small yellow croaker, but merely stared at it, causing others to glance at him in confusion. After sniffing it, he set the fish aside. I find it a bit fishy, Yanji. Seafood like this should be handled properly, otherwise, the odor can be quite overwhelming. The crowd reacted. If you can't speak, it would be wise to remain silent. Someone kindly invited you to dine, and yet you choose to be so caustic. Yanji remained unfazed. It wasn't worth her ire. If you dislike it, then don't eat, she replied calmly. Ning Yue's expression soured as she thought. This man must be unhinged. Seeing Ning Yue's countenance, Chu Qi mistakenly assumed she was displeased with Yanji. Seizing the opportunity to boast, he exclaimed, Ning Yue's cooking is marginally superior. Although I haven't tasted it, it appears quite promising. This backhanded compliment was evident even to the most obtuse observer.
Indeed.
If you hadn't spilled the dishes, you could have tasted it. It's your fault, after all. One might think you have a grudge against Ning Yue. Yanji retorted fiercely, unwilling to endure such indignities. Chu Qi became incensed. Are you purposely mocking me? You've harbored a grudge against me since yesterday. Yanji found his words amusing. Do you think I harbor a grudge? It's clear you've been the one seeking trouble with me. Others at least put on a facade before the cameras. You can't even manage that. She continued, aren't you worried your fans will abandon you? If I recall correctly, you were pursuing an idol career. Do you truly believe this behavior is suitable for an idol? Her words struck a chord, hitting him where it hurt. Chu Qi was aware that his recent behavior had been less than stellar. Though he was cut off from the outside world, he could surmise that many fans would indeed turn their backs on him. Still, he believed some could see his charm, and his manager would surely help mitigate the fallout. So, he remained optimistic. If you don't wish to eat my cooking, you need not partake. Stirring up trouble here is pointless. Chu Qi was so enraged that he struggled to process his thoughts. I simply find your cooking distasteful. Even Ning Yue's foot bath water would be tastier than your dishes. Ning Yue responded, what does this have to do with me? Lu Qiqi and Lu Zihao exchanged glances, both wearing identical expressions, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Qi Qing'an watched coolly from the side. Is Ning Yue's foot bath water truly that delightful? Have you perhaps sampled it? Chu Qi was becoming increasingly repugnant, despite the goodwill extended to him. He refused to feign appreciation. The dishes were fragrant and appealing, yet he was the sole one unable to enjoy them. Fans are abandoning him. Initially, I thought he was merely having a rough time, but it turns out he is simply insufferable. Yanji had never wronged him. Their paths in the entertainment industry rarely crossed. Although he wasn't a top-tier star, he was a well-known idol, and Yanji, a mere 18th-tier celebrity, had never offended him. Chu Qi seemed to realize his words had crossed a line and stormed off with a scowl. Yanji ignored him and continued to encourage everyone to eat. Let us enjoy our meal. Don't let trivial matters affect your appetite. With the exception of Chu Qi, the rest of the cast was quite amiable. Even during the afternoon activities, when Chu Qi was absent, the production team had specifically sent someone to communicate with him. Chapter 30. Mortified to death. The afternoon's activity was straightforward fishing. The production team provided them with fishing rods, but everything else was up to them. Yanji, holding the fishing rod, found herself at a loss. She had never fished before. Sister, do you know how to fish? Yanji approached the adept Ning Yue with a beaming smile. Sister, I'm not sure how to prepare this bait. Could you assist me? Ning Yue, noticing Yanji's effusive smile, gently nudged her head away with her elbow. I can help you with the bait, but keep your distance. Your head is nearly in my bowl. Yanji chuckled, undeterred. Today's competition is irrelevant. We'll feast on a whole fish banquet tonight. Qi Qing'an had intended to boast about his fishing skills, but upon witnessing Ning Yue reeling in fish one after another, he fell silent. After helping Yanji prepare the bait, Ning Yue left her to it. Yanji took her stance and cast the line. Suddenly, Lu Zihao felt something snagging at his backside with considerable force. What on earth is tugging at me? He reached behind to investigate and discovered a fishing line. At that moment, Yanji turned her head, and they locked eyes. Yanji's hook had snagged Lu Zihao's pants, and she was pulling it taut, nearly tearing them apart. The others couldn't contain their laughter, and Qi Qing'an helped loosen Yanji's line to relieve the tension. Yanji, you can't possibly be aiming for my backside.
Can you?
Lu Zihao covered his rear, mortified, as he had never encountered such a situation in his life.
Ha!
I can't tell who is more mortified between the two of them. Lu Zihao's luck is truly extraordinary, despite standing at a slight angle. The odds of Lu Qiqi getting snagged should have been higher, yet here he is. Lu Qiqi, touching her chiffon skirt, thought to herself that if she had been hooked, it would have surely resulted in an embarrassing wardrobe malfunction. Brother, thank you for taking that hit for me, otherwise I would have been finished. Lu Qiqi expressed her gratitude to Lu Zihao, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. Lu Zihao replied, to be honest, I didn't intend to assist you. As Zhizhi realized the situation, she hurriedly apologized. I'm so sorry. This is my first time fishing, and I'm not very skilled. I hope your pants are not torn. If they are, I will buy you a new pair. Lu Zihao touched his pants. Fortunately, they were intact. However, the hook had somehow lodged itself in, and no matter how he tugged, it wouldn't come out. While his pants were unharmed, it appeared the hook was stuck quite firmly. Among those present, only Qi Qing'an was a man. Qi, could you please come over and help me with this? Lu Zihao's face was flushed, feeling quite embarrassed at the thought of a man helping him remove the hook from his backside, but he found himself with no other options. Sure. Just move a little closer, Qi Qing'an replied, examining his pants, unsure how the hook had become so firmly attached. Feeling a man fiddling around near his rear, Lu Zihao's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson, as if he had forgotten how to breathe. Lu Qiqi, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, breathe. Just remember to breathe from the front, not the back. Qi Qing'an paused, then quietly straightened up and took a small step back.
Zhizhi shook.
Is he worried Lu Zihao might breathe from the back? Ning Yue sighed at the scene, realizing she had anticipated that Zhizhi might struggle to catch a fish. But she never expected it would lead to such a predicament. The audience witnessed Qi Qing'an's earlier actions clearly. What began as a routine hook removal quickly transformed into an exaggerated display, as if he feared touching Lu Zihao. How hilarious! Is Qi Qing'an worried Lu Zihao might pass gas? It was all so normal until he stepped back and straightened up, even his hands turned into delicate gestures. Both men seemed to be suffering, perhaps harboring mutual disdain. Lu Zihao's mortified expression is truly comical. Zhizhi is indeed a talent. After a considerable effort, they managed to remove the hook, and both men promptly retreated a significant distance, as if fearing contact with one another. Thank you, Qi Qing'an, Lu Zihao stammered, feeling his face and backside ablaze with embarrassment. Qi Qing'an merely nodded and returned to Zhiji's side. My apologies. Once we return, I will compensate you for the damaged pants. Damaging someone else's belongings requires restitution, but Zhizhi was not particularly concerned about the cost. Lu Zihao forced a smile. The damage to his pants was insignificant compared to the profound humiliation he felt. Though their start was rocky, Zhiji's luck skyrocketed thereafter as she continuously caught fish, quickly filling her bucket. However, each time she cast her line, everyone instinctively moved aside, exhibiting a remarkable synchronicity that bordered on comical. Originally seated beside her, Ning Yue and Qi Qing'an gradually distanced themselves as the fishing continued. While others fished in tranquility, Zhizhi approached it like a battle, creating an invisible zone around her that warned others to stay clear or risk being caught in the fray. When she caught her first fish, lacking experience and unsure how to remove the hook, she asked Qi Qing'an for assistance, nearly sending the fish flailing into someone else's face. Later, when she hooked a larger fish, Qi Qing'an came to help, only to be smacked in the face by the fish's tail, leaving him momentarily dazed. The onlooking duo was on the verge of hysteria. Who in the entertainment industry dares to be slapped in the face by a fish? Fearing Zhizhi might seek her aid, Ning Yue quickly relocated. How could I possibly provoke someone like her? Her parents must have been incredibly patient to raise her with such a temperament. Sometimes, I can't help but feel like retaliating. As the afternoon wore on, everyone remained clean, except for Zhizhi, who appeared as if she had just emerged from the water, leading some to believe she had gone for a swim rather than fishing. Chapter 31, The Lawless Group. How come everyone else is clean, yet you are drenched? Lu Qiqi questioned, puzzled by Zhiji's appearance. Zhizhi smiled awkwardly, remaining silent, while Qi Qing'an sighed and explained, what else could it be? She was fighting with the fish. The group was taken aback. How did it escalate to a fight with the fish? Zhizhi, sensing their incredulous stares, defended herself. Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't initiate it. They attacked me first. The fish struck me with its tail, and I merely retaliated. She lifted her chin defiantly, appearing quite justified in her stance. Isn't it normal to be hit by a fish's tail? Who hasn't experienced that? Is it really worth arguing about? Lu Ziheo's expression was particularly complicated as he struggled to comprehend how one could engage in combat with a fish. Qi Qing'an added, "It wasn't just a hit on the hand, it was on the face." She had just caught a large fish and was showing it off when its tail smacked her right in the face. He couldn't help but chuckle at the memory, finding her expression utterly amusing. "I'm merely retaliating in kind. It slapped me, so naturally, I would strike back." Zhizhi insisted, never one to be bullied.
Certainly not by a fish.
The viewers in the live stream witnessed the epic showdown between Zhizhi and the fish, filling the screen with laughter. I never imagined fishing could be this entertaining. The battle between man and fish was incredibly intense. The fish's fighting spirit is unmatched. The size of the fish was comparable to Qi Qing'an's arm. Being struck by its tail would undoubtedly hurt. If I were hit, I would be furious. Didn't Qi Qing'an also get swatted by the fish's tail? This group is truly something else. The fish versus Zhizhi has even trended online, with videos to prove it. Some confused onlookers mistook it for a newly released movie, only to burst into laughter upon viewing the footage. The expressions of shock and her fierce retaliation were pure comedy gold. The absurdity of the battle, where fish and human exchanged blows, drew laughter from all. Qi Qing'an, witnessing the spectacle, appeared utterly flustered, unsure of how to intervene. He seemed torn between wanting to step in and not knowing how. His hands hovering awkwardly between reaching out and pulling back, his expression caught between words. If it were a fight between two people, he might have intervened, but this was a battle between a person and a fish. The audience, hearing Qi Qing'an's description, was at a loss for words. This girl was truly a one-of-a-kind talent. That evening, during the full fish banquet, Zhizhi seized her catch and demanded it be prepared, enthusiastically declaring her intent to confront the fish. Though the preparation process couldn't be filmed, her outrageous remarks were recorded in full, as she proclaimed, "Let me show you what I'm capable of. How dare you strike me? As a fish, one must embody the virtues of a fish. One cannot simply resort to violence. Do you understand? If you were a tad more docile, I would certainly grant you a swift end. In my entire life, I have never been slapped, yet you, a mere fish, have set a precedent." Listening to the soliloquies of those outside, Ning Yue let out a faint sigh, pondering how such a temperament could be cultivated. Truly, she cannot bear to suffer even the slightest grievance. While an ordinary person might find it disgraceful to engage in a brawl with a fish, she feels no shame whatsoever. Rather, she revels in her victory. What is there to take pride in defeating a fish? I genuinely mourn for that fish. They say one should provoke a gentleman but avoid a rogue, for it is indeed challenging to coexist with a woman and a scoundrel. As Lu Zihe sliced vegetables, he lamented. At that moment, both Lu Qiqi and Ning Yue halted their actions and turned to gaze at him. Qi Qing'an discreetly stepped back, distancing himself from Lu Zihe. Merely a bystander. "Oh, dear son, quickly turn your head and take a look. Lu Zihe is in grave danger. His fans can switch allegiances. Your idol is destined to meet his demise today." The barrage of comments flooded in, yet Lu Zihe remained oblivious to the peril, instead humming a tune, appearing quite content. Ning Yue and Lu Qiqi approached with knives raised, their glares potent enough to slay 100 of him.
Hey,
"How do you think I'm doing with this vegetable cutting?" Lu Zihe turned around, seeking praise, only to be met with 2 glistening blades. "What do you intend to do? Murder is a crime." Lu Zihe retreated step by step, swallowing hard in terror. Surely, he hadn't committed any heinous acts, had he? Could it be that his vegetable preparation displeased them? "If you dislike what I've cut, I can redo it. I can slice whatever you desire." A true man must be adaptable. After all, it's just cutting vegetables. He can learn anything. Ning Yue and Lu Qiqi exchanged glances, then tossed their knives aside and lunged at him, followed by a man's anguished scream. Qi Qing'an, washing vegetables, shook his head. Why seek death when life is good?
sigh.
The room had split into 2 contrasting scenes, one of Qi Qing'an, serenely washing vegetables, and the other of Lu Zihe, wailing in agony. Outside, strange laughter and the sound of chopping meat could be heard. Are they truly cooking? I feel as though they resemble an illicit group, with one inside committing murder and the others outside dismembering. Qi Qing'an embodies the group's leader, remaining steadfast regardless of the chaotic environment.
Goodness.
Your description is absolutely brilliant. I was wondering why it seemed so bizarre. It turns out my imagination had been lacking. Before long, Zhizhi entered with a platter of fish. Blood splattered across her face and clothes, sporting a smile that appeared both innocent and eerie. Qi Qing'an paused in his vegetable washing at the sight of her. What on earth? Did you come back from murdering someone? The three brawlers ceased their squabble, staring in shock at her appearance. How could one slaughter fish and emerge looking like this? Zhizhi set the fish down and wiped her face with her hands, only smearing more blood. I suddenly feel that Zhizhi would be perfect for a certain role, the kind of seemingly innocent girl who, behind her facade, kills without a flicker of an eyelid. I agree. She possesses a peculiar deviant aura that others lack. What on earth is this deviant aura? How did you come up with such terms, yet they somehow fit? Directors. If there are suitable roles, come quickly. Here lies a gem. Many even tagged various directors online. For Zhizhi not only possessed beauty, but also an unsettling allure. How could she not be snatched up for acting? Qi Qing'an, watching Zhizhi smear her face with more blood, silently offered her a tissue. Wipe that off. You might want to change and wash up afterward. Zhizhi flashed him a radiant smile, though her current appearance was indeed rather strange. Just as she was about to wash her face, the door swung open, and Qi walked in, seemingly unaware of when he had entered. Seeing Zhizhi in this state, his expression contorted before he silently retreated. What was he doing? This was a live broadcast. How did she manage to get herself covered in blood? As Qi appeared and vanished almost instantaneously, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. Why did he just go outside again? Lu Qi wondered aloud, puzzled as to why he would leave after returning. Had the fury not dissipated after all this time? Moreover, it was his fault at noon. Why was he being so petty? Truly, he seems to excel at everything but leaving a good impression, ultimately requiring the production team to placate him. Ning Yue wiped her knife and nonchalantly remarked, "Why concern yourself with him? Perhaps he merely needed a moment to breathe." Ning Yue had begun to adopt a more laid-back attitude. Dealing with such a person was indeed exasperating, and she had had enough after a day of tolerating him. Was Qi just using some sort of teleportation? He appeared for a moment and then vanished again. Did he go off to learn martial arts during that time? Look at the expression on his face. He likely thinks Zhizhi is a murderer. His expression can only be described with 4 words: panic and confusion, while others might use the phrase pale with fear. His current demeanor could only be characterized as utter disarray. Previously, he had thought his handsome visage would dazzle even without the flattering filters of his fans. Sometimes, people can genuinely be brainwashed. Previously, Qi's fans would rave about his handsomeness, and though many had been indifferent, constant praise and edited photos gradually accustomed the public to perceive him as attractive. After all, even during public appearances, he donned exquisite makeup to accentuate his features, particularly for stage performances. Yet, this program stripped him back to his raw self. While he seemed fine when silent, speaking revealed a certain rigidity in his features, especially when angered. Despite having acted in numerous dramas and films, he lacked the expressive eyes that others possess. Even when furious, most would manage their expressions. But not him. Everything was laid bare on his face. One wonders how such a person could rise to prominence in the entertainment industry. Few would believe there was no support behind him. What on earth was Zhizhi up to, covered in blood? Qi, in a state of despair, questioned the production team. "Didn't you say she would apologize to me upon my return? Does she look like she intends to apologize?" She asked, clearly trying to intimidate me. The production team responded, "Sir, you may be suffering from a persecution complex. Is she threatening you for no reason? What benefit would that serve her?" The director was genuinely exasperated with this contestant. All the others behaved normally, while he was always causing a ruckus. Zhizhi had merely been slaughtering fish, and it was entirely natural for her to be covered in blood. Did we not prepare an apron for her? Moreover, I meant for both of you to apologize to each other, not for her to apologize to you. Please do not misconstrue my intentions. Does this man only hear half of what is said? How could he twist a straightforward statement into something entirely different? Currently, Qi's live stream had been shut down. Ever since he stormed out at noon, his broadcast ceased to function. Thus, he dared to speak so audaciously to the production team.
"Juki,
I invited you here as a guest, not as a deity. In terms of status, you hardly rank at all. Even the esteemed Qingdi conducts himself in accordance with the rules set by the production team. Can you compare your standing in the entertainment industry to his? Even if we disregard the entertainment world and consider capital, can you truly reach his stature? You have had your phone confiscated and likely remain oblivious to the current public sentiment towards you. A significant number of your fans have already departed. If you do not manage your image diligently, do you truly believe you can maintain your former status? The director's words were tinged with earnestness. In the early days of Chu Chi's career, they had collaborated, and he had been a polite newcomer, leaving a favorable impression. Yet, mere years had passed, and he had transformed into someone arrogant and dismissive. Despite the fact that such behavior was commonplace in their industry, it was rarely so overt. It seemed that with the passage of time, he had aged without gaining wisdom. Should he possess a cunning mind capable of outmaneuvering others, that would indeed be a skill. However, his inability to tolerate others while willingly courting disaster was sheer foolishness. Chu Chi could not fathom how his fans could abandon him. He had not caused any scandals during the program. Although he had made some attempts to appease Ning Yue, he had done so discreetly without revealing his true intentions. As long as nothing was expressly stated, it could not be deemed real. Such was the nature of the entertainment industry. Are you deceiving me? I have tens of millions of loyal fans, and after only 2 days on the show, how could they possibly leave? Observing his expression, the director promptly returned his phone to him. Take a good look for yourself. You may also want to contact your manager to verify the truth of my words. There is still ample time in this program. This is merely the first episode. Should you perform well, you might yet salvage your image. However, if you continue down this path, you are well aware of the consequences. Chapter 33. Would you like to soak your feet? Upon receiving his phone, Chu Chi immediately dialed his manager. Before he could utter a word, his manager launched into a tirade. I sent you to participate in this program to solidify and attract fans, and look at the antics you've engaged in these past 2 days. I instructed you to win over Qi Qing'an and Ning Yue, and this is what you have done. His manager had been thoroughly exasperated, having barely slept for 2 days while monitoring the online discourse. Whenever there was even the slightest hint of goodwill towards Chu Chi, he would spend lavishly to promote it, striving to bury any scandals that arose. Yet, no matter how swiftly he acted, he could not outpace the rapid emergence of new issues. Chu Chi was taken aback by his manager's words. I have not done anything egregious. I tried to befriend Ning Yue, but she simply does not reciprocate. What can I do? His manager scoffed. What you call winning her over is nothing of the sort. If I were Ning Yue, I would have put you in your place long ago. You have only made things worse, and today she left in a huff. Do you realize how close you were to trending on social media for all the wrong reasons? It was only by spending a fortune that I managed to suppress that trending topic. I warn you for the last time. Perform well. There are still 5 days left in this program. Do not ask for more trouble, and do not seek out Zhizhi. I truly do not understand why you insist on bothering her. You have no connection with her whatsoever. Did you not notice her complete disregard for others? She acts without concern for the consequences. Why would you compare yourself to her? Chu Chi found himself at a loss for words.
Indeed.
From the very first day at the airport, Zhizhi had shown no regard for the opinions of others, doing as she pleased. Isn't she the adopted daughter of the Ning family? Shouldn't I be trying to win over Ning Yue through her? One is a biological daughter, and the other an adopted one. Surely, my dealings with Zhizhi would please Ning Yue more. His manager was on the verge of losing his mind, unable to comprehend the workings of Chu Chi's mind. Where did you get the impression that their relationship was strained? Did someone from your circle claim that they were about to kick the adopted daughter out? This speculation has been entirely conjectural from the beginning. You have been in this program. Have you not observed that Ning Yue has treated her sister rather well? Though they may not appear particularly close, she has always shown small gestures of care. From now on, do not trouble her any further. For the next 5 days, simply comply with what is asked of you. Speak only when necessary, and after this episode is over, you will learn to cook and clean everything. With that, his manager abruptly ended the call, leaving Chu Chi in a state of shock. How had the world changed so drastically in just 2 days? The director regarded him with a cold gaze. I said it before, you have 2 options. The first is to continue your reckless behavior, and you will bear the consequences. The second is to heed your manager's advice, recording the program obediently and doing as instructed. Chu Chi now resembled a deflated balloon, his earlier bravado completely deflated. I apologize, director. I understand my mistakes. I will commit to recording the program properly and will not add any burdens to you. Having experienced the ruthless dynamics of the entertainment industry, he knew that when one is elevated, they can do as they please. Even the most trivial actions are praised. However, once one falls from grace, everyone is quick to kick them while they are down. He had endured such a period before, and if he were to descend once more, those he had wronged would undoubtedly seek retribution. He could neither accept nor endure such a fate. Upon returning, he found that dinner was nearly prepared. As Chu Chi's livestream opened, viewers flooded in with comments. Disappeared all afternoon, and as soon as it's mealtime, he's back. What a lazy slacker. I learned a new trick for avoiding work. Just pretend to be angry and storm out, only to return when it's time to eat, as if nothing had happened. Chu Chi actually has the audacity to return. Tonight's dinner is primarily prepared by Zhizhi, so let's see if he dares to eat. For that evening's fish feast, Zhizhi had prepared half the dishes, with the other half cooked by Qing'an and Ning Yue. You're back. Go wash your hands and join us for dinner. Lu Zihao played the peacemaker. Chu Chi nodded obediently and went to wash his hands. Everyone was surprised by his newfound compliance. What happened while he was out? His demeanor has completely shifted. He no longer exhibits that haughty attitude. Dinner was unusually quiet, and Zhizhi seemed to have forgotten the events of that afternoon. Ignoring Chu Chi and refraining from instigating conflict, she would eat what she liked and disregard the rest, as she had prepared the meal for herself. You cook, and we'll wash the dishes. You all should head back and rest. They would be staying together that night due to an early morning event, and it was impractical to separate their accommodations. However, they needed to retrieve their toiletries from their living quarters. On the way back, Zhizhi hummed cheerfully, seemingly unaffected by Chu Chi's presence. Qing'an noted her remarkable emotional resilience, but found himself curious about whether she truly felt unbothered. Zhizhi, are you upset? Zhizhi looked at him, perplexed. She failed to comprehend his words, perplexed as to why he suddenly inquired if she was angry. Observing the girl's bewildered expression, Qing'an discerned that further questioning was unnecessary. Her carefree demeanor was indeed remarkable. It's nothing, let's hurry back, he suggested. Zhizhi found the situation utterly baffling. After retrieving their toiletries and change of clothes, they returned to the quaint villa, where the production team had arranged 3 spacious rooms, one for the girls and one for the boys. Once they had organized their belongings, Zhizhi fixated on Ning Yue, remaining silent and motionless. What are you staring at? Is there something on your mind? Ning Yue queried. Zhizhi, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a foot-soaking bucket. Would you like to soak your feet? Lu Qiqi's eyes lit up at the sight of the bucket. Yes, yes, yes. I soak my feet every night. It makes sleeping so much more comfortable. Chapter 34. Firmness. Seeing the eager expressions on their faces, Ning Yue nodded in agreement, willing to give it a try. Although she did not typically have the habit of soaking her feet at night, since Zhizhi had taken the initiative to ask her, a little indulgence would not hurt. The 3 of them soaked their feet while applying facial masks, appearing thoroughly relaxed. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the boys' room was distinctly awkward. Qing'an busied himself with his belongings, remaining taciturn, while Chu Chi seemed to be brooding, his mood evidently sour. Caught in the middle was the unfortunate Lu Zihao, who glanced at Qing'an, then at Chu Chi, and finally at his own pitiful self, letting out a sigh. I feel sorry for myself. Being the sandwich in this cookie is truly no easy task. Qing'an's unfavorable impression of Chu Chi was likely influenced by Zhizhi's demeanor. What do you mean it's because of Zhizhi? This is clearly all of Chu Chi's doing. Just look at the 5 guests, who among them actually likes him. Lu Zihao probably only talks to him because they're filming. Where are all of Chu Chi's fans now? Just 2 days ago, when he appeared, his fans flooded the screen. They've all disappeared. Most of Chu Chi's fans are superficial. Can he still maintain their adoration with his current looks? Although he still has a few fans, they have mostly turned against him, leaving little time to show up here. Recently, there had been an abundance of negative news surrounding Chu Chi, with numerous detractors circulating unflattering photos of him during the show. The atmosphere in the room was unbearably heavy. After a while, Lu Zihao could no longer tolerate it and decided to sit in the living room for a bit, planning to return when it was time for bed. After organizing his things, Qing'an headed off for a shower, indifferent to the others in the room. Now, only Chu Chi remained. Although he understood that he needed to endure this period of humiliation, he felt a growing resentment, especially upon noticing that Zhizhi appeared unaffected. After spending some time in the room, he opted to step outside. If he didn't clear his mind, he genuinely felt he might lose his sanity. In that moment, he felt as though the entire world had betrayed him, his fans had deserted him, his manager scolded him, the production team looked down on him, and now even the guests ignored him. After soaking her feet, Zhizhi, with a facial mask on, stepped onto the balcony, only to serendipitously encounter Chu Chi, who was there to gather his thoughts. Oh, come quick. It's a battlefield. The rivals have crossed paths. I wonder if they will end up fighting. Surely Chu Chi wouldn't strike a woman. Would he? You upstairs worry too much. Archie's sister could hold her own against the big fish. And I doubt Chu-Chi's combat skills compare.
Ha!
Your words are rather harsh, yet I must admit, you're right. Chu-Chi's fighting prowess seems indeed lacking. Upon seeing Chu-Chi, Zhizhi turned to leave, feeling cursed, as even a simple stroll led to an encounter with him.
Wait!
Chu-Chi suddenly called out to Zhizhi. Suppressing the urge to roll her eyes, she thought, what is it? Our friendship hardly warrants a catch-up. Hearing her, Chu-Chi chuckled self-deprecatingly. This woman truly seemed oblivious to the opinions of others, freely expressing herself without reservation. I can apologize for what happened today. But you must also apologize to me. Zhizhi replied. What? Is he out of his mind? Why should I apologize? I've done nothing wrong. Did he genuinely believe that at their age, mutual apologies were necessary like children? Why should I apologize to you? I haven't done anything wrong. It's you who's been targeting me all along. Don't assume I'm unaware of your motives. I have nothing to fear from you. Zhizhi rolled her eyes, her disdain for him unabashedly evident. Chu-Chi took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. What happened at noon was my fault. But don't you think you have anything to apologize for? Isn't mutual apology the way to resolve things? Zhizhi was genuinely amused by his words. What did I do wrong? Oh, now I see. I shouldn't have invited you to eat. You're so noble that you'd rather starve than eat my cooking, right? You're truly something special. Tonight, he still ate, specifically returning at mealtime, as if the show were his personal domain, coming and going as he pleased while expecting everyone to cater to him. Zhizhi promptly removed the mask from her face. You think I'll apologize to you? Not a chance. I have no interest in your apologies. Just leave. My goodness. Zhizhi's combat power is formidable. Is she not concerned about losing fans with such candor? Does she appear to care about losing fans? If she did, she wouldn't have been lying around at the airport on the first day of filming or cosplaying as Ultraman. I too think Chu-Chi is somewhat unreasonable. The incident from noon was already behind them, yet he insists on bringing it up for attention. And he still eats the food prepared by others. Doesn't he that seem a bit absurd? But don't you find Zhiji's behavior excessive? It wasn't he just a demand for her to apologize. It was a mutual resolution of their conflict, a simple matter that could have settled things without escalation. You upstairs must be a reincarnation of a saint. Have you not seen how Chu-Chi has treated Zhizhi these past few days? She kindly invited him to lunch, and when he left, he nearly flipped the table. What wrong has Zhizhi done? There are always those who consider themselves morally superior, standing atop their high ground to judge others. Is resolving conflict truly that simple? When someone consistently targets you, can a mere apology smooth everything over? After receiving such backlash, the earlier speaker vanished, likely fearing that others would trace back to him. Upon returning, Zhizhi was still fuming. Ning Yue and Lu Chi-Chi, who were still soaking their feet, were puzzled by her anger. Didn't you say you were going out for some fresh air? Did you end up eating a belly full of wind? Look at you fuming. Who upset you? Chapter 35, Revenge. Zhizhi was utterly speechless. It was that Chu-Chi again, insisting that she apologize to him and mentioning mutual apologies. On what grounds? Truly, he had a thick skin. While others may indulge him, she would not. Suddenly, Zhizhi caught sight of Ning Yue's foot-soaking water. Having been angered today, she was determined to reclaim it. Neither Ning Yue nor Lu Qichao noticed the glint in her eyes. Both merely sighed in resignation. Ideally, this program should have been quite leisurely, if everyone got along. They had anticipated potential conflicts among the female contestants, but never imagined a male participant could be so troublesome. Alright, just ignore him. After a busy day, it's best to get some rest, Ning Yue and Lu Qichao decided as they prepared to dispose of the foot-soaking water, only for Zhizhi to hurriedly intervene. You both should rest. I'll take care of the foot-soaking water. I need to step outside for a breather. Today has truly vexed me. The other two, unsuspecting of her intentions, likely could not fathom the extent of Zhiji's audacity. Once she had procured the foot-soaking water, Zhizhi stealthily exited, pretending to return to her slumber. Meanwhile, some night owls in the live stream awaited further developments. Sure enough, 2 hours later, Zhizhi arose from her bed. Here we go again sleepwalking. Let us see what she does this time. The other two girls will surely be startled. Let us hope there is no repeat of last night's laughter. I was utterly terrified. Everyone believed Zhizhi was sleepwalking, but in truth, she was wide awake. She retrieved the hidden foot-soaking water and emerged from the restroom with a basin in hand. Surely, she isn't planning to douse someone with that water? Of course. Zhizhi, had no such intentions. She carried the basin out of the room, and the cameras in the living room captured her as she approached Chu-Chi's cup. Didn't you say the foot-soaking water was delightful? Here, have your fill. She filled Chu-Chi's cup to the brim, and just as she was about to head back, the living room lights flickered on. Qi Qing'an, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Zhizhi with a basin, muttered, "Could it be another sleepwalking episode? Are you up for a bathroom break?" Zhiji's sudden remark startled him, causing him to spill some of the water from his cup. This isn't sleepwalking. Why on earth are you carrying a basin at this hour? Qi Qing'an had merely risen for a drink, forgetting to take his cup back to his room before bed. Zhizhi innocently replied, "I'm just transferring the foot-soaking water into the cup." Qi Qing'an nearly choked, disbelief written all over his face. So, he had just consumed foot-soaking water.
Goodness.
Zhizhi is audacious. Is she perhaps a little unhinged? Dousing someone's cup with foot-soaking water at night. What is amusing about that? This is a bit excessive. Isn't it? From the start, I felt Zhizhi had some issues. Who lies around at the airport? How can someone mentally unstable be an artist? Many found Zhiji's behavior appalling, deeming it a reflection of her lack of decorum. Observing Qi Qing'an's expression, she understood his thoughts. Don't worry. I didn't touch your cup. I merely transferred Ning Yue's foot-soaking water into Chu-Chi's cup. Didn't he say earlier that Ning Yue's foot-soaking water tasted better than my cooking? It seems he has had his fair share of it before. Since Ning Yue soaked her feet today, it would be a waste to pour it out, so why not let him drink it? Seeing the sparkle in Zhiji's eyes, Qi Qing'an felt his lips twitch. Yes, indeed. How could this girl hold onto a grudge so fiercely? Yet, her straightforward temperament lacked any hidden agendas. Initially, he had intended to let the midday incident slide, but when he faced her again that evening, he found himself unable to sleep in frustration. He was a petty person. He acted on impulse without reservations, and if someone provoked him, they would surely face the consequences. Zhizhi tightened the lid on Chu-Chi's cup. You want to tell him about tonight's escapade, will you? She fixed her gaze on Qi Qing'an, sensing that if he dared to spill the beans, he would be the next unfortunate soul. Qi Qing'an silently placed his cup behind him and shook his head. Why would I? You two need to resolve your own matters. I'm not one to meddle. He scoffed at the thought of involving himself in others' affairs. Besides, Chu-Chi's incessant targeting of a young girl was rather absurd. Zhizhi was pleased with his response. All right, it's getting late. You should rest. Tomorrow, we shall witness the spectacle. As Zhizhi cheerfully carried the basin away, Qi Qing'an breathed a sigh of relief. From now on, he would keep his cup in his room. Leaving it outside was far too perilous. What to do? I suddenly find myself quite curious about what tomorrow will bring. I must admit, Zhizhi is truly fearless. She reciprocates kindness with double the affection and retaliation when wronged. Her temperament is quite refreshing. Initially, I was infuriated watching her pour foot-soaking water into someone else's cup, but considering it was Chu-Chi's cup, along with their conflict today, I suddenly felt no anger at all. Serves him right. While everyone is concerned about the cup and the foot-soaking water, I'm more intrigued by Zhiji's character. She seems to live life to the fullest. Indeed, she cares little for others' opinions, expressing her emotions freely without harboring grievances for the next day. Who can still manage such a feat nowadays? Before long, the topic of foot-soaking water trended online, with numerous netizens flocking to the live stream, eager to witness the unfolding drama the following day. Early the next morning, everyone rose quite early. The production team had prepared breakfast for them. Just a dry, hard piece of bread. Seriously, could you at least provide us with a glass of milk? How are we supposed to swallow this dry bread? Lu Zihao complained, finding the bread unpalatable and tough. The staff smiled and replied, "This is all we have. If you have time, you can drink more water." Qi Qing'an found this peculiar. Suddenly, memories of last night's events resurfaced in his mind. The production team had served them this bread intentionally, hadn't they? He was well aware of the discord between Chu-Chi and the production team, and he had been privy to all the happenings within the program. Watching Chu-Chi nibble on her bread and sip water, Qi Qing'an suddenly lost his appetite.
Can you not finish it?
Zhizhi leaned in, her own bread long gone. Though dry, it had a pleasant wheat aroma. I'm full, Qi Qing'an stated, placing half of his bread aside. Noticing Zhiji's eager gaze fixed on his remaining bread, he realized she hadn't had enough. I can't finish this half. I just tore it apart to eat. Zhiji's eyes lit up. You can't finish it?
Perfect.
I'm still hungry. Can I have it?
Sure.
Watching Zhizhi unhesitatingly munch on someone else's leftovers, Ning Yue suddenly felt a headache coming on. This girl truly needs some guidance. How can she eat what others have left behind? Aren't the wealthy supposed to receive elite education? Is this what elite education has produced? Surely, this must be a joke. Indeed, Ning's parents have truly implemented an elite education for Zhizhi. However, she is no longer the same Zhizhi of yore. Nevertheless, she possesses the memories of her predecessor, thus inheriting both the knowledge and skills of the former self, along with the additional ones that the original lacked. In essence, she embodies the principle that having multiple talents is never burdensome. Moreover, she has acquired a certain audacity. A person devoid of shame is invincible in this world. With her talents and an unrepentant demeanor, what could anyone possibly do to her? As she observed Chu Chi finishing his glass of water, the online audience was fervently inundating the live chat with messages. He has finished it. He has finished it. I can't help but ask, didn't he notice anything peculiar about the taste? Perhaps he simply enjoys that strange flavor. Maybe even the water from a beautiful woman's foot bath smells delightful. Chi Ching glanced at Chu Chi just now and lost his appetite. I suspect he was utterly repulsed. I have to admire Zhizhi. Her demeanor is so composed, and she savors her food so deliciously. Everyone else finds the bread unappetizing, yet she relishes it so much that I'm tempted to buy some myself. After watching Chu Chi finish the water, Zhizhi tore into a piece of bread and chuckled. This water must be sweet, right? Chu Chi cast a puzzled glance at Zhizhi, wondering why she suddenly engaged him in conversation. Could there be a hidden agenda at play? Water doesn't have a sweet taste. It's merely the ordinary flavor, after all. Chu Chi had no desire to converse with Zhizhi. She was a lunatic, after all. With the last morsel of bread tucked into her mouth, Zhizhi exclaimed joyfully, "It must be deliciously sweet. The water is actually the foot bath of Ning Yue that I changed last night." Cough, cough, cough. What on earth? Everyone stared at Zhizhi in sheer astonishment. Even Qi Qing'an was taken aback by her brazen revelation of the previous night's events. How could you possibly set someone up and then reveal your own identity? The director nearly choked on his breakfast, pondering whether Zhizhi was of sound mind. In truth, they were all aware of what transpired the previous night. They had both early and night shifts, given that the live stream operated 24/7. So the night crew had witnessed everything. They had intentionally sent out the dry bread in the morning. When one person offends an entire production team, they should not fear retribution, as this was standard procedure. However, they had not anticipated that Zhizhi would be so forthright about her actions from the previous night. Setting someone up is one thing, but why reveal your own identity? Is this child perhaps a bit foolish? She appears so pleased with herself. Is she not afraid of Chu Chi's retaliation? I genuinely have doubts about Zhizhi's mental state. Could she truly be insane? Chu Chi wore a grim expression, convinced that Zhizhi's claims were false, a mere ruse to deceive him. Who would engage in such antics on live television? Unafraid of public backlash? Yet, he overlooked the fact that Zhizhi was no ordinary individual. She was utterly indifferent to the opinions and judgments of online viewers. You drank Ning Yue's foot bath water, implying that her foot bath is more fragrant than my cooking? I made sure to fill your cup to the brim for you. How generous of me, right? Zhizhi crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow, her smile radiating innocence. Heaven help us, this is incredibly naive. In a martial arts novel set in ancient times, she would undoubtedly be a sorceress. Zhizhi, you truly possess some peculiarities. Chu Chi was genuinely furious, questioning where the production team had found such a lunatic, someone so reckless as to disregard the consequences of her actions. Was she not afraid of being subjected to online harassment? Zhizhi looked at the flustered Chu Chi with an air of calm, and even had the leisure to inquire, "Why are you angry? Shouldn't you be thanking me? You spoke so earnestly yesterday. I thought you were sincere. Which is why I went to the trouble of refilling your cup. Were you merely deceiving me yesterday at noon?" Chu Chi was so exasperated he could scarcely find words. What he had said at noon was a result of anger and impulsivity. Who would have thought a fool would take him seriously? Perhaps this fool hadn't taken him seriously at all. Perhaps she was simply toying with him. Observing Zhizhi, who appeared entirely oblivious to the gravity of her actions, Lu Zihao discreetly stepped back.
Goodness.
This truly is a little sorceress, a girl he genuinely cannot provoke. Ning Yue wore a particularly complex expression, pondering why this girl had been so eager to assist her with a foot bath last night. It turns out her intentions were quite different. She refuses to concede any loss. How has she managed to thrive so far? Lu Qiqi quietly huddled with Lu Zihao, both trembling as they witnessed this unfolding spectacle. They had been in the entertainment industry for many years, yet they had never witnessed such a scene. Typically, rivalries were settled behind closed doors, while public facades were maintained. They had not anticipated encountering such an eccentric character. To settle a grudge on the same day, without regard for others' dignity, and to refuse to suffer any loss, was simply unprecedented. Viewers watching these two squabbling were in stitches. The scene was one where Zhizhi innocently stated her case, while Chuchi retched and raged. Qi Cheng'an sat beside them with a complex expression, and the other two cowered in the corner, trembling. Never before has a variety show featured such a dramatic spectacle. Chapter 37. Blowing air at someone.
Ugh.
This is in the live stream, ugh. Are you not afraid of what the audience will say about you?
Ugh.
Chuchi was now weeping and retching, clearly repulsed. His reaction made the viewers uncomfortable as well, many of whom felt the urge to vomit alongside him due to the sheer disgust. Zhizhi raised an eyebrow and shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "Why should I care about their opinions? I intend to live my life as I please. I find my current existence quite comfortable and free. Why should I compromise myself for others? As long as I do not break the law or violate ethics, I can choose to do whatever I wish. Of course, serving you foot bath water doesn't contradict moral standards."
Puffed.
Qi Cheng'an nearly burst into laughter, covering his mouth awkwardly as he coughed. Initially, he thought the show might be tedious, but it now appeared quite entertaining, for one could never predict what would unfold next. Chuchi's attempts to confront Zhizhi ended in utter defeat. He was ultimately carried away by the production crew, utterly drained from retching. The live stream now featured only 5 individuals, and Chuchi would likely carry a significant psychological burden from this experience. Goodness, Zhizhi's impact is overwhelmingly powerful. Without lifting a finger, she has vanquished her opponent. I've learned something today. If someone acts insane in my presence, I'll show them what true madness looks like. Why do I find this oddly satisfying? Zhizhi is in the entertainment industry, where connections are paramount. Does she not fear offending Chuchi and his associates? After all, Chuchi is a leading artist at Shinkai Entertainment, and they might retaliate on his behalf. Let them come, then let Sister Zhi go mad again, and wipe out an entire company. This simply will not do. Zhizhi looked down on Chuchi, finding his combat effectiveness disappointingly low. She only needed to use her words to send him down. Turning her head, she noticed the other 4 individuals gazing intently at her. With Qi Cheng'an's eyes sparkling with amusement, Ning Yue's filled with exasperation and resignation, and Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi's eyes reflecting envy and trepidation. They envied Zhizhi's freedom to act as she pleased, yet feared her madness might spill over into their lives. "Zhizhi, dear sister, have you eaten enough? I still have half a loaf of bread." Lu Zihao, with a particular eagerness, offered his portion, an inexplicable air of a young eunuch surrounding him. Lu Qiqi also produced her secret stash of milk, exclaiming, "I have milk too. Let us enjoy the bread with it." The audience, witnessing the enthusiastic exchange between the two, could hardly contain their laughter. It feels like these two are just munching on popcorn, their expressions mirroring mine perfectly. Suddenly, I find myself a bit envious of them, feasting on the latest gossip while being paid for it. I sense a hint of dread in the way they gaze at Zhizhi. Could it be that they are frightened by the madwoman? Heavens, that madwoman! If she finds out, beware of her going berserk and serving you foot bath water. Zhizhi has now acquired an additional nickname. Once known as Qi's sister due to her fans' moniker, she is now also referred to as the madwoman. Some netizens have even created memes from the scene yesterday where she poured out foot bath water, captioned with, "Don't mess with me, or you'll be served foot bath water." Ning Yue has also gained a new title, Foot Bath Sister, all thanks to Zhizhi. Otherwise, she would never have been burdened with such an unpleasant nickname. Throughout the morning, Chuchi mysteriously vanished, yet returned in the afternoon, appearing utterly drained, as if all vitality had been siphoned from him. Moreover, whenever Zhizhi approached, his reaction was exceedingly pronounced. "Sister, could you please keep your distance? I swear I won't provoke you again." Chuchi was on the verge of tears, regretting his decision to antagonize this lunatic. Why on earth did the production team invite such a madwoman to participate? Wasn't that simply a recipe for disaster? Zhizhi found his exaggerated response rather amusing. She had merely passed by. For the remainder of the afternoon, Chuchi refrained from instigating any trouble and became notably diligent, complying with requests or choosing to remain inactive, creating an unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere for the show. As the evening drew to a close, everyone returned to their respective homes. Half of the episode had already been filmed, And thanks to Zhizhi, the show's popularity remained sky-high. This girl contributed at least 1 or 2 trending topics daily, and the production team was utterly enamored with her. That night, as she lay in bed, Zhizhi inexplicably found a rope and tied her hands to the bed. "This should prevent me from sleepwalking tonight," she mused aloud. "No, this contraption won't help. You're capable of unlocking it while sleepwalking. Remember how you blew air at the other 2 girls last night?" Thankfully, they didn't wake up, otherwise someone would have surely called the police. After returning from pouring out the foot bath water, Zhizhi quickly fell asleep. Yet her viewers remained wide awake, eager to see if she would sleepwalk again. And indeed, she did not disappoint, sleepwalking once more. However, she merely crouched beside others, blowing air at them, causing the audience to feel a mix of tension and amusement, fearing she might wake them. If they discovered someone blowing air beside them in the middle of the night, they would likely be terrified. Fortunately, aside from her blowing air, she did nothing else and soon returned to bed to sleep. Chi-chung and was also concerned about whether Zhizhi would sleepwalk again, uncertain if she had done so the previous night. However, there were no disturbances from the adjacent room, suggesting she might have been safe. At 3 in the morning, Zhizhi arose from her bed, but as she attempted to leave, the rope restrained her. After tugging at it unsuccessfully, she squatted down and began to weep. Her cries were hauntingly sorrowful, sending chills down the spines of her livestream audience. Her level of sleepwalking might warrant a visit to a doctor. Whoever becomes her boyfriend or husband will be in for a fright, enjoying horror movies every night. Goodness, I have goosebumps all over. Is there a horror film director nearby? We have a natural actress here. Hurry and come cast her. Chinese horror films have always struggled, and with a natural talent at hand, they should seize the opportunity immediately. Chi-chung, who had been sleeping soundly, was abruptly awakened by the mournful cries. Chapter 38. The haunting cry. Who on earth cries outside at this hour? Could it be the sound of the sea breeze? Chi-chung tried to reassure himself, but as he closed his eyes, the sound became increasingly distinct. This was undoubtedly the cry of a woman, not merely the wind. Quietly, he rose from his bed and searched for a stick to arm himself. The juxtaposition of one person sorrowfully weeping and another vigilantly patrolling the room was oddly humorous. Chi-chung's psychological resilience is truly remarkable. If it were me, I'd have been terrified on the first night. How can he still stand? Shouldn't he be hiding under the covers? Chinese ghosts don't bother those under the covers. Most people would seek refuge there. But Chi-chung is no ordinary person. Many were eager to see how Chi-chung would handle the situation, curious if he would discover that it was Zhizhi who was crying. After surveying the entire room, he finally traced the sound back to Zhizhi's chamber. Why was she crying in the middle of the night? Was she unwell? He lowered the stick and knocked on her door. "Zhizhi, are you okay?" No response came from within. Suddenly, he recalled, could she have sleepwalked again? He tried to open the door, and, to his surprise, it turned with ease. How trusting must she be of me? Even though this is during a live broadcast, some caution should still be exercised. Leaving the door unlocked at night? This girl is truly fearless. Upon opening the door, he immediately turned on the light and found Zhizhi, eyes closed, sprawled beside her bed in tears. With her hands tied, Chi-chung sighed and approached to untie the rope. The moment he freed her hands, she promptly ceased crying and flopped onto the bed, resuming her slumber. "Chi-chung, are you here solely to torment me? Just because your hands were tied, you cried? But once freed, you can sleep soundly again?" He sighed, contemplating arranging for her to see a psychologist once the episode concluded. This was a condition that needed addressing. The following morning, Zhizhi woke up full of energy, while Chi-chung appeared somewhat lackluster. "What did you do last night? You seem rather worn out." Gazing into Zhizhi's beautiful eyes, Chi-chung felt both exasperated and resigned. "You sleepwalked again last night, and you were crying." Zhizhi. "No way. It's rare for me to cry. How could I sleepwalk and cry?" Chi-chung knew she wouldn't believe him. "If you doubt it, you can ask the viewers. Once the season concludes, you can watch the live stream replay. I'll arrange for you to see a psychologist. Sleepwalking is far too dangerous." Zhizhi, acknowledging the necessity of professional help, realized the gravity of the situation. Being alone while staying out could lead to perilous outcomes if she inadvertently wandered off. "Once we return, please share the psychologist's contact with me. I must address this issue promptly, otherwise, it's simply too frightening." However, she also feared that witnessing someone sleepwalking might terrify her as well. By the time the 2 individuals arrived at the meeting point, the others had already gathered. Their task for this occasion was to assist in the repair of a house. The production team certainly had a penchant for stirring up trouble, after all. Which of these 6 individuals possessed any real skills in construction? Such work is typically left to professionals, and what if they inadvertently caused the structure to collapse? The wooden planks and various tools had already been prepared, prompting everyone to proceed to the destination. They were informed that the next 3 days would be dedicated to this endeavor. Whichever team completed their repairs first would get the privilege of choosing their lunch first. This time, meals would not be prepared by them, but exchanged for points. Points again. Currently, the score stood at Zhiji's team with 3 points, Ning Yue's team with 1 point, and Luqiqi's team with none. Originally, various games were to be held over the past 2 days, but due to Chu-Chi's circumstances, many activities were shelved, and the point situation was left unresolved. Now that all matters had been attended to, the essence of the show was set to resume. Upon arriving at the site, everyone fell silent at the sight of chickens and ducks flitting about everywhere. Were they really supposed to repair a house here? Zhizhi spent quite some time searching for a structure in need of repairs, only to be greeted by the sight of poultry. A staff member pointed towards 3 small wooden cabins not far away and explained, "Those are the houses. They serve as chicken and duck coops." The homeowner mentioned that the roofs are leaking, which is why they sought our assistance. "The accommodation you are currently using has also been provided by this homeowner. So your help in repairing the house is your form of compensation. I hope everyone treats this task with care." Gazing at the nearly roofless cabins, everyone was at a loss for words. They had anticipated a collaborative effort, only to find that each group would have to work separately. "Let's get to work," Zhizhi declared, hoisting up her tools and setting off. This was indeed a novel experience for her, as she had never repaired a house before. Qi Qing'an followed suit, and after a moment's hesitation, the other 2 groups also approached. The interior of the house was already cluttered with wooden planks. Their task was to fashion these into a roof. "You can help me by passing the planks from below. I'll handle the rest," Qi Qing'an instructed. The structure was not particularly tall, standing at about 2 meters, and he had always harbored an interest in woodworking as a child, so he possessed some knowledge. Moreover, it would be too perilous for a girl to climb up. However, just as he was speaking, Zhizhi had already ascended to the roof with the agility of a monkey. When Qi Qing'an turned around, he realized he was merely talking to thin air. "I'm up here. Hurry and hold the planks upright. We need to get to work," Zhizhi exclaimed excitedly. Qi Qing'an sighed, feeling quite exasperated. "I was trying to give instructions, and yet you've already taken flight." His expression conveyed his frustration. Zhizhi was certainly unpredictable. "I hope she knows what she's doing up there, and isn't just making things worse," he mused. He couldn't fathom how she managed to climb up. There was nothing around that could be used as leverage. "How did you get up there?" he inquired. Zhizhi pointed to a large rock nearby. "I jumped onto the rock and then leapt up to grab hold." Qi Qing'an stared at the boulder at his feet, bemused. "Is she perhaps part monkey?" he thought. Yet, her jumping ability was indeed impressive. "Perhaps I should go up instead. I'm not entirely comfortable with you up there. What if you fall? Those planks are no light matter. While you can reach the top, laying them flat will be quite a hassle. What's there to worry about? I've done woodworking before. It's just a matter of laying the planks down and securing them with nails." "I brought the nails, too," she replied confidently. While the other 2 groups were still at a loss, Zhizhi had everything ready. Watching her on the rooftop, Zhizhi felt a pang of envy. "How did you get up there?"
Can you teach me?
"They didn't even provide us with a ladder. What if I fall?" Zhizhi assessed his height and asked, "Aren't you over 1.8 meters tall? The roof is only a bit over 2 meters high. You just need to jump and pull yourself up," Zhizhi replied. "Your tone makes it sound easier than it is. Not everyone can do that." He attempted her method but found it futile. While he could reach the roof, he couldn't leverage himself up. Luqiqi, observing Zhiji's struggles as he dangled from the roof, couldn't help but cringe. "Why does it look like he's trying to hang himself? It's just climbing onto the roof. Get down already," she urged. Eventually, Zhizhi lost his grip and fell, landing with a thud right in some chicken droppings.
"Ah,
"My shoe, my foot," he exclaimed, squatting down to inspect the mess, only to be overwhelmed by the foul smell.
ugh.
What did these chickens eat to smell this bad? In the city, such free-range chickens were a rarity, and indeed, the stench was revolting. Qi Qing'an could hardly bear to watch. Zhizhi, despite his clever roles in dramas, seemed utterly clumsy in real life. He had assumed that Zhizhi was quite astute, but it appeared his acting skills were merely masking a less capable nature. Luqiqi was now unwilling to come near him. Stay away from me. You reek of chicken droppings. It's just a bit of chicken dung. Why is the smell so overwhelming? Ning Yue and Xu Qi exchanged a glance, silently contemplating alternative solutions. Perhaps we should think of another way to get a ladder, they suggested. Zhiji's method was beyond their capabilities, and they had no desire to end up like Lu Zihao, stepping in chicken waste. Surprisingly, Zhizhi was indeed executing the task quite skillfully. The house, though small, had its challenges. Otherwise, the production team wouldn't have allotted them so much time. The uneven areas on the roof needed to be trimmed with a saw, while Qi Qing'an stood below, dodging falling wood shavings. You might want to cover your head with a plastic bag. Look at your hair, it's covered in wood shavings. Or, at least stand back a bit. We don't want those shavings flying into your eyes. Observing the man below, Zhizhi felt a twinge of sympathy. Here was a renowned actor, reduced to such labor. Given his stature, he had no need to participate in such a variety show. His popularity was already substantial. And he bore multiple accolades. He hailed from a wealthy background, practically starting at the finish line while others began their journeys. Qi Qing'an pondered the nuisance of the wood shavings, but had little time to seek out a plastic bag. Standing back was not an option, as he needed to keep a close watch on Zhizhi. The sight of her perched up there was genuinely nerve-wracking. He was constantly on guard, fearing she might tumble down. Let it be. There's nothing around to use as a plastic bag anyway. I can just wash my hair later, he decided. Zhizhi frowned. You can't just let it be. What if those shavings get in your eyes? She rummaged through her pocket and eventually produced 2 pieces of patterned cloth. Swiftly, she tied one around her own head and tossed the other to Qi Qing'an. Wrap this around your head. Just pull it slightly away from your forehead to keep the shavings out of your eyes. Staring at the girl on the roof, adorned with her floral scarf, and then glancing at the garish piece in his hands, Qi Qing'an fell into deep contemplation. Did he really have to wear this? To be honest, he felt a bit resistant to the idea. Even if he pays no heed to his appearance, he undoubtedly possesses a certain aesthetic sensibility. One cannot help but wonder why this young woman has such a headscarf tucked away in her pocket. It could easily rival the flamboyant floral coats of the northeastern region. Observing the people below, who stood unmoving, Zhizhi urged, "Hurry and put it on." At this moment, aesthetic considerations should be cast aside. Your safety is paramount. If any wood chips happen to fly into your eyes, a trip to the hospital will be inevitable. Moreover, this piece is rather appealing. I specifically chose these 2 fabrics. Initially believing we would be engaged in farm work today, yet unexpectedly, we have been tasked with carpentry instead. Qi Qing'an remarked. It's fortunate we didn't end up doing farm work. Wearing something like this while tending the fields would be even more glaring. Listening to the persistent urging from above, Qi Qing'an ultimately relented. Zhizhi looked quite charming in the headscarf, which was predominantly red and complemented her soft, delicate features, evoking the image of Little Red Riding Hood. In any case, it was not unattractive. In fact, it possessed a certain allure. However, Qi Qing'an was another matter entirely. His exquisite and handsome visage rendered the yellow cloth he wore somewhat comical. What are these 2 up to? Are they playing rural romance? I'm simply curious as to how Zhizhi possesses such an array of peculiar items. My grandmother still has plenty of such floral prints. I should quickly ask her for a few pieces, as I suspect these will soon become trendy after the show airs. Qi Qing'an is remarkably obedient. Whatever Zhizhi says goes. He didn't seem this compliant before. His friend Chen Xiao referred to him as a red bean bun, meaning he has a white exterior but a darker interior. Yet here he is, so docile around Zhizhi. Their demeanors starkly contrasted with the lively atmosphere of the program, where other groups engaged in mutual assistance and playful banter, while they quietly focused on their tasks, all the while cosplaying rural romance. Ning Yue and her group, upon returning with the ladder, were momentarily taken aback by the sight of the 2. It was immediately evident who was responsible for this situation, leading Ning Yue to question Zhiji's taste once more. Could it be that her parents had allowed her to grow up without guidance? Ning's parents. We are wronged. She has grown wild on her own. Chapter 40. The Hanging Ghost. Local passers-by couldn't help but steal glances at their attire, pondering how these 2, in the southern region, appeared so reminiscent of northern folk. On a day when many flocked to the beach, others were at least somewhat recognizable, yet they remained completely incognito. Logically, given Qi Qing'an's notoriety, he should not have gone unrecognized, especially as he is now a national actor. However, no one seemed to identify him. They merely noted that the man was tall and well-built, without ever seeing his face. After an afternoon of labor, they had accomplished only a fraction of their task. Observing Zhizhi glistening with sweat, Qingyin couldn't help but suggest, "Let me take over. You've been up there for quite some time. And with the sun beating down, you might risk heatstroke." Zhizhi wiped her brow and waved her hand dismissively. I'm fine. This headscarf covers my face completely, and I'm quite nimble up here. Your long limbs resemble those of a mantis. You wouldn't be able to exert any strength. I'm better suited for this." Qingyin, what do you mean I look like a mantis? That sounds quite insulting. It's the first time I've heard someone say another looks like a mantis due to their long limbs. Zhizhi truly isn't one to shy away from offending others. Isn't this a bit lacking in emotional intelligence? Qingyin is, after all, her senior. Such remarks are rather inappropriate. Qingyin even glanced at his own long limbs, his expression somewhat comical. I truly cannot understand how anyone could like Zhizhi. Aside from her pretty face, what commendable qualities does she possess? She can't even communicate properly. I really don't know what others find appealing in her. At 5 o'clock, the production team called them to wrap up. Zhizhi's group had performed the best, both in quality and speed. Come down quickly. Do you need me to carry you down? Qingyin asked with concern, eyeing the height. No, I can manage on my own. Step back a bit. I worry I might fall on you. The height of over 2 meters was not particularly daunting. Before arriving here, Zhizhi had spent time in the countryside. Adept at climbing trees and wading through rivers, she had scaled far higher trees than this. However, mere seconds later, an unexpected incident occurred. The other two groups approached, mistaking Zhizhi, suspended in midair, for someone swinging on a swing. What are you doing hanging up there? Aren't you uncomfortable with your collar caught? Don't you feel constricted? Lu Zihao asked with a rather naive expression. Zhizhi replied, Do you think I'm swinging? I'm not swinging. My collar is merely snagged on a nail. I was paying attention when I came down. The crowd. Silence. Qingyin, grinning widely, said, I told you I should have helped you earlier, but you refused. Zhizhi swayed slightly, realizing her collar was firmly caught. In truth, her feet were not far from the ground, merely a few dozen centimeters away. Why are you all just standing there? Hurry, and lend me a hand. The sight of the onlookers merely gawking left Zhizhi utterly speechless. Ning Yue shook her head in disbelief, pondering how anyone could possibly grow up with such a mindset. How could her parents have entrusted her with independence, fearing she might sell herself off? I'll help you, Qingyin declared, moving closer to assist her down when suddenly, a voice rang out. Oh no! Someone is hanging here. A local voice filled with urgency cut through the air. Soon, a crowd rushed over. Why are you hanging around? You young people should be helping each other instead of just standing by.
An elderly man, visibly distressed, approached.
Oblivious to the fact that Zhizhi was still blinking her eyes. Qingyin, being the tallest and most noticeable, was pushed forward by the elderly man. Zhizhi exclaimed, Who is hanging? I'm not hanging. Witnessing the elderly man's frantic demeanor, along with the locals eager to help, she quickly bounced to prove she was alive. Though her collar was still restricting her speech, her sudden movement startled the old man. Why is this corpse moving? Has it come back to life? The elderly gentleman fell back onto the ground, his face a mask of terror, as this generation harbors a deep-seated fear of such occurrences. Lu Qiqi hurriedly helped the old man up and explained, This is neither a hanging nor a resurrection. The person suspended here is quite alive. She is merely caught. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell silent, and Qingyin swiftly brought Zhizhi down. Zhizhi took several deep breaths, massaging her neck before stating, I'm not dead. Although I nearly suffocated just now, I shall never wear such a tight-collared garment again. This blunder sent the live broadcast into a frenzy, leaving viewers in fits of laughter. When the elderly man shouted about someone hanging, the expressions of the 5 individuals below were eerily identical, their heads swiveling in confusion. Utterly unaware that the person in question was Zhizhi. Zhizhi's face turned slightly pale from the constriction, making her appear as if she were lifeless. At this point, I'm no longer surprised by the incidents that befall Zhizhi. This incident has likely left a profound psychological shadow on the elderly gentleman. Had he been more agile, he might have been tempted to wield his cane against those individuals. To be honest, had I been observing from a distance, I too would have believed someone had hanged themselves, so it is not surprising that the old man misinterpreted the situation. After bidding farewell to the well-meaning villagers, a heavy silence enveloped the group, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Zhizhi glanced around, feeling responsible for the predicament, and realized it was up to her to dispel the discomfort. Come on everyone, let's talk. I'm not embarrassed, so why should you be? I was mistaken for a ghost, and I'm fine with it. Why are you all suddenly feeling awkward? The other 5 chimed in. That's because we lack your audacity. Your skin is likely thicker than a watermelon rind. Perhaps I should take the lead tomorrow. Your approach is rather alarming, Qi Qing'an remarked, genuinely startled by her earlier antics. The production team was equally taken aback, deciding to cancel that segment, as the task of repairing houses was clearly ill-suited for these celebrities. Though today was filled with misunderstandings, one must consider the potential for unforeseen events, especially with Zhizhi as an unpredictable element. Chapter 41. Unidentified Creatures. Nevertheless, the points earned during this afternoon's activities would still be awarded. Zhizhi and her team garnered 5 points, bringing their total to 8. Lu Qiqi and Lu Zihao's group performed slightly better than Ning Yue's team, thus earning 3 points, culminating in a total of 3 points. Ning Yue's group managed 1 point, totaling 2 when combined with their previous score. For dinner, the choices were left to everyone's discretion. There were zhajiangmian noodles with soybean paste, seafood noodles, egg fried rice, and plain boiled noodles. Zhajiangmian cost 4 points per bowl. Seafood noodles 3, egg fried rice 2, and plain boiled noodles 1. What would you like to eat? We now have 8 points, so we can choose anything, Zhizhi inquired of Qi Qing'an. I'm not picky, it's up to you, Qi Qing'an replied. Having no particular demands when it came to food as long as it was edible, he had endured far harsher conditions while acting, so he could eat anything. Let us have seafood noodles, then. We must indulge in seafood while we can. 2 bowls of seafood noodles, Zhizhi declared with grandiosity, making it seem as though she were extravagantly spending wealth. The other 2 groups had to be frugal, mindful of the 2 days remaining and the possibility of needing points tomorrow. Thus, they had to conserve their rations. However, Ning Yue and Chu Qi's group, with only 2 points, could afford nothing but plain boiled noodles. Ultimately, both groups exhausted their points. Lu Qiqi ordered a portion of egg fried rice and a serving of plain boiled noodles, mixing a bit of the rice into the noodles to add flavor. These 2 groups are truly pitiable. Just look at how delicious Zhiji's seafood noodles appear, with shrimp that are quite substantial. Why don't they share points with the other 2 groups? Shouldn't companions help one another? The person upstairs must be a bit misguided. Why should they distribute points? They earn them through their own hard work. Helping you is a kindness, not a duty. If you wish to be a saint, do so yourself, and do not impose on others. They are rather heartless. After all, Ning Yue is Zhiji's sister, and she has occupied that identity for years. Lu Qiqi and Lu Zihao have a decent relationship with her. What harm would it do to lend a hand? Why is the focus solely on Zhizhi? Is her group comprised of only her? Qi Qing'an, why aren't you being criticized? The points do not belong to Zhizhi alone. It's quite comical. The online discourse surrounding the meal was quite extensive. Many felt Zhizhi was lacking in compassion, yet a greater number of rational individuals believed her stance was justified. Assisting others is a kindness, but withholding assistance is a matter of principle. Everyone labored collectively for these points. Why should they be so freely given away? Moreover, most of the criticism was directed solely at Zhizhi, which irked many who found it unjust. Had the girl committed some grievous offense? After their meal, there were no further activities planned, as everyone was exhausted from the day's labors, and the staff encouraged them to retire early for rest. Naturally, these 2 navigationally challenged individuals would still require guidance back. As they walked along the path, quietly conversing, Zhizhi began counting down the remaining days of the program. Participating in this show was genuinely exhausting, the weariness being of a physical nature. This was not a leisurely travel program, but rather a form of laborious reform. You directors are quite the talents, claiming this is a lifestyle travel show. Look at what we've been doing, working day in and day out. Zhizhi aired her grievances to the staff. Can't you arrange some lighter activities for us to enjoy? With only 2 days left, at least let us have a day of fun. Qi Qing'an nodded in agreement. Indeed, why not let us enjoy the final day? It's a rare opportunity. We can't be engaged in tasks every day. The staff responded. What are you addressing me for? Take your complaints to the director. I'm merely a worker. Nonetheless, their remarks reached the director's ears, who had not intended for them to labor every day, allowing for a balance of work and leisure, with the final day reserved for enjoyment. While halfway home, Zhizhi suddenly noticed a figure lurking suspiciously around their accommodations. Wait a moment, she halted the 2 beside her. The houses they occupied had been rented by the production team, and they had informed the locals of their filming activities, so typically no one would wander about. Could it be a thief? If it is indeed a thief, I genuinely wonder how they would handle it. Reporting it might be too late. Comments from netizens began to surge, with many eager to know how they would resolve the situation. "I'll go take a look," Qi Qing'an decided to investigate. Zhizhi stopped him. "Someone lurking at our door cannot possibly have good intentions. If there is trouble, why not wait at the main entrance for us? Look. He even trying to pry open the window. If you approach recklessly, what if he has a weapon?" The staff grew increasingly anxious. After all, this was merely a simple variety show, yet bizarre occurrences seemed to be a constant theme. Suddenly, Zhizhi concocted a plan. Some fears are deeply ingrained in the Chinese psyche, and she intended to confront this individual with the very essence of that fear. "Stay hidden and silent. I've learned a bit about this. Let me give it a try." Qi Qing'an, the staff, and the audience all exclaimed in shock. "You're going to try what? Surely you jest." Qi Qing'an attempted to restrain her, but was a moment too late, as she promptly dropped to the ground, contorting her body in such a manner that she bore little resemblance to a human being. She let her hair fall forward, supporting herself on her limbs. Her form twisted grotesquely. A series of eerie giggles escaped her lips, and as she glanced up, though her face was obscured, the glint in her eyes sent chills down spines. The production team was left utterly speechless at the sight of her transformation. With remarkable swiftness, she dashed out on all fours, her laughter growing ever more piercing. Chapter 42, The Unfathomable Entity. At that moment, everyone present was utterly bewildered, grappling with the question of what had just transpired. Qi Qing'an swallowed hard, blinking rapidly. Was that astonishing maneuver truly something a human could accomplish? It was a pity that this girl did not pursue a career in horror films. She possessed an innate, eerie charisma that required no makeup whatsoever. What did I just witness? Was that truly Zhizhi? Is that bizarre creature genuinely a person? I distinctly saw Zhizhi transform into that. I must not have been mistaken.
Mom, I am frightened.
Does Zhizhi truly have no intention of starring in horror films? Just that movement alone is beyond the capability of others. Her gaze earlier nearly caused me to drop the food I was holding. Enough, enough. I am curious about how that little thief will react upon seeing Zhizhi. As the individual poised to climb through the window suddenly heard a strange laughter. He looked up just in time to see a contorted figure charging towards him. In this desolate area, the creature's terrifying laughter sent chills racing up his spine.
Ah.
A ghost. There's a ghost. Terrified, the man collapsed to the ground, scrambling forward in a frantic crawl. Although he wielded a long wooden stick, his body had turned to jelly, leaving him unable to stand, let alone wield his weapon. Zhizhi's movements on the ground grew increasingly rapid, and as she neared the man, he rolled his eyes back and fainted. Gazing at the unconscious figure before her, Zhizhi mused, is he truly so easily frightened? Qi Qing'an and the staff arrived, observing the trembling man who had passed out from fright, leaving them both at a loss for words. Zhizhi rose from the ground, brushing off the sand, and with a hint of pride, addressed Qi Qing'an. What do you think? I performed rather well, didn't I? I felt I really nailed that intensity. In reality, she had previously worked part-time in a haunted house, which had gained a bit of popularity due to its terrifying nature. Qi Qing'an's expression was particularly complex as he looked at Zhizhi. He opened his mouth several times, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately managing to stammer out 2 words. Impressive. The staff member remarked. Just indulge her, will you? Teachers, I will take this individual away now. We will notify the authorities regarding this matter. You both should rest early, he concluded, swiftly hoisting the unconscious man over his shoulder and sprinting away with astonishing speed. Observing the agile yet portly staff member, Zhizhi raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, so, agile fat people do exist. Look how fast he runs. Watching the staff member vanish into the distance, Qi Qing'an was rendered speechless once more. It was evident that the staff member had been quite frightened. His own heart raced in response to the earlier encounter. It was clear that this individual had intended to steal from them, likely aware that the filming crew comprised celebrities, and had sought an opportunity for gain. Little did he expect to encounter such an unusual situation, let alone such a peculiar individual. Thankfully, the man did not suffer from a heart condition. Otherwise, he might have succumbed on the spot. That fellow ran remarkably fast. I have never seen such an agile, portly person, and he possesses considerable strength, able to sprint with someone on his back. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. While you all marvel at the speed of that fellow, I am still reeling from the shock of what just transpired. Goodness. If I were to take on the perspective of that thief, I would genuinely be terrified. If an unidentifiable entity came charging at me like that, I would surely be left trembling. Let us take a moment to mourn for the thief. Why choose to provoke anyone at all, yet end up confronting such a formidable presence? It is truly self-inflicted misery. Did you notice Qi Qing'an's expression? It is the first time I have witnessed such a range of emotions on his face: surprise, fear, and exasperation. He must have been startled as well. Upon returning to their room, Zhizhi remained full of energy, while Qi Qing'an appeared somewhat dazed, as if still processing the earlier events. Hey, Qi the film emperor. Qi Qing'an. Zhizhi called out several times before he finally snapped back to reality. What's wrong? You seem preoccupied. He had seemed fine on the way back. Why was he suddenly silent and lost in thought upon entering the room? Qi Qing'an gazed at Zhiji's lovely face, struggling to reconcile the adorable girl before him with the astonishing behavior she had just exhibited. It's nothing, just still coming to terms with everything. It's getting late. You should shower first and then rest early. Qi Qing'an needed to collect himself. The impact of what he had witnessed was overwhelming. He harbored a secret fear of such unidentifiable entities. When Zhizhi sleepwalked, as long as she retained her human form, he felt no fear, regardless of her actions. Therefore, when she stood by his bed or cried in the middle of the night, he remained unfazed. However, now he felt a twinge of dread. What if she sleepwalked in that fearsome guise tonight? When Zhizhi emerged from her shower, Qi Qing'an's mood had calmed slightly. I'm done. Hurry and take your shower. Make sure to rest early tonight. She winked at him playfully before retreating to her room. Qi Qing'an sighed, gathering his change of clothes as he headed to the shower. Regardless, he had to endure the night, hoping she would not adopt that terrifying persona while sleepwalking. I can't shake the feeling that Qi Qing'an seems a bit shaken. He still appears to be processing everything. I share that sentiment. He has seemed off since returning. That is entirely understandable. If I had encountered such a situation, I would likely be even more frightened. In my mind, Zhizhi is now associated with monstrosity. I feel uneasy sharing a space with her. Imagine, in the dead of night, while you're deep in slumber, a contorted creature crawls onto you, resembling the form Zhizhi took earlier. Wouldn't you be terrified? Enough. I can't sleep tonight. I'm going to find my mother and sleep with her. Zhizhi is truly a menace. Every night she stirs up something. Her live streams turn into horror shows. As Qi Qing'an showered, he tried to banish the image of Zhizhi's earlier form from his mind. She was a beautiful girl, not a monster. He must not let his thoughts wander. Yet, as he glanced into the fogged mirror, he caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure, and for a moment, it resembled the distorted visage of Zhizhi. Chapter 43. The Head Balloon. Qi Qing'an's mood had genuinely soured. He was beginning to feel lightheaded from the fright. Qi Qing'an. Zhizhi suddenly called out from outside, causing him to jump. What is it? He struggled to steady his emotions, striving to maintain a calm tone. It's nothing. I was just worried you might be in there too long. The bathroom is small and enclosed, and excessive steam can lead to suffocation. You should finish up and come out soon. He had been in there for over half an hour. Surely, one did not take that long to shower. As a young woman, she typically completes her shower routine in just 20 minutes, especially considering her long hair. Qi Qing'an, however, was utterly oblivious to the passage of time. His mind was cluttered with a myriad of chaotic thoughts. All right, I'll be right out. When he finally emerged, a chill enveloped him. The fan had already been turned on, and this refreshing breeze certainly helped clear his mind somewhat. What's wrong with you? Do you have something on your mind? Zhizhi observed his peculiar demeanor and sensed that he seemed somewhat troubled. Qi Qing'an gazed at the innocent and unassuming Zhizhi, struggling to articulate his true feelings. He couldn't very well admit, I was frightened by you, as such a confession would undermine his masculine pride. After all, she was merely a young girl, not a genuine monster. Rubbing his temples, he sighed softly. I have no worries, just feeling a bit exhausted today. You should head home early and rest. Make sure to lock the door tonight and avoid sleepwalking. Since he was unwilling to share, Zhizhi had no intention of pressing him further, as she was not one to meddle unnecessarily. All right then, just take care of yourself. If it's nothing serious, don't dwell on it. With your status and standing, if it can be resolved with money, it's hardly a problem. If it pertains to the entertainment industry and you wish to step back, it's quite simple. Qi Qing'an thought to himself that this girl was remarkably perceptive, yet his troubles were genuinely unrelated to such matters. Zhizhi, how could you suggest that? How could you encourage someone to withdraw from the industry? Qi Qing'an, you mustn't heed her words. She is nothing but a lazy fish. Don't follow her example. Anyone who suggests someone should leave the industry is a villain. If Qi Qing'an were to truly withdraw, I would cease to follow the entertainment scene altogether. I'm still waiting for him to star in films and television dramas for my viewing pleasure. Zhizhi, don't create chaos. If you choose to give up, don't drag others down with you. Qi Qing'an's fans were understandably anxious about his potential exit, especially since their idol was not in financial need. After Zhizhi departed, Qi Qing'an lay on his bed, lost in thought, striving to dispel the jumbled images in his mind, including the monstrous visions he wished to forget. As he pondered, he gradually drifted off to sleep. Perhaps it was true that what one contemplates by day influences their dreams by night, for he found himself dreaming of Zhizhi. In this dream, Zhizhi retained her carefree and unrestrained spirit, indulging in whatever she pleased, and the two had become good friends. She even invited him over for dinner. However, upon arriving at her home, he sensed something amiss. From the outside, it appeared to be an ordinary house, but once inside, he was met with an array of torture devices, and Zhizhi had transformed entirely. Her body contorted, limbs on the ground, a malevolent grin spread across her face. Her gaze greedy, as if she intended to devour him whole. Ultimately, Qi Qing'an awoke in fright, his eyes snapping open to find a floating head directly above him. Who? He had been startled awake from his dream, only to be shocked once more in reality. The night owls online, witnessing his sudden jolt from bed, speculated something must be amiss. What happened? Did you have a nightmare? It seems so. He looks as if he was startled by that helium balloon. Where did that helium balloon come from? I don't recall seeing it before bed. Where else could it have come from? The person inside brought it. After Qi Qing'an fell asleep, she must have acquired a helium balloon from somewhere and tied it to his bedside, with his own face printed on it. I think I heard her mumbling something about how Qi Qing'an seemed down today, so she specifically brought the balloon to cheer him up. How charming! Though she probably didn't succeed. If I opened my eyes to find a head floating above me, I would likely perish on the spot. Qi Qing'an felt as if he were nearing that very fate, staring at the balloon with his face hovering above him, uncertain of what feelings this evoked. There was no doubt who was responsible. Perhaps Zhizhi genuinely worried about him, prompting her to create this whimsical distraction, but it was wholly unnecessary. You meant well, but next time spare me. Glancing at the balloon emblazoned with his visage, Qi Qing'an sighed deeply, realizing he had never sighed as much in his life as he had during the show. News of his fright also trended online, leaving viewers at a loss for words. They could only remark on the ingenuity of the person who had tied a head balloon to someone else's side. Qi Qing'an's parents, upon seeing the video, were nearly in stitches, having never witnessed such a rich display of emotion from their son. Just look at that terrified expression, those startled eyes, and his rapid breaths. It was evident he had been genuinely frightened. That little girl was truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Zhizhi was enjoying a peaceful slumber, having not sleepwalked that night. She had brought the balloon herself, having purchased various whimsical items prior to the show. And this balloon was part of a set that included the face mask Qi Qing'an wore. That evening, sensing his low spirits, she intended to cheer him up with the balloon, but by the time she finished inflating it, he had already fallen asleep. Thus, she placed the head balloon by his bedside, hoping he would see his own face upon waking and feel delighted by the gift. As she slept, Zhizhi felt a sense of anticipation. She believed her method of cheering him up was quite clever. Having never been in a romantic relationship or had many friends, she was uncertain how friends typically interacted, but wasn't it customary to gift small tokens to soothe a friend when they were upset? Qi Qing'an could now be considered her friend, and she certainly didn't want him to sulk alone. Wouldn't everyone agree? Chapter 44, My Native Language is Speechlessness. Upon waking with renewed vigor, Zhizhi hurried to observe Qi Qing'an's reaction. He remained in bed, still dazed, clutching the head balloon, his expression one of utter bewilderment. What's going on? Why does it seem even more serious? Zhizhi pondered. Could it be that he disliked the balloon? After all, it bore his own face. How could he possibly dislike it? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? If so, perhaps you should take the day off to rest at home. Zhizhi regarded Qi Qing'an as a delicate flower, hardly assigning him any responsibilities during the show. Qi Qing'an looked at her, his eyes betraying a hint of resentment. You ask me what's wrong. Who would be pleased to awaken to a head balloon floating above them? The fact that he hadn't died of fright was a testament to his bravery. Nevertheless, he was curious about where the balloon had originated, as there seemed to be no place nearby that sold such items. Where did you buy this balloon? I brought it with me. It's part of the set with your face mask. They both feature your likeness. Zhiji's casual explanation made it difficult for him to chastise her. Upon recalling the face mask, Qi Qing'an examined the head balloon once more, realizing they were indeed identical. At this moment, his feelings were indescribable. In his 20-plus years of life, he had never encountered as many absurdities as he had in recent days. Observing the pallor of Qi Qing'an's complexion, Zhizhi felt a genuine sense of joy. After all, she had come to regard Qi Qing'an as a friend, one of the few she had in this world. If you're feeling unwell, there's truly no need to push yourself. These tasks are quite simple. I could manage them alone, she reassured him. In truth, he hadn't been much assistance when they were together, though she refrained from voicing the sentiment, knowing it would likely hurt his feelings. Especially since he was already feeling unwell. Qi Qing'an set aside the balloon shaped like a head and rose from the bed.
I'm fine.
Your gift is wonderful. But in the future, please refrain from giving me such things. It's far better to present them to others in person. And certainly not tied to the side of the bed, especially at night. Zhizhi responded with a puzzled expression. Why? Tia surprised to wake up and see something like this?
Pfft.
Look at the confusion on Zhiji's face. She probably never imagined that Qi Qing'an's current state was the result of her handiwork. If I were to wake up with such a balloon above my head, I would surely faint on the spot. Qi Qing'an is quite bold indeed. Zhiji's thought process is truly a bit unconventional. I wouldn't be surprised by anything she does from now on. If she ever gives gifts to guests, everyone should be on guard. For one can never predict what she might present. Is there something wrong with Zhiji's mind? Qi Qing'an is already terrified, and she's here blabbering on. Watching a variety show should be about enjoyment and fun. The fans of Qi Qing'an now felt a mix of love and resentment towards Zhizhi. They cherished her for revealing a different side of their idol, yet sometimes resented her inability to recognize the gravity of a situation, oblivious to the trouble she might cause. By the time the two had tidied up and prepared to leave, the sun had risen high in the sky, and the staff were already waiting outside. The staff member who had previously guided them, a chubby fellow, had refused to return after the fright he experienced the day before. He claimed that while he had no issue leading others, guiding them was simply too terrifying. I had nightmares all night, dreaming of Zhizhi in that monstrous form chasing after me. I woke up drenched in cold sweat, and now I can't even bear to look at her. It's best if someone else leads you. When the chubby staff member conveyed this to the director, his terrified expression was unmistakable. And he had even gone out to bask in the sunlight early in the morning. In their hometown, their essay saying that if one has a nightmare, they should sunbathe in the morning to dispel the bad luck. The director couldn't force him, so he sent a slender staff member instead. Where's the chubby guy?
Why isn't he here today?
Zhizhi wondered upon noticing the change in personnel. She thought the chubby fellow was quite nice and found his cheerful appearance endearing. The slender staff member replied, he had nightmares all night after seeing you, saying you gave him psychological trauma, so he refused to come back today. Zhizhi responded, surely it can't be that serious. I only acted like that to scare off a thief, and you all witnessed the transformation. I didn't just appear out of nowhere to frighten you. Turning to Qi Qing'an, she asked earnestly, was I truly that frightening yesterday? It can't be that bad, right? Did I really instill such a severe psychological trauma in a grown man that he wouldn't dare approach me in broad daylight? Qi Qing'an gazed at her in silence. Yet the meaning in his eyes spoke volumes. Zhizhi mused, I actually understood what he was implying without a single word spoken. That poor chubby guy. He was so frightened that he left a residual shadow while fleeing from a thief. It's clear he was genuinely terrified. Do you truly lack self-awareness? Are you not aware of how you appeared yesterday? Qi Qing'an was thoroughly frightened, and you still dare to ask him. The expression on Qi Qing'an's face was priceless. He didn't utter a word, yet his eyes conveyed everything. I could see the exasperation in Qi Qing'an's gaze. His acting skills have improved so much that he can express his thoughts solely through his eyes. All thanks to Zhizhi. Directors of horror films and thrillers, come and snatch her up. Such a remarkable talent shouldn't go to waste. Many have called for Zhizhi to partake in horror films or thrilling variety shows. Recently, a show called Thrilling Horror Challenge has gained immense popularity. The premise involves guests exploring various terrifying locations, including haunted houses, escape rooms, and abandoned villas, all featuring staff members disguised as ghosts, primarily to frighten the guests and capture their reactions. Some participants have gained significant notoriety due to their expressions of fear. Chapter 45: The Little Spoiled Wife. In truth, the director of this show had been keeping an eye on Zhizhi since her first episode, during which she sleepwalked at night. Should we invite her? This girl has a great sense of entertainment, and her aura fits our show's theme perfectly. Observing their director's enthusiasm, the staff exchanged exasperated glances. What does it mean that her aura fits the theme? Isn't it just her terrifying presence that appeals to you? Moreover, this girl is not someone who can be easily managed. Ever since she joined the program, she has always deviated from the norm. Who knows if she would cooperate on this show? Their show has a specific structure, unlike the more free-form travel and lifestyle live variety shows. The latter allows for greater improvisation, while their horror thriller show has many established rules. This girl appears obedient and demure, yet her actions reveal that she is anything but conventional. I don't oppose bringing her on, but only if you can keep her in line. You've seen the show long enough to know she's a challenging person to control. If you do bring her on, you might find it quite exhausting. Director Chin chuckled lightly and replied dismissively, "This girl is just a little over 20. I refuse to believe she can escape my grasp." Their current season is nearing its conclusion, with the next season set to commence in a week. Let us arrange to have her come over within this week. We can offer her a higher compensation. I quite like this girl. The staff sighed, knowing their director often acted on impulse. Yet his standing in the entertainment industry was such that no one dared truly offend him. After Qi Qing'an and Zhizhi departed, he remained silent, while she chattered incessantly. "At least say something. It feels a bit odd with me doing all the talking. It's as if I'm the one pursuing you, but Zhizhi, would never do such a thing." After being bombarded with her chatter, Qi Qing'an found himself devoid of any frightening feelings. The atmosphere was quite pleasant. He could simply listen and be her loyal audience. That sounds rather sentimental, Zhizhi thought, her expression twisting slightly. "Can you speak normally? Why suddenly bring up such things? It feels rather uncomfortable." At that moment, Qi Qing'an's smile vanished instantly. This girl truly could not handle any kind words, could she? Qi Qing'an, are you still finding joy in your laughter? The art of disappearing smiles. What he just said seemed like a sweet whisper. And I can't shake the feeling that the atmosphere between them is somewhat off, though I can't quite pinpoint what exactly feels amiss. I share that sentiment. But even if the ambience feels awkward, I have this notion that one of them is simply oblivious to it all. No doubt about it. I'm referring to the one with the broad grin. At that moment, the beaming Zhizhi began to amuse those around her again, exclaiming, "Oh, I was merely jesting. Besides, your words do have an undeniably sentimental flair. What do you mean by calling me your loyal listener? I'm not a singer. I seek someone to converse with. Otherwise, it feels as though I'm performing a monologue." Qi Qing'an gazed at the smiling Zhizhi. A wave of helplessness washing over him as he found himself at a loss regarding how to handle her. One might think he was angry, but in truth, he felt no irritation. It was astonishing how he couldn't bring himself to be upset in her presence. Conversely, there were times when her remarks left him speechless, stirring a sense of frustration within him. The staff member walked ahead, almost resembling a rabbit with ears stretched from the heat of the moment.
Indeed.
Engaging in shipper banter in front of the actual protagonists adds a certain flavor. The chemistry between these two is even sweeter than what one might perceive on a screen. Though they exchanged no words nor shared any intimate gestures, the air between them was practically mystical. Little Jiao is angry again. I've truly noticed how Zhizhi takes great care of Qi Qing'an. Since the program commenced, she has hardly allowed him to do anything. Tisk. Your observation resonates with me. Aside from the initial mention of the suitcase, it seems that for everything, be it earning money or playing games, Zhizhi has been the driving force. Whenever Qi Qing'an is feeling down, she is the one to console him, as if their roles have entirely reversed. Bro, you must assert yourself. Don't let a woman overshadow you. Bro, we have no objections to you dating, but you must be the dominant one. Qi Qing'an's fans appeared to be in a frenzy. After several days of live streaming, their tolerance had remarkably strengthened. In truth, only a small fraction of fans struggled to accept it, while the vast majority remained clear-headed and judicious. Qi Qing'an's on-screen persona is a kaleidoscope of characters. There's the tough guy, the refined gentleman, the charming rogue, and the stoic CEO. His portrayals are diverse, yet consistently exude a dominant aura. Since the inception of this program, fans have sensed a subtle shift in Qi Qing'an's demeanor. He now appears considerably softer. Even when he was at his most gentle, there remained a distant quality about him that carried an air of authority, perceptible even through the screen. Yet now, in Zhizhi's presence, he resembled a docile puppy, eager to comply with her every request. Moreover, he is the one being cared for. It is somewhat embarrassing for his fans to witness a young girl tending to him. Look, he's being doted on again. Having forgotten to bring water, Zhizhi pulled out her small blue thermos and poured him a cup. How come you didn't prepare water today? Thankfully, I brought a large thermos. And the lid can double as a cup. Qingyin replied, it's because my mind was so unsettled this morning. After being startled like that, I had no time to think of anything else. Their destination was quite distant. They had been walking for nearly 10 minutes without arriving.
Excuse me.
How much farther until we reach our destination? The sun is getting stronger. At this rate, we'll be dried out. Though they were fully bundled up, with only their eyes visible, the heat was quite stifling. Chapter 46. The Scent of Money. The staff member chuckled. Not far, not far. We'll be there shortly. However, if T quickened his pace at that moment, his credibility might have been higher. Instead, he was practically jogging. They were led to the entrance of a bustling market, and suddenly, the staff member vanished without a trace. In the morning throng, many market-goers gathered, and in the blink of an eye, he was gone. Zhizhi and Qingyin remained in place, bewildered, wondering what had just transpired. How did he disappear so suddenly? Did we lag behind? Did we lose him? Zhizhi's tone was laced with confusion, yet tinged with disbelief that two capable individuals could lose track of their guide. Qingyin remarked, it seems so. There are too many people here, and he vanished in an instant. The two exchanged glances, utterly unsure of what to do next. Unbeknownst to them, the staff member had deliberately left them behind. They still believed they had simply lost their way. Observing their dazed expressions, the director couldn't help but grin with satisfaction. All departments, take note. Ensure your cameras are well hidden. They mustn't be discovered. The staff tasked with distributing mission cards swiftly took action, enlisting a local to hand over the card while remaining inconspicuous. He was keen to see how these two navigationally challenged individuals would manage. Today's task was for them to figure out their own lunch and find their way back in the evening. For others, this might not pose a significant challenge. But for these two, securing lunch might be manageable, yet returning home alone would likely be an insurmountable task. Did they lose him? Or was it a deliberate ploy by the staff? I suspect it was intentional. Otherwise, why would the staff member have moved so swiftly? Yet these two seem rather directionally challenged. Can they even find their way back after being left here? I doubt they can return now. Just look at their bewildered expressions. Qingyin's countenance is becoming increasingly animated. They appear akin to two lost children amid a crowd of elderly folks, evoking an inexplicable sense of humor. At that moment, an elderly man tapped Zhizhi with his cane. She turned, expecting to assist him, but he raised his head and said, what are you two doing standing here? Why are you blocking the way? If you want to be wooden stakes, at least stand to the side and don't obstruct the path. Zhizhi and Qingyin exchanged glances, feeling somewhat chastised. They quickly moved aside to clear the way. However, having been dismissed by the old man, they appeared even more pitiful. Do you have any money on you? Zhizhi inquired of Qingyin. He shook his head. The crew took everything. I'm left with nothing but the clothes on my back. Even the water I just drank was yours. Indeed, Qingyin was exceedingly compliant. Whether playing games or adhering to the rules of the program, he was always obedient. TSK, but this one do. Being too compliant only leads to personal suffering. Zhizhi glanced around, believing no one would notice her actions. She felt they had truly lost their way, and there were no cameras in sight. We must have gotten lost. I have a plan to get us back. Zhizhi stated with a hint of pride, having come prepared. Qingyin was puzzled. What do you mean by getting us back? How do you plan to do that? Zhizhi, noticing the absence of cameras, began to remove her shoes, leaving everyone around her in a state of confusion. Surrounded by an array of miniature cameras and numerous undercover staff, Zhizhi's actions were captured unerringly. Qingyin was utterly bewildered upon witnessing her begin to remove her shoes. What did that have to do with their return? Was she planning to sell her shoes to cover her fare? Are you intending to sell your shoes? However, those worn shoes are hardly likely to fetch a good price. Perhaps you should consider selling my watch instead. As he spoke, Qingyin began to remove his watch, only for Zhizhi to hastily halt his actions. That watch of yours is clearly quite valuable. Selling it here would be a tremendous waste. Moreover, I am not attempting to sell shoes. When the time comes to submit supplies, I merely concealed a little something. She gestured subtly, winking mischievously, appearing rather cunning. Concealed a little something? What does hiding something have to do with removing shoes? Is she hiding it on her foot? Years of experience hiding secret savings tell me there must be something significant about her feet. Hiding money on one's feet? Is it beneath the soles or tucked into her socks? Just the thought of that odor makes me dizzy. Surely a beauty's feet must have a scent too, right? Many had already deduced what she was concealing, and when Zhizhi removed her sock to reveal the red bills, Qi Qing'an was left utterly dumbfounded. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and assist me. I can't balance on one foot. Zhizhi exclaimed, precariously balancing on one leg, having only revealed one foot's treasure, but she believed the 300 yuan was sufficient for now. Gazing at the bills, Qi Qing'an silently gave her a thumbs up. Filled with admiration, Zhizhi smiled warmly, bowing slightly in acknowledgement. Staff member. Director. Why wasn't anyone searched when you collected the items? The director exploded in frustration, questioning the very purpose of the segment if they had money concealed. The staff member who had collected the items quietly explained, she is a young lady. How could we search her? Besides, how could we know she hid money in her socks? The director. Well, that does seem plausible. Impressive. I knew she wouldn't play by the rules. But now I have one question. Does that money smell? Surely she hasn't been stepping on it since the live broadcast began. That seems likely, as she couldn't possibly predict the next segment. This director is notorious for putting people through trials, and the task cards are distributed randomly. Speaking of task cards, why haven't we seen any staff distributing them? They must have been intentionally left behind, which surely means there's a task associated with it. Just as the viewers were commenting, an elderly lady approached, holding a task card. Since it was inconvenient for the staff to appear, they had enlisted the help of this elderly woman. You two hackers. Someone just told me to deliver this to you. Two hackers? Qi Qing'an and Zhizhi exchanged glances at their attire. Their hat and mask ensemble was indeed dark and rather incongruous amidst the sea of elderly people, all of whom revealed their faces, while they only showed their eyes. The elderly lady calling them hackers was perhaps the least offensive of the options. Thankfully, she didn't refer to them as assassins. Chapter 47. Becoming Criminals. Excuse me. Are you referring to us? Zhizhi inquired, still uncertain of the situation. The elderly lady looked up and scrutinized them closely. I don't know. But someone told me to give this card to you too, just the ones with only their eyes showing. Isn't that you? Are you filming a show? Are you portraying hackers? Who are you planning to assassinate? The elderly lady asked 3 questions left them speechless. What the hell? Hackers and assassins. This lady must be mixing up her character types. Assassins are one thing, but hackers are entirely different. Yet they did indeed appear quite out of place. Everyone who passed by had to take a second glance. This lady was probably sent by the production team. The staff had indeed deliberately left them here, not daring to show themselves. I wondered why the cameras were so intrusive. Turns out they were secretly filming. Kudos to them, otherwise we wouldn't have witnessed that scene. Does the production team know about Zhizhi hiding money? Will they confiscate it? The hacker-assassin narrative had now emerged and even trended online. Some programmers stumbled upon the term and couldn't resist clicking, only to be left speechless upon entering. The elderly lady likely meant to refer to assassins. She had confused the 2 terms, and neither hackers nor assassins had anything to do with them. Shouldn't assassins be clad in ancient garb and masked?
They were only partially masked.
As for hackers, well, their specific image was even more elusive. That must indeed be us. Thank you, dear lady, Qi Qing'an responded graciously. After handing over the card, the elderly lady did not leave, instead scrutinizing them closely. Her gaze was piercing, making both of them feel uneasy.
Why are you staring at us like that?
You want to discern anything. We only have our eyes exposed. The elderly lady's expression turned cautious as she suddenly snatched the task card from Zhizhi. You aren't up to anything illegal, are you? I can't read. So, I don't know what this card says. It wouldn't be a clue to your crimes, would it? Zhizhi and Qi Qing'an exclaimed in unison. No. We're filming a show. A variety show. This card is our task card.
Goodness.
This unexpected twist is simply remarkable. This elderly lady is undoubtedly a devoted fan of spy films. Is this really not scripted? This turn of events is utterly surreal. Judging by her expression, it seems genuine. Her accent is distinctly local, and an ordinary person couldn't act this convincingly. This must be her true sentiment. I'm nearly dying of laughter in front of the television. I can't wait to see how this unfolds. The production team was equally bewildered, as the director had no idea how the situation had escalated to this point. They had merely arranged for a staff member to find a local person to deliver the task card, yet somehow it had morphed into a spy drama. Director. Should we intervene? A staff member whispered. The director replied quietly, "Do you think our intervention would be of any use now? The elderly lady might claim she uncovered a criminal organization and report us all." Everyone exchanged glances, realizing that given the elderly lady's demeanor, that possibility was indeed plausible. However, the director harbored a curiosity to see how the situation would develop, eager to discover whether the two could resolve the issue. They could always intervene later if it became untenable. At present, irrespective of Zhizhi and Qi Qing'an's explanations, the elderly lady was entirely unconvinced. What task card? What filming? Surely no show could lack nearby personnel. She wasn't naive enough to believe that. She knew television shows featured camera operators. And these two were devoid of any such presence, dressed so strangely they could only be deemed unlawful elements. Did you truly believe that I, an elderly woman, am oblivious to everything? How is it conceivable that a program could be filmed without the presence of a cameraman? Moreover, I have not seen any cameras. If you are not engaged in criminal activities, then why do you adorn yourselves in such a manner? Is it not evident that your disguises stem from a desire to evade recognition? Your words, dear lady, indeed provoke contemplation, leaving Zhizhi and Qi Qing'an momentarily speechless. Madam, our attire is merely to protect ourselves from sun exposure. I assure you, it is not for any other reason, nor due to a lack of confidence. If you do not believe me, I shall remove this hat and mask at once. Upon uttering these words, Zhizhi prepared to unveil her face. But the old lady swiftly retreated and pointed her cane at her, declaring, "Do not move. Do not assume I am unaware of your tricks. Surely, there is something concealed beneath that mask. Is it a knife or a gun? Remain still." Startled by the admonition, Zhizhi instinctively raised her hands, proclaiming, "I am not moving. I swear, there is nothing beneath this mask." Qi Qing'an, standing beside her, also raised his hands, creating a rather comical tableau. Witnessing their obedient gestures, the old lady urgently called for assistance. "Help! Come quickly! We have apprehended criminals engaged in illicit dealings." Her cries attracted a throng of onlookers eager to assist. "Quickly! Apprehend them! They are criminals conducting transactions here." Following her directives, two burly men swiftly subdued the pair, who, in their trepidation, refrained from resisting, knowing that further defiance would only heighten suspicion. Both were engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, laughable yet absurd. This is hilarious. To be mistaken for criminals. Though I cannot see their expressions beneath those masks, I can only imagine how comical they must appear. Why are the staff not emerging? If they do not hurry, our two friends will be carted off to the police station. A new trending topic is bound to arise. Qi Qing'an and Zhizhi apprehended for illicit transactions. Now en route to the precinct. Both of them are my favorites. I shouldn't find this so amusing, yet I can't help myself. Realizing the situation had escalated, the production team hastily dispatched staff to intervene. However, within mere seconds of their arrival, they too were apprehended. We have captured additional accomplices. They claim to be associated with this duo. Chapter 48. A Grand Misunderstanding. There were 5 staff members lurking nearby, all of whom were swiftly taken into custody. Qi Qing'an sighed deeply, pondering their predicament.
What now?
You failed to clarify to them that we are merely filming a show. A nearby staff member glanced at him with exasperation, replying, "I had just explained that we are not villains before being seized. Do you think I had a chance to say anything further?" Qi Qing'an and Zhizhi exchanged worried glances. What if we truly end up at the police station? Are we genuinely the first contestants to find ourselves in such a situation? They were likely the only 2 participants in a variety show to find themselves in a police station. Hurry and bind them. We cannot let them escape. I have already called the police, and they are on their way. One enthusiastic bystander excitedly raised their phone, capturing the moment. The captured 7 sighed collectively. Due to the unfortunate fate of the 5 staff members, the remaining crew and directors hesitated to act. Should they venture out, it would surely lead to further misunderstandings. Director, what should we do? It is not prudent for us to intervene. They do not trust us at all. The other staff members were in a state of panic, especially since the entire incident was being recorded, likely trending in no time. In truth, it was already trending. Qi Qing'an and Zhizhi apprehended, suspected of engaging in criminal activities. Many bewildered spectators assumed they had committed some crime, only to erupt in laughter upon viewing the content. Numerous elderly fans of Qi Qing'an's dramas were left puzzled. He had starred in several beloved productions, yet now his identity was concealed, and the locals forbade any rash actions. If only they could remove their disguises, there would be no need for explanations. Are we truly being taken to the police station? This is my first encounter with the law, and I would rather not spend it here. Zhizhi lamented. Qi Qing'an sighed softly. Who among us hasn't faced a first time? Perhaps we should wait for the police to arrive and clarify our situation. It appears we have no other recourse. 10 minutes later, the sound of sirens echoed, and a squad of fully equipped officers arrived. Zhizhi was taken aback by the sudden influx of law enforcement. A staff member quietly remarked, "I overheard someone report a criminal gang was apprehended." Criminal gang? They collectively muttered, their expressions bewildered. The audience could hear their every word, given the recording devices they carried. What a farce! These individuals cannot possibly be criminals. Ha ha ha, I cannot contain my laughter. A travel variety show has transformed into the activities of a criminal organization. We must be complicit. Who would believe that after living a life of propriety, I would be labeled as an accomplice in a criminal gang? Is this truly a travel show? Surely it must be a comedic one. I have not stopped smiling throughout. Other variety shows may have scripts, but this one appears entirely unscripted. Who could conceive such a plot? I wonder how the director feels, having both guests and staff apprehended. With the crew now branded as a criminal organization, he must be the ringleader. The director, reading the comments, felt utterly defeated at the mention of ringleader. I have lived my life with integrity, never engaging in illegal activities, and now I am labeled as the leader of a criminal gang? Observing the director's flustered state, a staff member quietly pointed out, "But our show has been deemed a criminal organization. Does that not make you the leader?" The director was left speechless. Mistaken for a criminal gang, it was no wonder so many officers had arrived, all fully equipped. The absurdity of the situation was beyond Zhizhi's wildest imaginings. Where is the criminal gang? Is anyone injured? The elderly lady hurriedly approached, declaring, "We have them under control." They intended to conduct criminal transactions here, and even attempted to relay clues. Thankfully, I discovered their scheme. She promptly handed over the task card. The police cautiously accepted the card and, upon reading it, were utterly bemused. Addressing the 7 apprehended individuals, an officer inquired, "You are filming a variety show, are you not?" "Yes, indeed. We are filming a travel reality show, but this lady misconstrued our actions, mistaking us for a criminal gang," Zhizhi explained. All the officers were speechless. They had been on high alert upon receiving news of a criminal gang operating in their jurisdiction, only to discover it was a colossal misunderstanding. It turned out to be a comical incident, as the officers were well acquainted with the show, which frequently topped trending lists and flooded various short video platforms. You two are Qi Qing'an and Zhizhi, aren't you? Only these 2 individuals would adorn themselves in such a manner. And they are indeed the most renowned figures of this variety show. Zhizhi cast a glance at Qi Qing'an, silently inquiring, "Are we truly so clever now? Merely revealing our eyes, and he can recognize us?" Qi Qing'an was speechless. Even without his phone, he was aware of their recent notoriety. "It is indeed us. And we sincerely apologize for occupying police resources. We also regret the misunderstandings we have caused." The elderly ladies and local villagers were bewildered. So, they weren't part of a criminal gang after all? But why had they dressed so cautiously, even donning plain clothes? The undercover staff member. The director was hurrying over, and upon seeing the police, the heart of the production team nearly leapt into their throats. "Our sincerest apologies. This was an oversight on our part. Thank you for your hard work, officers." After an extensive discussion, both parties finally clarified the situation. Ultimately, no one was at fault. One merely wished to avoid sun exposure, which was perfectly reasonable, given that many individuals today place great importance on skincare. It was not wrong for the locals to be cautious. They were merely concerned for societal safety. In summary, it was a significant misunderstanding. However, education was still necessary. As the director of the show, he was subsequently taken away by the police for a lesson. "I truly apologize, young lady and young man. I was overly cautious." "You weren't frightened, were you?" The elderly lady had now become exceedingly amiable. Zhizhi removed her hat, awkwardly tugging at the corners of her mouth. "It's nothing. Our attire may have misled you." Upon seeing Zhizhi's appearance, the elderly lady was utterly astonished. "Oh my, young lady, you are truly stunning. Like a fairy from the heavens. More beautiful than the stars on television. Had you not worn this thing and revealed your lovely face, none of this would have happened. You are so beautiful. There's no need for such embellishments, and a little sun exposure is beneficial for your health." Zhizhi nodded in agreement, maintaining a smile. while Qi Qing'an refrained from removing his hat, as doing so would likely incite another uproar. The elderly folks were quite fervent in their admiration, and with the police still present, it was possible that they might disrupt the order once again, potentially requiring a trip to the police station. This variety show is truly filled with twists and turns. It's both mentally stimulating and exceedingly humorous. Stimulating?
I don't feel that way.
Does watching this traditional medicine segment require much thought? The comment above implies that one is unaware of what will occur in the next segment, hence the mental stimulation. When the director dashed over, it was absolutely hilarious. His panicked little steps and terrified expression were simply priceless. Is anyone able to create a meme out of that expression? I can. Once it's done, everyone is welcome to my profile to collect. By the time the director emerged from his education, Zhizhi had already bonded with the locals. Witnessing this cheerful scene, the director was genuinely frustrated. He was being educated by the police, while these individuals were merrily mingling. Director, do you think we should continue with the program? Given that events had unfolded in such a manner, the other staff members were uncertain whether the show should proceed. Continue. Since it has come to this, we might as well carry on. And by the way, confiscate her 300 bucks for daring to hide money. When Zhizhi's 300 yuan was taken, her expression was one of deep reluctance. You must return my little red. This money is the result of my hard work. The director, wearing a villainous grin, replied, What I want is your little red. If you don't work diligently, don't expect to see your little red again. The crowd, you two are truly dramatic. The director's acting isn't half bad. When will he take on a villain role? With Little Red as a motivator, Zhizhi is unlikely to stray too far from the program now. That's not certain. One cannot predict her actions with normal reasoning. Chapter 49. Adding fuel to the fire. After confiscating the funds, the director swaggered away with the notary. Zhizhi was utterly heartbroken. This was money she had painstakingly saved. For a few hundred yuan, she had hidden it in her socks daily, making walking uncomfortable. Observing Zhizhi's expression, Qi Qing'an was at a loss for how to console her. It's all right. It's just 300 yuan. It's not a significant matter. Upon hearing this, Zhizhi suddenly fixed her gaze on him. What do you mean, just 300 yuan? This is my hard-earned money. Do you have any idea how my feet have been scraped raw from walking these past few days? Qi Qing'an. What could he say in response? Should he ask if her feet were all right? But that sounded rather odd. Your feet are scraped raw? Now that is truly hard-earned money. I just want to know how they will return and what their task is. Hurry, check the task card. We must execute our task at once. The gathered locals had already dispersed. Having nothing more to do, they needed to return home to tend to their many responsibilities. Qi Qing'an glanced at the task card given by the director. After reading the tasks, all he could do was let out a cold laugh. The program required them to earn their own meals for the day and find their own way back. Zhizhi exclaimed, Return on our own. They can't be serious. We are both hopelessly directionally challenged. Qi Qing'an nodded, confirming that the task card stated just that, and that the other two groups were in the same predicament, though he suspected their progress would be smoother than theirs. Smooth? They will undoubtedly fare better. At least they won't be mistaken for criminals, summoning the police. Meanwhile, the other two groups were executing their tasks without issue. One group was at a nearby amusement park, and the other at a food street. At the amusement park were Lu Zihua and Lu Qiqi. Upon their arrival, they discovered positions available for part-time workers and thus became game promoters. I'm done. I'm not playing anymore. Lu Zihua, seated on a roller coaster, wore a face of utter despair, clutching a camera since the photographer couldn't join him. He sobbed and streamed tears while recording videos for promotional purposes as the amusement park was newly opened. After his third ride, he finally disembarked. Upon exiting, he rushed to a trash can, retching uncontrollably. Seeing Lu Qiqi beside him, looking pristine, he felt a wave of unfairness wash over him. Why must I endure this roller coaster ride while you're spared? Lu Qiqi savored a milk tea handed to her by the staff, replying, Well, they're my fans. Not yours. Besides, you're a grown man. What is the harm? I'm in a skirt, and I do risk a wardrobe malfunction. Lu Zihua, pale-faced, glanced at her skirt and asked, Do you have another skirt I could borrow? Lu Qiqi. This guy is truly something else. He would go to such lengths to avoid this game. I want to see him in a skirt. I want to see him in a skirt. Lu Zihua has a rugged appearance. Wearing a skirt might not suit him, but I do love to see Qi Qing'an in one. Qi Qing'an seems to have never donned women's attire. That face of his would surely make a stunning beauty in such garb. The two of them planned to spend the entire day at the amusement park, where their meals would be provided, earning them a wage of 200 yuan for the day. Their task was to experience all the games thoroughly and compose a detailed report of their experiences. As for why Lu Zihao rode the roller coaster 3 times, it was because he was so consumed by fear and screaming that he found it difficult to articulate his feelings. Teacher Lu, can you now appreciate the experience of this roller coaster? A staff member inquired, wearing a broad smile. Lu Zihao hesitated. How should I respond? This question is somewhat challenging. I need to ponder it carefully. The staff, upon observing his expression, realized he had again been lost in fear and screams. If your feelings aren't profound enough, you may ride again. Lu Zihao exclaimed, no, please don't. Meanwhile, in the food street, Chu Chi and Ning Yue were making decent progress as they worked as waitstaff at a hot pot restaurant. Who is that woman next to you? I knew you had something going on with her, yet you try to hide it from me. You are being unreasonable. She is merely a childhood friend with whom I have grown up.
Within the hot pot restaurant,
A couple was embroiled in a heated argument that began to disturb the other patrons. The boss instructed Ning Yue and Chu Chi to intervene. Do we really have to go over there? That battlefield seems a bit intense. I'm somewhat anxious, Chu Chi thought nervously. Ning Yue cast him a glance and proceeded directly towards the couple. Good day, dear patrons. We kindly request that you maintain a quiet atmosphere in the restaurant. Chu Chi hurriedly followed suit, positioning himself beside her. Noticing the empty water cup in front of the woman, Chu Chi recalled the lesson from their boss. They must never allow a customer's cup to remain empty. The girl had just been yelling for quite some time, so it was likely she was thirsty. Should he refill her water? After a moment's contemplation, he decided to uphold the restaurant's principle and poured her some water. However, as he filled it, the girl splashed the water onto her boyfriend's face. Ning Yue and Chu Chi stared wide-eyed. Such intensity. With the cup now empty again, Chu Chi was uncertain whether he should refill it, but after some thought, he figured a splash might suffice, having never witnessed a second splash. He filled the cup once more. At that moment, Ning Yue looked at him as if he were a fool. You are adding fuel to the fire, my friend. Sure enough, the girl splashed her boyfriend once again, leaving him speechless. He turned to Chu Chi and said seriously, excuse me, do you have any objections? Have we met before? Chu Chi examined his features and, finding no recollection, replied, no. Today is the first time I've seen you. The boy's anger flared. Then why do you keep refilling her cup? This is the 3rd time she has splashed me. Wasn't it only 2 times? Could there have been a prior incident? Both Chu Chi and Ning Yue wore masks, rendering them unrecognizable. Chapter 50. The Undesirable Male. Chu Chi felt somewhat flustered by the boy's reprimand. Had he truly erred? However, when the manager instructed them, he emphasized the importance of never allowing a customer's cup to be empty. So was he truly at fault? Chu Chi is truly something else. If I had a server like him when I broke up with my boyfriend, it would have been so considerate. This is hilarious. He keeps refilling the water, and that boy looks like he just emerged from a pool. Take note of the young lady's gaze. She looks at Chu Chi as if he were an idiot. He has done well as a server, but how will he handle this? Observing Chu Chi being scolded, the girl mockingly remarked to her boyfriend, hasn't he done anything wrong? Don't you know the service philosophy of his establishment? If you enjoy being with that person, perhaps you should just be with him. I see no reason for us to continue together. Let us break up. With that, she grabbed her bag and departed, leaving the boy and the 2 servers staring at each other in disbelief.
Ching Ching, please don't leave.
If you dislike me being with her, I want to see her again. The boy hurriedly chased after his girlfriend. That kind of man is truly disgusting. A childhood friend? A true childhood friend wouldn't be so close to you after you've started dating someone else. There should be boundaries. That so-called childhood friend is clearly a manipulative schemer. I refuse to believe he doesn't see through it. As a man, I can unequivocally state that men can often see through such things. They merely enjoy the feeling of being sought after and contested. To encounter such a man, I would advise everyone to run swiftly. The person who truly cares for you would never give anyone else a chance. What are you all standing there for? It seems those 2 haven't settled their bill. Ning Yue, observing the boy's retreating figure, suddenly realized, did that table settle their bill? It appears they have not. They both exclaimed, then why are we still here? Hurry and chase after them. Ning Yue informed the boss while Chu Chi dashed out, calling out, you haven't paid yet. Please settle your bill. This is somewhat amusing. When Chu Chi isn't causing trouble, he is genuinely quite delightful. possessing a unique sense of humor. He runs surprisingly fast. He should be able to catch up. This couple is rather excessive. Arguing is one thing, but they shouldn't leave without paying. It's clear that the girl usually pays when they dine out. The boy seems entirely oblivious to this. I hope they can retrieve the payment, or they will end up working for nothing today. In the end, Zhizhi managed to catch the boy just before he got into his car. Hurry and pay. You haven't settled your bill. The boy, caught off guard, exclaimed, Didn't my girlfriend pay? Zhizhi regarded him with a look of disbelief, mixed with disdain. Expecting the girl to pay for the meal? How utterly shameless. Sir, do you typically let your girlfriend handle the finances? No, we each pay our own way. Then why expect her to pay? If you're married and your salary is managed by your wife, that's one thing, but you're both independent, so why should she cover the bill? Zhizhi understood this logic well. The boy truly lacked sense. The boy continued to protest, but she usually pays when we're out. Zhizhi was nearly rolling his eyes to the heavens. Were it not for his mask, he would have spat at him. So, sir, will you be paying? Your total is 348 yuan. Will it be cash or WeChat payment? The boy's expression turned dark, but with Zhizhi in his hot pot restaurant uniform, he drew attention and had no choice but to pay. After settling the bill, he muttered under his breath, and as Zhizhi turned to leave with the money, he felt that even a fleeting glance at such a man was an affront to his eyes. One wondered how that girl could have had any affection for him, especially if she was always the one paying during their outings. The comment section erupted. This lowly man is truly revolting. What audacity he has. Always letting others foot the bill. That girl is quite attractive. Why would she settle for such a boyfriend? Her taste is questionable. Such a despicable man. May he meet his downfall. I believe there is nothing wrong with men. Typically, when dining out, it is the men who pay. So why is it unacceptable for women to settle the bill? The moment the genders are reversed, an avalanche of criticism ensues. If a woman doesn't pay, it is deemed perfectly acceptable, is it not? The first two individuals were indeed men. When I go out to eat with my boyfriend, although he often pays, I reciprocate with gifts and gestures and other ways. Both parties must contribute in a relationship. Did you not hear what that man just said? He claimed that when they dine out, it is the women who typically pay. Judging by his earlier actions, it seems he has never paid a cent since being in a relationship. Let us not lose sight of the core issue here, shall we? It is truly disheartening how easily some charming young men are pricked by the truth. Zhizhi and Ning Yue faced a reprimand from the manager, and the two continuously apologized, recognizing that the oversight regarding whether the customers had paid was indeed their fault. Fortunately, the situation was not as dire as it could have been. At least the money was recovered. Each group has its own challenges. Meanwhile, Yanji and Zhichingen were still at the market. Yanji scanned her surroundings, knowing that the staff must be lurking among the crowd. She instructed Zhichingen to stay vigilant while she began to remove her shoes to retrieve money. Zhichingen's eyes widened in astonishment at her actions. Did she truly have money hidden in her shoes? Yanji held her head high with pride, asserting that one must always be prepared. I had placed 300 yuan in one shoe, and the 300 that was confiscated earlier was merely that amount. The money in my other shoe remains untouched. Zhichingen looked at her with a complex expression and then gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, You never cease to amaze me. The director and crew could only watch in disbelief. As Zhichingen carefully took out the 300 yuan and sniffed it, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it bore no unpleasant odor. Yanji caught his subtle gesture and questioned him. What does that mean? Are you disgusted? Zhichingen quickly shook his head. No. How could I be disgusted? This is hard-earned money. To which she retorted, Then why did you sniff it? Are you worried about my feet smelling? The question left Zhichingen in a cold sweat. Of course not. I was merely wiping my nose. Chapter 51. The Crew's High-Speed Chase. Yanji remained skeptical of his words, but chose not to pursue the matter further. The director, witnessing her retrieve yet another 300 yuan from her sock, was on the verge of a breakdown. How much money did she conceal on her person? Did she not find it uncomfortable to stash cash in her sock? The staff bowed their heads, knowing that only Yanji could quell the director's fury. It was the first time they had seen him so riled up after working together for so long. The audience was nearly in stitches watching the two of them. That money must have a distinct odor. I can assure you, Zhichingen was definitely sniffing for more than just a scent. He was not merely touching his nose. I too am curious about whether that money smells. Does the beautiful lady's foot odor match her looks? To the one upstairs. I can answer that question. Foot odor is unrelated to one's appearance. However, judging by their demeanor, it is likely that Yanji's feet do not smell, especially since the vendor did not seem to notice anything amiss when they purchased items. With their newfound wealth, Yanji bought Qi Qing'an a bottle of water, recognizing that they would be outdoors all day. Although the jug contained a considerable amount, it may not suffice for both of them. The small vendor did not detect any foul odor when he accepted the money, unaware that it had been retrieved from the soles of her feet. The market they were in primarily consisted of small vendors, lacking in food options, thus they needed to find a place to dine. "Excuse me, is there a place to have lunch around here?"
Yanji approached an elderly man.
He gestured ahead, saying, "There's a food street up there, filled with restaurants.
You can head that way."
Upon hearing about the food street, the two promptly expressed their gratitude. "Then let us go to the food street. We currently have 298 yuan, which should cover our dining expenses for today." Could it be that the food street they mentioned is the same one where Ning Yue and Chu Chi are? "Let us eat hot pot. They can serve us." Has anyone considered that these two don't know the way? Are you sure they will find it? I doubt they will. Their silhouettes exude a certain cluelessness. The two indeed felt uncertain. Despite asking several people who assured them the food street was straight ahead, they found fewer and fewer people as they walked, eventually exiting the market, causing a sense of panic to set in. "We didn't take a wrong turn, did we? They said just to follow this straight path, right?" Yanji asked Qi Qing'an, who regarded her seriously, and replied, "My sense of direction is just as poor as yours." They exchanged glances. "Shall we just take a taxi? We can simply tell the driver to take us to the food street. Surely he won't be lost." Ultimately, they opted for a taxi rather than risk getting lost, as that would entail more expenses than just the taxi fare. "You're heading to the food street? Just go straight down this road. It's only 2 streets away," the driver remarked, bewildered that they were not walking there, as it was less than a kilometer away. Discovering they had to cross 2 streets left them terrified. Thankfully, they chose to take a taxi. Otherwise, they would surely have gotten lost. Without a direct path, they lacked any confidence or assurance. "Sir, this is our first time here, and we aren't very familiar with the area.
Please take us there."
Once they settled in the car, both exhaled a sigh of relief, though the crew could no longer capture their antics. "Crew, give us a break. The people have left. Don't just film the back of the car. Hurry up and catch up." The crew was now in a frenzy, hastily climbing into their vehicles to follow. The driver suddenly noticed 2 cars tailing him. Glancing at them in his rearview mirror, he asked, "Do you have enemies?" To which they replied, "No." "Then why are you wearing masks, and why are those cars following you?" He pointed to the rearview mirror. "I'm quite certain they're pursuing you." Yanji and Qi Qing'an immediately realized who was in the trailing vehicles. "We don't know them." Yanji suddenly thought of something mischievous. The driver, thinking they were being stalked by some perverse individual, reassured them, "Don't worry, I've never been outrun by anyone while driving. Hold on tight." With that, the taxi accelerated dramatically, leaving the crew in a state of confusion. Why did it suddenly speed up? Is he really drifting? This driver was quite the showman. "Hurry and keep up, or we'll lose them." From the audience's perspective, it was an exhilarating game of cat and mouse. "That taxi driver is incredible. Surely, he is trying to shake off the crew. He probably thinks they're following him." Given Yanji's personality, she likely added fuel to the fire. Otherwise, the driver wouldn't be driving so recklessly. This has suddenly become thrilling. Will they lose them? This driver is impressive. Catch up. Go for it. The driver expertly maneuvered through various side streets, soon leaving the 2 trailing vehicles behind. Unfortunately, those 2 vehicles, in their haste to accelerate, were pulled over by the traffic police. "Hasten to descend. Are you aware that you are exceeding the speed limit? How dare you engage in such reckless driving? Have you truly become so audacious as to disregard your own safety?" The staff were left in a state of shock, while the audience erupted in laughter. Why is this so amusing? They've actually been stopped by the traffic police. Surely they will face a deduction of points and a fine now. Impressive. I noticed that gentleman ahead. He was indeed maintaining a controlled speed, and even took a side path. The staff lost because they failed to notice the speed limit sign by the roadside and were unfamiliar with the area. "My sincerest apologies. We acknowledge our mistakes." The staff kept apologizing profusely. The director was summoned again to handle the situation, and when he arrived, his expression was dark as a storm cloud. The Best Life program team was caught speeding by the police, and this incident surged to trending status. The previous hot topic regarding the police interrogation was still fresh. Yet now another had surfaced. After some negotiations, by the time the matter was resolved, the 2 miscreants had already indulged themselves at the food street. Am I indebted to them? I've encountered the police twice this morning. I've been law-abiding my entire life, only to have it ruined by these two. The director was on the verge of losing his mind. Chapter 52. A meal leaves them penniless. Upon the arrival of the program staff at the food street, they were met with a throng of people, rendering it impossible to locate the two culprits. What shall we do? With so many people around, how can we find them? One staff member sighed. The others wore worried expressions. What started as a legitimate variety show had devolved into a scene from a spy thriller. Truly a source of great distress. Search quickly. They should be easy to spot with their hats and masks. Widen your eyes and look closely. Zhizhi and Qing'an, meanwhile, were relishing an abundance of street food, having cast off their inhibitions in the absence of the staff. Come, try this grilled sausage. Isn't it delightful? Zhizhi handed a sausage to Qing'an, who found the starch sausage to be surprisingly delectable, as she was not fond of meat sausages. It was Qing'an's first experience sampling such a variety of snacks. Despite the heavy seasoning, they were indeed quite tasty. The two meandered about until they paused in front of a hot pot restaurant. It has been ages since I last savored hot pot. Shall we indulge today? Zhizhi inhaled the fragrant aroma of spice, her mouth watering in anticipation. Qing'an had no objections, for the money was indeed left behind by Zhizhi. As someone reliant on others, he had little room for dissent. Upon entering, the program staff immediately took notice of them. Their striking appearances were hard to miss, especially after they removed their hats upon finding a seat. Staff members quickly retrieved their phones to contact the team. Is the group with you present? Your artists have wandered into our vicinity. When Zhizhi's team received the call, they were utterly bewildered. How did they end up there? After clarifying their location, the staff hurried over. When Ning Yue and Qi approached with the menu, they too were momentarily stunned. What are you two doing here? Zhizhi and Qing'an exchanged puzzled glances. They had not been recognized due to their masks.
Who are you?
Do you know us? Surely we haven't been recognized. Ning Yue removed her mask, inquiring about their task and how they had time for hot pot. Upon seeing Ning Yue, Zhizhi realized they were also working there. Our tasks must be the same. The program has left us to our own devices today, and we must return on our own tonight. I assume you're in the same boat? Ning Yue nodded, though her expression was complex as she observed their appearance. How do you still have money to eat hot pot? They all needed to earn their keep. How could these two still afford a meal? Zhizhi chuckled, lifting her foot to reveal where the money had come from. Thankfully, I was quick-witted at that moment. Otherwise, I would have been completely penniless. Ning Yue and Qi were taken aback. Well, they couldn't fathom this. How could one stash money in their footwear without it being uncomfortable? This person is indeed formidable. What do you wish to eat? The hot pot here is quite affordable. But you two should refrain from ordering excessively. Wastage is not permitted. Ning Yue handed them the menu. Zhizhi and Qing'an ordered a modest selection of dishes, sufficient for the two of them. As they enjoyed their meal, the program staff finally arrived, exclaiming in disbelief, "My goodness! This is not merely a trial for the guests. This is sheer torment for them." Zhizhi and Qing'an have already begun their meal. They've indeed come to this spot. I can only imagine how Ning Yue and Qi feel upon seeing them. They must feel quite unsettled. She actually divulged her secret stash. Ning Yue's expression is utterly hilarious. Dining at a hot pot can be costly, while the individual prices of these dishes aren't high. Ordering even a small selection can easily tally up to 200 or 300. Are they planning to spend all their remaining money on this meal? I believe their funds are insufficient for this. Had the director's team not confiscated that 300, it would have sufficed. Zhizhi and Qing'an relished their meal, finding the hot pot to be quite delightful. The broth was excellent, which explained the crowd. They had chosen a secluded corner, thus avoiding undue attention. Otherwise, Qing'an's striking visage would surely have caused a stir. Once they finished, Zhizhi clapped her hands, signaling it was time to settle the bill. Qi approached with a calculator, tallying their order, a total of 250 yuan. May I ask if you'll be paying in cash or via WeChat? Qi had adopted an earnest demeanor, akin to that of a genuine server. 250. Are you certain there is no error? The items ordered were quite inexpensive. Qing'an was equally stupefied. How could it be so pricey? Have we truly spent so much? Zhizhi refused to believe it, insisting that it could not possibly amount to that. Please recalculate. I can assure you, you've indeed consumed that much. Although your items weren't costly, you ordered quite a few. Neither of them are particularly frugal. They've certainly eaten a fair amount. Their astonished expressions are genuinely amusing. 250 truly suits them. Has Zhizhi managed to regain some ground? Zhizhi has certainly experienced a setback, albeit indirectly. Zhizhi meticulously reviewed the menu, adding each item for her to see. Look, I'm not deceiving you. It is indeed 250. We do not extend credit here. If you lack funds, you may work here to repay your debt. Zhizhi and Qingyin exchanged glances, perplexed. What now? Initially, I thought that 300 would be adequate. Now it feels utterly insufficient. Zhizhi reluctantly extracted 250, but when Zhizhi reached for the money, she clutched it tightly. Zhizhi tugged at the bills, her face contorting in concern that she might damage them. Zhizhi sighed and released her grip, admonishing, "You must take great care of my money. It was painstakingly retrieved from my sock." Zhuki. Actually, you need not emphasize that point suddenly. This money feels a tad too hot to handle. As he turned, he deliberately brought the cash close to his nose, relieved to find it odorless. The camera captured his every action. Is he also smelling money? Not necessarily. Perhaps he merely has an itchy nose, right, Qingyin? Chapter 53. Unable to find work and feeling disdained. After settling the bill, the two found themselves utterly broke, exchanging sighs as they looked at one another. What are we to do now? Zhizhi had a mere 48 yuan left, their last funds. This meager amount certainly wouldn't suffice for their needs. Had they known, they would have been more frugal with their dining choices. How could money vanish so swiftly? Yet hunger gnawed at them. And having consumed every morsel of the dishes they ordered, they realized that ordering less would leave them unsatisfied. Qingyin surveyed the hot pot restaurant and suggested, "Why don't we work here?" Zhizhi glanced at the bustling crowd and hesitated. There's too many people. Working here must be exhausting. It was the first time Qingyin heard her refer to something as difficult. Then let us seek another job, one that isn't too taxing. While the notion seemed simple, the reality of finding such a role was daunting. Where could one find a job that required little effort yet compensated well? The expressions of these two, lacking in wit and cheer, were truly remarkable. I too wish to find an effortless yet lucrative job. Earning money necessitates some degree of labor. I wonder where they will head next. Surely they won't resort to begging with a bowl at the entrance again. Repeating the same act twice would be rather dull. What do you mean by begging? It's an art form. Art is supreme and priceless. Honestly, I would quite like to witness them begging, though there are no instruments available for them to borrow. The online community was merciless, with an increasing number of people suggesting they beg, creating a one-sided trend. However, Zhizhi had no intention of begging. She was unwilling to engage in such a practice. Previously, it was about performing, which is entirely different from begging. Let us step outside and see if other shops are hiring, perhaps one with less foot traffic. It was surprising to see her worry about finances. For the past few days, she had walked with confidence, buoyed by the money in her pocket. Wherever she went, the presence of funds provided her with assurance. But now she felt that assurance slipping away. The two wandered the food street from one end to the other, only to find that either no one was hiring or they were only looking for full-time employees, leaving them empty-handed. Ultimately, they returned to the hot pot restaurant. Where the nature of the work mattered less than the prospect of earning money, they couldn't possibly starve at night. "We're not hiring anymore. Our staff is sufficient. Perhaps you should look elsewhere." The boss firmly declined their request. The newly hired staff performed well, and although the restaurant appeared busy, the few employees were adequate. Zhizhi and Qingyin realized it wasn't them being picky, it was the restaurant rejecting them. Previously selective, they now discovered that they weren't wanted at all. How absurdly comical. These two resembled impoverished little pups, though their expressions were hidden. Their eyes conveyed a sense of pity. Who would have thought Qingyin would find himself in such a predicament, unable to secure even a part-time job? If only I lived nearby, I would invite them over to entertain me with jokes from Zhizhi and performances from Qingyin. Just imagining such days brings joy. You upstairs, hurry and go to sleep. While it's still daylight, indulge in a daydream. Who wouldn't want to live like that? What are we to do now that no one wants us? Zhizhi sighed. Qingyin, noticing her despondence, felt a pang of helplessness. Let us keep searching. We're bound to find somewhere to work. For now, that was all they could do. The 48 yuan was their last bastion of hope, to be preserved until the direst moment. They wandered aimlessly, stopping intermittently, eventually losing track of where they were going. Yet, they had no time to concern themselves with being lost. They inquired along the way, but ultimately failed to find a place to earn money. A kind gentleman, seeing their struggle, remarked, "It seems you're looking for part-time work. Just ahead, there's an amusement park currently hiring. You might want to check it out." Observing their plight, he felt a twinge of sympathy. Do you two have any qualifications? If so, it might be easier to find a job. Zhizhi sensed his misunderstanding but chose not to clarify, instead continuing with his thoughts. It's precisely because we lack qualifications that we seek work in places like this. Serving at a restaurant doesn't require any. Sighing, she lamented, if only I had studied harder in my youth. Education truly matters, as earning money is incredibly challenging. The gentleman nodded, affirming her words. Indeed, but it's never too late to realize this. Every profession can lead to success. With diligence, you can improve your lives. Zhizhi nodded enthusiastically. Yes, we will create wealth with our own hands. Watching her engage cheerfully with the gentleman, Qi Qing'an felt incredulous. How did they strike up such a lively conversation? How could she converse so easily with anyone? And how had the topic shifted to creating wealth? The leap in subject matter was rather abrupt. Qi Qing'an's expression was quite amusing. He must have been puzzled as to how Zhizhi conversed so animatedly with this gentleman. Both Qi Qing'an and Zhizhi experienced a touch of social anxiety. I'm sure you understand my meaning. Qi Qing'an's discomfort stemmed from a reluctance to interact, while Zhizhi's anxiety was more about fearing society. The profundity of Chinese culture. Let us go, let us go. I've inquired. There's South and amusement park ahead hiring part-timers. And the pay is decent. Money and dinner included. Zhizhi suddenly came to life. Qi Qing'an nodded. Then let us hurry over there. They exchanged glances, and in perfect sync, hailed a taxi. Given their poor sense of direction, they would likely never find it on foot. Thus, taking a taxi was the safer option, even if it meant spending their last 48 yuan. Oh, what a coincidence to see you two again. The taxi driver was indeed the same one who had brought them earlier. Upon spotting them, he chuckled. Where to this time? To the amusement park, Qi Qing'an replied. The driver fell silent. You could actually walk there. It's less than 500 meters away. Do you see that Ferris wheel? Just head straight towards it. Chapter 54, The Ghost Bride. The two fell silent at the driver's words, glancing at each other before ultimately deciding to stick with the taxi. Sir, we still prefer to take a taxi. We're not familiar with the area. The driver replied, all right, if that's what you want. I want to pass up this opportunity to earn. These two are truly remarkable. Even with a clear reference point in sight, they still prefer to take a taxi. One cannot judge their predicament by ordinary standards. They genuinely are better suited for taxi rides. I'm curious, given it's less than 500 meters. Wouldn't they arrive just as the taxi starts moving? Would the driver even want to take them? The online commentators were correct. The taxi barely began to move before arriving at their destination. It truly was a straight shot, without a single turn. Thank you, sir. Zhizhi readily paid the fare. Two individuals gazed upon the expansive amusement park, an instant surge of confidence enveloping them. Let us proceed swiftly and take a look, they declared. Hastening towards the entrance to peruse the job advertisement, a staff member, noticing their keen interest, approached them promptly. You two are here for employment, I presume? Our amusement park is currently hiring. All other positions have been filled, but we still require staff for the haunted house. Would you be interested? It has been quite busy lately, likely due to the holiday influx. A haunted house. Zhizhi's interest was piqued instantly. Let us go. Do they provide meals? And what is the pay for this afternoon? The staff member replied, meals are included, and the base salary is 100 each. Your actual earnings may increase based on your performance, especially in the haunted house. Suddenly, Qi Qing'an recalled Zhizhi's peculiar demeanor from that fateful night. How could he possibly decline this opportunity? Indeed, he could not. Zhizhi seized his hand and dragged him along, leaving him no chance to refuse. How about you work in the haunted house while I explore other options? Qi Qing'an suggested quietly. Zhizhi shot him a skeptical glance. Are you afraid? The haunted house is merely a facade. There's nothing to fear. Besides, as the staff mentioned, all other positions are filled. This haunted house is our only option, and it will be much cooler inside given this scorching weather. Qi Qing'an fell silent. While it would be refreshing, there was still reluctance. Upon arriving at the haunted house, the owner met them and, upon noticing their heavy attire, instructed them to remove their hats and masks. Please take off your headgear. I will have someone apply your makeup. Once Zhizhi removed her mask, a flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of those present. When Qi Qing'an followed suit, a commotion ensued. You are Qi Qing'an. Are you recording a variety show? Qi Qing'an offered an awkward smile. Being recognized in such a context was hardly a source of joy. The owner was positively beaming. I've watched your show, though I missed it today due to the chaos. Rest assured, when it comes time to settle your pay, I'll make sure to account for your popularity. With a twinkle in her eye, Zhizhi replied, "Thank you, boss." Qi Qing'an, however, wore an expression of existential despair. He had been startled by Zhizhi before. Doesn't Zhizhi care about Qi Qing'an's feelings at all? Why drag him into the haunted house when she knows he is afraid? Others chimed in, "Didn't you hear the staff? All other positions are filled. The haunted house is our only profit-making option. This area is entirely composed of amusement parks. Do you actually expect them to resort to begging?" Zhizhi was adorned as a ghostly bride, while Qi Qing'an donned the guise of a scholarly specter. Strangely enough, Qi Qing'an looked quite appealing in this attire. "All set. You may enter." Zhizhi was eager to commence. Her role involved merely lying in a coffin. Qi Qing'an, as a scholarly NPC, had a relatively straightforward task. As they prepared, the sounds of guests approached. "I'm a bit scared. The air conditioning in this haunted house is excessively cold." A girl's timid voice quivered, genuinely frightened. "Do not fear. I shall protect you, no matter what." A boy's voice responded resolutely, presumably a couple. Zhizhi chuckled mischievously. Couples were indeed the most entertaining. With a playful and eerie laugh echoing through the vacant space, both partners shuddered. "Who dares to play tricks here?" The boy instinctively grabbed a nearby stick, while the girl cowered behind him, on the verge of tears. "Come here, I've been waiting for you for ages." At that moment, Qi Qing'an felt a shiver run down his spine, beginning to pity the couple. As they cautiously approached, Zhizhi sprang up from the coffin, as if propelled by springs. Her eyes were wide, her hair disheveled, pale as paper, yet her lips were a vivid crimson. Most striking was her smile, a grotesque, forced expression, as if she were straining to maintain it. The couple was paralyzed with fear. Is this real or fake? Could it be that a genuine ghost has infiltrated this place of illusions? Zhizhi, positioned sideways to them, suddenly turned her head and opened her mouth wide.
Ah.
"We're done playing. Let us out." The boy pushed his girlfriend forward and dashed backwards, despite having promised to protect her. Zhizhi, bemused, noted, "Did he just push her forward?" Unbeknownst to her, she had emerged from the coffin and handed the stick to the girl. "Go. Brave warrior. Defeat him." The girl, startled, seized the stick and fled, unclear if she was pursuing her boyfriend or merely escaping. At this moment, the commentary section was eerily silent. Zhizhi abruptly turned her head as if noticing the camera, revealing a smile that sent shivers down spines.
Ah.
"Turn your head away. Oh, dear. I shall have nightmares tonight. Please retract that smile. We are allies." Chapter 55. Dominating the Haunted House. The owner, witnessing the spectacle, was utterly delighted. A haunted house must invoke terror to fulfill its purpose. If it lacked fear, then what was the point? Zhizhi boldly took center stage, obstructing the path of all visitors. Some audacious souls attempted to push the coffin aside, only for Zhizhi to leap from it with a shriek, contorting her limbs grotesquely as she chased after them. The air erupted with blood-curdling screams, and soon after, terrified patrons rushed out, their faces reflecting sheer terror. "I think I just saw a real ghost," exclaimed a robust man, his pallor stark against his usual complexion. Beside him, a boy appeared equally shaken. "Didn't you say there are no ghosts in this world, Dad? What was that thing?" The father patted his son and wiped his cold sweat. "It must be an illusion. How could there be a real ghost in a haunted house?" As his words fell, an unsettling silence enveloped the crowd. Surely, there could not be real ghosts in the haunted house. Doubt crept into their minds. Zhizhi, single-handedly, deterred all visitors. Nearly everyone who approached her was terrified into retreat, none managing to pass through successfully. Guests entered through the entrance, only to emerge in panic within 10 minutes, fleeing back to the start, where no one remained. Zhizhi, reveling in her role, grew restless in her coffin. She no longer found it sufficient to remain still. The haunted house became her playground, her laughter alternating with sobbing, whispers mingling with her crimson attire, casting a shadow over all. The haunted house NPCs were left terrified, seeking refuge from her presence, afraid of colliding with her.
Meanwhile,
Qi Qing'an sat behind, awaiting patrons who never arrived, only to be engulfed by Zhizhi's manic laughter echoing through the haunted house. What transpired earlier? Why has it been an hour without a single soul appearing? This seems rather implausible. Qi Qing'an leaned forward to peer about, but to his dismay, not a single shadow was in sight, not even an NPC. The concealed camera captured Qi Qing'an's every movement with crystal clarity. Stop looking, stop looking. Zhizhi has single-handedly deterred all the visitors. They are now at the entrance, questioning their own sanity. I advise you to refrain from going over there. Zhizhi is currently in a frenzy. The NPCs in the haunted house are huddled in the corners, trembling in terror. This woman is truly toxic. What if I suddenly wish to experience this haunted house? However, by the time I arrive, the NPC may no longer be Zhizhi. In the center of the haunted house sat a cake, a thematic centerpiece for a birthday, intended to frighten the visitors. Yet, not a single guest had been spooked thus far. Wandering into the area, Zhizhi's eyes were instantly drawn to the cake. She approached and inhaled deeply, confirming it was indeed edible. After such a prolonged bout of madness, she found herself quite hungry, and she delicately cut a small piece to taste. The owner, upon viewing this scene through the camera, was rendered speechless, although they had prepared numerous such cakes, anticipating the inevitable damage from playful visitors, with many treating the cakes as projectiles. However, this particular cake had remained untouched, as no guests had successfully navigated through to this point. At last, peace had settled. I am utterly exhausted, thought Lu Zihao, clutching the 100 yuan note in his hand, truly feeling the weight of earning money. All right. We have but one final experience to undertake, that haunted house up ahead. As amusement park testers, they were required to experience each and every attraction and articulate their impressions. Throughout the afternoon, they had nearly sampled all the rides, leaving only the haunted house. What could a haunted house possibly entail? The ghosts within are mere fabrications. I find roller coasters far more terrifying. The sensation of being flung about nearly dislodged my very soul. Lu Zihao hardly regarded the haunted house as a threat. He was more apprehensive of heights and deemed the roller coaster far more fearsome. Their conversation, overheard by the audience, sparked a frenzy. Surely they cannot be referring to the haunted house where Zhizhi is located. Lu Zihao, you foolish boy. Refrain from boasting prematurely. Jie is there. Hurry. I am eager to witness the encounter between the two groups. Everyone, stay tuned to see whether Lu Zihao will be reduced to tears or if the haunted house will succumb to conquest. The audience's anticipation was palpable. As Lu Zihao's confident, smug visage glowed on the screen, the staff, too, labored tirelessly, masquerading as visitors while covertly filming, and it was likely that after this episode, they could pursue careers as spies. Upon arriving at the haunted house, the owner promptly greeted them, stating, "Our haunted house is distinct from others. The terror levels are considerably heightened, and you must first sign a waiver before entering." Observing the document upon the table, Lu Zihao signed his name without hesitation, pondering why they had to shroud it in such mystery. After all, the entities within the haunted house were merely illusions. How terrifying could it possibly be? Lu Qiqi rolled her eyes at this naive display. The owner regarded the two with a knowing smile, silently warning them not to mock, for they may soon find themselves regretting it. One of the perks of being testers was that they could experience all the attractions at no cost. Meanwhile, the entrance was thronged with people. Some were too frightened to enter, while others had just fled in panic. You cannot go in. There's a particularly terrifying woman in red. She was lying in a coffin. When I went to look, the coffin was empty. Guess where she appeared next? The terrified individual exclaimed, their face still etched with fear. Hurry and tell us. Why are you leaving us in suspense? The crowd, unable to muster the courage to enter, yet brimming with curiosity, pressed for answers. I was puzzled as to her disappearance when I suddenly heard a delicate voice whispering in my ear, "Are you looking for me?" I turned and saw her face, blood streaming from her eyes, her gaze filled entirely with the whites of her eyes. Her gaping maw seemed poised to devour me. You cannot fathom her expression. She was as stiff as a puppet, her face resembling that of a paper doll. A large circle of spectators had formed at the haunted house entrance. Akin to a comedic skit, none dared to enter, yet their curiosity was insatiable. Come on, you said the ghosts inside are just fake, Lu Qiqi urged, observing Lu Zihao's frozen demeanor. Chapter 56, The Ghostly Encounter. Lu Zihao surveyed the dimly lit interior, swallowing hard. Perhaps we should bring a flashlight with us, he suggested. What nonsense. Bringing a flashlight into a haunted house. Lu Zihao, are you trying to make us laugh? If you're scared, just admit it. No need for the flashlight to see the terrors clearly. Let him bring it. Even with a flashlight, Sister Yen could still frighten the wits out of you. No one had ever heard of bringing a flashlight into a haunted house. If he did, what sort of experience would that yield? Moreover, should he encounter something truly terrifying, a ghostly face illuminated by his flashlight, it would surely amplify the fright. Lu Qiqi, exasperated by his cowardice, retorted, "Didn't you claim you weren't afraid? Bringing a flashlight to a haunted house is pure folly. I am merely considering our safety." Lu Zihao maintained defiantly. "Look at how pitch black it is inside. What if I accidentally step on something and fall? It wouldn't be good even if I tripped over a staff member." Seeing him stubbornly refuse to budge, Lu Qiqi took matters into her own hands, dragging him inside. "Why waste time with all this chatter? If we're being paid, we must fulfill our duties. Hey, let go. I advise you to release me swiftly, or I shall hold you accountable for any injuries." Lu Zihao protested. A tall figure being pulled along by a petite girl, creating a rather comical scene. "Haha, these two truly are a delightful pair. While we know they are good friends, why do I sense such a strong chemistry between them?" Lu Zihao is incredibly indulgent of Lu Qiqi. Haven't you noticed she calls all the shots? They remind me of a second Zhizhi and Qi Qing'an. Do not force a pairing, they are merely good friends. If you make them uncomfortable, I shall be furious. Both their fans and those who ship them were not averse to the idea, as they sometimes indulged in such pairings. And the bond between these two was undeniably strong. If they were to genuinely end up together, that would be splendid, but until such a situation arose, it would be wise to tread lightly. In the entertainment industry, it is a rarity to find true friends. If they were made to feel uncomfortable, that would be a loss indeed. Once inside, Lu Qiqi became apprehensive, while Lu Zihao occasionally coughed and made sounds. The vast emptiness of the space caused his voice to echo. After Lu Zihao coughed for the umpteenth time, Lu Qiqi could no longer contain herself. "If you have phlegm, spit it out already. Stop grossing me out." Lu Zihao retorted, "You're the one with phlegm. I'm merely trying to break the silence. Don't you find it too quiet in here?" Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a claw grip his ankle. Lu Zihao. His skin prickled with goosebumps, the cool sensation on his ankle unmistakably real. "Lu Qiqi." He couldn't help but shout. Lu Qiqi turned her head, her expression fraught with irritation. "Don't call me that in such a tone." Just as she was about to unleash a torrent of curses, she caught sight of the grinning head at Lu Zihao's feet.
Ah.
"There's a ghost. You have a ghost on your foot." Lu Qiqi bolted, leaving Lu Zihao trembling in her wake. "Don't leave me behind. Are we no longer good friends? We face hardships together." Lu Zihao was on the verge of tears, straining to break free, and to his astonishment, he actually managed to do so. The audience could only watch as two fleeting shadows raced ahead, shrieking in terror. "This is hilarious. I just saw Lu Zihao's hair stand on end. That's genuine frizz." Lu Qiqi's eyes widened with shock. It was so funny. And she didn't hesitate to abandon Lu Zihao. What a fair-weather friend. Can they really run that fast? They're leaving behind shadows. In times of peril, they scatter. Once the closest of friends, now they fractured in an instant. These two must be toxic friends, however. It seems the ghost is merely a regular staff member. They haven't yet encountered the real threat. The audience eagerly anticipated when the two would meet Zhizhi. Lu Qiqi, in a state of panic, was running for her life. If this was how terrifying the first ghost was, she had no desire to continue. Suddenly, a coffin blocked their path, and Lu Zihao, panting and breathless, caught up. Glaring at Lu Qiqi, he accused, "What happened to being best friends? You just tossed me to that ghost without a second thought. If I really became a ghost, I wouldn't let you off the hook." Lu Qiqi clamped her hand over his mouth. "Don't speak. We might be in serious trouble." She vividly recalled what had been said outside about the female ghost in the coffin. That ghost had frightened someone out. Lu Zihao looked at the coffin and suddenly felt his legs weaken. Could it be that very coffin? As they fell into silence, a delicate voice whispered in their ears, "Are you looking for me?" The voice pierced through to their very cores, and goosebumps erupted across their bodies. The voice originated from Lu Qiqi's right. She dared not turn her head. "How's he? Please check for me." Lu Qiqi's voice trembled, feeling utterly paralyzed. Lu Zihao was equally as terrified. "I can't. Maybe we should just run." Zhizhi, noticing their fright, decided to present them with a grand surprise. "Where do you think you're running off to?" "Stay and play with me," she said, her cold hand brushing against Lu Qiqi's face, almost causing her to faint from the chilling sensation. "Don't come for me. I'm a girl." You're a female ghost. You should be looking for a man. This person beside me is quite handsome. He has millions of fans. Go find him. Lu Qiqi, summoning an unexpected surge of strength, picked up Lu Zihao and maneuvered him into Yan Zhiji's arms, then fled, leaving the bewildered duo behind. A dead friend is better than a living one. The ghosts here must be fake. Lu Zihao is the sacrificial lamb. If it's a genuine female ghost, he is good-looking enough to survive. He certainly has the charm to captivate a ghost. Lu Qiqi, you wretched traitor. I want to spare you even in death. Lu Zihao, filled with rage, wished to retaliate, but the icy touch rendered him immobile, leaving only bitter words on his lips. Yan Zhizhi was momentarily taken aback by Lu Qiqi's audacity. This girl possessed extraordinary strength. Chapter 57. A clever escape. Yan Zhizhi recognized Lu Zihao's genuine fear. As his entire body trembled, Lu Zihao, lost in terror, had not recognized Yan Zhizhi. He was too ensnared in his dread. Please, just let me go.
I am utterly useless.
His voice quivered, tinged with a cry, sounding both pitiable and amusing. Yan Zhizhi released him and abruptly leaned her face towards him. The sudden appearance of a ghostly visage made Lu Zihao scream and faint, rolling his eyes back. No way. Is he that easily frightened? Yan Zhizhi quickly crouched to check, noticing his trembling eyelids and lashes. What a fool. You've given yourself away. Control those eyelids. His eyelids are dancing quite well. The frequency of the tremors is impressively rapid. Lu Zihao has pioneered a new dance genre, eyelid dance. Don't you think Yan Zhizhi is a bit excessive? The poor guy is terrified, and she still intentionally scares him, causing him to faint. To the person upstairs, are you overflowing with compassion? If you had that much time, you might as well go sit on the less Han giant Buddha. What's the point of a haunted house, if it's not scary? Besides, he actually faint. He pretending. I genuinely don't like Yan Zhizhi. She seems to lack any sense of boundaries, deriving her joy from other suffering. I can't fathom why you all admire her. She's merely a crow perched in a magpie's nest, likely seeking attention with these antics. What's wrong with you? Constantly comparing her to a crow. Has she wronged you? Besides, she was genuinely adopted. Your envy is palpable, even through the screen. And it's utterly nauseating. Opinions on Yan Zhizhi varied widely online. Despite having no significant flaws, even the original character was merely a bit hot-tempered. Her nature not inherently malevolent. Thus, criticisms mostly stemmed from jealousy and resentment. Lu Zihao was on the verge of a breakdown. Why wouldn't this ghost leave him alone? He was truly terrified. Yan Zhizhi, observing Lu Zihao's escalating despair, thought it unwise to terrify him further. He needed a moment to recuperate. She then departed to find Lu Qiqi, who was surprisingly swift in her escape. Once the presence beside him faded, Lu Zihao dared to open his eyes.
Wah.
I'm done. Why is it so difficult to earn this $100? He stumbled forward, only to feel a cold draft surging from the floorboards. Most would retreat, knowing the unknown dangers within, while returning would simply lead them back outside. Qi Cheng-en had been quietly waiting when he suddenly heard the familiar sound of weeping. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Here it comes. Qi Cheng-en and Lu Zihao are about to cross paths. Everyone watched anxiously as Lu Zihao, still lost in fear, turned to find a scholarly ghost. Qi Cheng-en instinctively smiled upon seeing Lu Zihao, only to forget the makeup on his face. From Lu Zihao's perspective, it appeared as though a ghost was opening its gaping maw towards him.
Ah.
Mother, why are there more ghosts behind me? He frantically retreated, leaving Qi Cheng-en in utter confusion. What just happened? Did he merely smile? Why did it seem like Lu Zihao was spiraling into madness? Lu Qiqi had run a fair distance before finding a concealed spot to hide and catch her breath. This place was truly otherworldly. She glanced back cautiously, her breath coming in short gasps, fervently hoping that Lu Zihao, that simpleton, could hold off the female ghost. It would be even better if the ghost happened to be one of his fans. This was not a place for the living. It was undeniably a realm of spirits. A high-pitched voice suddenly emanated from behind her, causing Lu Qiqi to freeze in place. She dared not turn around, opting instead to move slowly forward. Could it be that female ghost? Is she capable of teleportation? Is she truly a ghost? Yan Zhizhi observed her stiff movements and then delicately traced a finger along the nape of her neck, eventually resting it on her collar. The icy sensation sent shivers down Lu Qiqi's spine, raising goosebumps all over her body. Her collar was still being gripped tightly, leaving her no chance to escape. In a moment of desperation, she devised a clever ruse. She wore a sweatshirt over another layer of clothing. The audience could only watch in awe as she swiftly tugged at her collar, performing a martial arts maneuver to slip away, and then she fled. Staring at the sweatshirt in her hand, Zhizhi was momentarily dumbfounded. What kind of game was this? Could one truly play the golden cicada sheds its shell? Nevertheless, she couldn't help but admire Luqiqi. Her will to survive was remarkably strong. The formidable presence she had just displayed was now reduced to a constant state of evasion, and Zhizhi found herself eagerly anticipating what tricks she would employ next.
Mom.
I've just witnessed the long-lost art of the golden cicada shedding its shell. Luqiqi has completely disregarded her image. Her movements were truly fluid and seamless. Zhizhi was left speechless. Luqiqi is genuinely impressive. I'm particularly curious about how Luqiqi and Luzaheo would react if they discovered that the ones frightening them were Zhizhi and Qiqingin. Luzaheo burst forth in a state of panic, while Luqiqi rushed in from outside, and upon seeing each other, both wore expressions of utter despair. There were ghosts inside. There were also ghosts outside. It was over. They were surrounded. The director of the show nearly lost it from laughter at the scene. The comedic moments in this episode were truly abundant. He quickly zoomed in on their expressions, both of which were genuinely striking, even in such a state of fear. They hadn't completely broken down. It was hard to believe they were not actors, although not top-tier beauties in the entertainment circle. They certainly held their own under the lens. Even in their current state of terror, their exaggerated expressions somehow retained a certain charm. Why did you push me into the arms of a ghost? You wicked woman. Luzaheo began to air grievances, unaware of how terrified he had been moments ago. Had he not feigned fainting to escape a catastrophe, he could only imagine what predicament he might be in now. I was drawn to your beauty. Who told you to be so useless, not even able to entice with your looks? Luqiqi expressed her frustration, feeling exasperated. Qiqingin, who had just emerged from outside, overheard her words. What do you mean by using beauty to entice? Enticing whom? Chapter 58. The Red Underpants of the Zodiac Year. Seeing the two still bickering, Qiqingin couldn't help but clear his throat. Luzaheo and Luqiqi simultaneously lifted their heads, and upon seeing Qiqingin, their expressions slowed to a crawl, gradually transforming from numbness to sheer terror. It's all your fault. You made me go seduce someone. She has a husband, and he has just come chasing after her. Luzaheo scrambled forward in a panic, but Luqiqi was not about to let him escape, seizing him firmly. However, her grip was somewhat misplaced. My pants are about to fall off. Let go. Luzaheo was rendered immobile, his trousers nearly slipping off as Luqiqi held on. If she wanted to flee, she should at least stand up. Why hold on to his pants while remaining seated? It was absurd. Use more force. Get his pants off. Oh no, I can see his underwear. It's red. Is this his zodiac year? What animal is he? The audience was buzzing with excitement. This was a rare display of daring in a horror show. Qiqingin observed the chaotic scene with an utterly speechless expression. It seemed he hadn't done anything, yet his mere presence had instilled such fear in them. Did these two possess courage the size of a peanut? When Zhizhi arrived, she found the two rolling on the ground, facing Qiqingin, who looked utterly bemused. Another one. Luzaheo's voice was hoarse, while Luqiqi clung to him stubbornly, unwilling to let go, determined to drag someone down with her. Finally, Zhizhi could no longer contain herself and spoke up.
Hey.
It's just us two. I'm Zhizhi. You two need to calm down. Upon hearing her voice, the two on the ground suddenly froze and slowly lifted their heads. To convey her amicable intentions, Zhizhi even flashed them a smile. Don't smile. I believe you're Zhizhi, and the one opposite you must be the eminent actor Qi. Luzaheo tightly shut his eyes, fearing that if he opened them, he might lose control upon seeing that face. Qiqingin intervened and pulled the two entangled individuals apart. It's me. We're just here part-time. As he forcefully separated Luqiqi, she inadvertently forgot to release her grip, resulting in Luzaheo feeling a sudden chill on his backside. An eerie silence enveloped the air. Even the barrage of comments had abruptly ceased. Luqiqi stared at Luzaheo, who had just lost his pants, with a look of utter shock. Qiqingin was equally taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this girl would still hold on. I've exposed myself. Why did you pull my pants down? Have you been coveting me for a long time? Luzaheo sprang up from the ground in despair, hastily pulling his trousers back up. Fortunately, his underwear remained intact. He had only revealed a thigh. Zhizhi was laughing so hard that her teeth sparkled. Nice red underpants. Is this your zodiac year? Lu Zihao's face turned beet red. Even in the darkness, the camera captured his embarrassment. So, what if it's my zodiac year? I think red underpants look great. Qi Qing'an remarked. They do look good. They highlight your fair skin. As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. Lu Zihao's face was as red as liver. Why was Qi Qing'an commenting on his skin? Did he harbor some unusual feelings for him? In this industry, many individuals are known for their fluidity in preferences. Could he be one of them? Qi Qing'an's words could easily be misconstrued. Look at Lu Zihao's expression. He is practically in stitches. Does he think Qi Qing'an is interested in him? Let us shift our focus to Zhizhi. Her laughter is infectious, and she shows no concern for her idol image. Lu Qiqi remained in disbelief. She had just pulled down a man's pants. After this incident, would they still be able to maintain their friendship? The ghost house incident had inflicted severe trauma on Lu Zihao, and Lu Qiqi's spirit had also suffered greatly. In the end, they were supported out by Zhizhi and Qi Qing'an. I will never return to a ghost house again. This is not a place for the living. Someone must have captured my reaction. My idol image is completely shattered, Lu Zihao lamented, his face long and woeful. He was, after all, a legitimate handsome guy in the industry. Would he be relegated to the realm of horror from now on? Netizens, ever keen on sensationalism, eagerly collected clips of his and Lu Qiqi's antics, and soon the two became the reigning stars of the horror-themed short video realm. The proprietor of the haunted house was exceedingly pleased with Zhizhi and Qi Qing'an. Were it not for their celebrity status, he would gladly offer them a handsome salary to join his team. If you too ever find yourself struggling in the entertainment industry, you are always welcome to come work for me. I will pay you generously. As they prepared to leave, the owner felt a twinge of reluctance. Having just launched their notoriety today, it was disheartening to see his two-star attractions depart. Zhizhi, Qi Qing'an, I express my gratitude to you both. We truly appreciate your kind offer, and we wish you prosperity and abundant fortune. Due to their outstanding performances, the owner rewarded each of them with 200 yuan, totaling 400 yuan for the two. Meanwhile, the other two, who had been thoroughly frightened, earned only 300 yuan after a long day of work. What's the justification for that? Lu Zihao exclaimed in indignation. While we were sweating it out, you two enjoyed the air conditioning in the haunted house. And yet you earned more than we did. Lu Qiqi playfully smacked his shoulder. If you have the capability, why not take a part-time job at the haunted house? You might find yourself on the receiving end of the fright instead. Lu Zihao promptly fell silent, for he harbored a deep-seated fear of ghosts. Venturing into a haunted house would be akin to courting disaster. He could only envision the humiliation of being startled by another staff member while on duty. Their dinner consisted of boxed meals, which, although lacking in elegance, were decent with meat and vegetables. Without tables, they squatted by the roadside to eat, rendering the scene rather forlorn. 4 major stars reduced to this sorry state, resembling beggars. The production team is truly merciless. Who could have imagined their situation just a week ago? I certainly find it rather jarring, someone mused. Haha, I have one more chicken leg than you, Zhizhi exclaimed, her spirits lifted by the unexpected bounty. Yet, scarcely had she spoken when the chicken leg vanished from her chopsticks. Qi Qing'an flashed her a grin. Just so happens I was short 1 chicken leg. The audacity of Qi Qing'an left everyone astonished. Could such a grand actor truly stoop to this? Chapter 59. The Wrong Way Home. Observing Zhizhi's dazed expression, Lu Zihao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha. Now, you know how it feels. But as he chuckled, everyone turned their gaze upon him. An unsettling premonition washed over Lu Zihao. Why are you all looking at me like that?
It's quite terrifying.
Zhizhi suddenly beamed at him and began to make a peculiar noise. Lu Zihao's eyes widened in shock. Is she treating me like a dog? Fool. Stop dawdling and run. A large yellow dog is coming. You simpleton, you cannot outmatch Zhizhi. Why provoke her? The two individuals beside them laughed mischievously, seemingly unconcerned about Lu Zihao's plight. Zhizhi is being excessive. He merely smiled at her, and she summoned a dog. Does she wish for it to bite someone? This dog is from the amusement park. It doesn't bite and is the gentlest golden retriever. You upstairs must be imagining things. Lu Zihao, still puzzled, suddenly felt a weight on his back, accompanied by warm breath at his neck. Goosebumps prickled his skin. What was clinging to him? Could it be a ghost? The haunting experiences from the haunted house lingered vividly in his mind. Surely this wasn't happening again. Upon witnessing Lu Ziheo's terrified expression, Zhizhi continued her strange noises. The golden retriever leapt over Lu Ziheo's head and promptly snatched the chicken leg from his bowl. Lu Ziheo exclaimed in disbelief. What the hell? You can enlist outside help. Even a dog. Zhizhi raised an eyebrow. And what of it? If you have the skill, why not summon a dog of your own? Who told you to mock me? You are rather petty, aren't you? Lu Ziheo thought, having never encountered someone with such forthrightness. Zhizhi unabashedly admitted. I am indeed petty. I am one who holds grudges and can erupt at any moment, so do not provoke me without cause. Though Lu Ziheo intended to retort, the fierce look in Zhizhi's eyes silenced him. All right, a gentleman should not quarrel with a lady. Ultimately, he recognized that he could not contend with Zhizhi. This girl truly feared nothing. Their meal was a chaotic affair, and upon returning, the production team sent another crew member. You two groups cannot return together. You must part ways. Zhizhi was displeased upon hearing this. Why must we separate? You didn't show yourselves when we were together. It seems you are deliberately causing trouble. Knowing full well she and Qi Qing'an were directionally challenged, they were being set up to become lost. The staff chuckled slyly. Rules are rules. We cannot do anything about it. Lu Ziheo and Lu Qiqi's group will leave first. You two will follow shortly. Zhizhi narrowed her eyes, her gaze filled with menace. The staff cast a pleading look at Qi Qing'an, hoping he would intervene. Qi Qing'an, with a resigned shrug and a smile, indicated his own powerlessness. He was acutely aware of his subordinate status in this group and had little say in the matter. Feeling the weight of Zhizhi's lethal glare, the staff begrudgingly separated the two groups. In a moment, two photographers will join you. Be sure to stay focused on your way back, and do not get lost. With that, the staff hurried away, as if chased by ghosts. Soon, the photographers arrived, but they were as silent as mutes, speaking only to record the events. Do you know what our lodging is called? Zhizhi posed a crucial question, leaving Qi Qing'an momentarily speechless. It seemed they had never paid attention to this detail, nor had the production team informed them. Seeing Qi Qing'an's expression, Zhizhi realized he was unreliable. Forget it, let me think. I recall it being called Qingyuan, right? She vaguely remembered hearing the locals mention it. The two photographers quickly lowered their heads, bewildered. What is Qingyuan? That place is called Xingyuan Village. Since they were now affluent, they opted for a taxi. Driver, please take us to Qingyuan, Zhizhi requested, recalling the name. The driver squinted, doubting his hearing. Are you certain you want to go to Qingyuan? Zhizhi nodded affirmatively. Yes, we're staying there. Upon hearing her response, the driver's expression turned complex. Are you sure you're staying there? Is the address correct? Qi Qing'an noted the driver's unease and quickly pulled Zhizhi aside. Let's clarify this first. The driver seems a bit off. Zhizhi nodded, reflecting. I believe the elderly at the market mentioned it was called Qingyuan. The address should be accurate. It was relayed to her by several elderly folks. Once they were inside the car, the driver seemed hesitant to speak, while the cameraman maintained a perfectly composed facade, revealing no signs of distress. From the driver's expression, I sense this place is definitely not where they intend to go. Local residents are present. The Qingyuan is undoubtedly not a place where they would reside. Even if they were to consider it, it would likely be decades into the future. Given their wealth and status, the likelihood of them ever living here is exceedingly slim. Could you please clarify a bit more? Stop being so evasive. Why must Qingyuan be a place for habitation only decades from now? Is it perhaps a retirement home? I believe I understand the implication of living here decades from now, but for the time being, let us allow everyone to guess. Simply stating it would rob the moment of its intrigue. I can only say, it's truly fitting for Zhizhi. The driver maneuvered the vehicle further into an unsettling direction, causing both Zhizhi and Qi Qing'an to grow increasingly anxious. Where on earth were they headed? This place should not be so remote, should it? Zhizhi now regarded the driver with a look that suggested unease. Could this individual be someone with nefarious intentions? The audacity of this potential kidnapper was astounding. There were 4 of them, after all. Moreover, they were in the midst of filming a program. The driver, catching her gaze in the rearview mirror, could easily discern her thoughts. Please, do not regard me with such suspicion. I'm not a villain. You were the ones who insisted on visiting Qingyuan, and we are almost there. Chapter 60. The National Anthem Exorcises Evil. 5 minutes later, they found themselves standing at the entrance of a cemetery, utterly dumbfounded. The driver kindly reminded them, if you truly wish to dwell here, there's a dwelling for the caretaker inside. You may stay there, Just refrain from wandering out unnecessarily, as there are some rather unsettling rumors about this place. Zhizhi and Qi Qing'an exchanged incredulous glances. The two cameramen were nearly in fits of laughter, unable to suppress their grins. Who could have imagined that Qingyuan was, in fact, a cemetery?
Ha ha ha.
This driver is quite the trickster. He didn't even bother to inform them what Qingyuan was, just brought them straight here. The expressions on their faces are absolutely priceless. It feels as though they are missing a few falling leaves, if only a gust of wind would stir a few to create the perfect ambience. You have arrived at your destination. May I ask, which grave do you belong to? How did a travel-themed variety show turn into a comedy? It seems there is a constant stream of new humor. Although Zhizhi is known as an adopted daughter, she was raised in a prominent family. I am particularly curious about the personalities of her adoptive parents, the Nings. At that moment, Ning's parents, watching the show, thought she should never have been allowed out. The Nings are quite respectable. How could they all be like her? Qi Qing'an observed Zhizhi's dazed expression, his own feelings complex. He opened his mouth as if to say something but ultimately remained silent. Zhizhi felt the chilly breeze and was at a loss for words to describe her feelings. How could they have taken a wrong turn? She distinctly heard the elderly folks mentioning Qingyuan. The driver, noticing their bewilderment, could not help but comment. Your expressions tell me you've gone astray. Would you like me to take you back? This place is rather peculiar, especially at midnight. If you prefer not to leave, I'll just go on my own. Driver, please hurry. I'm curious to see what peculiarities this place holds. You, up there, are you a living llama? Are you intending to use their lives to showcase the bizarre? This driver is rather kind. He hasn't just sped off but is offering to take them back. Quite commendable. Zhizhi glanced back at the graves and suddenly dove into the back seat. Let us go. Let us go. Perhaps I simply remembered the location incorrectly. This place felt unsettling, and the temperature seemed significantly lower than elsewhere. Once back in the vehicle, the driver attempted to start the car, but it would not budge. What was going on? Why had it suddenly stalled? He recalled having had it serviced not long ago. He stepped out to inspect, finding nothing amiss. Given that this was a cemetery, the unexpected stall transformed the entire situation into something eerie. Qi Qing'an felt an ominous premonition.
No, no, no.
He must not think like that. There are no ghosts in this world. He repeatedly chanted in his mind about a strong, democratic, civilized, and harmonious society, even inadvertently singing the national anthem aloud.
Ha ha ha.
Is Qi Qing'an singing the national anthem? His expression is so serious. Who knows how terrified he is, yet he is singing. It's a way to ward off evil. I do the same when I feel scared. Everyone, notice Zhizhi's gaze. She looks at him as if he is a fool. This girl is truly audacious. Perhaps she was frightened for a moment, but now she is let loose. The driver meticulously checked the vehicle again, confirming that it was indeed functioning properly, albeit inexplicably having stalled. He recalled the various strange occurrences that had transpired at Qingyuan and felt the hair on his neck stand upright. Had he known, he would never have brought them here. The atmosphere was thick with unease at night. This was not the first time a vehicle had stalled here. Others had reported seeing shadows wandering about. Complaining under his breath, the driver switched on all the lights in the car, as if that would dispel the fear. Arise, you who refuse to be slaves. Qi Qing'an's voice suddenly resonated through the stillness, leaving the driver momentarily stunned before joining in the song. Truthfully, this made them feel less fearful, emboldening them with a rush of adrenaline. While singing, Qi Qing'an urged Zhizhi, with his eyes, to join in. To fit in. Zhizhi ultimately added her voice to the chorus. Qi Qing'an is going to make someone laugh themselves to death. Who could have imagined he was once a cold, aloof film emperor? I certainly can't. Impressive. I might try this method for my own nighttime strolls. I thought he was just singing to himself. But now he is belting it out. The astonishment on the driver's and Zhizhi's faces is priceless. Indeed, proximity breeds similarity. The more time Qi Qing'an spends with Zhizhi, the more he resembles her. They might well be singing all night long, but this place truly was peculiar. How could a car stall without reason, and why could no cause be found? The sound of the national anthem echoed throughout the cemetery, eventually attracting the attention of the caretaker. Who on earth is singing the national anthem at this hour? What a strange quirk. The deceased deserve their rest, you know. Go sing elsewhere. Zhizhi quickly poked her head out, apologetically explaining, Sir, our car stalled here, and we sang to alleviate our fear. The caretaker, smoking a cigarette, approached to inspect the situation. With a couple of firm pats on the car, he said, Come on, there is nothing to be afraid of. It's perfectly normal for a car to stall. It can happen anywhere. Try starting it again, and hurry up and leave. The driver attempted to start the engine. And indeed, it fired up. They were able to drive, once more. Zhizhi regarded the caretaker with newfound respect. Could he be a hidden master disguised as a caretaker? Given that she could traverse different worlds, accepting the existence of ghosts was not too far-fetched. There were countless undiscovered phenomena in this world. Thank you, sir. We shall take our leave now, the driver said, grinning widely. As the strains of the national anthem faded into the distance, the taxi gradually disappeared from view. Chapter 61. Assembling the troops. The elderly gentleman gazed at the taillights of the vehicle, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. These youngsters. They have a penchant for indulging in the most peculiar antics. Inside the taxi, the melodies continued to resonate until they reached a place bustling with life. Only upon seeing other vehicles pass by and pedestrians stroll by did their hearts begin to settle. Doesn't singing for such a long stretch tire their voices? That's a question for Zhizhi, as he genuinely sang the entire way. The expression on his face while singing was truly remarkable, serious yet tinged with an air of anxiety, and amidst that anxiety, a hint of fear. Such expressions ought not to adorn his handsome visage, yet they appeared simultaneously. I simply wish to know if they still remember their home address. They haven't gone astray again, have they? The driver, upon exiting the vehicle, inquired once more, where exactly do you reside? Please clarify. Or else you might as well hail another taxi. I have other passengers to attend to. He couldn't afford to squander time on these two, after all. He needed to earn a living. Zhizhi pondered for a moment. She turned to the two cameramen beside her, who certainly knew where they lived. The cameraman instinctively took a step back. There was something decidedly off about her gaze. Was she intending to ensnare them? Zhizhi flashed a cheerful smile at the cameraman. Just give us a hint, won't you? It's rather late now. And getting us home sooner means you can rest earlier as well. The cameramen remained silent, but shook their heads in unison. Zhizhi nudged Zhizhi, urging him to persuade them. They couldn't linger here indefinitely. Zhizhi contemplated for a moment before saying, it would indeed be wise to rest early. Your hair is already thinning, and if you continue to burn the midnight oil, you might find yourselves heading toward a Mediterranean fate. Uft! What on earth is he saying? I asked you to persuade, not to sow discord. Zhizhi regarded Zhizhi with disbelief. How could his tongue be so venomous? The cameraman remarked, thank you very much. However, his words did indeed instill a sense of dread in the cameraman. You reside in Ning Yue village, which, in fact, is not far from the amusement park. Upon hearing that name, the driver fell silent. So it was that place. It would take only a 10-minute drive to reach there. And yet they had somehow meandered all the way to Ning Yue. What a detour. Zhizhi chuckled awkwardly. Perhaps I misheard. The locals here might have a bit of an accent. And I instinctively translated it into Mandarin. Zhizhi replied, well, that excuse is quite compelling and indeed leaves little room for rebuttal. Upon arriving at the village entrance, the driver let them out. Zhizhi promptly paid, for they were, after all, affluent individuals now. As they departed, the driver couldn't help but advise, in the future, make sure to clarify your destination in advance. Otherwise, it can be both troublesome and perilous. Young ones ought to acquire some life skills. Zhizhi smiled in agreement. Yes. Yes, we will certainly be more cautious in the future. Thank you, driver. After the driver left, the two of them stood at the pitch-black fork in the road, lost in thought. Oh no, they are hopelessly directionally challenged. Having been dropped off here, they wouldn't know how to return. It seems this place has never appeared on camera. It must be an alternate route. Surely they won't get lost again. It's already so late. If they stray further, will they even get any sleep tonight? Just look at their expressions. Their demeanor alone is untrustworthy. The spot where the driver had dropped them off was indeed unfamiliar, as it was an old area of the village, typically frequented by the elderly. Staring at the three diverging paths before them, Zhizhi tugged at Zhizhi. Which path shall we choose? Zhizhi replied, you're asking me? We're equally clueless. If you ask me, we might as well point at random and let fate decide. What the hell does point at random mean? If people are unreliable, then we must rely on the heavens. Hurry up and point. Let us witness your luck. You too should be fortunate, considering you've been courting disaster without consequence. And your lives seem to be going rather well. Zhizhi, indeed, employed this method. She pointed at the middle path. Let south take the middle road. The path of flowers. This route must be the correct one. Zhizhi felt that her approach was somewhat dubious, yet as he was equally lost, he had no grounds to contest it. All right, fine. Let's take this path. We've come this far, and even if we get lost again, it can't be too far off. The cameraman silently followed behind them, both letting out a small sigh, wishing they had chosen different companions. The other two crews had likely returned to rest by now. While they remained stuck here, working overtime, following the middle path, they eventually reached its end and stood in silence, surrounded by unfamiliar scenery. The sea breeze blew in gusts as they faced the ocean, beginning to reflect on their predicament. How had they both become so directionally challenged? Even if one of them knew the way, it shouldn't have come to this. When Ning Yue stepped outside to fetch water, she suddenly spotted the two of them, deep in contemplation by the sea. What are you two doing out here, so late? Watching the ocean at night? What a strange hobby. Hearing that familiar voice, Zhiji's eyes lit up instantly, and she spun around with fervor. Sister. The way she called out felt deeply affectionate, as if she were greeting someone she hadn't seen in over a decade. Ning Yue observed Zhizhi dashing towards her like a whirlwind. Instinctively, she raised the basin in her hands defensively, only to hear a resounding crash. The ground was sandy, and Zhizhi had charged forward too forcefully. She couldn't halt in time and collided directly with the stainless steel basin that Ning Yue had raised. Qi Qing'an winced at the sound, his eyes narrowing and body shuddering. Merely hearing that noise was painful. However, his concern propelled him to rush over, swiftly helping Zhizhi, who was sprawled on the ground, back to her feet. Zhizhi, are you all right? Ning Yue quickly set the basin aside, cradling Zhiji's face to inspect her. Thankfully, it wasn't serious, just a large bump on her forehead and a swollen lip. It was unclear how she had managed such a collision.
I'm fine.
Just a bit of a buzz in my head. Gazing at her forehead that resembled a birthday celebrant and her lip akin to a sausage, Ning Yue bit her lower lip and lowered her head. Though it felt morally wrong to stifle her laughter, she simply couldn't hold it in. Chapter 62. The Frog Birthday Celebrant. Qi Qing'an's expression also contorted slightly, clearly struggling to suppress his amusement. Goodness. How on earth did she end up like this? That forehead rivals that of a birthday celebrant. I can't help but wonder how she managed to injure both her forehead and lips simultaneously. Did she pucker up for a kiss with a basin? Ladies and gentlemen, after careful analysis, I deduced that she struck her forehead first, and as she slid down, she collided with her lip, not both at once. Such a lovely face, yet she pays no heed to her appearance. What a shame. Now I can ascertain that this girl has undoubtedly not undergone any cosmetic surgery. Had she done so, she would never dare to collide in such a manner. Previously, numerous individuals accused Zhizhi of having altered her appearance, and some even edited unflattering photos of her, likely leaving Zhizhi herself bewildered as to when those images were captured. Some netizens possess an uncanny penchant for fabricating stories out of thin air, seemingly unaware of the benefits of such behavior. Zhizhi has begun to feel a numbing sensation in her mouth, accompanied by a dull ache in her forehead. Sister, do you have a mirror?
I wish to take a look, she said.
After pondering for a moment, Ning Yue finally deciphered her request and promptly retrieved a mirror from her room. Chu Qi also heard the commotion outside, yet he had no intention of emerging. Given his fraught relationship with Zhizhi, he pondered what he could possibly do if he stepped out. What if he attracted further ridicule? It was far better to remain hidden within. As Zhizhi gazed into the mirror at her round face, she burst into inconsolable tears, exclaiming, "Oh, I look so hideous." She had never felt so unattractive. One would expect a beauty to weep with grace, yet her current visage was inexplicably comical. Her forehead was already swollen, and her lips resembled sausages. When she pouted, it appeared as though two sausages were dangling from her face. The swelling had also constricted her eyes, transforming them into tiny, bead-like shapes. Who could have imagined that just 5 minutes ago, she was a striking beauty? Ning Yue felt her facial muscles twitch in suppressed laughter, while Qi Qing'an stifled a chuckle, covering his mouth with his fist, unable to suppress the grin that tugged at his lips. Zhizhi, please don't cry. Your tears only make me want to laugh more.
Ha ha ha.
Though it may seem cruel, your current appearance is utterly hilarious. You look like a frog deity. This is the consequence of not paying attention while walking. I need to capture this moment to educate children. If they fall, they might end up looking like this. The one upstairs is truly heartless. How could you take a screenshot of someone's misfortune? Count me in. Unsurprisingly, Zhizhi once again trended on social media, this time for its educational value. Numerous parents shared her image, intending to use it as a cautionary tale for their children about the importance of walking carefully. The stark contrast between her beautiful photo prior to the fall and her current frog-like visage only amplified the educational message. It appears that the netizens are indeed quite merciless. So, you two got lost on your way here? I recall your residence is not too far from ours. How could you end up here? Ning Yue regarded them with an expression that suggested they were rather foolish, especially when Qi Qing'an awkwardly elaborated on their predicament. We both have a poor sense of direction. And that's how we ended up here. Observing the awkward yet innocent Qi Qing'an and the pitifully disheveled Yan Zhizhi, Ning Yue struggled to contain her laughter. Yan Zhizhi's current state was truly remarkable. Let me escort you back. I can help treat her facial injuries. Although they aren't too severe, she is quite swollen. Perhaps we can boil an egg and use it to alleviate the swelling. Ning Yue found herself continuously reevaluating her understanding of this sister. Every time she accepted one of her quirks, another unexpected incident occurred, leaving her unprepared. On their way back, Yan Zhizhi continued to sob quietly. A family of 3 passed by, and a small boy, upon seeing Yan Zhizhi, widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed to his father, "Daddy, a frog spirit." Qi Qing'an and Ning Yue burst into laughter. Yan Zhizhi retorted, "If it weren't for the fact that you're just a child, I would have smacked you." The boy's father, feeling embarrassed, quickly apologized and pulled his child away, expressing sincere regret. After they had walked a short distance, Yan Zhizhi could still hear their laughter echoing behind her. The reactions from bystanders struck her like a bolt of lightning, while she had no intention of maintaining her appearance. She never anticipated descending into such unattractiveness. Their laughter only compounded her sense of grievance. She had never felt such humiliation since embracing her carefree attitude here. Qi Qing'an gently patted her head, took a deep breath to suppress his rising smile, and reassured her, "Don't pay any mind to that childish nonsense. It's merely swelling. Once it subsides, you'll be fine." Yan Zhizhi gazed at Qi Qing'an with gratitude. He truly was kind-hearted. Had she not fallen and looked like a frog deity, her expression of appreciation would have been genuinely moving, yet in light of her current appearance. Qi Qing'an struggled to contain his laughter, his body trembling slightly. "Goodness. I genuinely cannot bear to look at Yan Zhizhi's face. I'm on the verge of collapsing with laughter in front of my computer. I cannot accept her face expressing gratitude, I must say. Qi Qing'an is truly remarkable for managing not to laugh. Who says he didn't laugh? Look closely at his cheeks. He is nearly biting through his own teeth. And his body is trembling slightly. This is proof of his struggle. Has anyone noticed Ning Yue?" She is tilting her head to the side, barely holding back laughter. "I've never seen her this animated before. I thought she was an aloof ice queen, but it turns out she has her moments of emotional upheaval. I apologize. Yan Zhizhi. Although your situation is unfortunate, you are undeniably amusing. I've decided to refrain from criticizing you in the future. Your frog deity face has brought me joy." Chapter 63. The Face on the Iron Plate. Regardless of how they attempted to console her, Yan Zhizhi could still perceive the uncontrollable smiles that danced upon their lips.
Ah.
"How can you still laugh when I'm in such a pitiful state? Do you possess no sense of humanity?" While ridicule from others might only sting slightly, mockery from her own comrades inflicted double the pain. Tears streamed down Yan Zhizhi's face as she pouted. Ning Yue could no longer contain herself at the sight. "Don't pout. Your lips are already swollen. If you do that, it will look even worse." She tilted Yan Zhizhi's head back, encouraging her to take deep breaths, reminding herself that she was, after all, her nominal sister, and as the elder sibling, she ought not to laugh at her. Qi Qing'an, too, turned his back, striving to regain his composure. However, when they both turned back to face Yan Zhizhi, all their efforts crumbled.
Uffed.
"We truly cannot hold it in. Although your situation is dire, you are also exceedingly humorous." Ning Yue rubbed her sore cheeks, hastily placing a hat and mask on Yan Zhizhi. Once her face was obscured, she felt able to converse normally. "Come, let us go. I'll take you back. You must have a first aid kit, right?" Qi Qing'an recalled that he had indeed brought a first aid kit containing various medications he often used, likely including something for swelling. The two of them looked at the distraught Yan Zhizhi, and ultimately, each took hold of one of her arms, nearly lifting her off her feet as they guided her along. "I can walk myself." However, her words were already dismissed by the two individuals, and Ning Yue playfully tapped her on the head, saying, "Just refrain from speaking for now, and remain quiet for a while. What could you possibly say when you can't even utter a complete sentence?" The two were escorting Yan Zhizhi as though she were a criminal, and she appeared particularly small and helpless sandwiched between them. Who would have thought that Yan Zhizhi would experience such a day? Usually, it is she who brings others to their breaking point. Chu-Chi must have a profound understanding of her capabilities. Zhizhi is a werewolf, capable not only of inflicting harm upon others, but also upon herself. This situation is entirely her own doing. Typically, when one falls, it wouldn't be on their face. Yet here she is, quite literally catching a basin with her face. You upstairs are being a bit cruel. What do you mean by catching a basin with her face? It's clearly an attack on the basin. Look at that iron basin on the ground. It is indented in the shape of a human face. Impressive. The iron basin on the ground indeed bore a significant dent that closely mirrored her facial contours. Chu-Chi waited for the commotion outside to subside before emerging. Observing the peculiar basin on the ground, he picked it up for inspection. Which person is so bored as to carve a human face on this basin, and their skill is rather lacking too. PFF. Now that's a heart-wrenching remark. If Zhizhi had been present to hear that, she would surely be infuriated. That statement is truly a stroke of genius. This isn't carved. It was genuinely smashed into shape, and the other party has suffered tremendously. At this moment, Ning Yue and Qi Qing'an had already brought Zhizhi home. The first order of business upon arriving was to locate the medicine cabinet. Ning Yue took a deep breath while gazing at Zhizhi, then removed her hat and mask.
PFF.
My sincerest apologies. Even though I was mentally prepared, the impact is genuinely overwhelming. Zhizhi, now numb to the situation, rolled her eyes in silence, wishing to say nothing further. There's medicine here. I'll go boil a couple of eggs to use for massage later. Qi Qing'an gathered the items and promptly set about boiling the eggs. Ning Yue meticulously applied medicine to Zhizhi's injuries, which made her wince in pain. What had initially felt numb suddenly became intensely painful upon contact. Observing the grimace on her contorted face, Ning Yue quietly took a step back. Zhizhi, noticing her movement, looked at her quizzically. Why are you suddenly retreating? Upon meeting her gaze, Ning Yue explained, earlier, it seemed as though you were about to devour me. With your face resembling that of a frog, the way you bared your teeth made you look like a monster ready to eat someone. Zhizhi retorted. I merely glanced at you. Isn't that just self-deprecation? Haha, my sister's impressive, a single strike to the heart. In all honesty, Zhizhi's grimacing expression was indeed quite frightening. How did she, once the beauty queen of the entertainment industry, end up like this? She remains the beauty queen of the entertainment industry. With this face, she could dominate the scene. I truly wonder if the swelling on her face will subside by tomorrow. It appears quite severe, but it shouldn't be a serious injury. Otherwise, the production team would have sent her to the hospital. At this moment, Qi Qing'an returned with 2 boiled eggs, and Ning Yue gently massaged the swollen areas of Zhizhi's face with the eggs. After half an hour of this, there seemed to be a slight improvement. Make sure not to sleep on your stomach tonight, and remember to massage your face again in the morning, alright? Ning Yue genuinely worried about her. Zhizhi nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I'll keep an eye on her, Qi Qing'an promised. Yet, even with Qi Qing'an's assurance, Ning Yue still felt a bit uneasy. Had it not been for the small size of Zhizhi's bed, she would have considered staying. After sending her off, Qi Qing'an boiled another 2 eggs, suggesting that after showering, they could use the eggs for massage once more. After a long day, hurry up and shower and rest. Perhaps the swelling will have diminished by tomorrow. Zhizhi nodded, but while showering, she gazed at her reflection in the mirror and felt utterly despondent. She could only hope that the swelling would have subsided by the time she woke up. Before sleeping, Qi Qing'an specifically checked on her, saying, leave the door open tonight. If anything happens, I can come in to check on you. He was genuinely concerned that this girl might sleepwalk and injure herself again, given the state of her face. It would be unfortunate if she were to hurt herself elsewhere. Throughout the night, Qi Qing'an got up 3 or 4 times to check on her. But Zhizhi slept particularly soundly that night. The next morning, upon waking, Zhizhi's first action was to look in the mirror. Seeing her face marked with bruises, she let out a sigh of relief. Although her face bore the remnants of bruising, the swelling had indeed diminished, compared to the previous day's frog-like appearance. Today she at least looked human. Chapter 64. Water-soluble swimwear. In the morning, Qi Qing'an again boiled 2 eggs for her. Observing Zhizhi's now purplish face, he chuckled. You seem to be doing much better. It's not as terrifying as yesterday. Zhizhi took the eggs from Qi Qing'an and swiftly peeled them, popping them into her mouth. Of course, it's much better. Yesterday just looked more severe. Watching the 2 eggs disappear, Qi Qing'an paused momentarily, then quietly began to tidy up the eggshells on the table. It's fine. Eating them is acceptable. After all, your face is looking much improved. Those 2 eggs were meant for her face, yet she devoured them without a second thought. Qi Qing'an's expression of disbelief was also quite amusing, especially as he proceeded to clean up the eggshells. He is truly gentle and considerate. Qi Qing'an is genuinely a good person. Last night, he got up several times to check on Zhizhi. If I had been in her situation, my mother would have simply said, "You deserve it," and wouldn't he have worried about me at all. However, Zhizhi really is quite carefree. If it were any other actress who had suffered such an injury, they would likely have made a huge fuss and rushed to the hospital. Remember how someone made a big deal over a cut finger, as if they were terminally ill? Previously, some female celebrities would publicize even the slightest injury, making it seem like a major incident, and some would even pay for publicity to ensure paparazzi captured the moment. In contrast to those female celebrities, Zhizhi is indeed a breath of fresh air. Today, we have free time. It's the last day of this episode. And the director mentioned that we don't need to complete any tasks, but can enjoy ourselves and take photos around the area. Upon hearing this, Zhizhi halted her chewing and looked at Qi Qing'an earnestly. "Do you think my face is suitable for photos right now?" Qi Qing'an replied, "Well, it seems that it's not quite appropriate. It's fine. Having fun and relaxing is also good. After all, it's a rare opportunity. Today can be considered a paid vacation." Zhizhi appreciated this sentiment. Who wouldn't he enjoy a paid vacation? Since it was the last day, everyone planned to go out together. Ning Yue, fearing that the two would get lost again, designated their doorstep as the meeting point. She is quite worried about us getting lost. Our place is probably the farthest. And surely we don't get lost every time. Zhizhi felt slightly insulted. Qi Qing'an merely glanced at her. From the beginning of the program until now, we have always had staff guiding us whenever we went out. The only time we didn't tea was yesterday. I believe you remember what happened yesterday. Zhizhi conceded. All right. They do indeed lead us every time. Lu Zihao's voice echoed from a distance, his sprint across the beach reminiscent of the legendary Sun Wukong bursting forth from the mountains. Lu Qiqi trailed behind him with an air of elegance, albeit at a considerable distance, possibly feeling a tad embarrassed. As he drew closer, Lu Zihao's gaze immediately fell upon Zhizhi's face, and he fell silent. After scrutinizing the two of them, he earnestly directed his attention to Qi Qing'an. "Did you hit her?" He had never heard of Qi Qing'an being prone to violence, let alone striking a woman. Qi Qing'an, Zhizhi, what a brute. Qi Qing'an stifled the urge to roll his eyes and replied with exasperation. She ran into it herself. The moment she arrives, she tarnishes my reputation, truly deserving of condemnation. Upon learning that Zhizhi had indeed inflicted harm upon herself, Lu Zihao's face lit up with admiration. How remarkable, to injure oneself to such an extent. Truly, the most venomous heart belongs to a woman. I can't believe you can use that phrase in such a context. Though it sounds odd, it seems applicable. Chinese culture is truly profound. Has Lu Zihao come to seek punishment? He was never like this before. It feels as though he has completely let himself go since joining this variety show. How has my shining prince transformed into this? Time is a merciless blade, turning a once radiant figure into a comedic character. I sense that Zhizhi's gaze is one of murderous intent. To utter the most venomous heart belongs to a woman in front of others, he truly has no fear. His emotional intelligence appears rather lacking. Regardless of the circumstances, such words should not be uttered about others. Even in jest, it is in poor taste. As Lu Qiqi approached and overheard the phrase "the most venomous heart belongs to a woman," she swiftly delivered a slap. If you can't speak properly, then keep your mouth shut.
Who speaks like that?
Fortunately, the people here are relatively easygoing. Had they encountered someone with a grudge, this fool might not even realize how he met his end. Zhizhi sighed. You can't hold grudges against a simpleton like him. I truly wonder how he manages to survive in the entertainment industry. In truth, most individuals thriving in showbiz are shrewd, adept at navigating conversations with different personas. Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi are simply more forthright. They do vie for resources, yet they maintain their principles. Regardless of the circle one inhabits or the life one leads, it is ultimately a personal choice. Some will resort to unscrupulous means for a mere advantage, while others steadfastly uphold their integrity. Once Ning Yue and Qi arrived, they prepared to set off. We haven't even had a proper chance to enjoy the beach. Let us take a stroll by the sea today. Previously, their beach outings had been solely for tasks, and they had been too preoccupied with the production team's games to truly relish the experience. When the 6 of them reached the shore, their striking appearances were undeniably eye-catching, a gathering of handsome men and beautiful women. Naturally, Zhizhi donned her Ultraman mask for sun protection, primarily to conceal her injured face. Chigo, Chu-chi, how about a swimming race? I was on the swim team in high school, Lu Zihao declared, patting his chest with pride. Chigo, do you have spare swim trunks and beach shorts? I forgot to bring my gear. Chi Chingen had no objections, and Chu-chi aimed to showcase her physique and gain some followers. Off with the clothes. This is a treat for everyone. Well done, Lu Zihao. The audience erupted with excitement, as such scenes were a rarity. Lu Chi took on the role of referee. At her signal, the three of them dashed into the water, and it must be said, Lu Zihao appeared to possess considerable skill. However, halfway through, both Chi Chingen and Lu Zihao's expressions shifted dramatically as they exchanged glances, their faces a mirror of confusion. A drone captured their expressions.
Kie.
Why are your swim trunks dissolving? They've practically vanished. At that moment, Mrs. Chi, watching the show, contemplated the familiarity of the swim trunks worn by her son and Lu Zihao. Where have I seen those before? Those were bought for his father. A token of affection between spouses. Chapter 65, A Playful Turn. Chi Chingen's face was equally awkward, though his mood was slightly better than Lu Zihao's. I just grabbed a few from the closet. I didn't expect this to happen. The truth was, Mrs. Chi had purchased items but failed to store them properly, leading the housekeeper to mistakenly place them in Chi Chingen's wardrobe. When it came time to record the show and he learned they were heading to the beach, he casually took a few, unaware of the impending mishap. Chu-chi completed a lap while the two remained still, prompting her to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. What is wrong with you two? Cramping up? Fearing her approach, Lu Zihao waved his hands frantically.
No.
Can you fetch us 2 towels? We've had a little mishap. Although puzzled, Chu-chi complied and returned with towels, wondering why they seemed so odd, their expressions equally strange. The 3 girls on the beach observed the 2 motionless in the water and began to worry. What are they doing? Surely they're not too exhausted to move? Ning Yue fritted. The production team shared her concern. They could only capture visuals, but since the recording devices weren't on them while swimming, they couldn't hear a word spoken. Zhizhi regarded the 2 in the water with a serious expression, decisively grabbing 2 flotation devices before heading in.
Zhizhi.
She called back without glancing, I swim quite well. I'll rescue them. But rescuing someone is perilous. One misstep could lead to being dragged under. Yet I can't shake the feeling that they don't seem to be drowning. Though they're bobbing, they appear too calm, and their expressions are peculiar. Drowning individuals may not always struggle. Caution is paramount, and I feel compelled to intervene. Shouldn't the production team handle this? If they've chosen to film by the sea, they must have a professional rescue team. Sending a female guest to rescue them seems inappropriate. By now, Zhizhi, already equipped with 2 flotation devices, moved with surprising speed. Upon seeing her approach, Lu Zihao and Chi Chingen panicked. Hey, don't come over. Lu Zihao waved his hands vigorously, and Chi Chingen mirrored his gestures, their expressions tense. Zhizhi, interpreting their frantic motions as genuine distress, assumed they were indeed drowning. Don't worry, I'll be right there to save you. We don't need saving. We're fine. But the wind swept against them, carrying their words away, while Zhizhi remained oblivious to their protests. Why do I increasingly doubt they're in danger? Look at their anxious demeanor. It hardly resembles struggling. It doesn't look like struggling at all. Lu Zihao's arms are flailing as if they're leaving a trail. Why is there no waterproof recording equipment? It's infuriating not to hear what they're saying. The audience could only witness the scene unfold, their words a silent mystery, their lips moving without a sound. As the approach of Zhizhi drew ever closer, the rescue personnel from the production team arrived, leaving both individuals in a state of utter panic. We must flee at once. Otherwise, we shall suffer tremendous embarrassment. Lu Zihao was genuinely overwhelmed, surrounded by people, and in his current state of undress. He was at a loss for what to do. Chi Chingen, too, found himself devoid of any solutions, firmly nodding in agreement. Let us run. After a brief consultation, the duo propelled themselves forward with astonishing speed, akin to beings equipped with motors. They dared not expose themselves above water, opting instead to swim beneath the surface to avoid any potential wardrobe malfunctions. Fortunately, the water was of a deeper hue. Otherwise, they would have truly faced monumental embarrassment. Observing the 2 individuals who swam with such fervor, Zhizhi was momentarily bewildered. Aren't they drowning? Why are they swimming further into the depths? The rescue personnel were equally perplexed, questioning whether their assistance was genuinely required, as the swimming prowess and speed of the pair did not align with that of distressed swimmers. What on earth are they doing? Their behavior is so peculiar. I am utterly baffled. I am completely in the dark. Zhiji's expression was laden with questions, rendering her appearance somewhat comical. At that moment, Chuchi approached with 2 towels in hand. They're not drowning, but it appears they have encountered a minor mishap. So, I went to fetch towels for them. A minor mishap? What sort of incident necessitates a towel? Meanwhile, Mrs. Chi, seated before the screen, was on the verge of hysterics, capturing multiple snapshots of her son's expressions. Oh my, this is too amusing. Who would have thought that mistakenly picking the wrong swim trunks would lead to such a grand spectacle? I can't wait to see him embarrassed. It was astonishing that these were words spoken by a mother. Upon returning home, Chi Dong was greeted by the sight of his wife doubled over with laughter on the sofa. After discerning the full story, his expression grew notably complex. Why couldn't you have just put things away properly after shopping? I am genuinely at a loss for words. Mrs. Chi tossed her hair dismissively and replied nonchalantly. I did put it away. I merely placed it on the sofa. Very well, some matters were beyond her comprehension, and their son would simply have to accept his misfortune. As Chi Ching'an and Lu Zihao watched Chu Chi approach, hope flickered in their eyes. Chu Chi, feeling their gaze, was overtaken by goosebumps. Surely, they are not possessed? Just place the towels on the water surface. We shall retrieve them ourselves. No way, I cannot allow him to come closer.
Chuki, Gonfut,
Nodded and laid the towels atop the water before swimming away. These were brand new, unopened disposable towels, buoyant on the surface. Once she was at a safe distance, the two swiftly retrieved the towels. Brother Chi, this sort of situation must never occur again. I nearly had a heart attack the first time. Lu Zihao placed a hand over his wildly beating heart, still shaken. Chi Ching'an murmured, once is sufficient. There shall never be a second occurrence. This must have been orchestrated by his mother. Perhaps his father's belongings had inadvertently found their way into his wardrobe. How could they engage in such capricious antics? Was this not a trap for their son? Chapter 66. Look how merrily that tire rolls. Once ashore, they wrapped their lower halves securely. Staff members hurried over to inquire. Are you both all right? What transpired in the sea? Do you need assistance from the production team? A hint of embarrassment graced the faces of Lu Zihao and Chi Ching'an as they replied, No. It's nothing serious, merely a personal matter. A personal matter? The audience's imaginations began to run wild. Could it be that they were bitten by a fish? I was bitten by one while at the beach. As a man. The area affected was rather awkward, though thankfully the bite wasn't severe. Ha ha ha, you truly dare to speak. I can't shake the feeling that there might be some truth to that. Just look at their expressions. They are far too awkward to be feigning it. Moreover, they are wrapped around their lower halves, so something must have gone awry. Someone, remove their towels. Which sister will take action? You lecherous old men. Exercise a modicum of restraint. Zhizhi, now drenched, found her Ultraman mask swollen from the water, rendering her face quite comical. In her haste, she had neglected to remove the mask. Are you two really all right? Should I summon a doctor? Her voice suddenly emerged from behind them, causing Lu Zihao to turn and be startled by her presence. Goodness. Can you not further tarnish my idol's image? Do you harbor some deep-seated grudge against him? Zhizhi tilted her head at him and pressed her hand against the swollen area of her face, causing water to spill out from the 3 holes of the mask. The scene appeared bizarre, as water could only escape through those 3 apertures. Lu Zihao exclaimed, Ultraman is oozing water. Incredible. This is truly a grotesque sight. My childhood idol has become a shadow of his former self. If Ultraman were real, he would undoubtedly be the plaintiff. This girl has inflicted significant damage upon his image. Zhizhi possesses an innate charm, regardless of her actions. I was initially her detractor, yet now I find myself utterly unable to criticize her. I fear she might withdraw from the scene in a fit of pique, and then where would I find amusement? The recent incident, though minor, was significant enough that the two would not reveal what had transpired. Thus, the production team decided to refrain from allowing them to continue their seaside activities. After all, safety was paramount. Should anything untoward occur, none could bear the burden of responsibility. Nevertheless, the final day unfolded pleasantly. After changing clothes, the group ventured to a food street, indulging in a day of eating and revelry. Tomorrow morning, they would return home, and Zhizhi could barely contain her excitement. This variety show has been quite taxing. Upon returning, I simply must indulge in a hearty feast to make up for the past few days. Qi Qing'an quietly organized his belongings, observing Zhiji's exuberance as she dashed about the room. A smile crept onto his lips. Hurry and pack your things, or we might not have enough time in the morning. Zhizhi abruptly pulled her suitcase from its hiding place and began stuffing her belongings haphazardly inside, determined to fit it all. Qi Qing'an frowned at her disarray. Aren't you going to fold your clothes? Zhizhi looked up at him and replied matter-of-factly, why bother folding? I had to pack neatly on the way here because I had too much stuff, but now that I have so much less, it will all fit just fine. Profound words. I, too, dislike folding unless there's an excess of items. I see a reflection of myself in Zhizhi. Qi Qing'an's expression was a delightful mix of confusion and astonishment. However, he had packed his suitcase meticulously, perhaps hinting at a hint of obsessive tidiness. Alas, this episode is drawing to a close, and the next one won't air for another week. How am I to pass this week? Qi Qing'an regarded Zhiji's chaotic belongings, initially intending to assist her, but reconsidered as it did not seem appropriate. Oh well, let her handle it as she pleases. It is not a significant matter, and there is no need to impose my standards upon others. Early the next morning, they convened and boarded a small bus, the very same one they had arrived in. While en route, the vehicle jolted and came to an abrupt halt. Zhizhi, seated by the window, watched in disbelief as a tire rolled away on its own. Goodness, this bus is something else. Its tire unexpectedly fell off. Behold the jubilant silhouette of that tire. Everyone followed Zhiji's finger, and indeed, they beheld a tire rolling swiftly on its side, exuding an unmistakable cheerfulness. The crowd murmured, this tire seems almost sentient. I can genuinely perceive its emotions. What will they do to reach the airport now that the tire has run away? Surely the production team has a spare vehicle. I knew this episode wouldn't conclude so easily. Just as it was nearing its end, this incident occurred. Absolutely remarkable. Zhiji's expression seems to convey genuine admiration. But why on earth would she admire a tire? How absurd. Why didn't anyone warn us when the tire rolled away? Now look, everyone is inconvenienced. You're the one who is absurd. Can you predict the future? She must have only seen the tire roll away at that moment. You must be seeking validation online because you can't find it in reality. Truly ridiculous. I apologize, everyone, but our vehicle has encountered an unexpected issue. We kindly ask you to switch to another one. The staff member's expression was equally awkward, as he had not anticipated such a turn of events. After a considerable amount of commotion, they finally arrived at the airport, bringing this episode to a close. As they reached the airport, everyone prepared to part ways. Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi had other engagements and were flying directly to their work location. Chu Qi was in a different city altogether, and Qi Qing'an planned to head home to visit his family, which was in the capital and not on their route. Thus, only Zhizhi and Ning Yue were traveling in the same direction. Despite the exhaustion of the past few days, they had genuinely enjoyed themselves. Let us exchange contact information. We can keep in touch, Zhizhi said, revealing the QR code for her phone. The group fell into contemplation, pondering whether to scan it or not. Ning Yue silently pressed her hand to her forehead, exclaiming, what an extraordinary person this is. Just scan it. If you don't want to, I can scan yours instead. Zhizhi remarked, completely oblivious to the awkwardness of the situation. Chapter 67. The Spirit Under the Bed. Gazing at the shiny QR code and then at Zhiji's eagerly expectant eyes, Ning Yue could not bear to watch this naive girl make a fool of herself. You've presented the wrong code. Are you suggesting that to befriend you, one must first pay you?
Huh?
This is more than a sisterly bond. Her words truly pierced the heart. Zhizhi quickly checked her phone, exclaiming, oh no. How did I display the payment code? My apologies, I clicked the wrong one. This is the actual QR code. The six of them promptly added each other as friends, and Zhizhi immediately created a group chat, appointing herself as the group admin. As they gazed at her profile picture, an exquisite white lotus, everyone was left speechless. Her taste genuinely seemed questionable. From the previous Ultraman-themed bikini to her current avatar, did she truly not realize this was not befitting of their age group? Chu Qi now regretted engaging with someone so eccentric and wondered why a rational person like him had spent so much time with someone so peculiar, leading to such a significant loss. After exchanging farewells, everyone returned to their respective homes, with Ning Yue and Zhizhi traveling together. Once aboard the plane, Zhizhi promptly fell asleep, remaining so until they landed. Would you like to come home with me? It's not convenient for a girl to live alone. It's safer at home, Ning Yue expressed, genuinely concerned for her friend's safety, fearing that her personality might lead her into trouble. After all these years, She wondered how many people Zhizhi had offended. In the past, when she had not returned, she had still been the esteemed eldest daughter of the Ning family. And even if she had crossed someone, they would not dare speak against her. However, things were different now. Ning Yue, having witnessed the fickleness of human nature, worried that Zhizhi, despite being a young girl, might not be able to handle some situations. Zhizhi waved her hand dismissively. No need. I'm quite accustomed to living alone. If anything arises, I'll contact you. Rest assured, no one dares to bully me out there. The place where she lived was relatively safe, being in an affluent neighborhood with strict security measures. She also felt uneasy about returning to the Ning family, as it always felt peculiar. Seeing Zhizhi's steadfast refusal to return home, Ning Yue ceased her attempts to persuade her.
Muminslate.
Zhizhi received a notification of a bank transfer. Here, S500,000. A girl must be cautious while living alone, so don't skimp on necessary expenses. Upon seeing the amount, Zhizhi's smile instantly blossomed. Thank you, sister, she exclaimed.
Wow.
This 500,000 feels like a windfall. I never anticipated my sister would send me money and advise me not to be frugal. Could this signify that she and Ning Yue had truly established a good rapport and would not harbor animosity going forward? Upon returning to her residence, Zhizhi powered off her phone, severing all connections, and after taking a shower, she fell into a deep slumber. The past few days had been exhausting, physically and mentally. As a directionally challenged person, she felt quite anxious being out alone, especially with a fellow directionally challenged companion. Two such individuals together only compounded their misadventures. After returning home, Qi Qing'an contacted a psychologist who happened to be in the same city as Zhizhi. You say this little girl often sleepwalks? And she has no recollection of it the next day? The psychologist inquired thoroughly about Zhizhi's situation, and Qi Qing'an divulged everything he knew. Her condition seems quite serious. Let us have her come in for consultation tomorrow. Qi Qing'an called Zhizhi, but regardless of how many times he tried, her phone remained off. He sent texts that went unanswered and sought out Ning Yue, who also could not reach her. Panic set in for both of them. Could something truly have happened to her? Mom, Dad, do you know where Zhizhi's two houses are? I can't reach her on the phone, and I'm quite worried something might have happened, Ning Yue said, her tone tinged with urgency. Hearing that they could not contact Zhizhi, her parents became anxious as well. Let us go. I'll drive you there. Your father personally chose and purchased both houses. Upon arriving at Zhizhi's home, they found her still sound asleep, having rolled from her bed to beneath it. This is the place. Quickly, open the door, Ning Yue called, prompting her to dial emergency services. As the firefighters broke down the door, Zhizhi remained lost in a dream. In her dream, thunder roared and lightning cracked loudly. Once the door was opened, the Ning family rushed inside, searching room by room.
Zhizhi.
The disarray in the room indicated that someone had been there. Yet the security guard at the entrance reported that she had not gone out since returning home. The owners in this affluent area were few, and due to the high standards for the environment, the security staff knew nearly all the residents personally. Is there anyone else we can contact for her? A missing person is a serious matter, especially if she is trapped inside. The firefighters had seen her on the show. She was beautiful and entertaining. And if she truly went missing, it could lead to dire consequences. Zhizhi, lying under the bed, furrowed her brow and groggily opened her eyes. Why is it so noisy? Why does it feel like there are so many people in the house? Isn't this place mine alone? Ning Yue stood beside the bed, and Zhizhi caught sight of a pair of feet, instinctively reaching out to grab them.
Ah!
What is grabbing my foot? Ning Yue yelped, leaping up from the floor in fright. All eyes turned toward the space beneath the bed, and under the collective gaze, Zhizhi slowly crawled out from her hiding place. Her hair was a chaotic mess, sticking to her face as she emerged, reminiscent of a ghostly figure. Who are all these people in my house? She mumbled, her dazed expression suggesting she had yet to fully awaken. The crowd exclaimed, "You truly are something else. You managed to sleep so deeply that you ended up under there." Ning Yue was almost laughing in exasperation. What on earth is wrong with you? I called you, and you didn't answer. Do you have any idea how worried we were? Zhizhi replied. Huh? Did you call me? My phone was off. The firefighters were left speechless. How could one be so deeply asleep as to turn off their phone beforehand? This was bound to cause concern. From now on, she must ensure her communication lines are open. As a girl living alone, it could be perilous if she were unreachable. The firefighter earnestly advised her, and Zhizhi nodded obediently, appearing extremely compliant. Chapter 68. If you can't beat them, join them. After bidding farewell to the firefighters, Ning Yue was determined to bring her back home. I absolutely do not agree with you living alone. Are you trying to court disaster? Just look at this place. It resembles a pigsty. Don't you ever clean up? Ning Yue tugged at her collar, while Zhizhi clung desperately to the doorframe, refusing to let go. I won't go back. Not even if you beat me. I'm quite comfortable living here. Their parents, Ning father and Ning mother, looked on in confusion, bewildered by the sudden closeness between their daughters. However, they were relieved that the sisters were getting along, for their greatest fear was conflict between them.
Zhizhi.
Listen to your sister. You should return home. Your room is still waiting for you, Ning mother advised, trying to pry Zhizhi's hands away, while Ning father attempted to pull at her feet, even managing to yank off her shoes. Zhizhi resisted fiercely, using her toes to push against Ning father's hand, his expression a mix of confusion and discomfort as he felt the wriggling toes against his skin. Caught in a tug-of-war, Zhizhi's expression contorted with frustration. Gritting her teeth, she declared, I want to go back. Living outside is so liberating. I simply refuse. Seeing her rebellious stance ignited a fire in Ning Yue, who insisted, if you're not going back, you must still come with me. Mom, Dad, pull harder. Yet, despite their combined efforts, they could not pry Zhizhi from her grip on the doorframe. Breathless, she clung to the frame, while the Ning family was equally worn out from the struggle. Eventually, both sides retreated a step. Zhizhi could live alone, but she must keep her phone on at all times and call home daily to reassure them. If anything were to happen, she was to notify them in advance. To secure her freedom, Zhizhi agreed to this condition. Remember your promise. If I call you and can't reach you again, no matter what, you must come back. Ning Yue warned as they departed, to which Zhizhi could only nod in resignation. I got it, I got it. Just after seeing off the Ning family, Qi Qing'an's call came through. Hello. Zhizhi replied, her voice lacking energy. Qi Qing'an was genuinely worried. I was so concerned. Why couldn't I reach you? What were you up to? Zhizhi, not wanting to delve into the matter, simply responded, nothing, my phone accidentally died. Is there something you needed? Qi Qing'an continued. Remember, I mentioned introducing you to a psychologist? The appointment has been made, and I'll send you the contact details shortly. You should see them tomorrow. Surprised that he was still invested in this matter, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much. If I manage to cure my sleepwalking, I'll treat you to a meal. Qi Qing'an chuckled at her remark. So, you don't plan on treating me to a meal otherwise? It has to be after curing your sleepwalking? Zhizhi replied matter-of-factly, I don't have money. Taking you to a fancy restaurant would cost quite a bit, and I don't typically invite just anyone. Is that so? Then I must consider myself fortunate, Qi Qing'an remarked, having initially intended to tease her. Zhizhi glanced at the psychologist's contact information he sent and sighed. After all these years, had it not been for this program, she wouldn't have even known about her sleepwalking condition. It was crucial to address it promptly. Any unforeseen incident could be disastrous.
Meanwhile,
her manager, Pei Ku, was inundated with work opportunities, yet this little troublemaker had no desire to engage. Thus, he found himself in a predicament, neither willing to accept nor decline the offers, except for a thrilling haunted house adventure variety show, which happened to be orchestrated by a director keen on Zhizhi. We're only filming for 2 days. Let her come try it out. The compensation is decent, the director urged, while Pei Ku felt genuinely torn. The director was adamant. This isn't just about the compensation. Our artist lacks ambition. I had to beg her to participate in this live show. This was the first time the director encountered such an artist, yet he refused to believe he couldn't persuade her to join. Let me speak to her directly. I'll try to convince her myself. Pei Ku eagerly awaited this suggestion. When Zhizhi received the director's call, she was utterly bewildered. Wasn't she contemplating retreating from the industry? Now work was seeking her out? I know you're looking to semi-retire, but joining our show won't harm you. Just spare some time for the recording. Even if you aim for semi-retirement, you might as well earn some money beforehand. The director's words struck a chord with Zhizhi. After some contemplation, she asked, this show shouldn't be too demanding, right? The director replied, not at all. It's all indoors. It just requires a strong psychological resilience. I believe you possess that. So it should be relatively easy for you. Relatively easy? She thought, recalling her previous frightening performances. If others could scare her, it would indeed be remarkable. Fine. I'll do it, she acquiesced. An easy and profitable opportunity was too good to pass up, especially since she planned to retire after this reality show. The next day, Zhizhi visited the psychologist and underwent a series of treatments, feeling quite positive about the experience. On the third day, she prepared to record the horror-themed variety show, fully aware that as a guest, she would likely be the one terrified, but she was ready for it. Upon arriving at the recording venue, she found herself the only guest present. This is also a live broadcast, focusing on the genuine reactions of the guests. Each guest will be in different locations, but you can encounter one another inside, the staff explained, handing her a task card that outlined her mission, to find the trapped companions. There were 3 individuals in total, and she needed to locate and safely bring them out. The audience was on the verge of exuberance upon seeing Zhizhi. Her previous terrifying performances lingered in their minds, and they were astonished she had truly come to participate in this horror show. Zhizhi. I can't believe she's actually here for this program. If she's here, then it's like a fish in water. I almost feel sorry for the NPCs inside. Look at her calm demeanor. She's definitely a powerhouse. The production team is bound to face a setback. Everyone, including Zhizhi herself, was filled with confidence. It's just a haunted house search for people. A piece of cake. Yet, upon entering, she quickly realized the task was more complex than anticipated. This haunted house was far more realistic than the amusement park version she had encountered before. Zhizhi swallowed hard, summoning her courage to venture forth. Before long, the chilling roars of the undead echoed from within, reminiscent of the moans of zombies. The ground was smeared with splattered blood, exuding a pungent, metallic scent. After a brief moment of contemplation, she decisively retrieved a blood pack from her pocket, beginning to smear it across her face until her visage was utterly transformed. Her photographer remarked, "If you can't beat them, join them, right?" Quite the bold move. Chapter 69. The Unfortunate NPC. Once she had finished her transformation, she flashed a smile at the camera, perhaps feeling that her appearance lacked sufficient horror. She proceeded to tousle her hair forward. The cleanliness of her outfit was rather conspicuous. But fortunately, she was clad in protective gear underneath. As she shed her outer garment, it revealed a tattered, blood-stained shirt beneath. The photographer was at a loss for words. Her current appearance was far more ghastly than that of a vengeful spirit. Having prepared herself, she strode in with an almost mesmerizing gait, her roars surpassing even those of the zombies within. The audience in the live stream reacted. Is she returning to her joyous homeland? Is this truly an adventure? I feel as though her silhouette radiates a sense of delight, akin to returning home. Is it her that is in shock, or the zombies? The NPCs are innocent in this matter. I wonder how her 3 companions, waiting for rescue inside, will react to her current state. The director, watching the scene unfold on screen, was nearly in stitches. It was evident that she would not adhere to conventional tactics. Her unpredictability was entirely anticipated. Zhizhi seamlessly integrated herself into the horde of zombies, boldly wandering about in search of clues. The photographer could not enter at this juncture, as the interior was saturated with cameras capturing her every movement. Suddenly, the zombie horde fell eerily silent, and the overseer sensed something amiss. Wait. We only have 9 people. How is there now an extra? Zhizhi's heart raced. Would she be discovered? Oh no, has she encountered a setback? She must be on the verge of being found out. I doubt this will conclude so simply. Her escapades rarely end without a twist. The overseer is quite diligent, constantly monitoring the numbers. The overseer counted several times, confirming there was indeed an additional individual. He pulled out a roster and began calling out names, each person standing beside him until everyone had gathered. Zhizhi found herself isolated on the other side. Who are you? Where did you come from? The overseer questioned sternly. In a sudden movement, Zhizhi dropped to all fours, then abruptly lifted her head, her eyes glinting with malice, her face adorned with a sinister grin. I emerged from right here. Are you enjoying your time in my home? Her voice was sharp and ethereal, imbued with pure malevolence. The NPCs gasped in horror as Zhizhi charged forward, striking fear into their hearts. Ah! The screams resonated throughout the space, triggering a frantic escape, with Zhizhi crawling swiftly, while the NPCs scrambled in a chaotic panic. The 3 individuals confined in a small room felt their hearts drop at the terrifying sounds. Is it truly that horrifying? They had been regular attendees, yet they had never encountered such piercing cries. These wails were akin to genuine encounters with the supernatural. Previous guests only emitted fearful shrieks, never this anguished. However, this time, their assumptions were misguided. The screams belonged not to the guests, but to the NPCs, who genuinely felt they had encountered a specter. Director, there's an issue. Did you find this place by mistake? The host has arrived. There are indeed ghosts here. The overseer, clutching the walkie-talkie, was on the verge of tears. He was merely a worker and did not wish to sacrifice his life here. The director replied, "Hold your ground. We cannot send anyone in now. We've dispatched someone to find an expert. Just endure for the time being." With an unwavering demeanor, the director continued, knowing that if someone were truly dispatched, the show's quality would diminish. Suddenly, the overseer felt a grip on his ankle. He slowly turned to see Zhizhi smiling at him. "I'm not coming back. I'm not stealing your home. It's the director. I can give you his name and birth date. Will you seek revenge for me?" The director quipped. "Is that polite? Are you serious?" Ha ha ha. Poor overseer, Zhizhi is genuinely impressive. When it comes to issues, go find the boss. The plight of a worker rings true. I am curious how the director feels upon hearing that. Zhizhi convulsed momentarily before springing up, causing the overseer's complexion to shift dramatically. "Please don't come near me. I'm about to wet myself." Could it be that he is truly scared to that extent? His expression suggests the fear is genuine. "Had I known, I wouldn't have gotten a girlfriend. Otherwise, I could have used my childhood urine." His remark nearly broke Zhizhi's facade. The staff behind the scenes were on the verge of laughter. What a ridiculous notion. Even without a girlfriend, that wouldn't be the case. The overseer's girlfriend was indeed watching the show. Seeing her boyfriend so cowardly did not infuriate her. Rather, it was amusing. If she were present, she would likely be even more frightened, finding the situation hilariously entertaining, especially the mention of childhood urine, highlighting just how terrified he was. Zhizhi realized she could not solely focus on frightening this individual. Fairness must prevail. "I want to kill you. I'll save you for last. Once I've dealt with the others, I'll come looking for you," she said, scratching his face with her nails, sending shivers down his spine. He was now at a loss, stammering, "Thank you." Zhizhi flashed him a bloodied grin. "No need for thanks." With that, Zhizhi departed. And the overseer wasted no time fleeing, reasoning that if he could escape, he would be safe. As the screams within grew increasingly desperate, the three locked in the small room felt their anxiety rise. "Why do I suddenly have a dreadful premonition? What is happening out there? Are we supposed to have only one guest, a girl?" The scream seemed to indicate more than one person. Just as their confusion deepened, the door swung open, revealing an NPC adorned with zombie makeup. "Quick, run. This place is not clean." Chapter 70. I'll provide you with the director's birth date. The three individuals were still trying to comprehend the situation when the NPC glanced back and hastily shut the door. "There are indeed ghosts here. She's mingling among us. This place is tainted. You must escape at once." Ha ha ha, look at how terrified they are. Zhizhi is truly remarkable. Today's events will likely haunt them for a lifetime. It seems Zhizhi is indeed making her way this way. You all should stop chatting and hurry to safety. Why do I feel so anxious just looking at them? My heart is about to leap from my chest. The three individuals were visibly shaken by the NPC's words, exclaiming, "Is there really something wrong here? Are you truly not deceiving us?" The NPC was on the verge of tears, pleading, "Do I look like I'm deceiving you right now? Regardless, we must flee quickly. Survival is paramount." Suddenly, a shrill and eerie voice echoed from outside. "Where are you? Come out." Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of the four within the room shifted dramatically. The NPC burst into tears, lamenting, "It's over. I'm going to die here. I haven't lived enough yet. I just came to work. How did it come to this?" One of the guests hastily covered his mouth, warning, "If you want to live, don't make a sound." The other two quickly pulled him back inside and barricaded the door. Zhizhi had frightened everyone she encountered along her way, effectively navigating through the chaos without a hitch. Upon reaching the end, she discovered a small room. When she pushed the door, it wouldn't budge. All the other doors in this area could be pushed open. The one that resisted must hold a clue. A smile crept across Zhizhi's face. She had already gathered one clue, and once she collected 3, she would uncover the whereabouts of her 3 companions. "If the door is locked, let's break it down." The sounds of the door being battered sent shivers down the spines of the 4 inside, their faces pale. "What do we do? What should we do now?" One suggested, "Why don't we charge out and confront her? We are 4 strong men. Surely we can overpower her." The 4 exchanged glances and finally nodded in agreement. "Don't rush out. If you 4 charge out, it will be like delivering yourselves to your doom." "All right. From here on out, it's a battle of courage on a narrow path. One individual flung open the room door, and Zhizhi collided with him, sending him sprawling 2 meters away. "Oh, there's someone inside," she exclaimed, lifting her head to find an NPC among the four, with the other 3 appearing well-groomed. Likely her companions. Faced with Zhizhi's imposing presence, everyone shrank back. "Sister, spare us our lives. We bear no grudges against you. If you kill us, you'll carry a life on your conscience, and in the underworld, that would warrant punishment." They continued, "We're just here filming a variety show. If we've offended you, you can speak to the director. I can give you his phone number and even his birth date. He asked the one responsible for all of this." The director, exasperated, retorted, "Aren't you all a bit unhinged? Each of you is pushing the blame onto me." As they spoke, the 4 suddenly dropped to their knees, causing Zhizhi to take a step back in surprise. Watching these 4 grown men weep openly, she felt a twinge of guilt, realizing she might have frightened them a bit too much. Noticing her silence, they exchanged glances and then dashed outside in a flurry. Zhizhi was caught off guard, exclaiming,
Hey,
"They tricked me. Run, run, run." With the speed of life and death, they quickly joined the throng of fleeing individuals ahead, where various NPCs were equally terrified and frantic. Why did we set this course to be so long? The haunted house was extensive, with a straight-line distance of 3 kilometers from entrance to exit, and they could navigate in a straight line due to its complex twists and turns. It feels like a grand escape now. Zhizhi is forever our savior. Zhizhi is still tailing them. Those in front, pick up the pace. These NPCs are truly pitiable. This must be their first encounter with such a situation. Today's events will undoubtedly leave a psychological scar that may prevent them from ever visiting a haunted house again. Due to her unobstructed passage, Zhizhi quickly caught up to them. Among the fleeing crowd, some ran swiftly while others lagged, impeding the pace. "Here she comes. Run faster." They were already sprinting at full speed, yet those at the front could hardly manage. Zhizhi intentionally slowed her pace, fearing a stampede. Knowing her 3 companions were also inside, it was sufficient for them to escape on their own. After 20 thrilling minutes, they finally reached the exit, and upon seeing the sunlight, everyone felt a surge of hope. They all began to sprint, demonstrating how the instinct for survival could indeed push one beyond their limits. Bathed in sunlight, their expressions reflected a profound sense of relief. My goodness, even if that ghost is formidable, it cannot possibly emerge in broad daylight. Today, as events have left me with a lifelong shadow, I shall never venture outside after dark again, and I must sleep with the lights on. I even need company to use the restroom.
wait.
I forgot, I live alone. Overwhelmed with emotion, they all clasped their heads and wept. The 3 guests still bore expressions of terror. Suddenly, they recalled a particular person. Wasn't there supposed to be a female guest joining us? Did we forget about her? A hush fell over the group as they realized they had indeed overlooked the new guest. What if she is still inside? We're doomed. Panic ensued. Should we call the police? Such a significant incident should be handled by them. Do you think the police would believe us if we claimed we encountered a real ghost in a haunted house? They might think we're insane. I believe we should consult an expert. Let professionals handle professional matters. Amid their chaotic discussions, Zhizhi emerged. When they saw her boldly stepping into the sunlight, everyone was rendered speechless. Zhizhi tossed her hair back and wiped her face with a dirty cloth, cheerfully announcing, "Hello, everyone, I'm the new guest, Zhizhi." Chapter 71, Detained by Security. Everyone stood frozen, and after a few seconds, they erupted into tears. "What are you doing? We invited you as a guest, not to be a ghost. We pretend to be ghosts, but you are truly not human. I will never work as an NPC again. This is beyond what any human should endure. It's one thing to be hit by tourists, but now I have to be scared too? I have no dignity left. Ha ha ha. They really do look pitiful, but it's also quite amusing. You can't quit. You all perform the ghost role quite well. You just happen to encounter Zhizhi. And she's not someone you can view through the lens of an ordinary person. Zhizhi's impact is genuinely growing. Look at these burly men. They've all been frightened to tears by her." Zhizhi regarded the sobbing men, unsure of how to react. "Oh, dear. Please don't cry. If you cry, I want to know how to handle it. I've never comforted a man before." Her utterly flustered demeanor was genuinely hilarious. She clearly had no experience in this regard. "Shall we try again? I can scare you back. This time, I promise not to frighten you. I swear on my character," she declared. Raising 3 fingers in a solemn vow, her expression unusually serious. One NPC wiped his tears and, through sniffles, protested, "We don't believe your words. You have no character at all." Upon hearing this, Zhizhi chuckled. "Hey, it seems you know me quite well." The crowd exclaimed, "You lack a personality. Yet you swear by it. Are you merely jesting with us?" "Indeed, devoid of character, yet your self-awareness is remarkably astute. Have you accomplished a single humane act since you joined the program, be it in the previous variety show or this one? You appear quite presentable, yet you're akin to a glutinous rice ball filled with white sesame paste." Ah, that description is quite fitting. Is it not a perfect analogy for a glutinous rice ball filled with white sesame? Since you are unwilling, let us consider this task as my victory. My mission was to identify and extract my companions. Though they were frightened into coming out, they did emerge, did they not? The 3 companions interjected, "Thank you so much. Thank your entire family." The NPCs exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Was this indeed a victory? Why were they not approaching? They simply could not handle this individual. "This is beyond our jurisdiction. It must be the director who decides. Let us wait for the director to arrive." The chief officer, who had previously been the most terrified, rose from the ground. After all, he had also been threatened. The thought of his behavior during the incident made him wish to bury himself alive. He pondered whether his girlfriend had witnessed the live broadcast. If she had, he would be doomed. He recalled how he had been so frightened that he nearly wet himself. Clearly, his mind had been quite muddled. When the director arrived, the scene was clearly divided into 2 factions. Zhizhi stood alone on one side while the others congregated on the opposite. Even her 3 companions refrained from standing beside her. It was evident how deeply she had instilled fear in them. "Director, I have fulfilled all your requirements. I believe my task is complete," Zhizhi remarked, gently rubbing her stomach, for the commotion had left her quite famished. The director was positively radiant. Although this live broadcast was significantly shorter than previous ones, its impact was truly remarkable. It had trended twice on social media, and many had tuned in specifically for Zhizhi. This episode had achieved the highest viewership ratings of all the seasons, as well as the most viewers. Consider it accomplished. "But your methods are rather unorthodox," the director mused, already concocting his own schemes. "Isn't our variety show delightful? Not only is there air conditioning, but the staff also seem remarkably harmonious," he remarked, akin to a sly wolf. The NPCs retorted, "Which eye of yours saw us as harmonious? We were merely escaping for our lives." I sense the director has set his sights on Zhizhi. It would be strange if he hadn't. This is fundamentally a horror-themed variety show. Regardless of appearances, whether as a guest or an NPC, the director stands to gain immensely, while those NPCs or guests opposing Zhizhi are left in dire straits. What should we do? I genuinely hoped Zhizhi would participate in this program. Here. She feels entirely in her element. Perhaps she could join both shows. After all, one should seize opportunities for profit. The audience was quite hopeful, wishing for Zhizhi to participate in both programs, but alas, their calculations proved misguided, as did the directors. Zhizhi, understanding the director's intentions, interjected, "Director, you need not elaborate further. I shall only appear for 1 episode, so please seek other guests. I am overwhelmed with my previous commitments, and after a brief respite, I must prepare for my next venture." Suddenly pensive, Zhizhi recalled that her next destination was a quaint mountain village, necessitating a careful preparation of her equipment. Upon hearing her refusal, the NPCs collectively exhaled in relief. If she were to join this program, it would surely spell disaster for them. "Dear friends, I have thoroughly enjoyed my time here. Thank you for your hospitality. I hope to see you again in the future." Zhizhi bowed to the audience before departing. Her swift exit left everyone momentarily stunned. Is it over? Has it truly ended? I have yet to process it. Do not leave. It would be delightful to converse a bit more. Why rush home? As far as I know, you have no other engagements. Currently, many people admired Zhizhi, with some fans even waiting at her workplace, only to discover that this elusive star had no other commitments aside from the ongoing variety show. This sparked anxiety among her fans, who feared that once the show concluded, she would vanish without a trace. Her demeanor suggested she could easily disappear from the entertainment industry overnight, which was genuinely alarming. However, despite the audience's attempts to dissuade her, Zhizhi walked away. Yet, instead of returning home, she headed to the Ning residence, as previously arranged. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, she was intercepted. "Miss, please accompany me." The security guard respectfully ushered her into the security booth, promptly locking the door behind her. Call the police. This person is covered in blood. Could she be a murderer? The guard's frantic words prompted Zhizhi to wonder, do I truly appear that disheveled? Chapter 72. A good woman does not fight with other women. Observing the guard's genuine intent to call the authorities, Zhizhi felt a pang of panic. Sir, I assure you, I am no murderer. My parents and sister are residents here, and this outfit is simply stained from my role as an NPC in a haunted house. In truth, her clothes were not dirty. She had refrained from changing them, worried about soiling her own attire. The location lacked any washing facilities, as they had not anticipated that a guest would emerge in such a state. To avoid alarming others, she had worn a mask throughout her journey, with passers-by merely regarding her with curious glances, perhaps mistaking her for a performance artist. She had only briefly removed her mask, leading to this unfortunate misunderstanding. The security guard eyed her suspiciously. Do not deceive me. Murderers seldom admit to their crimes. It seemed the guard was not well versed in entertainment news and likely new to the job, hence his failure to recognize Zhiji's face. She genuinely feared being apprehended by the police, as that would be an utter embarrassment. If you do not believe me, I can contact my family. Please wait a moment while I make a call. Ning Yue and her parents were anxiously awaiting her return home. Had she not just said she was at the entrance? Suddenly, Ning Yue's phone rang. Upon seeing Zhiji's name, she quickly answered, preparing to inquire about the situation when a flustered voice came through. Sister, please hurry to the entrance and pick me up. The security guard thinks I'm a murderer. Ning Yue. Ning's parents. What on earth have you been doing outside? Ning Yue was utterly speechless. Zhizhi replied. I merely participated in a program and returned with a bit of blood on me, and now he has misunderstood. Participated in a program and returned covered in blood?
How could that happen?
Ning Yue was exasperated, nearly laughing in frustration. Wait for me. I will come to get you. After hanging up, Ning Yue rushed to leave. But her father quickly restrained her. What did she say? I didn't catch the latter part. How could she be mistaken for a murderer? Hasn't he truly committed a crime, has she? Ning Yue scoffed, gazing at her panicked parents. This is all your fault for spoiling her. The girl was so oblivious that she could have been killed outside, and after participating in a show, she returned drenched in blood, only to be mistaken for a murderer and detained. One must wonder if such remarks are not utterly laughable. Her parents, Ning Yue and Ning Mu, dared not utter a word in the face of their daughter's reprimand. Although Zhiji's temperament was somewhat boisterous in the past, it was far from this absurdity. When Ning Yue arrived, Zhizhi was still exchanging barbs with the security guard. Uncle, this is my sister. She is certainly not a murderer. She is a celebrity who, upon returning from a variety show, did not have time to change her clothes and ended up like this. Ning Yue managed to force a smile while casting a stern glance at Zhizhi. Instantly, Zhizhi fell silent. Admittedly, she had erred. Her laziness in changing clothes was the only reason for her current predicament. Had she foreseen such a turn of events, she would have changed her attire. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and come out, Ning Yue exclaimed, tugging at Zhiji's collar and pulling her outside, then escorting her back home. The security guard, relieved to learn that Zhizhi was not a murderer, snapped a photo of the two sisters and shared it online, titling it No Matter How Old. Always dominated by her sister. Once this post hit the internet, it instantly went viral, as many viewers of the show recognized the duo. Am I seeing this correctly? Is that not Ning Yue and Zhizhi? I recognize that tattered outfit of Zhiji's from a recent variety show, being dragged along like a puppy. It's amusing to see Zhizhi in such a vulnerable state. Their bond is so strong. How can people claim their sisterly relationship is fraught? It's utterly ridiculous. Their dynamic is reminiscent of mine with my sister. I am perpetually the one being overshadowed. The security guard chuckled heartily at the flood of comments beneath his photo. It was his first time witnessing such engagement. He recounted the entire incident in detail, resulting in an avalanche of laughter in the comments.
Goodness.
To be mistaken for a murderer. Thank heavens this gentleman's reporting was delayed. Otherwise, Ning Yue would have to bail her out at the police station. If this had happened to someone else, I might have been surprised, but with Zhizhi, it seems entirely plausible. Clearly, the sister is quite angry. Her expression says it all, as she drags her away. If my sister called me saying she was mistaken for a murderer, I would be utterly beside myself. Honestly, imagining having a sister like that could easily take years off my life. When Ning Yue brought Zhizhi home, their parents were indeed taken aback. My heavens! What sort of show did you partake in to end up like this? Were you assaulted? Ning Yue's heart ached at the sight of her daughter in such a state, having nurtured her for so many years. Zhizhi wiped her face with her hand, exclaiming, "How could anyone have hit me? I merely participated in a horror variety show and scared all those NPCs to death. This attire is part of my gear." Ning Yue scoffed, "Isn't it indeed your gear? Had I arrived even a moment later, that outfit could have been construed as evidence of your guilt." Zhizhi replied, "As long as I remain innocent, even if I were taken to the police station, I would still be blameless. It would merely amount to a grand joke online. And I am not one to fear ridicule." Ning Fu suddenly interjected, "The joke has indeed made its rounds. You two sisters are trending." Zhizhi. Surely. Her lips could not be this loose. Glancing at the trending photo, she instantly recognized it was the security guard's doing and was only concerned about why she appeared so pitiful and unattractive in it. "Sister, why did you drag me away? My image is ruined." Ning Yue promptly shoved an apple into her mouth. "Didn't you say you weren't afraid of losing face or being ridiculed? Why then concern yourself with your image? Quickly change your clothes. It pains my eyes to look at you." Zhizhi silently ascended the stairs. A wise woman does not quarrel with another woman. Ning Fu and Ning Yue sat speechless beside each other as the dynamics of authority in the household had shifted dramatically. Chapter 73. Little rascal, I will smack you when you return. Upon returning to the original owner's room, Zhizhi experienced a flicker of familiarity. Although she had stayed in this room for several nights upon her arrival, she had never felt this way before. "You shall sleep soundly here tonight. We will address everything tomorrow. After you return, prepare the items needed for the next recording of the variety show," Ning Yue instructed, then added, "Bring along those quirky items of yours if they might prove useful." Zhizhi responded with an okay gesture, having already decided what to bring. The next destination was a remote village, and she knew to pack ample mosquito repellent. That night, as Zhizhi settled in, she was visited by an unusual dream. She envisioned a girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to herself, experiencing the events of the original narrative, culminating in a tragic fate. Zhizhi surmised that the girl in her dream was the original owner, and she found herself perplexed. Where had the original gone upon her arrival? "You must be wondering why you were brought here, right? It is because you are me and I am you. We are, in essence, one and the same." The girl materialized before her, her expression devoid of the previous hysteria, replaced instead by a gentle demeanor. Zhizhi was incredulous. She was a living being in reality. How could she be a character from a novel? The original owner, sensing her disbelief, declared, "Believe it or not, we are one. I am the fragmented version of you. And you are the complete version of me. My incompleteness is why I took on the appearance you just witnessed. I recognized my own lack, and thus sought every means to return you to this body. Otherwise, how could you adapt so swiftly? You inherently belong here." The shock within Zhizhi was beyond articulation. She was indeed a character. Initially, she believed she had merely traversed into this world, a reality unto itself, only to discover she had returned home. "Then you must explain why I have no recollection of this place. All my memories reside in the real world." The original owner smiled and replied, "Because two Zhizhis cannot coexist in one world. Thus, I withdrew to allow you to change our fate. My time has come, and I must depart. You need not feel guilty. This body was always meant for you. You are aware that there are many worlds, are you not? I merely transitioned to another world as Zhizhi, where I could truly be myself, possessing a complete character. In that world, I was truly happy." With that, the original owner vanished with a smile, leaving Zhizhi in a state of shock. "How dare you take me here, without my consent? You didn't even ask before bringing me into this world." Zhizhi felt an overwhelming urge to vent her frustration. Had she been informed of everything upon her arrival, she wouldn't have been so anxious at the outset. Who could fathom her trepidation upon entering this world? Now that she had finally acclimated, only to learn that she was always meant to belong here, Zhizhi felt an undeniable urge to lash out, albeit at herself. The following day, upon awakening, Zhizhi immediately uttered a profanity, utterly infuriated. Even upon returning to her home, she had yet to regain her composure. However, a glance at her bank balance swiftly lifted her spirits. Stay calm, stay calm. Nothing compares to what I possess now. I already have enough, and in this reality, it is unlikely to get any better than this." She had become a modestly affluent woman, owning a house and savings, and her relationship with her parents and sister had improved, alleviating any fears of being cast out and facing the same misfortunes as the original owner. While she was organizing her supplies for the variety show, Pei Ku called her. By now, you should know where you're headed. This little mountain village is quite remote. It has been raining these past few days, so make sure to bring that little raincoat of yours. The area is humid, teeming with mosquitoes. So pack plenty of insect repellent. I'm just being a bit motherly here. Don't take it amiss. This place is nothing like the seaside. You'll have to be self-sufficient in that village. If you don't work, you want to eat. It will certainly be much more challenging than the first show. Take care of yourself. Zhizhi thought to herself, how hard could it possibly be? What am I afraid of? Yet. As the show commenced, and she gazed at the uneven, muddy road ahead, silence enveloped all present. Greetings, esteemed guests. We have now arrived at our destination. Do you see that village ahead? That will be your residence for the next few days. There are no shops or other means of transportation, so once you enter, it will be difficult to leave. Everything there must be self-sufficient. Lu Zihao, observing the pockmarked dirt path, felt an urge to curse.
Wait.
You only told me it was a small village, not that it would look like this. The staff smiled. We informed your agents in advance. So, if you have any questions, please consult them. Then, why didn't my agent mention this? Lu Zihao racked his brain, but he had no recollection of such details. In that moment, the comments section erupted. Is Lu Zihao's agent really this irresponsible? How could they fail to clearly explain where they were going? This agent is truly careless.
Poor Lu Zihao.
As the audience mocked, a particularly striking comment appeared. You little rascal. I told you all the precautions, but did you listen? You just told me to shut up because I was interrupting your gaming. And now you blame me for not informing you? Just wait until you come back. I'll give you a good thrashing. This comment flooded the screen, leaving viewers bewildered. It turned out the agent had indeed communicated the necessary details. But Lu Zihao had ignored them, absorbed in his game. Apologies to the agent. It was our mistake to comment without understanding the situation. But this is all Lu Zihao's fault. After this episode, feel free to give him a good beating. Yes, yes. Our idol's actions are the fans' responsibility. We were misled by him. If you're upset, go ahead and punish him. We want to say a word. The director found the situation amusing. Clearly. The agent was keeping a close eye on the variety show. As the guests and staff debated, Zhizhi revealed a mysterious smile, having prepared well in advance. Oh my. Look at Jie. She is smiling. When she smiles, anything can happen. She must have made ample preparations. Quick, check her suitcase. I'm eager to see what's inside. Look at the disdain in her sister's eyes. It's clear they've had their share of drama. Here's a moving image of her sister pulling her along. Take what you need. Alright, enough chatter. We are now going to check the suitcases. Please open them and remove your shoes and socks. As the staff delivered this last instruction, the guests couldn't contain their laughter and turn their gazes toward Zhizhi. After removing her socks, she looked at everyone. Why are you staring at me? You can't use the same trick twice in the same place. I'm not foolish. The staff conducted a thorough check and, relieved to find no money missing, breathed a sigh of relief. The contents of everyone's suitcases were normal, filled with typical clothing, insect repellent, and basic medical supplies. However, when it came to Zhiji's suitcase, the scene abruptly shifted. As they gazed at the folded contraption resembling a scooter, confusion spread across their faces. Qi asked, is that a skateboard? But why does it have no wheels? Zhizhi beamed with confidence. This is my modified skateboard. I call it the mud horse. Everyone exclaimed, wait, are you really cursing us with that? I suddenly feel insulted, and it's quite intense. What on earth is a mud horse? Why do you always bring such bizarre and peculiar things? It's truly irritating. If you find it bothersome, then don't look. No one is forcing you to. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Zhizhi wasted no time and placed the mud horse on the muddy road. She fitted one foot into a bag and stood on it. With a gentle push, she glided away. Before anyone could react, she was already nearing the village entrance. What are you doing? Hurry and bring her back. The director's anxious voice echoed. In that moment, Zhizhi was completely liberated, and truth be told, it was indeed fun. Aware that the mountain village paths were less than ideal and that rain was expected, she had hastily created this device. Her extensive viewing of television had certainly paid off, as she had discovered this ingenious way to traverse muddy roads. As she became a mere speck in the distance, all stood in a row, shouting, Zhizhi, come back. The reason for their formation was simple. Their phones had been confiscated, leaving shouting as their only means of communication.
Huh?
I knew Jie wouldn't let me down. She just left. Did she forget her suitcase is still here? Farewell, dear friends. I'm off to sail the seas. Look at Yen Jia's carefree silhouette and the dazed expressions of the others behind her. The contrast is simply astounding. Even the director's voice, laced with genuine concern, was amusing, fearing Zhizhi might escape. Yet, it was entirely in her nature to abandon everyone and leave. Look, she had already disappeared without a trace. Their formation, shouting in unison, was utterly comical, and they unconsciously posed with their hands on their hips, resembling a row of gourd dolls. With 5 guests and 2 staff members, the numbers seemed remarkably fitting. Just then, a villager passed by, eyeing their peculiar arrangement with a hint of trepidation. At last, he inquired in a distinctly regional accent, "Are you here to fight? Which village do you hail from? If it's a fight you seek, you must allow me to gather everyone from my village. You are aware of the rules. I trust no ambushes allowed." The crowd responded with laughter. The audience chuckled heartily. Qi Qing'an paused momentarily before clarifying, "We are not here to engage in combat. We have come to film a variety show." Upon hearing this, the villagers suddenly understood. "Oh, I see. The village chief mentioned that people from a television station would be visiting. You must be those individuals." Qi Qing'an nodded affirmatively, yes, indeed. Realizing they were not there to fight, the villagers' demeanor shifted remarkably, and they warmly invited them to their homes. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the village elder departed, only to return shortly with an object that bore a striking resemblance to the one Zhizhi had just used. Silence enveloped the group once more. Could this truly be their mode of transportation? Qi Qing'an, somewhat stiff in demeanor, cautiously asked the elder, "What is this called? Is this your primary means of transport here?" The elder responded enthusiastically, "This is called a mud horse. It's used to navigate through the muddy terrain. Our roads are rather poor, and the soft mud is abundant. Walking by foot proves difficult, but this makes it quite convenient." Ha ha ha. Zhizhi is truly remarkable. I can't believe there actually exists a mud horse in this world. Observing the elder and Zhizhi, whose figures were strikingly similar and exuded a certain nonchalance, everyone collectively sighed. Suddenly, Lu Qiqi exclaimed, "Look, look. Zhizhi seems to be returning." Zhizhi was gliding towards them from a distance, emanating an inexplicable aura of coolness. As she elegantly skidded to a stop before them, she executed a stylish drift, only to forget that this was a muddy path, causing a spray of mud to scatter in all directions. Unfortunately, Qi Qing'an, standing at the forefront, bore the brunt of this misadventure, his white t-shirt now speckled with mud, a sizable clump landing directly on his midsection. Qi Qing'an, Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi. Ghost, ghost? Chu Qi quietly lowered his head, though the tremors of his shoulders betrayed him. Zhizhi, witnessing the chaos, felt utterly flustered. Fearing they might retaliate, Ning Yue sighed audibly, "If you're angry, just hit her. My parents and I have no objections. She deserves it." Zhizhi quickly interjected, "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. I'll wash this shirt for you. I promise to make it spotless." Chapter 75. Are you engaging in performance art? Qi Qing'an discreetly wiped away the mud beneath his nose and regarded the guilt-ridden Zhizhi. "What should I do? Is he going to be angry?" I've never seen Qi Qing'an angry before. He probably won't be angry, considering his relationship with Zhizhi is fairly good. That little look from Zhizhi is truly hilarious. The onlookers are simply remarkable. Sisters really are sisters. Who says they lack blood ties? Only a true sister could speak so freely. Zhizhi stole a glance at him, only to find Qi Qing'an looking back. She quickly averted her gaze. Her furtive demeanor amused Qi Qing'an. "All right, I'm not angry. I understand it was unintentional. However, you must uphold your end of the bargain. You will wash this shirt for me, and if it doesn't come clean, you shall compensate me." Zhizhi nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, if it doesn't clean well, I'll reimburse you at full price." Ning Yue chimed in, "If you can't afford it, I'll have to collateralize you. You truly have no idea how expensive this shirt is, do you? The clothes she wears are far from ordinary. Some garments are simply unattainable. Even with wealth, they cannot be procured. How exorbitantly priced can a shirt be? If we can't find it, I'll personally craft a unique one for you." Following a moment of chaos, the staff instructed them to enter the village on their own, and all eyes fell upon Zhizhi's mud horse. Zhizhi remarked, "Your gazes are somewhat intimidating. There's only one means of transport, and it seems unable to carry passengers. I think it's better to simply walk, though our clothes and shoes may get dirty. It should be quicker." I don't think this can carry anyone, but I can give it a try." Zhizhi climbed onto it, pulling Ning Yue along, who was momentarily taken aback. The two sisters, standing atop the mud horse, indeed pressed it down. Zhizhi exerted her foot, yet it remained steadfast.
Hey.
I refuse to believe it. Our combined weight is less than 200 pounds. How can it not move? With another effort, still no movement. Behind her, Ning Yue observed Zhizhi's determined silhouette and glanced back at the group now smeared with mud. She sighed in resignation. Just retract your foot. Look at what you've done to those behind us. Zhizhi turned around to meet a line of resentful gazes, their faces and clothes speckled with mud, resulting from her earlier slip. Ha ha ha. I was dying of laughter at the first mishap. I can't believe Jie went for a second round. Qi, why must I always be the unfortunate one? This road is truly abysmal. It's merely a rural area adjacent to a first-tier city. Why can't they repair it properly? Even if they did, would it yield such results? I'm simply curious how they plan to cross. I sincerely apologize, everyone. I genuinely didn't notice you were all standing behind me. Rest assured, I will wash each of your clothes meticulously. At that moment, Zhizhi was filled with regret. Typically, she could hardly be bothered to wash her own clothes. And now she faced the daunting task of laundering so many. How long would that take? Lu Qiqi said, forget it. I'll wash my own clothes. For some reason, I just don't quite trust you, Zhizhi. It's an instinctive feeling. I'll wash mine too. How could I, as a man, allow you to do my laundry? Lu Zihao declared boldly, thumping his chest. Qi shot him a silent glance, his eyes icy and unyielding. Qi, so, are you suggesting I'm not a man? That look from Qi genuinely seems murderous. It's somewhat amusing. As the mud horse could not carry passengers, even if Zhizhi could traverse it, she couldn't take her suitcase along. Thus, they deliberated and decided to use the mud horse to transport the luggage while they walked over. I have more strength. You may use this, Zhizhi declared, effortlessly hoisting the suitcase onto her shoulder, while Qi quietly withdrew his offer to assist. Lu Zihao applauded this gesture, exclaiming, you possess the strength of a mountain. If you were born in ancient times, you would undoubtedly be a female warrior. Zhizhi retorted, if you can't offer compliments, then refrain from doing so. I am clearly a delicate beauty, not a warrior. Your words are pure slander. Upon her declaration, the group regarded her with incredulity. A delicate beauty? Is there a misunderstanding in how you perceive yourself? As they traversed the muddy path, all expressions mirrored disdain. The muck was both thick and abundant, nearly enveloping their feet. Moreover, the path was particularly treacherous, and Zhizhi navigated it with utmost caution. Suddenly, she inadvertently stepped on something, and with a swift slip, she lost her balance. In that fleeting moment before she fell, she deftly bent backward, managing to brace herself. The onlookers were rendered speechless by this human bridge. Ha ha ha. Out of nowhere, she performed a backbend for everyone after slipping. Who is she trying to make laugh to death? Now she is blocking the path. Someone quickly help her up. Ning Yue gazed at Zhizhi in confusion and asked, is this performance art?
Puffed.
The crowd burst into laughter upon hearing this. What the hell, performance art? Slipping and doing a backbend in front of you? However, this girl's flexibility is truly remarkable. She hasn't fallen despite the predicament. Zhizhi retorted. Does this look like performance art to you? I slipped. Hurry and help me up. I can barely hold myself. She was straining her entire waist and abdomen. As without that effort, she would have collapsed. Ning Yue approached to assist her, but suddenly noticed a glimpse of Zhizhi's waist, soft and fair, looking rather tempting to poke. At that moment, Zhizhi was oblivious to the impending danger when she felt a poke at her waist. Instantly, the tension in her body dissipated. With a plop, she landed in the mud.
Ha ha ha.
Why did you poke her? Lu Zihao was nearly dying of laughter. He initially thought she was going to help, but instead, you jabbed her right in the belly. Chapter 75. Water Ghost Zhizhi. Zhizhi lay on the ground with a look of despair, never having anticipated such a betrayal from her sister. Sister? I want to know what you were thinking just now. Ning Yue, slightly embarrassed, replied, I'm sorry, I was just a bit mischievous. She hadn't consciously intended to poke. She hadn't thought much of it, but the feel of the flesh at her waist was undeniably delightful, plump yet not greasy.
Oops.
Wrong choice of words. Lean yet not scrawny. No, that description is also off. How should I describe it? Ning Yue smind momentarily blanket. Qi silently helped the person lying on the ground back up and retrieved her discarded suitcase. Let us walk properly. I'll support you. I'm genuinely worried you'll cause another incident. Honestly, the first thing I noticed was her exposed waist. It looks so good. So slender and soft. With such delicate skin. If it were me, I would want to poke it too. You bunch of lecherous old fools. You're just lusting after her body.
Pfft.
I look down on you all. While you're craving her body, I'm enamored with her entire being. Hey, could you put your pants back on? Have a little decency. Once Zhizhi stood up, she pondered over the muddy ground. Since it was already dirty, why not use it to her advantage? 3 seconds later, she exclaimed, well then, I'm off. You all take your time. Zhizhi's carefree figure gradually disappeared. The crowd watched her sliding away on her suitcase. Utterly speechless.
Pfft.
I knew she wouldn't follow the rules. This suitcase is of excellent quality. Does anyone have the same one? Quickly share it so we can all see. Zhizhi is truly embracing the reckless abandon. It looks quite fun. Might as well give it a try back home. You plan to play back home? Aren't you afraid of getting scolded by your parents? She's a bear, so it's fine. No one can control her. But you're different. Chi glanced at his suitcase and decided to follow suit, but just as he was about to let his suitcase down, Ning Yue swiftly stopped him. Yours is made of fabric, while mine is waterproof. Upon hearing this, Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi also curbed their eagerness. Indeed, there was a vast gulf between ordinary people and Zhizhi. Qi Qing'an had already carried his suitcase far off, thinking it better to leave sooner than ponder over other matters. Zhizhi, thrilled, rode her suitcase around, leaving even the accompanying staff struggling to keep pace. The village children, seeing Zhizhi gliding by on her suitcase, cheered and followed her, as she had clearly become the leader among them. However, some villagers looked on in bewilderment at this muddy figure. Whose child is this, and how did she manage to get into such a state? She's not from your village, but she's quite a handful. Seeing her so happy, I can't shake the feeling that something big is about to happen. Her joy is either built on her own misfortune or on the suffering of others, which is a conclusion I've drawn from watching the show for so long. Just as this thought crossed the screen, a large lake suddenly appeared before Zhizhi. Oh no! Zhizhi's face changed in fright. But the muddy road wouldn't let her stop. Help! As she slid to the lake's edge, her suitcase managed to halt, but the person did not. A scream abruptly cut off, followed by a loud splash. How tragic, yet somehow expected. This little troublemaker needs to be tossed around like this to learn her lesson. Otherwise, she'll never remember. Haraha. The suitcase was left on the shore, and she flew away. I captured her expression, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. She's so unfortunate, yet so amusing. Nearby children rushed over to check on her well-being, and Zhizhi resurfaced, like a water ghost. Do you need us to pull you up? The children were quite kind-hearted. Zhizhi pondered for a moment. She would have to wash off all this mud once she got out, so it would be better to soak a bit longer to let it dissolve. No need. I'll stay here for a while. You all go play. Upon hearing her words, the children dispersed. Can we borrow your suitcase to play? We'll return it to you shortly. Zhizhi replied, that's my suitcase, not my ride, but please don't break it. You can play for only 10 minutes. After much effort, Qi Qing'an and the others finally reached the village entrance, only to see a child sitting on a familiar suitcase, with a group of children trailing behind. Everyone, where is the person? How did only the suitcase end up here? Where did she go? Hello, may I ask where you got that suitcase? Qi Qing'an jogged over to inquire, his expression slightly serious. The child he questioned replied, it belongs to a sister. She fell into the lake. Fell into the lake. Everyone's faces changed dramatically. Why hadn't any staff come to inform them of the situation? They can't possibly think it was Zhizhi who had an accident. This child's ability to articulate is lacking. It's no wonder they misunderstood. Qi Qing'an's gaze is quite terrifying. I've never seen him look like this before. Ning Yue's eyes also bore a murderous intent. If it is Zhizhi, the two of them would probably tear the entire production team apart. Let us hurry and see what happened. How did she end up in the lake? Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi looked equally frantic. The 5 of them hurriedly inquired and made their way toward the lake.
Meanwhile,
at that moment, Zhizhi, gurgling, she was holding her breath within. The water here was genuinely clear, and she even spotted some fish. Sister Lu, are you also here to wash clothes? Rainy days are indeed troublesome. Children's clothes must be changed daily, so I have to come here every day to wash. Indeed. Thankfully, I purchased mostly dark-colored clothing for them, making the washing a tad easier. Upon hearing voices, Zhizhi suddenly emerged from the water's surface with a splash. The two sisters exclaimed, "Ah, a water ghost." Just as Zhizhi was about to clarify, two basins were hurled her way. Chapter 76 Apologies. She's a bit simple-minded. Just then, Chi Cheng-en and the others arrived, hearing the shout of water ghost. Lu Zihao dashed forward first. Where's the water ghost? Where is it? He never expected to encounter such an extraordinary event in his lifetime. It was worth living after all. Oh my. This fool would undoubtedly be the first to perish in a horror film. I knew Zhizhi wouldn't follow the usual script. But I truly didn't anticipate her being mistaken for a water ghost. Hee. Yet her appearance does resemble the water ghost rather closely. Observe the expressions of the others. I can only describe them with two words: speechless. Ning Yue was initially quite worried about Zhizhi, but upon seeing her like this, she suddenly felt reluctant to acknowledge her as a sister. It was utterly embarrassing. After being struck by the basin, Zhizhi was dazed. When did she become the water ghost? She was merely splashing around in the mud. Ladies, I am not a water ghost. You've mistaken me for someone else. You've mistaken the person. It was entirely their overreaction that caused her to misspeak. Ha ha ha, indeed, you've mistaken the ghost. You are not a water ghost. You are a troublesome ghost. Chi Cheng-en took a deep breath, calming his exasperation. Ladies, she is not a water ghost. We're here in the village to film a show. The two sisters were still in shock. In all their years, they had never witnessed such a sight. A girl with mud all over her face emerging from the pond. It was indeed startling. You must keep an eye on her while filming. Don't let her scare anyone. She's frightful enough. Let go? Zhizhi nearly exploded at that word. Sister, I am human. How could I be let go? At the moment when Zhizhi was about to spring out of the water, Ning Yue swiftly pressed her head down, then smiled at the two sisters, saying, I apologize. My sister is a bit naive. She has a slight problem, pointing to her own head. The two sisters expressed their understanding. We understand. But this girl is quite pretty and seems rather clever. Please take good care of her. Certainly. She's your biological sister. However, given Zhizhi's character, it would be difficult to explain her behavior without mentioning her mental state. If she were playing in filth by the roadside, I wouldn't find it surprising. It would seem quite normal for her. Her current state of abnormality is her normality. If she ever behaves like a typical person, then she must be ill. Chi Cheng-en looked at Zhizhi, who was continuously blowing bubbles in the water, and sighed silently before pulling her out. Lu Qiqi had already retrieved a large towel from her suitcase and wrapped it around Zhizhi. Lu Zihao stood nearby, utterly disappointed. There was no water ghost after all. And he felt he had been overly excited for nothing. He had thought his life was worth living to have seen a real ghost at least once. He had completely forgotten the ghastly encounter he had with Zhizhi 2 days prior. In summary, he was one to remember the good but forget the bad. Chu Qi remained silently by the side, having lost the will to stir trouble. What was there to cause chaos about now? After returning from the last episode, he had been summoned by his manager and company boss, who warned him that if he continued like this, the company would decide to abandon him. The company had no shortage of talent, especially those eager to rise, and he could easily imagine the dire consequences of being trampled underfoot. He now regretted his earlier attempts to curry favor with Ning Yue at Zhizhi's expense. He had come to terms with it. He would mind his own business and treat this as just an ordinary job. Sister, were you just talking bad about me to those two? I heard you say I was mentally challenged. Zhizhi stormed up to Ning Yue, with Chi Cheng-en following behind, helping her dry her hair. Ning Yue looked at Zhizhi and stated directly, How am I supposed to explain to those two sisters that you were underwater because you had a fit? Zhizhi replied, Well, I suppose I truly don't know how to explain. If I said I wanted to soak in the mud, they would probably think I was insane. What girl would jump into a pond to play in mud? She has nothing to say. Indeed. Only Ning Yue can keep her in check.
Wow.
Chi Cheng-en suddenly felt a peculiar husbandly sentiment as he helped Zhizhi dry her hair. It felt quite endearing. I believe he genuinely cares for Zhizhi, and their atmosphere seems to be growing increasingly harmonious. Alright, enough. When we return, you must take a quick shower. You're drenched, Ning Yue said with a look of distaste. But my suitcase isn't here. Chi Cheng-en suddenly recalled the scene of a group of children riding off with her suitcase. Your suitcase has been taken by a bunch of kids. Hurry and retrieve it. Zhizhi nonchalantly replied, I know. They waved goodbye to me. They'll all be back in 10 minutes. The time is about right. As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of chattering children approached. Sister, we've brought your suitcase back. We're leaving now. Looking at the bizarre creation, Everyone fell into contemplation. The audience was also left pondering. Is that thing a suitcase? It hardly resembles one at all. Whose suitcase has ears and such a lewd expression? These children are truly talented. How can their creativity be so boundless? The suitcase had been adorned with 2 ears made of mud and facial features crudely attached to its surface, resembling a rather risque internet meme. Zhizhi chuckled at the sight. Not bad, not bad. It's quite well done. If only it could be fashioned into a proper suitcase. Its character would suit me perfectly. Qi and quickly turned to Zhizhi. Are you serious? You truly believe this thing matches your style? Chapter 77. In a theatrical exchange, Lu Qiqi approached, poking the eyes of the muddy suitcase, causing them to skew and appear even more ridiculous. Everyone was left speechless. Did Zhizhi genuinely mean what she just said? Does she really think the suitcase suits her? I believe she might truly think so. If you recall the face kini from the first season, perhaps her taste is simply that peculiar. It appears that I have also been captivated by this suitcase. The dexterity demonstrated by these children is quite impressive. Perhaps they could indeed fashion such a suitcase, which would undoubtedly make one the most stylish individual in any crowd. I see that you have all lost your minds, clearly infected by Zhizhi. Well, since everyone has already entered the village, let's proceed to our lodgings. This time, we shall all reside together in 2 large dormitories. There will be no grouping this time. Everyone has but one task, to earn their keep and survive within these 7 days. The primary objective of this journey is self-sufficiency. One must find ways to procure food and drink for themselves throughout the week. Whether through talent or sheer antics, it matters not. As long as you do not attract the attention of the authorities, you are free to pursue any means necessary. The director must be genuinely apprehensive. Given that we have encountered the police on several occasions before, I can't shake the feeling that this jesting is aimed at a particular individual. Those with talent would never resort to such antics. Zhizhi eagerly raised her hand, affirming that our main task this time is merely to survive. A staff member, while smiling, remarked that there is some truth to that statement. Indeed, the main task is to endure for these 7 days. During this period, we shall not provide any assistance. The nearest town is quite distant, and the locals typically venture there only once a week to procure supplies, as most necessities can be self-sustained. Therefore, do not harbor any illusions about traveling to the town. It can be said that the production team has entirely cut off all avenues of retreat. Hungry? Then you must work for your meal. A collective sigh emerged from the group, as the prospect of this journey seemed increasingly arduous. Upon reaching our lodgings, everyone began to unpack their belongings. But the first order of business was to wash their suitcases. At this moment, Zhizhi's waterproof suitcase proved to be quite advantageous, as it could be effortlessly rinsed clean with just a splash of water. This suitcase is remarkable. Adding to cart, while others toiled to scrub their belongings, she diligently cleaned herself. Yes, Zhizhi was now engaged in washing off the mud that had accumulated on her, which softened considerably after soaking in water. With a simple rub, her clothing was restored to cleanliness. After completing the task of cleaning their suitcases, the group turned to see Zhizhi pouring water over herself with a scoop. Qi immediately raised his hand to stop her, cautioning against such an action. Although it was summer, the well water was considerably cooler than the lake water, and such a drenching would surely lead to a cold. Ning Yue swiftly slapped her hand away, scolding her for not waiting until after her bath to wash her clothes. Pouring water over yourself. Do you think this is acceptable? You ought to thank him for stopping you. Zhizhi, taken aback by the slap, fell to her knees, struggling to express her gratitude as she processed the fact that she had indeed been knocked down. Qi, observing her kneeling, paused momentarily before stating that while gratitude is appreciated, such a display of reverence is unnecessary. Ning Yue chimed in, is my strength truly that formidable? Zhizhi lamented. Oh no, I've lost face. How could I have slipped? In truth, Ning Yue's earlier slap had been quite gentle. The moss by the well was slippery, and her slight nudge had caused Zhizhi to lose her balance and kneel. Qi, how could you be so wooden when she was about to fall? Couldn't you have just helped her up? No wonder you remain single. I didn't expect Zhizhi to be quite so polite, though perhaps her courtesy is a bit excessive. Someone mused. This is forced politeness. After all, Ning Yue's slap knocked her down, and who would have guessed that beneath her frail appearance lies a strong hand? Ning Yue had now acquired the nickname Iron Palm Sister, and her recent slap was dubbed Mountain Toppling Wave. Kneeling with her head bowed, Zhizhi's thoughts remained inscrutable. Noticing her prolonged silence, Ning Yue quickly squatted beside her, asking if she had sustained an injury from the slap or in her fall. Qi Qing'an also knelt down, inquiring if she was in pain and whether she needed to be examined. Faced with this duo, Zhizhi managed a wry smile, saying, "I am unscathed. My pride, however, has suffered immensely. I have never knelt before anyone in my life." Her initial intent was to lament her plight, but the tone shifted into a theatrical performance. Qi Qing'an responded, "Oh." Ning Yue echoed. Zhizhi, bewildered, asked, "What on earth did I just say?" The audience erupted with laughter, branding her a true dramatist. Qi Qing'an pondered that perhaps Zhizhi had suddenly succumbed to her dramatic inclinations. After all, every individual deserves respect for their hobbies. He mimicked her dramatic tone, asking if she had sustained any injuries. "That's good," he concluded. "You two enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave." Initially, Qi Qing'an appeared quite composed, possessing both good looks and a stable demeanor. Who would have anticipated such a quirky personality? In the background, Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi stood bewildered. What had just transpired? Why were they conversing in such a theatrical manner? Spotting Ning Yue, Lu Zihao inquired, "What's wrong with them?" Ning Yue replied, "Nothing much. Perhaps they just experienced a brief mental lapse." Such a fitting description. Someone remarked, "It seems that Zhizhi has truly infected them, especially Qi Qing'an." Who can recall the commanding presence Qi Qing'an displayed upon his first appearance? I can scarcely remember. Bring back my aloof idol. How can he devolve into such silliness? Qi's parents were nearly in stitches watching their son's antics. "Quick, record this. Let us share it in the family group chat. Your son can even perform." Mrs. Qi beamed with delight. Mr. Qi, however, expressed concern for the company's future. His son was to inherit the family business, and while he had expressed a desire to explore the entertainment industry, such behavior raised doubts about his ability to manage the company. He could hardly imagine a board meeting where everyone spoke in theatrical tones. What a farce that would be. After a brief conversation with Qi Qing'an, Zhizhi was ultimately sent to take a shower by the increasingly exasperated Ning Yue. As she left, she received a playful kick on her backside. Ning Yue's expression a mix of helplessness and disdain. "It's evident that my sister is truly at a loss for words," she thought. Having such a sister indeed requires immense psychological resilience. Once Zhizhi emerged from the shower, she had transformed back into her fair and tender self. The pressing issue for them now was the conundrum of lunch. They were devoid of any monetary resources and could not venture out for work, thus rendering the question of their midday meal quite significant. What shall we do? Are we truly expected to go to someone else's home and beg for food? Lu Qiqi remarked with a frown. The group began brainstorming solutions, while Zhizhi's eyes darted about playfully. Her eyes are twinkling. Zhizhi must have a plan. Any little expression from her seems to indicate mischief. Whether she shows emotion or not, she always seems to be up to something, they mused. I am eager to discover what scheme Zhizhi has devised. Raising her hand, Zhizhi announced, "I have an idea." 3 minutes later, the sight of Zhizhi clad in ragged attire and clutching a tattered bowl left the others in deep contemplation. I knew she wouldn't disappoint us, but I truly did not expect her to resort to this. Is there anything impossible for her? Anything can happen when it involves her. I can't believe I thought she might have a brilliant plan. This is hardly better than simply going to someone's home for a meal. Ning Yue clenched her fists. Her teeth gritted. Is this your brilliant idea? Qi Qing'an and Lu Zihao had already turned their heads, unable to suppress their smiles. Zhizhi dusted her face with grime, declaring, "Yes, dressing like this allows us to beg for food at others' homes without spending a dime." Qi Qing'an coughed into his fist. "So, according to your logic, we could just go to someone's house for a meal without the need to masquerade as beggars." He glanced down at Zhizhi's worn shoes, revealing her toes, and couldn't help but chuckle. Zhizhi tugged at her disheveled hair, asserting, "If we're begging, shouldn't we all go together? I can manage alone. Rest assured. I won't let you go hungry." What is going on? Why am I suddenly so moved? In truth, Zhizhi is quite admirable. She is willing to ensure everyone is fed, even while begging. There's no need for such extremes. We haven't quite reached that level of hardship. A little audacity to ask for a meal would suffice. My sister's expression is nearly cracking. Her fists are ready. Ning Yue, gazing at the disheveled Zhizhi, could no longer contain herself. Quickly change back into your proper clothes. You just finished showering, and now look like this. Have you lost your mind? Who needs you to beg for us? Can't we work to earn our meal instead? Hurry and change. Ning Yue insisted, pulling Zhizhi towards the house. Zhizhi clung to the doorframe, Adamant no. I've worked hard to look this way. I've even rolled around in the kitchen dust. Just let me go. I can be useful. Ning Yue retorted. Useful? You're of no use at all. I have no idea what goes on in that head of yours. How have you grown up to be this way? Our parents are perfectly normal. How did they end up with such a peculiar child like you? Qi Qing'an stood nearby, unsure how to intervene, while Chu Qi appeared disinterested, and Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi simply watched, amused. Honestly, I too wonder what kind of personalities Ning Yue's parents possess to raise someone like Yan Zhizhi. Perhaps they are equally eccentric. Ning Yue hasn't been home long, so they may still be trying to maintain their image. Over time, things should normalize. So, are we to assume that Ning Yue will end up managing a household of oddities? Just imagining it is exhausting. Meanwhile, Ning's parents, watching the program, were quite certain they were normal people. It's your fault. You usually let her be like this, Ning's mother chided her husband. As if you ever take charge. Ning's father replied. You should give her more money when you can. I fear she may genuinely resort to begging one day, he sighed, feeling an unusual weight of exhaustion. Yan Zhizhi possessed considerable strength, as Ning Yue found it impossible to budge her after tugging for what felt like ages. Their ruckus attracted the attention of two sisters-in-law passing by, who rushed in, believing a dispute was occurring. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of a beggar clinging to the doorframe while another pulled at her, with a handsome young man looking on helplessly. What on earth is happening here? The two sisters-in-law exclaimed in confusion. Stop this at once. Even if she is a beggar, you cannot harm her. Ning Yue, bewildert, was suddenly embraced by the two sisters-in-law, who recognized her. Hey, aren't you the one we saw by the lake? How is your sister doing? Ning Yue glanced at Yan Zhizhi, and the sisters-in-law followed her gaze, their expressions transforming into pity. Caring for such a sister must be incredibly challenging. Is her condition quite serious? Yan Zhizhi, speechless, could only stare. Qi Qing'an turned away, feigning ignorance. It was absurd that anyone would perceive Yan Zhizhi as mentally unstable. Ha! These two sisters-in-law are merciless. Yet it's true that Yan Zhizhi does appear a bit off. If I encountered someone like her, I might also think she was a bit unhinged, for I have never seen anyone quite like her. It seems I underestimated the vastness of the world. Will Yan Zhizhi continue to feign ignorance, or will she boldly refute them? I hope she chooses the latter. Yan Zhizhi did indeed retort, I am not mentally unwell. I am perfectly normal. The two sisters-in-law looked at her with pity. Of course, you're a normal person. No one is more normal than you. It's truly a shame. How could someone so young end up like this? Yan Zhizhi replied, Don't think I'm unaware of the tone you're using. You don't believe a word I say. Since it's midday, and you likely haven't tea cooked, why don't you come to our house to eat? It's just a few extra pairs of chopsticks. The sisters-in-law, amiable and warm, surprised Ning Yue with a sudden resolution to their mealtime dilemma. Isn't that a bit inconvenient? There are 6 of us, Ning Yue hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. The elder sister-in-law laughed heartily. What does it matter? If there isn't enough rice, we have noodles. It's merely a few extra pairs of chopsticks, whether it's 6 or more, it's all the same. Come on over. You young people work so hard filming, it's not easy to earn a living in this remote place. The elder sister-in-law warmly ushered the 6 of them to her home, where her family welcomed the young guests with open arms. Upon witnessing Yan Zhi's beggar-like attire, their smiles momentarily faltered. The elder sister quickly leaned in to explain in hushed tones, This is our little sister. There seems to be something amiss. Gesturing towards her own head, the family members immediately grasped the implication and treated Yan Zhi with even greater warmth. Oh dear, these young people are undeniably handsome. Who would have thought that being a star could be so arduous? You two sisters must not be celebrities, for we have never seen you on television. You, as the elder sister, must tire yourself out caring for your younger sibling. Yan Zhi felt a sting of indignation. How could she not be considered a star? After all, she had been navigating the entertainment industry for quite some time, even if she had not made significant waves. Once a commoner, always a commoner, she mused. The elder sister had mistakenly assumed they were just ordinary individuals, believing that commoners could participate in shows alongside celebrities. It appeared that Yan Zhi would be unable to escape the reputation of being not quite right in the head, and it was likely that by the next day, her mental state would become the talk of the village. This girl is pretty, but alas, her wits seemed to elude her, the villagers would say. The meal was bountiful. As these two elder sisters were neighbors, and their family had sent 3 members to dine, effectively enjoying a lunch at no cost. Yanji glanced at the impeccably clean Qi Qing'an beside her, and then at her own disheveled self, a wave of discomfort washing over her. Tentatively, she brushed her hand against Qi Qing'an's, who merely smiled in response without any objection. Ning Yue observed their subtle interaction, narrowing her eyes at Qi Qing'an. Could it be that he had developed feelings for this dim-witted girl? If so, she had to devise a means to separate them. Qi Qing'an exuded an air of intelligence and hailed from a distinguished lineage. Even though Ning Yue had only recently returned, she had heard of the Qi family, a top-tier aristocracy, while her own family barely ranked as second or third tier. The higher one has status, the more rules one must adhere to. And should Yanji marry into such a family, she would likely be consumed whole. It was clear that Yanji was better suited to a carefree existence. It would be wiser to keep her distance from those with deeper motives. Zhizhi, come here, Ning Yue summoned her. Once back at their residence, Ning Yue insisted that Yanji take a bath and confiscated her beggar's attire. After this episode concludes, can you please return my clothes? I truly cherish this beggar outfit. I made it with my own hands, Yanji pleaded.
Dream on.
I'll keep this, and from now on, you shall not be seen in such tattered rags. Ning Yue retorted. Sighing, Yanji complied and went to bathe. Initially, she had intended to disengage and distance herself from the lead character, but circumstances had become increasingly complicated. Ning Yue had practically assumed the role of her guardian, genuinely invested in her well-being. The events that had transpired in the original storyline were now unlikely to occur. With her safety seemingly secured and Ning Yue and the Ning family's current attitude towards her, it appeared that her fortune was preserved. Since her fortune was safeguarded, why wrestle with doubt and struggle? She decided to go with the flow and continue being the carefree burden. After an afternoon nap, they prepared to seek out work, requiring no payment, merely a promise of dinner in return. Yanji entered the elder community with her suona, successfully breaking into their circle. Watching her play 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, Lu Qi stared in disbelief. She can actually play the suona? Ning Yue wore a similarly astonished expression. How much more was there about Yanji that she remained unaware of? Qi Qing'an smiled, appreciative of her newfound skill. Remarkable. Yanji never ceases to amaze. However, gaining entry into the elder community would not resolve their dinner dilemma. Yanji may have miscalculated. As it turned out, a gentleman watched her with admiration, declaring, "Little girl, your suona playing is commendable. Are you available for a funeral? I have one coming up and need someone to play the suona." This unexpected opportunity was delightful. Yet Yanji realized she could not decide unilaterally. After all, attending someone else's funeral for filming required their consent. Moreover, given the nature of their variety show, it would be inappropriate to behave frivolously at a funeral. Thus, Yanji hesitated to agree immediately, stating she would consult with others first. It is indeed wise to seek permission first. Filming at a funeral could prove challenging, and the grieving family may not acquiesce, she reasoned. While it would be intriguing to see Yanji play the suona, the context is simply not suitable. Although she may appear foolish, she possesses a certain level of discernment. Am I foolish? I am clearly quite astute. Yanji retorted upon returning to divulge the situation to the others. Ning Yue was the first to object. No, you cannot partake in this. I fear you would be harmed. I cannot even begin to imagine how you would conduct yourself at someone else's funeral. To her surprise, Qi Qing'an and Lu Qi nodded in agreement, their expressions supportive. Yanji protested. What do you mean you fear for my safety? Am I that unlikable? I remember being quite well behaved, and I practically carried Qi Qing'an to victory in the last episode. Yanji directed a discontented gaze at Qi Qing'an. Do you also believe I am unlikable? Qi Qing'an glanced around, realizing she was indeed addressing him. He actually looked around and found himself alone here. Answer wisely, or you may regret it later. Yanji is not unlikable. She is lovely, adorable, and obedient, as long as I am not the one raising her. How could she be unlikable? She is the source of most laughter in this show. Qi Qing'an carefully organized his thoughts before responding. No, how could you ever be unlikable? You are beautiful, well-behaved, and intelligent. I merely worry that you would tire yourself out attending such an event. Funerals can be exhausting, often lasting 3 or 4 days. I fear you might not manage, and besides, our variety show is not suited for filming at someone else's funeral.
Wow.
Look at his eloquence. That was a flawless response. Ning Yue observed. If I were to ask my boyfriend such a question, he would probably say, "Do you not usually annoy others?" This illustrates the difference between people. Ning Yue, gazing earnestly at Yanji, said, Zhizhi, while I am unsure how you have grown this far from my experience with you over this period, I believe you are ill-suited for particularly solemn occasions. Lu Zihao hastily chimed in. Yes, yes. We don't need to take this job. There are so many people in the village, and surely some will require help. We can simply exchange our labor for sustenance. With so many voices discouraging her, Yen Zhi finally abandoned the idea. If she wasn't going, then she wouldn't go. After all, could living people truly be harmed by a lack of assistance? Worst case, she could find another way to earn a living. Upon informing the gentleman of her decision, he appeared quite disappointed. Young lady, your Suona playing is truly impressive. But if you do not wish to go, I shall not press you. After handling the matters at hand, Yen Zhizhi returned in a state of utter disarray. The 6 individuals gathered together, pondering the pressing issues of their recent days. In this village, it seemed rather unfeasible. Being a small mountain hamlet, these families hardly cultivated any crops or maintained substantial fields, thus they generally did not require assistance from others. Moreover, it was unlikely that residents would generously offer them free meals without cause. The production team is indeed a bit troublesome. How on earth are we to manage this? The people in this village are predominantly self-sufficient and truly do not need outside help. I have never seen these 6 individuals so distressed, especially over the basic concern of filling their stomachs. Perhaps the production team should organize some light-hearted games. They could be entertaining and also provide meals for them. The director contemplated the situation, realizing that achieving self-sufficiency in this mountain village would indeed pose significant challenges. Why not rent a piece of land in this village for them? Suggested a staff member. Let them cultivate it, and, depending on their daily progress, we can provide them with meals. The director considered this proposal and found it quite feasible. I am curious to see whether this group of celebrity young ladies can actually farm.
What?
You want us to farm? The 6 individuals were taken aback by this revelation. Farming, farming. Gather them all to farm. The director is truly attentive to our needs. Heeding advice leads to a full stomach. I am eager to see if Yen Zhizhi will stir up some trouble again. I am so looking forward to it. The staff led them to a sizable field, where the task for the day was to transplant rice seedlings. As long as you transplant these seedlings today, you shall have food to eat. The rewards will be based on your labor. This was a conclusion we reached after much deliberation. After all, we cannot allow you to starve here. Yen Zhizhi gazed at the muddy field, and her heart began to stir with excitement. She slowly edged to the side, squatting down to poke at the mud with her finger. The others were engrossed in listening to the staff explain the day's rules, oblivious to her antics. While the audience observed Yen Zhizhi's actions with clarity, she focused on the rules while you're playing in the mud. Is it really that enjoyable? Let me tell you, this mud is indeed delightful, particularly this consistency. It feels marvelous underfoot. As long as there are no leeches and the sun isn't too harsh, I could play in this field all day. After understanding the rules, Qi Qing'an set off to find Yen Zhizhi, only to discover that she had vanished. As the staff prepared to leave, everyone made way for them. Given the narrowness of the path along the field's edge, Lu Zihao intended to step back, but unexpectedly bumped into something. While Yen Zhizhi felt a sudden jolt to her head, instinctively, she stood up, causing Lu Zihao to feel a sharp push against his rear, leading him to instinctively arch his back. Moments later, a loud splash echoed as Yen Zhizhi tumbled headfirst into the mud, leaving everyone wide-eyed in astonishment. Ning Yue. Qi Qing'an. Audience. Chapter 81. Please help me retrieve my face. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Yen Zhizhi's head was buried in the mud, while her body remained kneeling. With a vigorous push, she extracted her head from the muck. Her clean body bore a clump of mud, which continued to ooze and drip down. Transformation and mutation. Indeed, Ultraman did not deceive me. In the last episode, he played Ultraman, and this time she embodies a humanoid mud monster. Look at the expressions of the 6 individuals nearby, including the staff, as if they have seen a ghost. Qi Qing'an retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, but upon seeing her muddy state, he silently returned it, eliciting laughter from onlookers. Observe closely the expression of the elder sister. The muscles in her face are twitching, and she is already clenching her fists. Yen Zhizhi, are you trying to get yourself killed? Can't you just stand still? Ning Yue stomped forward, intending to grab her back, but Yen Zhizhi wiped her eyes and, upon noticing Ning Yue charging at her, turned to flee. The scene unfolded with a humanoid mud monster dashing ahead, while a woman, face contorted in rage, pursued with a stick, accompanied by 2 men and another woman frantically attempting to intervene. That's excessive. You can't discipline a grown child this way. Lu Qiqi hollered. Qi Qing'an reached Ning Yue's side, initially intending to snatch the stick from her grasp, but reconsidered, realizing he had no standing in the matter. They were sisters. What was his role? Thus, he opted to counsel her gently, calm down, it's just a dirty head. She can wash it off later. Look. You've scared her so much that she's lost her shoes. Indeed, Zhizhi had lost one of her shoes, now running barefoot with one foot shod. Her legs a blur. Ning Yue shot Qi Qing'an a glare. Stay out of our affairs. You always indulge her. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. Qi Qing'an. All right, now is not the time to argue. Oh my. This scene is truly extraordinary. One of the world's 8 wonders. A mud humanoid monster being chased by her sister. In truth, she can still be salvaged after a wash. It's just her head that's dirty. She can simply clean it. Take her head off to wash it. Are you serious? Zhizhi had sprinted to her limit along the village road. As the elderly men and women gossiping at the door stared, bewildered, at her rapid approach. Upon seeing the throng trailing behind her, their expressions became even more humorous. The 2 women who had offered them meals initially failed to recognize Zhizhi, but upon spotting Ning Yue wielding the stick, they immediately identified her and enthusiastically explained to those nearby. The girl in front is the younger sister of the one behind. The one running seems to have some issues upstairs. The crowd suddenly understood. Ah, that explains it. No wonder she got herself into such a predicament. Well, it's done. Now the entire village knows Zhizhi isn't quite right in the head. What could have been resolved with a mere scolding has now tarnished her reputation. This isn't worth it. I have a reputation? Since when was I aware of such a thing? Qi Qing'an quickened his pace to catch up with Zhizhi, the wind and sun drying the mud on her face into hard clumps. Observing the cracked mud resembling a tortoise-esque shell on her visage, Qi Qing'an opened his mouth to speak but ultimately refrained from uttering a single word. Zhizhi, stop running, and admit your mistake. Zhizhi glanced at him, initially intending to respond, but her mouth had become stuck with mud. She realized she should have wiped her mouth earlier. If she ceased running, she would surely face a beating. Zhizhi conveyed her thoughts through her eyes. Qi Qing'an perceived the meaning behind her gaze, reassuring her, don't worry, I won't let you be punished. If your sister tries to hit you, I'll stand in the way. She won't hit me. Zhizhi pondered, and then halted, maintaining a certain level of trust in Qi Qing'an, although she was less inclined to trust him regarding navigation. TSK, listen to this. I won't let you be punished.
Run.
Why have you stopped running? Ning Yue gasped as she approached, wielding a stick. She had never exerted herself to this extent before, and was astonished by the stamina of that little rascal. Zhizhi was scraping the mud off her face in chunks, and the sight rendered everyone speechless once more. Lu Zihao remarked. I suddenly recalled that tale from Strange Stories from a Chinese studio, featuring a stone monster. Lu Qiqi exchanged a glance with him and nodded, upon seeing Zhizhi's disfigured face. She too thought of that stone creature. Sister, this really isn't my fault. Lu Zihao knocked me down. Zhizhi protested, her face losing mud with each word, presenting a rather distressing sight. Ning Yue had initially intended to scold her, but witnessing her pitiful yet amusing appearance made it difficult to maintain her sternness. She struggled to suppress the corners of her mouth from curling upwards as she attempted to sound fierce, but ultimately faltered during her reprimand. Zhizhi, could you please listen a bit more? Do you realize what I fear most right now? Zhizhi responded, what are you afraid of? Ning Yue promptly reached over and scraped a large chunk of mud from her face, exclaiming, I fear the day you might do something reckless. The concern expressed by her sister was, in fact, quite reasonable. Zhizhi exuded the essence of a mischievous child, exhibiting a level of audacity that bordered on the absurd. Yet, she was still capable of discernment. Her actions were invariably calculated. Perhaps Ning Yue's excessive worry stemmed from her newfound role as an older sister. Look, I always act with discretion. I won't engage in reckless behavior. Compared to others, I simply live a bit more freely, doing as I please. Sister, I'm already an adult. You needn't worry so much. I certainly avoid dangerous activities. Ning Yue sighed, recognizing her own excessive anxiety. Having never had siblings before, the sudden presence of one she genuinely cared for made her naturally protective. Could you kindly catch the skin of my face? It's not appropriate for it to fall here, in someone else's yard. Zhizhi nudged Qi Qing'an beside her. He obediently cupped his hands under her face to catch the remnants of her peeling skin. Seeing this bizarre spectacle, Ning Yue's initial sentiment was washed away, replaced by a sense of absurdity. Upon hearing the mention of catching face skin, Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi bowed their heads, unable to suppress their laughter. It was indeed the first time they had heard of someone needing to catch their own face skin. Zhizhi, you are truly a talent. As children passed by and spotted Zhizhi, their expressions morphed into a mixture of wonder and fear, akin to witnessing a monster. This incident propelled the live broadcast into a frenzy, with Zhizhi having unwittingly contributed countless amusing expressions to the show, each one uniquely captivating and beyond imitation. Quickly go wash up. Otherwise, when it dries, it'll be impossible to remove. It could even serve as excellent sunblock for planting rice. Mud has remarkable sun protection properties. Many indigenous tribes apply mud during the scorching summer for this very reason.
Please stop saying that.
The more you say it, the more anxious I become. I genuinely fear Zhizhi might actually do something like that. In truth, Zhizhi's imagination was not as boundless as one might think. She remained relatively normal. I'll go wash my face. It's all dried on me now, and I can't even express myself properly. You all can continue with your tasks. Qi Qing'an, still holding her face skin, remarked, I'll accompany her. We'll be back shortly. Ning Yue squinted skeptically at Qi Qing'an, who was being rather transparent about his intentions, openly attempting to woo her sister. No need. I can take her back to wash up. Zhizhi glanced left and right, then raised her hand. I can manage on my own. She was no child. Why did everyone treat her as such? Zhizhi shot a glance at Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi, who were too engrossed in their amusement to notice her silent plea. Why does Zhizhi keep blinking at us?
It looks a bit strange.
Could it be mud got in her eyes? After a prolonged period of blinking, Lu Qiqi finally noticed Zhizhi's gestures. Yet she too wondered why Zhizhi was making such peculiar movements. She nudged Lu Zihao, whispering, Why does she keep staring at us? Is she upset with us? Lu Zihao scratched his head. That shouldn't be the case. We haven't wronged her in this episode, nor did we last time. Could she be upset because I bumped her head? Lu Qiqi retorted, I almost forgot about that. Half of her current predicament is your doing. It's strange if she's not angry. What to do about these two? They played clever roles in the skit, yet in real life, they behave so foolishly. I initially thought Lu Qiqi was a scheming beauty, but it turns out she's just a clueless one. The two exchanged glances and Lu Zihao made a decision, bowing deeply to Zhizhi. Zhizhi, I sincerely apologize. I acknowledge my mistake. His sudden bow left Zhizhi bewildered. I shouldn't have bumped your head. Nor should I have pushed you down or caused you such embarrassment. I truly recognize my error. Please don't glare at me. Your face paired with that look frightens me. At that moment, Zhizhi's face was beyond description. The mud was cracking in chunks, presenting a bizarre and eerie visage. She had been glaring at him, her eyes twitching as if she were about to mutate. Lu Zihao, who is naturally timid, would surely have nightmares after this encounter. Zhizhi replied, I forgive you.
But I wasn't glaring at you.
Why did everyone misunderstand her? She was merely a kind and beautiful girl, yet everyone's reactions were peculiarly odd. After a brief dispute between Ning Yue and Qi Qing'an, neither side yielded, and eventually, the staff escorted Zhizhi away. Look at her popularity. Zhizhi has reached the pinnacle of her life. Her starting point is different from ours. She was already at the peak. Even if she hadn't participated in this show, she operates on a different level altogether. When Zhizhi returned after washing her face, everyone had already begun planting rice in the field, doing so with impressive skill. Just insert the seedlings along the guidelines we prepared beforehand. Aesthetics matter even in rice planting. Zhizhi nodded. This task seemed simple enough and surely wouldn't pose a challenge for her. However, just 2 minutes later, the scene shifted drastically from the others. While everyone bent over to plant, she sat in the field, arranging her seedlings in a circular formation as if casting a spell. What is it that renders her artistic style so distinct from others? What perplexes me the most is the swiftness of her actions.
Indeed.
While Zhizhi's behavior may be peculiar, her movements are undeniably rapid. While others meticulously insert one piece at a time, she does so in sweeping layers. In the midst of her endeavors, Zhizhi even conjured a bagua array. The others, well, let her do as she pleases. Qi Qing'an silently filled in the pit left by Zhizhi. His affection is palpable. My perception of him has shifted completely during this program. If he harbors no feelings for Zhizhi, I shall consume my keyboard on the spot. Mrs. Qi gazed at her son, her smile blossoming with delight. Haha. I am on the verge of acquiring a daughter-in-law. Mr. Qi, however, doused the enthusiasm with a splash of cold water, There's not even a hint of romance yet. This girl clearly lacks insight, and it seems her sister is not interested in our son. Mrs. Chi tossed her hair with an air of pride and responded, "No worries. We must trust our son. While he may falter in various aspects, his visage is truly handsome. If all else fails, let him resort to seduction." Mr. Chi. After Zhizhi conjured the Bagua certificate, she suddenly recalled the gestures of spellcasting from the television, and during her participation in this program, she had come across several Taoist incantations on her phone. Following her recollections, she commenced her playful incantation wind.
Then,
Thunder, lightning, heed my command, rain down. No sooner had she uttered these words than a tremendous clap of thunder resonated through the sky. Standing beside her, Lu Zihao. The others. Lu Zihao's gaze towards Zhizhi transformed entirely. "Sister, teach me. I implore you.